The first time the school beauty and I awakened our sequences, it caused a phenomenon that shook the heavens and the earth. The school beauty awakened as sequence 035, Control Mage, and I awakened as sequence 001, Plague Doctor. Yet we were still mocked by our classmates as useless. This is because, although control mages can control infinitely, they can only cast control magic of level 3 or below. However, the requirements to enter a dungeon demand at least level 5 destructive magic. The Plague Doctor I awakened is a top-tier version from the previous era. It can analyze all plague viruses, and even freely spread the analyzed cases. However, with the improvement of human hygiene standards, all plague pathogens have been fully analyzed and can no longer be spread. Yet what no one knows is that the strengths in our talents can complement each other. At this moment, I felt a headache coming on, as I never expected the sequence healing task would trigger a historic plague. I then looked at Su Mumu, who was wiping her tears, and quickly asked, "What is your initial talent?" After a moment, Su Mumu replied, "Any control effect can be enhanced, and the quantity can also be increased. But my job task requires hard control of over 1,000 units. I think I won't be able to enter that path." Hearing about the enhancement, a bold idea suddenly formed in my mind. My ability is pathological analysis, to analyze the transmission routes and methods of pathogens and use them for myself. But right now, there are no plague pathogens to analyze. Common negative states like ordinary diarrhea are useless even if analyzed. However, control effects are usually negative states. If Su Mumu enhances first and then I analyze, and we repeat this several times, even the smallest disease could evolve into a terrifying plague. Thinking of this, I looked at Su Mumu differently. At that moment, Su Mumu became nervous under my gaze. She hurriedly placed her hand over her chest and took a step back. "I have a bold idea, if it's feasible. Our two rituals could be performed simultaneously. If coordinated properly, we could clear some dungeons." As soon as I said this, Su Mumu's eyes lit up. It seemed like she saw a glimmer of hope. "Then I'll follow your lead," she said. I then took Su Mumu's hand and walked towards the school exit. We were going to prepare some supplies. Su Mumu's face turned slightly red from the sudden handholding, yet she offered no resistance and let me lead her out of the school. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the school equipment storage with the herbs I bought from the veterinary shop because the principal kept a kitten here. It was brought back by the principal from a dungeon, and like an ordinary cat, it was lazy and gluttonous, but its only advantage was that it could understand human speech and had strong physical abilities. Due to seniority, within the school, every student had to refer to it as senior. At this moment, Su Mumu looked at the senior lying on the ground with its belly exposed and asked curiously, "Shen, are you going to give the senior medicine?" "No, I'm just analyzing the ability of diarrhea. It affects the target unit. If I can successfully analyze it in the dungeon, maybe I can accomplish something." "Shen, we don't have job sequences yet. It wouldn't be good to clear dungeons like this. There's nothing wrong with it. Trust me, you enhance the control first, and I'll analyze afterward." "Isn't that basically poisoning?" "That's not good. I have pathology, I can analyze the senior's condition, and even diarrhea can be cured by me." The situation felt like leading a good student into mischief. Su Mumu was dazed by my persuasion. She then dissolved the laxative in water and fed it to the senior, but after several minutes, there was no reaction. Indeed, the effect of the laxative was too weak. "Su Mumu, how many times can your control effect be enhanced at most?" "At most, it can be enhanced up to 8 times. Hearing this, I was taken aback. 8 times, and if we do it 3 more times, the power would reach 512 times, 4 times would be 4,096 times, and 5 times would be 32,768 times. The senior would be dead from that." Thinking of this, I directly said to Su Mumu, "You can directly max out the control on the senior." Su Mumu's face was filled with shock. After hesitating for a moment, she finally aimed at the senior. She unleashed the maximum enhancement effect. In the next second, the senior lying on the ground, seeking affection, suddenly jolted, and I quickly embraced him. I locked him in a cage. At this moment, Su Mumu said with some concern, "How about we? Let's switch to another animal. The senior looks so pitiful. Those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff, it's just a laxative. He's not going to die," I said as I looked at the senior scrambling in the cage. I gritted my teeth and used pathological analysis on intestinal peristalsis. For a period, it would accelerate intestinal peristalsis, quickly expelling excess moisture and impurities from the body. After the pathological analysis, intestinal peristalsis had become my own skill. I then raised my hand and released the analyzed 8 times enhanced intestinal peristalsis on the senior. "Chen Yang, do you know skills? Haven't you started your job training yet?" At this moment, Su Mumu was very close. her little face nearly touching mine. Looking at the senior in the cage, I could even smell a milky scent on him. Don't be nervous, your talent comes naturally. Just keep enhancing the control on the senior. After a moment of hesitation, Sumumu chose to obey and continued to release her talent. After being enhanced, the senior's body began to tremble. His waist slightly bent, hind legs squatting, and his rear shifted down, as if he was holding back something big. Sumumu, listen to me, the release must be quick. If we can stack it up to 5 times, it would be fine as long as we treat the senior as quickly as possible. Sumumu nodded and said, okay. She then focused intently on what was ahead. The senior was undergoing a pathological analysis with 64 times accelerated intestinal peristalsis, which would quickly cause accelerated movement. It would also quickly expel excess moisture and impurities from the body. Mumu, enhance quickly, after the pathological analysis is completed. I immediately used my ability. In the next second, the senior's body trembled violently, and a strange smell wafted out. Sumumu raised her hand and enhanced her talent. Pathological analysis at 512 times. Rapid intestinal peristalsis. In a very short time, it will cause rapid intestinal peristalsis, quickly expelling excess water and impurities from the body, resulting in dehydration, strong control, and a prolonged state of weakness, with negative effects. At this moment, the senior in the cage began to have severe diarrhea, and pitiful cat-like cries echoed continuously. Pathological analysis of the 4096-fold plague disease, a very rare illness specifically targeting beasts, tracing its origin to an extreme diarrhea symptom. This plague spreads through the air. It has a very high infectivity and rapid spreading characteristics. Strong control over dehydration effects. Infected beasts are unable to move for a long time. Resistance is weakened. All abnormalities in infected beasts will increase negative status by 100-fold. Recovery of resistance cannot occur naturally, and at this moment, the analysis of the plague is finally complete. But I suddenly realized that I haven't completed my job training, so I currently have no means to heal. If this plague spreads, it will definitely go down in history, but I will also be labeled as a dangerous person because of it. At this moment, the senior was weakly lying on the ground, his body already on the brink of dehydration. Seeing this scene, Sumumu worriedly said, "Senior, is he okay? Xinyao, do you want to help heal him?" "Senior, once I change my job, I will heal. But right now, I haven't changed my job yet." After hearing this, Sumumu stared at me for a long time, her little eyes seemingly angry. "You clearly said you would heal blood intestine before. After repeated enhancements, I obtained a rather outrageous skill. As long as I use this skill along with yours, we can utilize some small dungeons to complete our ritual." However, Sumumu wasn't lying. After all, I had never heard of it before. 2 individuals from the job sequence attacking a dungeon. Your ritual involves 1000 units of forced control. What I need is to spread a plague. Let's enter the dungeon as soon as possible, complete the ritual, and then we can return to heal the senior. At this moment, Sumumu's expression softened. "Don't lie to me anymore, you just lied to me. You can heal." "Senior, I really can heal, I just haven't changed my job sequence yet." After my little persuasion, Sumumu had no choice but to believe. "Then it'll just be the 2 of us entering the dungeon, and we haven't even changed our jobs. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated?" "No, those are just the newbie dungeons that have already been cleared. As long as you have hands, it's fine." Alright. Sumumu was already a bit dazed from the persuasion. Almost everything I said, he believed. There are 2 ways to enter the dungeon, with fewer than 3 people. You can enter the dungeon directly using an awakening card. But for large teams of more than 3, special devices within the city are needed to enter the dungeon. At this moment, Sumumu took out the awakening card. She handed it to us to choose which dungeon to enter. I stacked my awakening card on hers, and then our respective information appeared on each other's cards. This completed our party formation. I'll just randomly choose one. Let's complete the ritual quickly. Besides, we can exit any cleared dungeons at any time. My gaze lingered on the hell-level newbie orc dungeon. With its high difficulty, we might be able to farm some hidden records. Moreover, all the monsters inside are beasts, perfectly matching the skills I just acquired. The next second, a dialogue box appeared in front of both Sumumu and me. From another world, the unassigned heroes, you choose to confront. The hell-level dungeon of the ancient war. Triggered hidden dungeon conditions. The dungeon difficulty has increased to SS. The level is low, and you cannot leave voluntarily. The dungeon name is Orcs Never Slave. At this moment, I was delighted. I hadn't expected to trigger special conditions and obtain a hidden dungeon. This was a sure win. Meanwhile, Sumumu looked confused. Wasn't it supposed to be a simple dungeon for the ritual? Chen Yang, you lied to me again. But on the other side, the largest job sequence guild in Jiangbei City suddenly received a notification that a hidden dungeon had been opened. President, the hidden dungeon has triggered a list of participants, Chen Yao and Su Mumu. But when the monitor saw the name Su Mumu, a flash of realization struck him. Isn't this the president's daughter? The next second, Su Yuntian hurriedly rushed over. President, your daughter and a boy have triggered a hidden dungeon. Okay, even if the hidden dungeon cannot be cleared, as long as we wait until it ends, the opening conditions will appear, and we can arrange for people to strategize. At this moment, Su Yuntian was smiling happily, but after a while, he seemed to realize something, and his smile instantly froze. Wait, what did you just say? My daughter is with a boy in a low-level dungeon, or is it a higher-level hidden one? Inside the dungeon, Su Mumu began to get nervous, instinctively grabbing my sleeve. What's going on? You lied to me again. Didn't you say it was a normal dungeon for the ritual? But I didn't answer. Instead, I changed the subject and asked, look, is your ritual progress changing? Su Mumu, who was about to get angry, looked down and saw that the 1,000 units of forced control she needed were suddenly increasing in a stair-step fashion. The next second, a purple golden light erupted from Su Mumu. It really worked. The ritual is complete, and I have changed jobs. At this moment, Su Mumu was about to jump up, her entire being filled with joy. I didn't expect the spread rate of this plague to be so fast. Su Mumu's ritual completion indicated that the plague had already begun to spread. It won't be long before I can also heal, as a sequence 001 plague doctor. However, I hope I can heal in the sequence after clearing the dungeon, so I have enough time to clean up the mess. Since Su Mumu has now completed the healing ritual, the strategy for clearing this dungeon will be centered around her. After changing jobs, you should be able to see your panel. Tell me about the spells you can use now. Su Mumu excitedly nodded and then began to check her panel, with lightning swirling like vines. Paralysis and hypnosis are quite good. She initially had 4 skills with negative control. Let's first see their practical effects. From the start, I disagreed that sequence 35 control mages were worthless in training. As long as control skills are paired with other things, they can create explosive effects. Those teams that only push forward have no idea how precious control mages are. The next second, I said to Su Mumu, let's go, there's an exploding rabbit over there. Perfect for testing. The exploding rabbit looks just like a regular rabbit, but when provoked, it has a chance to explode. How do I release my skills? Su Mumu, facing a wild monster for the first time, began to feel nervous. All the knowledge learned in class was thrown out of her mind. At this moment, I stepped forward, gently holding Su Mumu's soft little hand, focusing my gaze intently on the prey. I mentally recited the skill while waiting for confirmation. Are you listening carefully? Ah, I'm listening. Su Mumu quickly repeated what I had just said. Focus, recite, release. At this moment, the exploding rabbit's eyes glowed red as it ran wildly. It charged towards Su Mumu. Although Su Mumu's fingers trembled from nervousness, she successfully released the skill. A dark purple light shot out from her fingertips. It flew quickly towards the charging exploding rabbit. The next second, the exploding rabbit suddenly halted. It left a deep mark on the ground as it skidded. Su Mumu, looking at the exploding rabbit that was already affected by the paralysis spell, asked, do we have damaging magic? Are we supposed to manually kill this exploding rabbit? You can use poison vines and lightning surround to continuously deal poison damage and click. However, upon hearing this, Su Mumu rolled her eyes at me. The damage from these 2 skills is just a little forced control damage. An exploding rabbit has 1,000 health points. How long will it take to grind it down? At this moment, Su Mumu's mood began to drop. Is my skill really that useless? Only control and no damage, am I really that useless? At this moment, I patted Su Mumu's little head. Every skill has its own characteristics. The characteristic of control is that it will force a bit of damage to appear, and since this skill is released by you, these 2 points are enough to crush other mages. Then I bent down and released a plague scene towards the exploding rabbit. The next second, the rabbit began to twitch rapidly. Its body, still in a state of paralysis, even started to convulse. At this moment, I said to Su Mumu, now try using lightning surround. Su Mumu obediently used lightning surround, creating a ring that crackled with electricity. It crushed the exploding rabbit into powder. To Su Mumu, it was supposed to be a bit of forced damage, but what popped up was a damage notification of 9,999. Seeing this result, I wasn't surprised because my plague inherently carried negative effects. Moreover, Su Mumu possessed a talent that enhanced control. Negative effects just happened to belong to the control category. With an enhancement of 4,096 times, plus the plague's inherent hundredfold negative effects. Even if the skill only has a bit of force damage, under such punishment, it could deal a terrifying 409,600 damage. Ordinary wild monsters can't withstand it and are instantly killed. However, at this moment, Sumumu still looked bewildered. How did this happen? Then, I explained my earlier analysis to Sumumu, but this string of numbers only made her more confused. Looking at the plague scenes that had begun to spread around, I smiled slightly. The advantage of this plague is that it only affects beasts, and neither Sumumu nor I will be impacted at all. Let's go! With your explosive damage, this hell-level dungeon will be a complete slaughter. Okay. I'll handle the gaga, you handle the slaughter. Alright. Sumumu excitedly clenched her fists and waved them. The two continued to explore the area, casually taking down 3 explosive rabbits along the way. The explosive damage of 9,999 made Sumumu's little face flush. Such damage values were something even a sequence mage focused on explosive damage couldn't achieve. Sumumu skipped happily. The only sequence she belonged to was not the useless one that Teacher Lee had mentioned. On the contrary, with Chen Shen's help, she could deal damage even more explosive than that of an explosive mage. Some level 6 and above spells couldn't produce the damage she unleashed with a single strike. So sequences depend on the person. Teacher Lee doesn't know everything. Chen Shen agreed with this statement. Every sequence has its potential. Recite this with me. Recite what? Sumumu stopped in her tracks. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully a poor girl. Remember this and tell Teacher Lee. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, Teacher Lee is the homeroom teacher, but since you said it, I'll listen to you and give it a try. You really are obedient. Sumumu blushed even more at the compliment. Chen Shen, you're amazing. How do you know so much? Sumumu felt that Chen Shen now seemed even more convincing than during their high school days, even though they had just graduated a day ago. After all, sometimes a person's growth might only take a single night. What did you say? Chen Shen raised his head and leaned in closer to Sumumu's face. Her fair and delicate skin, long eyelashes fluttering gently, and her soft breath could be clearly heard. A top-notch beauty. I said. How do you know so much? Listen and remember more in class. You need to have your own thoughts about everything. Chen Shen pointed to his temple with his right index finger. Oh, have your own thoughts. You don't need to think, just listen to me. How about we make a bet? What do we bet on? Sumumu asked with interest. If I can lead you through this dungeon, will you be my girlfriend? Chen Shen stared at the silly Sumumu for a while. Pretty girl, bonus points. Kind heart, bonus points. Perfect personality, bonus points. And after years in high school, he understood Sumumu even better than her own parents, bonus points. Obedient and naive, major bonus points. Now her innate abilities were perfectly suited to him, whether he could thrive as a plague doctor depended on her. So he had to shamelessly coax her into being his wife. As soon as Sumumu heard this bet, her ears turned bright red, and her heart raced. She turned and quickened her pace, walking ahead without answering Chen Shen. Her flushed cheeks intentionally avoided Chen Shen's gaze. After all, who would be so straightforward as to ask someone to be their girlfriend right off the bat? Chen Shen followed. The fact that she didn't refuse was already a significant success. Now, the hidden hell-level dungeon was not that simple, but with Sumumu's cooperative strategy, they could almost push through it. The further they walked, the stronger the strange smell that hit them. A vast plain appeared before them, and looking out, a dense army of orcs was gathering ahead. The ground was still shaking, and on both sides, the orc army was converging like a tide, green-skinned orcs with muscular bodies roaring while wielding rusty iron weapons. It was as if an epic war of beasts was about to begin. This was the hidden hell difficulty dungeon. Such a scene made the confidence that Chen Shen had just instilled in Sumumu dissipate significantly. Looking around, there were nearly 10,000 orc warriors, and they were right in the center of 3 factions of orcs. Too many monsters. Why don't we hide until the instance is over? This kind of instance is not something we can defeat. Dawn. Chen Shen gently tapped Sumumu's little head with his index finger. Why are you panicking and saying such discouraging things? I told you to just follow me. I'm responsible for the big picture, so what do you need to take care of? Random killing? Sumumu replied uncertainly. I told you to study hard in class. This instance was cleared 40 years ago. Even if it's a hidden hell instance, the background story remains unchanged. The war between the orc tribes, after the 3-way war ends, they will have a final king who will lead the orcs to revival. You could say this is a chaotic battle. Sumumu rubbed her forehead, feeling that she hadn't done anything yet, and this guy kept bullying her. Looking at the approaching orc army, Sumumu hesitated a bit. Let these orcs bounce around for a while longer. In Chen Shen's eyes, the invisible plague had already turned into a green aura floating in the air, spreading at an incredibly terrifying speed. That's enough. Control your mental power well and use the largest area poison vine to entangle and control them. Chen Shen pointed his index finger forward. In that direction, release your skills and throw them around. At that moment, the orc army on the left suddenly slowed down. The spread of the plague was invisible to these orcs. In an instant, under the effect of plague intestinal disease, the orcs at the front of the team staggered, clutching their stomachs and letting out low growls. The orcs following behind were caught off guard and crashed into them. The strange action of clutching their stomachs began to spread. In an instant, all the orcs let out miserable howls. Roar! The wretched cries echoed through the heavens and the earth. Sumumu obediently used the poison vines to entangle. The ground ahead began to writhe, with green, thorn-covered vines extending out to hook the orcs' feet. Crack! 99,999. Wherever the poison vines passed, the orcs they touched rapidly shriveled, turning into white bones and dying. Rays of white light flashed from Sumumu's body. The scene of instant kills made Sumumu's pupils contract in shock. Level 3. I'm level 3. Releasing the control skill once had already reached level 3. Don't slack off. A normal sequence user can reach level 10 in a month and level 20 in half a year. Today, you can easily gain enough experience to jump 10 levels. Chen Shen hadn't completed the ritual yet, and he didn't care much about this experience. Because Sumumu was a treasure trove, capable of enhancing any basic pathology into a plague talent, so her strength increase was also a huge help to him. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens and he continues to coax her, this little girl would definitely be bound to him. Looking around, there wouldn't be a second person with such means. So, it was very necessary to coax this little girl into becoming his wife. Just keep using it, don't worry about anything else. If you have time, throw a couple of poison vines to control those two sides as well. Sumumu nodded and started throwing out skills that didn't cost anything. Chen Shen looked up at the sky, muttering worriedly. My ritual should be halfway done by now. The ritual, just as Chen Shen had guessed. A plague that would go down in history didn't need to be particularly dangerous. It just needed to be enough to make people feel despair. At this moment, in Jiangbei City, the external plague intestinal disease was spreading through the air at a terrifying speed. At first, it was just the pet shops around the school, especially the largest pet shop in Jiangbei City, which was particularly tragic. All the pets began to scream, rapidly dehydrating. This left a lifelong shadow for those who wanted to buy their desired pets. The screaming and jumping dehydrated pets shattered their fantasies of pet ownership. The stench mixed with splattering harm made it impossible for anyone to leave safely. Inside the elevator, a little boy held onto his beloved husky. The energetic husky always needed to be walked, otherwise, it would tear the house apart. As soon as they entered the elevator, the boy saw his husky suddenly crouch down. This action was all too familiar to him. It was about to mark its territory. He tugged on the leash. The husky's body began to tremble, seemingly trying to hold back. We're almost at the first floor. Here, don't do this. Do you hear me? Stand up. With another tug, the husky shook even more violently. It couldn't hold it in. The next second, a splattering eruption occurred. The husky stumbled and laid down in the elevator, but its stomach was still churning, unable to stop the diarrhea. The little boy, terrified, frantically pressed the button to open the elevator doors, crying out loudly. In the cramped space of the elevator, he had no way to avoid the shower-like splatter. Stop pulling. Stop it, here. Please, I beg you. The same situation quickly spread around Jiangbei First High School. The speed of the epidemic was exponential. Birds in the sky, in a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, flocked together, regardless of species, filling the air with their dreadful cries. The sky was darkened, and the cries of the birds echoed. In alleys, homes, malls, and hospitals, animals began to howl at the sky. Even the fish in aquariums were floating upside down, their bellies up. The level of water pollution surged dramatically. The wailing caused the entire Jiangbei city to tremble, instilling a sense of dread in those who heard it, as if some terrifying natural disaster was about to occur. This catastrophic scene unsettled the high-ranking officials of Jiangbei City. It is known that animals can sense disasters before humans do. The horrifying scene caused turmoil in Jiangbei City. At this moment, all the influential figures in Jiangbei City gathered together. Within just 3 or 4 minutes, they quickly convened to discuss. Outside the tallest building, a middle-aged man in a suit stared seriously at the sky. It was a dark mass, like the end of the world. Have we figured it out? Is it an earthquake, or are monsters from the dungeons coming into reality? Or is it some foreign country causing trouble? Everyone was waiting for an answer. Time is money, and if it truly is a natural disaster. No, it must be a natural disaster. If they could respond a second earlier, these sequencers could save thousands of people. No, this situation is too strange. There are no abnormalities in the dungeon, and the latest strategy team is normal with no monsters appearing in reality. It doesn't seem like a natural disaster. If it's not a natural disaster, could it be man-made? Who could cause such a scene? High-ranking sequencers? Don't be ridiculous, keep looking for the cause. Step. White bird droppings exploded on the glass in front of the middle-aged man, splattering everywhere. Soon, more and more bird droppings began to fall from the sky. In an instant, Zhongbei City was under a terrifying rain. Watching the scene unfold, the middle-aged man's face darkened. What on earth is happening? Everyone, at a loss, could only watch as the glass was gradually covered in white. Pedestrians on the road and open-air vehicles were suffering. This day would finally be recorded in history. Epidemic intestinal disease, hard control within the city. Among the crowd attending the meeting, Principal Liu of Zhongbei No. One high school had a flicker in his eyes, his fingers slightly raised from the table before slowly lowering again. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to remain silent. Because today, during the awakening ceremony at the high school, two unique level sequencers had emerged. The Mage Path Sequence 035's Control Mage and the Doctor Path's 001 sequence, the Plague. Doctor. Perhaps. It really is a man-made disaster. Inside the instance, due to the rapid spread of the plague, the cries of tens of thousands of orc troops began to echo. In an instant, all the orc armies in three directions fell into a state of stagnation. The sound of sloshing water filled the instance. A strange smell invaded the nostrils. Orcs aren't very clean, a little stench is normal. Su Mumu frowned slightly, her small face clearly showing some displeasure, as she continuously used toxic vines to control the monster spawns. Having overdone it, the leaders of the three factions of orcs had already noticed Chen Chen and Su Mumu standing in the center. At this moment, the orc leaders in all three directions also felt something was off with their bodies. Shaman! Human shaman! Roar! 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 The three orc leaders roared in unison, their bodies erupting with a red glow. What the hell? The hate is maxed out? At this moment, the three orc leaders were still forcibly locking their bodies despite their intestines rapidly churning. Orc blood boiling. Three beams of red light charged in from three directions. Chen Chen frowned. The only difficulty now was the monsters that could resist plague skills or had immunity. Su Mumu cast a control skill, but the orcs, fueled by their boiling blood, were completely immune to control. The hidden hell instance was indeed not that simple. The strong control damage failed to affect the immune orc leaders, and it was clear that they could not stop the advance of the three orc leaders. Su Mumu quickly turned around in a panic. Chen Chen, run! The leader-level orcs are coming. Chen Chen, however, remained calm. I have a way. Su Mumu's face lit up. In her eyes, Chen Chen had become two words. Reliable. Hold on to me. Ha! Be obedient. Su Mumu hesitated for a second but quickly moved closer to Chen Chen as he instructed. Then, like an octopus, her entire body clung to Chen Chen, her head pressed tightly against his chest. He wanted to complain, who hugs like this, especially with her legs crossed and locked around his waist. Chen Chen opened his mouth, but the overwhelming fragrance made him swallow his words. Forget it, although this was a bit too intimate, it was stable. A golden light flashed around Chen Chen. Don't panic, he sighed. Chen Chen was not sighing at the change in circumstances but at the fact that the plague that had been recorded in history was now complete. Completing the ritual so early indicated that the real world had become chaotic due to the plague intestinal disease. Chen Chen could easily imagine what the pets in the city and the birds in the air would be like under this plague, forcing me to not be human. But now, he could only quickly clear the instance. Dr. Sequence 001, Plague Doctor, has taken office. Chen Chen glanced at his talents. He understood why the Plague Doctor was a beacon and terrifyingly powerful in chaotic times. As the Sequence 001 Plague Doctor took office, he also gained 4 skills. Plague Attire, Reverse Treatment, Plague Extraction, Mystical Potion. Plague Attire, active the attire of a medieval plague doctor, wearing a heavy black robe and a birdbeak mask, hidden within the plague. Wherever the plague is, that is where the plague doctor stands. Reverse treatment, active analyzed pathological plagues can consume a large amount of magic power for reverse treatment, forming a terrifying healing spell. Plague extraction, passive for every plague mastered, you can gain an increase in all attributes or a special means. Mystical potion, passive maxed potionology, maxed mysticism, can utilize the plague to concoct special mystical potions. Chen Shen raised his hand, brushing across his cheek, as the plague in the surrounding air solidified, coalescing onto his body. Skill, plague attire. A heavy black robe enveloped him, and a beak-like mask appeared on his face. Chen Shen's clothing had transformed into something resembling a medieval plague doctor's garb, though it bore a more mysterious aura. He wrapped his left arm around Su Mumu's waist, pulling her close, while his right hand swirled the black cloak behind him, shielding Su Mumu who was clinging to him. The three orc leaders charged forward, axes swinging in unison. Su Mumu, panicking, shut her eyes tightly, clutching Chen Shen's clothes with her small hands, her feet gripping even harder around his waist. She was so tense that all she could hear was her own breathing, while everything around them fell into a deathly silence. The axes of the three orc leaders swept through Chen Shen's body simultaneously, but there was no expected carnage, no severed flesh. The axes swung through the air as if cutting through smoke, and Chen Shen's body transformed into black mist, gradually merging with the plague. Human sacrifice. Roar! The three orc leaders roared in fury. Amidst the echoes of their rage, Chen Shen, with Su Mumu in tow, had already appeared a kilometer away, gazing back at the three orc leaders in the distance. The plague attire skill allowed him to appear anywhere within the range of his plague. Under the skill, Chen Shen could consider analyzing a plague that had no effect but a maximum transmission rate. This way, he could move freely within the plague. Seeing that there was no movement around, Su Mumu cautiously opened one eye to peek at her surroundings. She realized she was being held tightly against Chen Shen, her little head raised, big eyes wide open, speaking in a tiny voice. "Did we survive? What do you think? Then, can you let me down?" Su Mumu wanted to loosen her grip, but Chen Shen's left hand held her waist firmly against his abdomen, making it impossible to get down. Su Mumu stared at Chen Shen, who had changed into the strange attire of a medieval plague doctor, secretly thinking two words, "so handsome." Chen Shen released her, allowing Su Mumu to stand, and looked at the enraged orc leaders in the distance. "These three leader-level orcs are a big problem. They don't respond to control." Chen Shen extended his left hand and gave a slight squeeze. The plague around Su Mumu transformed into healing particles that burst and merged into her body, dissipating her fatigue and instantly replenishing her nearly depleted magical energy. Plague intestinal disease corresponds to a reversal treatment that clears negative states and restores a large amount of magical energy and stamina, while also gradually recovering a small amount of health. It could be considered one of his healing methods. Each plague corresponds to a different healing method, and the more terrifying the plague, the higher the damage of the reversal treatment. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable to have no healing skills as a doctor. In a sense, plague intestinal disease could also be considered a very formidable disease. What should we do? Doesn't that mean my skills are useless? Don't worry, when they break free from control, it's clear that the three orc leaders have entered a skill state, and since it's a skill, there will be a cooldown. This was just a beginner dungeon. A complete immunity to control should not exist. However, a means to deal with immunity to negative states was still needed. Among the skills gained from becoming a plague doctor, the mysterious potion became Chen Shen's first choice. However, they needed to speed through the dungeon. If the external plague was not cleared soon, it would spread to an irreversible range, leading to uncontrollable disaster. After all, the range and consumption of reversal treatment were related to magical energy. Chen Shen performed plague extraction on the surrounding air. Extraction, plague intestinal disease. All attributes increased. 10 points. At this moment, Chen Shen's status panel was as follows. Name, Chen Shen Path, Doctor Sequence, 001 Plague Doctor Rank, First Rank, 10 levels constitute 1 rank, each rank requires completing the corresponding sequence ritual. Level 1. Life, 8 plus 10, Normal Person 10, Speed, 3 plus 10, Normal Person 10, Magic Power, 80 plus 10, Normal Person 10, Skills, Plague Attire, Reverse Healing, Plague Extraction, Mystical Potion Talent, Pathological Analysis. Mastered Plague, Plague Intestinal Disease. Chen Shen observed that under the spread of his plague, even the strong orcs merely lost their ability to move and did not completely dehydrate. Their powerful physique offset some of the negative effects from plague intestinal disease. These orcs still had quite strong constitutions. As a senior of the feline species, he could not withstand the fifth activation of Su Mumu's talent. Under a coefficient increase of 32,768 times, Chen Shen could only imagine its terror. Now, with this group of orcs having strong physiques, Chen Shen's thoughts became lively. He wanted to see what kind of plague would emerge under that 32,768 times coefficient increase. He felt that these orcs should be able to endure it. If not, he could choose the orc leader. Chen Shen was eager to see what kind of plague would be born from the 32,768 times amplification. The orc leader was merely immune to control, the skill could not be maintained indefinitely, and the plague status still lingered on him. Hold on tight to me, I'll take you to one of the orc leaders. Once we get there, immediately use your talent and see if there are any special effects. Okay. The plague attire was undeniably useful. The movement speed in the area of his plague surged, almost like teleportation. Su Mumu nodded, obediently clinging to Chen Shen like an octopus. She was holding on too tightly. Scenting the fragrance on Su Mumu, he adjusted his thoughts and continued to use his black cloak to shield them as they once again slipped into the plague. Just as the orc leader was about to leave and return to his team, Chen Shen's figure reappeared behind one of the orc leaders. Sensing something unusual, the orc leader turned and raised his hand, swinging down an axe infused with power. According to Chen Shen's previous instructions, as soon as he appeared, Su Mumu immediately applied her talent to the orc leader. The orc leader's movements froze, and the flesh of his body began to melt. It was as if he was placed in a furnace at 1,000 degrees. His vitality and flesh dissolved at a terrifying speed, with blood energy gathering towards the sky. In an instant, the orc leader's vitality was completely drained. The melting speed was so fast that even Chen Shen's pathological analysis could not finish. Unable to withstand it? The next moment, a foul, red, eerie wind blew up centered around this orc leader. He had underestimated the 32,768 times amplification. This had far exceeded the boundaries of the plague. Thousands of orcs around them instantly turned into blood water. The spread was instantaneous. The grass began to wither. A terrifying aura of death rushed towards them. Pathological analysis was interrupted. A frenzied white light danced around Chen Shen and Su Mumu. After several instances, Chen Shen directly reached level 10. After level 4, the experience points nearly multiplied tenfold, and over 10,000 orcs surged to level 10. However, Chen Shen had no time to pay attention to the changes in his body. He immediately hugged Su Mumu and used his cloak to shield her. Instance dungeon cleared. S-level clearance. Completed special achievement in the dungeon, Butcher. Clear the dungeon within 1 day, and there were no living monsters in the dungeon before clearing. The next moment, the two exited the dungeon and returned to the real world. At first, Chen Shen did not check the rewards he had obtained. He immediately used reverse healing on both Su Mumu and himself, fearing that even a hint of that world-destroying plague would come into the real world. It was too terrifying. Is Su Mumu okay? Is there any abnormal feeling? Chen Shen unfastened the plague outfit, and the attire of the plague doctor dissipated into black mist. He immediately grabbed Su Mumu's shoulders with both hands and carefully checked her condition again. No, nothing abnormal. Su Mumu's face turned slightly red. This kind of nervous concern made her heart race gradually. She was still confused about how a sudden gust of red wind had led to their success. What just happened? How did we suddenly clear the level? Chen Shen spoke with a serious expression. This matter cannot be mentioned by anyone. If someone asks how we cleared the instance, let me answer, and you keep silent. Su Mumu nodded. In that brief moment within the instance, Su Mumu felt as if she were dying. It was Chen Shen who pulled her out of that feeling by holding her. Chen Shen had already realized that a 32,768-fold increase in coefficient was terrifying. Even a single level increase in the plague was a world-destroying existence. Not to mention under a 32,768-fold coefficient. For times with Su Mumu using her talent to the limit, if it went any further, the coefficient would be earth-shattering. Fortunately, this time the mutated plague was not targeted at humans. If there had been even a hint of it being aimed at people, they would definitely not have made it out alive. Chen Shen understood that his talent combined with Su Mumu's could create a fission effect. He hadn't expected it to produce nuclear fission. The orc leader died instantly, and all the orcs within several kilometers were annihilated. The transmission speed and mortality rate were maxed out. This kind of death was no less than a nuclear bomb drop. Chen Shen felt somewhat fortunate that he had only used the talent enhancement 4 times on his senior. He had refrained from using it a 5th time out of conscience. If he had continued, the entire Jiangbei city. Wait! Chen Shen suddenly woke up. It seemed he had completed a plague that would go down in history. He immediately took out his phone to check the latest news. Jiangbei City animal tragedy. Confirmed that the plague is unrelated to humans. Be careful where you step outside. Over 1,000 tons of animal feces produced in 1 hour. Sows screaming, is it moral decay or? The source of the plague has not been identified. The posts about the Jiangbei animal plague had a reply count of 9,999. Chen Shen took a deep breath. Indeed, it was a plague that would go down in history. Although the impact was significant, it hadn't reached a frenzied level yet. There was still room for recovery. He prayed that his current magic was enough to reverse the treatment. Even if it weakened the healing effect, he needed to clear all the plagues. His time to clear the level was very short, so the affected area shouldn't extend too far. Big trouble, Chen Chen. When we left for the instance, it seemed a plague broke out outside. All the animals are having severe diarrhea. Diarrhea? When Su Mumu said the last 3 words, she seemed to think of something, suddenly tilting her head and squinting her eyes at Chen Chen. It was as if she had seen through something in an instant. So it was you who did it. Chen Chen smiled slightly. It wasn't just me, it was us. We're in this together. Us? No, I didn't. No didn't. You stacked the buffs, I released them. The credit is 50-50. I told you, my coordination with your slaughtering is perfect. Still joking? What do we do now? It's a complete mess outside. Right, as long as we don't say anything, no one will know it was us. Chen Chen, am I smart? Yes, very smart. So let's not say anything. I'll clean up the mess first. Chen Chen helplessly raised his hand to reverse release. In an instant, the entire Jiangbei city was enveloped in a terrifying green light. Most notably, the senior lying on the ground, the principal's cat, rapidly recovered under a beam of green light, except for having lost quite a bit of fat and becoming very thin. Otherwise, he looked no different from when they had seen him before. The streets were filled with green light particles, causing the entire Jiangbei city to be thrown into turmoil once again. The high-ranking officials of Jiangbei city had invited over 100 doctors from the sequence 0354 priests, who possessed area-wide dispelling skills, preparing to conduct a comprehensive plague eradication across the entire city. Just as they gathered, the overwhelming green fluorescence spread throughout Jiangbei city. The top-tier healing spells nearly covered the entire city. In that moment, the 100 priests of sequence 0354 raised their hands, bewildered by the terrifying area-wide healing spell. Continuing to act was not an option, nor was stopping. They looked at each other, and finally, all eyes turned to the big shots of Jiangbei city. Healing spell? Such a large area? It must be a high-sequence practitioner from the top 10 of the doctor pathway who resolved this crisis in Jiangbei. Resolved? The priest team hired at great expense had done nothing, which would be a huge loss. Standing aside, Principal Lu glanced at the surrounding healing light, raised his hand, and felt the green healing particles entering his body. Energy restored, magic power replenished, fatigue eliminated. Multiple healing effects. Moreover, Principal Lu squinted. The plague had already disappeared. The plague that spread throughout the city, combined with a student from his school who had awakened the doctor pathway, sequence 001 plague doctor, along with the super wide area healing spell dispelling the plague. All the connections came together, and Principal Lu had an idea. He loudly suggested to the other high-ranking officials of Jiangbei city, being able to step in and resolve this matter gives us some peace of mind, and the fact that this individual acted while we gathered so many priests already indicates he wants to downplay this incident. Now that there are no significant losses in the city, I believe city cleanliness is the most important. The priest team is still useful, they can clean up the breeding effects caused by waste. Additionally, I propose we investigate the spreaders of the plague using a high-reward bounty system. Let's wrap this incident up. Principal Lu's words made everyone nod in agreement. They were all busy, and if they were truly to investigate the source of this plague, it would require a massive amount of manpower and resources, making it a thankless task. Principal Lu is right, I, Su, agree. At this moment, Su Yuntian also spoke in agreement. He had received news that his daughter and a boy named Chen Shen had cleared a hidden dungeon, so he had no time to linger here. After some chattering, it was concluded that this plague had not caused significant property damage. However, the emotions and mindset of the public and the priests invited to handle the waste had become somewhat explosive. It was estimated that the sequence 362 psychologist from the doctor pathway would be overwhelmed with orders during this period. After some pleasantries, the 100 priests wore bitter expressions, looking at each other. If a high-sequence practitioner had acted earlier, so many people would not have been made fools of. Su Yuntian greeted Principal Lu. Principal Lu, where are you headed? Back to No. 1 High School. What a coincidence, my daughter is still at No. 1 High School and hasn't come home. I'm planning to pick her up. Let's go together. Principal Lu raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Not on the way, I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm also in a hurry, let's go together, it will be more convenient to handle some matters. The gazes of the two old foxes changed. Alright, if President Su wants to go together, then let's go. After releasing the reverse healing, Chen Shen in the school only felt a headache. The pain of drained magic power left him feeling weak all over. His legs went soft, and then a strange force surged from his lower back. What the hell? Something attacked him. Bang! The already healed senior gave Chen Shen a kick to the back, bared his teeth and huffed before storming off. This kick sent the already weak Chen Shen tumbling into Su Mumu's arms. Su Mumu couldn't hold up the weight of a male student and could only slowly let him down to sit on the ground. Chen Shen's head rested on Su Mumu's fair, tender legs. While others hugged thick and strong thighs, he was leaning against long and white ones. Su Mumu looked down, blinking at Chen Shen's pale face, and spoke with some concern. Chen Shen, what's wrong? I've run out of magic. I just need to rest for a bit. Take a look at the rewards from this instance and tell me about them. Okay, Butcher title, killing units can permanently gain 1 point in all attributes, with a maximum of 10 points. It's a title. Just this title alone is worth at least 100 million. Su Mumu excitedly shook the lying Chen Shen. Don't shake me, I'm dizzy. My level has reached 10, and I've also obtained a bracelet. Bracelet, cloud magic recovery speed increases by 1 point per minute. Base magic increases by 5 points. Equipment like this is extremely rare. The probability of obtaining gear from clearing an instance is very low. Equipment that increases base attributes is already worth a fortune, let alone one that comes with skills. This is worth quite a bit. Chen Shen murmured. Oh, you're lacking magic, this equipment is perfect for you. After looking at the equipment she had obtained, Su Mumu immediately took out the bracelet, Cloud, and put it directly on Chen Shen's wrist. Even though this bracelet would be worth tens of millions if sold outside, she still put it on Chen Shen without hesitation. After putting it on, Su Mumu stared at Chen Shen's face. Feeling better? She touched Chen Shen's somewhat cold face. His pale lips made her worry even more. I'm okay. In fact, he was already much better, he just wanted to lie down a bit longer. Chen Shen spoke up. The Butcher title is the same, my level has also reached 10. It would take about half a year to complete a team run at level 10. I didn't obtain any equipment. What Chen Shen didn't mention was that the moment the pathological analysis was interrupted, he had already used his skill, Plague Extraction. In the instant of Plague Extraction, he didn't gain any attribute boosts but obtained one. High-temperature toxin, a special combination of mystical potions. As expected, mystical potion and Plague Extraction are related. One provides the combination, while the other provides the manufacturing. Due to the interruption of the pathological analysis, he obtained a distorted plague named Plague Incomplete Combustion. Plague Incomplete Combustion, spread through blood. After individual infection, blood temperature rises, and within 10 minutes, all physical qualities reach their peak. If released within 10 minutes, one will fall into a weakened state. If not released after 10 minutes, one will enter a berserk state and lose rationality. After 15 minutes, body moisture will be evaporated, and death will occur after 20 minutes. The infection route of Plague Incomplete Combustion is solely through blood. Self-release can only infect through biological fluids. Moreover, since it is an incomplete entity, the restrictions on beasts have disappeared. 10 minutes ago, it was a stimulant. 10 minutes later, it becomes a chronic poison, a plague with extreme duality. Chen Shen's current panel is as follows. Name, Chen Shen Path, Doctor Sequence, 001 Plague Doctor Rank, First Rank, Level 10 is First Rank. Each rank requires completing the corresponding sequence ritual. Level, 10. Life, 18 plus 10, normal person 10, speed, 9 plus 10, normal person 10, magic, 200 plus 10, normal person 10, skills, plague attire, reverse healing, plague extraction, mystical potion talent, pathological analysis, mastery of plague, plague intestinal disease, plague incomplete combustion. Su Mumu suddenly pinched her own back and said in a low voice, Chen Shen, get up. Just a little longer, clearing the dungeon is exhausting. My dad is here. Chen Shen stopped pretending. He sat up abruptly as the equipment warehouse door swung open, revealing Su Yuntian and Principal Lu standing at the entrance. Principal Lu was holding the now much thinner senior, the principal's cat, who began to huff at Chen Shen. Su Yuntian's face turned ashen. His daughter was in the equipment warehouse with a little yellow-haired boy. Principal Lu couldn't suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth. He stole a glance at Su Yuntian's expression. Good. This scene of Su Yuntian, I could watch it for a lifetime. Moo, come here. Su Mumu instinctively wanted to go over, but after glancing at Chen Shen, she stopped in her tracks. Chen Shen was already drenched in sweat. What was he looking at? Wasn't that pushing him into the fire pit? Su Yuntian was notoriously protective of his daughter. After Su Mumu's early separation, as a single parent, he had always given her enough hardcore fatherly love. Last year, a little yellow-haired boy confessed to Su Mumu in public, making her cry in distress, and Su Yuntian dragged that boy to the school gate and beat him black and blue. The way he had just been resting on Su Mumu's lap was probably seen clearly by her father. If he didn't do something, he might get beaten to death. In an instant, Chen Chen figured out how to deal with his future father-in-law in his mind. Father-in-law, hello, my name is Chen Chen. As soon as these words came out, not only did Su Mumu blush, but Su Yuntian's face also turned red. It was red with anger, veins bulging at his temples. You little brat. Principal, save me. Su Yuntian reached out, but Principal Lu grabbed his hand. President Su, we are at school. The last time you caused quite a stir, you promised me there would be no more incidents of you hitting my students. Lu Wei, let go of my hand. Dad. Father-in-law. Mumu, come here. You little brat, don't call me father-in-law. Don't go, stand behind me. I'll tear you apart. He is my student, Su Yuntian, don't push your luck. The scene became chaotic. Lu Wei was a 4th-tier warrior, pathway sequence 065, a light warrior. Su Yuntian was also a 4th-tier warrior, his being sequence 059, a Soya Knight. Neither of these sequences made it into the top 50, but they were still powerful sequences within the top 100, so their strengths were comparable. Su Yuntian, I know you're angry, but don't rush to conclusions, listen to what these two kids have done first. Why should I listen? Because she is your daughter. Chen Chen quickly added, knowing that with Principal Lu here, Su Yuntian wouldn't do anything to him. He simply pulled Su Mumu to stand behind him and addressed the two who were about to start fighting. Mumu, when I cleared the hidden hell dungeon in just 1 hour. This news, in Chen Chen's view, was the biggest surprise for Principal Lu and Su Yuntian. Bullshit, how could I have a son-in-law like you? Wait, what dungeon did you clear? Su Yuntian was so angry his head hurt, and only then did he remember the purpose of his visit. Damn it! When others meet their parents, they are reserved and at a loss. Chen Chen, on the other hand, was almost about to fight with his future father-in-law. To gain higher value and even earn Su Yuntian's approval to win over Su Mumu, he had to showcase his own worth. Offending this future father-in-law in the process was worth it. What did you just say? An hour. You cleared the hidden dungeon, right? Principal Lu deliberately raised his voice to repeat, wanting Su Yuntian to take notice. After saying this, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuntian, who was standing beside him. Hearing Principal Lu's loud repetition, Su Yuntian's anger dissipated slightly. A bit of skill, clearing a hidden dungeon in an hour. Tell me the entry conditions and strategy. I won't say. You brat, you're asking for trouble. Su Yuntian, who had calmed down a bit, clenched his fists tightly. The value of a hidden dungeon, President Su, you should know, is significant. And even if you are Mumu's father, you won't be able to pry anything out of me. This dungeon was brought to her by me, so don't think you can get anything from Mumu. So, President Su, if you want to know about this hidden dungeon, you'll have to offer something in return. Calling Mumu with such intimacy, even more than himself. Su Yuntian finally looked at Chen Chen calmly. Was this guy trying to negotiate from the start? Oh, what do you want? Your daughter. What the hell? In that instant, Su Yuntian exploded. Principal Lu truly did not expect Chen Chen to propose such an outrageous condition. Once those words were out, Su Yuntian was beyond control. The next moment, Chen Chen smiled and glanced at the senior, the principal's cat, on Principal Lu's shoulder, shouting, "Sorry, senior." The cat's body shivered, its back arched, letting out a cry, and it stood on Principal Lu's shoulder, holding back frantically. Chen Chen raised his hand, with a birdbeak mask, black robe, and brown clothes, he flicked. Under the scattered plague intestinal disease, Chen Chen took Su Mumu's hand and slipped into the plague. When they reappeared, Chen Chen and Su Mumu were at the other end of the equipment room. Teleportation. This was the first thought in Principal Lu and Su Yuntian's minds. Chen Chen raised his hand, and the plague scattered in the equipment room reversed into a healing spell. The senior, who was almost unable to hold on, collapsed onto Principal Lu's shoulder, drained of strength. The healing light merged into everyone's bodies. The localized healing was even more terrifying than the previous citywide effect. Energy restored, fatigue dispelled, magic power recovered, with a calming effect. This recovery ability made Su Yuntian's eyes light up, while Principal Lu's lips curled slightly, as if he had anticipated it. It's you! Su Yuntian was shocked. The healing spell that everyone thought was released by a high-level sequence was actually cast by this brat in front of him. To be able to perform city-level healing spells, he was definitely a standout in the doctor path. And he could teleport, this guy's sequence must be very high. At this moment, Su Yuntian thought of why Lu Wei had been following him. This kid's awakened sequence was extraordinary. Principal Lu, what is his awakened sequence? As the school principal, you can't possibly not know about this child who awakened today. Principal Lu coughed and spoke. More than 300 students graduated from the first high school today. With so many sequences, how could I remember them all? But coincidentally, I do remember this kid's sequence. Chen Chen flicked his hand, and the plague attire dissipated. He looked at Principal Lu. Come on! Principal Lu loudly called out the name of his sequence. Dr. Path, first sequence. Plague Doctor. Principal Lu's lips curled up, winking at Chen Chen, and said aloud. Dr. Path, sequence 002, Mystic. Mystic? It seems like a sequence that has never appeared before, but at least it's not that beast of sequence 001. What do you mean by not being that beast of 001? First of all, as a plague doctor, I haven't offended anyone, and you come in cursing me. This also made Chen Chen realize that the reputation of the plague doctor was not very good. Su Mumu stole a glance at Chen Chen, biting her lip to suppress her smile, not daring to say much. She knew that Chen Chen's sequence was 001 plague doctor, but hearing her father say that as long as it wasn't 001 beast, she really couldn't hold back. The mystic is a very good profession. Being able to cast such a wide range of healing spells is definitely the most important core strategic sequence of a 100-person team. Moreover, mystic potions are something that has a price in the market but is hard to find. President Su, these two kids just came out of the instance and should be very tired. Why don't you go to my office to rest for a bit? You can go ahead, I just want to have a chat with classmate Chen Chen. Mumu, let's go sit in Principal Lu's office for a while. Su Mumu glanced at Chen Chen, and only after Chen Chen nodded did she walk over. This scene made her father's hands clench tightly, the veins bulging. He wished he could step forward and punch that brat's head off. After Su Mumu and Su Yuntian left, only Chen Chen and Principal Lu remained in the equipment room. Once it was just the two of them, Principal Lu asked, "Aren't you curious why I concealed your sequence from you?" Before Chen Chen could respond, Principal Lu continued, "The Plague Doctor, as the first sequence in the Doctor Path, is strong not just in itself, it can bring disaster as well as nuclear bombs." Principal, don't you have better adjectives? You have no idea how many people in this world hate plague doctors. Is it because the previous generation released a plague that caused many deaths? Chen Chen thought the previous generation of plague doctors was even more detestable than himself. Exactly. A doctor walking amidst the plague in this era is a tumor. 30 years ago, plague doctors were definitely the beacons of the world, but unfortunately, times have changed. What is the first thing a blind person does when they regain their sight? Open their eyes to see the world? They throw away their blind man's cane. A plague doctor who is no longer needed is just like that. So it's best if you don't expose your sequence 001. I will modify your file, and others won't reveal your sequence either. Chen Chen didn't understand why Principal Lu was doing this. The next moment, Principal Lu changed his demeanor, glancing around and then looking at Chen Chen. I've done so much for you, can you help me with a small favor? My health is deteriorating day by day, and I always have some minor issues. Principal, what are you saying? As a doctor, it's my duty to save lives. This illness is a bit hard to talk about, other sequence doctors can't treat it at all. Hearing this, Chen Chen finally understood that the reason for protecting his sequence was this. He was just curious about what illness could only be treated by a plague doctor. Principal, let me check you. No, I'll just tell you directly. Chen Chen wouldn't let Principal Lu speak, joking that he couldn't possibly see through a pathology analysis. He raised his hand and performed a pathology analysis. Pathology analysis, weakness, cursed plague. After reaching the age of 40, during exercise, one would suddenly feel weak, making it impossible for the body to engage in prolonged physical activity, whether in combat or combat. Solution, no solution. No solution? This was the first time Chen Chen had seen a plague with no solution. Perhaps it was because his rank was too low. So, what did you see? Principal, your illness is a bit special. This isn't a minor issue. It's called weakness. That's it. When I was young, I was a one-man army in a 100-person team. Now, as a top 100 bright warrior, I can't fight for more than half an hour. At over 50, I can only retreat to a third-line position as a principal. Do you know how painful that is for me? Isn't it painful in terms of emotions, weakness? Principal Lu's old face turned a bit red, he opened his mouth, and after a few seconds, he spoke. Indeed, those who can be selected as plague doctors are quite lacking. This disease belongs to a type of plague, which can provide material for analysis while also helping the principal eliminate it, killing two birds with one stone. The principal actually has no problem with treatment, but I want to give you a strong medicine to completely eradicate it. I can't tell the principal that this curse is currently unsolvable. I need to stall him until I reach a sufficient rank to resolve it all at once. Then I'll have Su Mumu come in for some enhancements. Chen Chen glanced at Principal Lu. The warrior path, the light warrior of sequence 065 should be able to withstand it, right? I wonder if he can handle Su Mumu's 4 enhancements of the plague. Principal Lu shivered. He felt that Chen Shen's gaze was somewhat off. It seemed like a long hungry strong man seeing a table full of delicacies. No way. I'm over 40. Such a heavy taste. What kind of strong medicine? This will take time, but it's all minor issues. Principal, your constitution is fine, and my only condition is one. You say, help me pursue Su Mumu. Principal Lu's mouth dropped wide open. He couldn't believe that an 18-year-old boy could say such a thing to him, an old principal. No way. You want me to help you chase a girl? I can't possibly help you with that. Principal, you're overthinking it. I just simply want you to help me handle her old father. Principal Lu sighed. I've seen Su Yuntian so angry, and you are the first one to come out unscathed. From this perspective, you are definitely a talent. Leave this matter to me. I will let you enter the internship team in the name of the school. Su Yuntian won't be able to interfere. This is a formal procedure. However, after half a year, I won't be able to do anything. After all, her father is the president of the Sequence Association, and the subsequent developments will completely depend on the Sequence Association. Half a year is enough. By the time I reach the 3rd rank in half a year, her old man won't be able to do anything to me. Such bold words. Principal Lu was stunned. What does it mean to reach the 3rd rank in half a year? And what does it mean that he won't be able to do anything to him? Youthful. Can you tell me about the things in the dungeon? As long as the ritual can be completed and the unappointed awakened ones choose the hell difficulty of the Orc War, a hidden dungeon can be triggered. As for how to pass it, Principal, you still don't know the best way. This bug exploit method still cannot be revealed. Chen Shen doesn't want to share it with anyone. Not even Principal Lu. What does it mean for unappointed awakened ones to enter the hell difficulty of the Orc War? Is this a choice that humans can make? Only Chen Shen dares to directly choose hell difficulty due to his application of his ability bug. No wonder this hidden dungeon has yet to be discovered by anyone. If anyone else had 2 unappointed awakened ones go in, they wouldn't be able to clear it either. Lu Wei increasingly felt that this student of his was indeed a bit different. Perhaps this is also the reason he could become a plague doctor. After chatting for a while, Chen Shen and Principal Lu headed towards the office. At this moment, a helpless voice from Su Yuntian came from the office. Originally thinking that relying on his father's role, Su Mumu would obediently tell her father all the information about the hidden dungeon. Who would have thought that Su Yuntian was really overthinking it? I'm your dad, you won't tell me this? What's so good about that little brat? Dad, Chen Shen is really nice, not the little brat you say, you don't understand him at all. And stop talking about him, I promised Chen Shen I wouldn't tell anyone about the dungeon. Su Mumu crossed her arms, turning her body sideways to face away from Su Yuntian. There was no way, when she awakened as the only sequence control mage, no one came to talk to her except Chen Shen. In the end, it was still Chen Shen who took her to recklessly kill in the dungeon, so she would never say it out loud. Su Yuntian felt a sharp pang in his chest, as if the cabbage he had carefully nurtured had been trampled by a pig. Mumu, I separated from your mother early on, raising you alone has not been easy. You must keep your eyes wide open, your father has eaten more salt than you have rice. You must see through that scoundrel. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Chen Shen, having received Principal Lu's assurance, was full of confidence. The moment Su Yuntian saw Chen Shen, an unnamed anger surged up, and he stood up abruptly. President Su, I will discuss the details of the instance later, and I also plan to have these 2 kids join the school's internship team instance together. Su Yuntian was dissatisfied. Impossible. Mumu absolutely cannot team up with this kid. Dad, how can you say that? President Su, this kind of thing depends on the student's willingness, and the school's internship arrangements are formal. This is a necessary path for a professional who has graduated from school, and they cannot be absent. Su Yuntian sneered. His daughter was obedient. As long as she didn't want to, no one could force her. Daughter, express your thoughts. No one can force you to do anything, not even Principal Lu. If you don't want to team up with this kid, just say it. Don't be afraid. Dad, I want to team up with Chen Shen. It was like a thorn in his throat. Su Yuntian's throat moved a couple of times, as if he was choked and couldn't speak. At that moment, he felt as if the sky had fallen. He felt isolated. Chen Shen took the opportunity to speak. Father-in-law, don't worry, I will take good care of Su Mumu. Damn it! Right now, Su Yuntian wished he could punch Chen Shen in the head. Chen Shen knew that Su Yuntian was a daughter-doting father, and no matter what he did, it would be impossible to satisfy him, so he simply decided to provoke him further. He could just deceive Su Mumu with ease. Mumu, do you want to team up with me? I can. Su Yuntian's temples throbbed. In the end, he still made a compromise. The internship is fine, but I will arrange for guild members to assist you from behind. Also, I need to assign a teacher for the two of them. No problem, I will personally lead the team for this internship instance. Principal Lu agreed with a smile. After a few exchanges, Chen Shen prepared to leave, and the time was set for a special internship instance 3 days later. As for Principal Lu's treatment, it was naturally arranged within the instance. Then see you in 3 days, Su Mumu. Regardless of whether Su Yuntian was angry or not, Chen Shen turned and left the principal's office. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Shen quickly returned to his rental apartment. After returning to the rental apartment, Chen Shen did not rest but went straight to the kitchen. He wanted to try out the skill Mysterious Potion. Especially since Principal Lu had publicly announced his sequence as a mystic, he had to master 1 or 2 types of Mysterious Potion. The most expensive strong recovery potion on the market sold for 3 million a bottle. Its greatest effect was to instantly restore full status when consumed at the brink of death. The materials for this potion were also very expensive, which Chen Shen could not afford. Of course, there were some attack-type mystic potions, but they were basically all trash. Chen Shen took out 2 bowls from the kitchen. There was no way around it, the conditions were rudimentary, and he couldn't afford fancy things like test tubes or alcohol lamps. He prepared to make potions by hand in the truest sense. The combination he most wanted to experiment with was the high-temperature toxin extracted from the plague and the plague incomplete combustion from his pathological analysis. After all, from a literal perspective, these 2 elements matched very well. The question is how to merge them. The plague incomplete combustion is transmitted through blood, so the potion must contain blood as a medium. Chen Shen glanced at his fingers, thought for half a second, and decided to go to the market to buy a chicken. Bleeding himself was just too painful. In addition to the blood needed for transmission, there were also some cooling materials required. Chen Shen opened his phone and took a look. There were only 30,000 left in his work-study card. Mysticism is really too expensive. I should have asked the principal for the consultation fee first. Since he thought of Principal Lu, he simply took out his phone and dialed his number. The moment the call connected, Chen Shen spoke up. Principal, you wouldn't want your business to be known by others, right? After the curses from the other end subsided, Chen Shen continued to play the victim. Principal, there's no way around it. Mysticism is just too costly. I want to make some potions. Asking for a consultation fee isn't unreasonable, right? Upon hearing the words mystical potion, Principal Lu's attitude changed. Those who could become plague doctors were not good people, but their skills were indeed outrageous. If spending a little money could grant him the rights to use a brand new potion, that would be quite good. After thinking for 2 or 3 seconds, the wealthy Principal Lu spoke. I'll transfer you 10 million, but for every 3 bottles of the mystical potion you create, you need to give me 1. Chen Shen glanced at the mystical potion he wanted to create. Plague incomplete combustion combined with high-temperature toxin certainly didn't seem like elements that could produce a normal mystical potion. However, since the principal wanted it, he simply agreed. After all, he just wanted to experiment with the fusion of the plague and the potion to see what the outcome would be, and all of it would be experimental products. The call ended. Not long after, the funding from Principal Lu arrived. 10 million was transferred just like that. Chen Shen thought the principal was ridiculously wealthy, surely having made quite a bit during his years as a principal. With this 10 million, Chen Shen bought some essential test tubes and equipment for the mystical potion, and after purchasing some materials, he spent less than 1 million. He kept the remaining 9 million for himself, as he would need money to pursue Su Mumu later. After all, the potion was just an experimental product, so saving where he could was wise. You might not spend money, but you can't be without it. For purchasing materials, Chen Shen relied on the passive effects of mystical potion with his mysticism max and potionology max, buying corresponding materials for accelerated fusion. First, the fusion of plague incomplete combustion requires blood. Bloodvine is the highest mystical material, needed to offset the toxins in the high-temperature toxin. The livers of various animals are the best. Saying this, Chen Shen tossed in the bloodvine material into the experimental cup, followed by some livers of mystical animals, and so on. Finally, he added high-temperature toxin and plague incomplete combustion. After the 2 elements were added through Chen Shen's professional ability, the liquid in the beaker began to roll rapidly, changing from green to red, and finally to transparent. Frenzied potion, after drinking, within 10 minutes, the user will fall into an abnormal state of immune toxins and frenzy, with a 300% increase in strength. Hidden, after 10 minutes, there is a 90% chance of toxin and frenzy abnormalities erupting, and the consumer will mistakenly believe they are a special kind of animal. The hidden properties of the potion could only be seen by the creator of the mystical potion after reaching mysticism max, and coincidentally, Chen Shen's passive skill in mysticism was maxed out. This hidden property, abbreviated, meant that only the creator could see the side effects, while other users could not. Any normal professional player seeing the previous characteristics would definitely go crazy. Damn, this potion is such a scam? It even has hidden properties. Joining the livers of hyenas, parrots, native dogs, mongooses, and other animals was entirely to dispel the side effects of the plague incomplete combustion. The side effects were eliminated, but another strange thing was born. Will this put Principal Lu in a difficult position? If it doesn't work out, I should at least hint at it. This mysterious potion was quite good for others. After all, with the added fierce elements, it was of no use to him. After drinking it, he could gallop away, but if he turned into a hyena and barked in place, wouldn't that be? Chen Shen didn't dare to think about how potent this medicine must be. A total of 30 bottles of the mysterious potion were produced. It wasn't that Chen Shen wanted to make so many, it was just too cheap. The main components were his plague incomplete combustion and high-temperature toxins, while the other materials were just ordinary fierce elements. The next day, Chen Shen kept only 10 bottles of the violent potion for himself. In reality, giving all to Principal Lu wouldn't matter, as this stuff wasn't anything good. I didn't expect you to produce a new mysterious potion in just one day, Shen. Principal Lu exclaimed. Chen Shen handed the violent potion to Principal Lu. A 300% increase in 10 minutes. Did you really make this? Principal Lu shouted in shock upon seeing the potion. No way? A 300% boost. Do you know that the best potions on the market only enhance by 100%? Although yours lasts only 10 minutes, the boost is incredible. This 10 million is worth it. Saying this, Principal Lu was about to open a bottle and drink it. This reckless behavior startled Chen Shen. No way, you really dare to drink a potion made by a plague doctor? Chen Shen immediately grabbed Principal Lu's hand, stopping his reckless action. If he drank it and something went wrong, he might have to pay back that 10 million. Can a plague doctor's mysterious potion even be drunk? Chen Shen sighed inwardly and added, Principal Lu, your body has many flaws, you can't drink this violent potion for now. Moreover, this potion is very rare. Until your body is fully treated, you should keep it for yourself. Alright, drinking such a good thing all at once would indeed be a waste. There are a total of 20 bottles here, money is secondary. You know, potions like this burn money. Money is not a problem, I've saved quite a bit over the years. I'll transfer another 10 million to you so you can research it well. In a couple of days, the internship dungeon will open, and you can also practice your skills. We can discuss the potion matter when you return from the dungeon. Principal Lu looked very satisfied with the violent potion in his hand. Once sold, this potion would definitely be revolutionary. He planned to make good use of these 20 bottles. Understanding human relationships was very important now. If he gave away these 20 bottles, he might even have a chance for a promotion. He looked at Chen Shen as if he were a lucky star. Before leaving, Chen Shen still felt uneasy and reminded Principal Lu, Principal, the effects of the potion are still unknown, as it hasn't undergone clinical trials. These 20 bottles are just samples, don't give them to others randomly. We'll test it together after your body is treated. Okay. Principal Lu replied eagerly. But inwardly, he thought, after being a principal for so many years, isn't it obvious whether a good potion is good or not once he drinks it? With the brand new violent potion, under a 300% power boost, any side effects seemed insignificant to Principal Lu. The 100% power enhancement potion lasts for 30 minutes and sells for 6 million. Principal Lu thought that with his 10 million, he had gotten Chen Shen to create a mysterious potion with effects far exceeding those on the market. This was simply too profitable. He couldn't help but feel proud of his unique insight. Sometimes, choice is greater than effort. Indeed, it was right to help Chen Shen conceal his fearsome 001 sequence plague doctor from the start. Not all plague doctors are worthless. At least Chen Shen, as Principal Lu's student, could be considered a model student. What he didn't know was that Chen Shen was simply trying to get Principal Lu to cough up more gold coins. It wasn't that the mystic potions were too costly, but that he himself was too poor. Anyway, it was a hidden attribute, and even if there were side effects from the potion he drank, it had nothing to do with his own potion, as the side effects on the potion were concealed. However, while Principal Lu was still excited, Chen Shen felt a sharp pang of conscience and left alone. After leaving, Chen Shen looked at his account and saw another 50 million had arrived. Taking a deep breath, they actually gave more. 20 bottles of potions with side effects were truly worth it. It seems Principal Lu, this big spender, can still give me more gold coins. The time for the school instance quickly arrived. Chen Shan arrived at school on time. This time, the internship instance was led by Principal Lu. There were not just Chen Shan and Su Mumu participating in the internship instance, but a total of 21 graduates from the same year. Chen Shan stood alone to the side, while the remaining 19 clearly formed a group. He preferred the peace. In fact, Chen Shan had already reached level 10, and any subsequent experience points would be stored. Because every 10 levels, a focused ritual was required to promote to the second tier. It usually took at least 3 instances before the ritual could be held. No one had ever cleared the hell level hidden instance like Su Mumu and Chen Shen. They reached level 10 after completing 1 instance. He had been busy with the preparation of mystic potions. Now, Chen Shen remembered to check his level 10 promotion ritual. Complete the doctor's ascension and perform 100 field surgeries. Surgery. Chen Shen looked at his promotion ritual and fell silent. His 001 sequence plague doctor ability was always so abstract. This made him uncomfortable. Confirming his ritual, Chen Shen obtained his second talent ability. Field surgery, passive when performing field surgery, all negative states on the target can be cleared, completely restoring their physical condition, and gaining an increase in immunity. A strong healing passive. Chen Shen felt that the scalpel he carried was still useful, whether it was a slight cold or an injury. As long as he performed a vigorous field surgery, everything could be restored. Su Mumu also entered through the school gate, and as soon as she walked in, she spotted Chen Shen and immediately jogged over. She leaned close to Chen Shen and whispered, "Chen Shen, my dad agreed to let us be together for now." Su Mumu's voice was not loud, but those nearby could hear it. The 19 people seemed to have triggered some switch, all neatly staring at Chen Shen. Chen Shen coughed and pulled Su Mumu's hand to the other side. "What is your second-tier promotion ritual? Aren't you going to ask how I convinced my dad to let you and me be together?" Chen Shen was indeed a bit curious. "How did you do it?" "It's simple. My level 10 promotion task is something even my father has no way to handle, but I know you can. Promotion ritual, complete 100 instances of control praise, sincere praise. The second tier talent obtained is passive, continuous release. It means the same target can be instantly controlled multiple times in a short period." Chen Shen thought his ritual was already abstract enough. Su Mumu's ritual was actually control praise. Being controlled still required praise? What the hell? Where to find 100 masochists to control? This ritual. Chen Shen paused, as if he thought of something. "I have a way." Upon hearing him say he had a way, Su Mumu's big eyes instantly lit up. "I told you, you can handle it, so Dad agreed to let me be with you." "Miss," a sudden voice interrupted. A pale, thin man, as slender as a bamboo pole, stood next to Su Mumu. "Mr. Chen, let me introduce myself, my name is..." Cough cough cough. Before he could finish, the man began to cough violently. "He is assigned by my father to monitor us." "Miss, this is not surveillance. I am here to follow you to prevent any accidents. My name is Li Su. I am from the warrior sequence 0049, 3rd tier, Eternal Guardian." Cough cough cough. Li Su coughed again. Chen Shen felt that this guy named Li Su was about to cough out his lungs. He analyzed Li Su's condition. White lung, skill side effect. Each time a sequence ability is used, the symptoms of white lung will intensify. It seemed that his father-in-law intentionally wanted this guy to follow him. "I can help you treat your illness." "No need." Li Su forced a grim smile and waved his hand. "The more severe my illness, the higher my sequence ability, so I intentionally maintain it this way. When I'm healthy, my sequence ability is no different from that of a useless person." Cough cough cough. As he spoke, Li Su coughed again. "Alright, if you can't hold on, I can help you with a reversal treatment. Also, I have strong surgical skills. I can help you with surgery when I have time." "Thank you." This 40-year-old man looked particularly frail, but he gave Chen Shen an inexplicable sense of reassurance, likely due to the passive effect of his sequence. Principal Lu glanced at everyone. "Is everyone here?" This time, the internship dungeon is very simple. I will lead the team along with Teacher Sun. There will definitely be no accidents. This dungeon is just to familiarize you with team combat within the dungeon. A woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood next to Principal Lu. Teacher Sun adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a kind smile as she addressed everyone. "Today is my second time leading an internship dungeon. Please help each other out during the dungeon. Now, everyone follow me to the special dungeon within the school." Unlike the previous two who could enter the dungeon directly through the awakening card, this time it was a team type, and when there were more than 20 people, they needed to enter through a special dungeon device, a special teleportation portal. Teacher Sun waved her hand. "Everyone, don't crowd. This time entering the internship dungeon is nothing to be nervous about. With me and Principal Lu leading, It's basically just a test of your overall strength and basic combat training. Seemingly worried that this group of newcomers might be scared, Teacher Sun emphasized again. The teleportation device glowed deep blue, with a small vortex-like glow spinning in the center. Chen Chen, Su Mu, and Uncle Li Su stood to one side. 19 others stood on the other side. Teacher Sun was the first to enter the dungeon, and the crowd began to enter the special teleportation device in an orderly manner. Chen Chen stepped forward, and Su Mu immediately followed. Finally, Li Su stepped in, and Principal Lu moved to enter the dungeon. Just as Principal Lu was about to lift his foot, his head bumped into the teleportation device. The originally deep blue portal suddenly flickered purple and then exploded. It turned into a pitch-black vortex. Principal Lu, who had been pushed back, stared at the suddenly mutated portal, his eyes brightening. He raised his hand, a golden device appearing, and then he punched the black portal. Instantly, lightning flashed. A black skull shadow roared on the portal. Principal Lu was knocked back half a step. He stared at the increasingly dark teleportation array, his brow furrowed tightly. It's not an ordinary level dungeon, it's an abyss level. Special dungeon, 9 Netherland, mass grave. As soon as they entered the dungeon, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Everyone couldn't help but shiver a couple of times. Special dungeon? The moment Chen Chen heard the prompt, he sensed something was off. Wasn't this supposed to be a training dungeon? A special dungeon used for training? Looking back, Principal Lu, a warrior of the 4th tier, sequence 065 of the Light series, had not followed them. Chen Chen reached out and grabbed Su Mu's hand, pulling her back. Su Mu turned her head in confusion. Something's not right. Miss, this dungeon is not a training dungeon. Li Su's pale face also turned serious. At this moment, anyone could feel that something was amiss, and a sense of panic quickly spread. The other students hurriedly looked around at their surroundings. A red moon hung in the night sky. The howling wind around them was mixed with a sinister atmosphere. The cold wind blowing on their faces made everyone feel inexplicably chilled. Fragments of broken tombstones stood around them. This was no training dungeon. Which training dungeon was this eerie? Are you nervous? Chen Chen felt Su Mu's grip on his hand tighten. A little, Su Mu admitted. Don't worry, just hold on to me when the time comes. You. Su Mu seemed to want to say something but swallowed her words. This kind of eerie dungeon inflicted greater psychological harm on a girl like Su Mu. Chen Chen raised his hand and spread plague intestinal disease. With the rapid spread of plague intestinal disease through the air, given enough time, it could engulf the entire dungeon. Plague intestinal disease might not necessarily have an effect on beast-type creatures in this necromantic-themed dungeon. The purpose of spreading plague intestinal disease was simply to have a means of escape at any moment. Boom! The ground shook. Skeleton soldiers, glowing red, burst through the soil from beneath the tombstones. Each skeleton radiated a red light. This red glow startled Chen Chen. He sensed something was wrong, but even in a hell-level hidden dungeon, the monsters couldn't exceed the 1st tier. The glowing red warning clearly indicated that they had surpassed the 3rd tier, reaching at least the 4th tier level. With minions at the 4th tier, the difficulty of this dungeon was evident. Chen Chen felt that Principal Lu had no reason to lead him into danger, yet he had not entered the dungeon. What exactly went wrong? Besides the accompanying 2nd tier Teacher Sun, the strongest was Li Su, a warrior of the path, a guardian of the top 50. Teacher Sun stopped, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, his face turning pale. Students, we need to get out of here. Teacher, there are too many skeletons, and they're glowing red. Teacher, I'm scared. Everyone nervously huddled back to back, trembling as they held their weapons. Not being scared to the point of wetting themselves was already a good thing. Chen Chen lamented his foresight, spreading the plague at the first opportunity. At worst, they could drag it out until the dungeon ended and escape with Su Mu. After all, he could only affix one plague attire to himself. It was impossible to attach it to over 20 people. Chen Chen glanced at Li Su, the tuberculosis ghost standing beside him. He thought to himself, at most, he could attach one more to Li Su. The rest would have to fend for themselves. A group of pure novices entering a 4th tier dungeon for the first time felt a surge of despair rising from within. The skeletons crawling out of the ground had already surrounded everyone. These students couldn't even muster the desire to fight. Li Su coughed a couple of times. As he walked slowly, he placed his hand on his chest. A burst of red light erupted from everyone, and the appearance of a phantasmal shield merged into his chest. Everyone, don't be afraid. Cough cough cough. Li Su's coughing grew more severe. I have placed a protective barrier on everyone. These 4th tier monsters cannot break through the defense. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. The Eternal Guardian, ranked in the top 50, was surprisingly strong. It could release protective skills for the entire group. Chen continued to observe. There had to be a reason for suddenly arriving in this Netherland, the mass grave. Either someone was targeting him, and the only ones worth targeting in his view were himself and Su Mumu. The principal had concealed the identity of Sequence 001 Plague Doctor and fabricated the identity of Sequence 002 as a mystic. However, there was no reason for the mystic's identity to be involved in such a significant modification of the instance to set him up. The only possibility was Su Mumu. Her identity as a mage was not worth noting, but her father was the president of the Sequence Association in Jiangbei City. Perhaps there were other possibilities. Teacher, the damage from these monsters is indeed ineffective against us. Some students, who had been nervously fighting, were astonished to find that when the skeleton monsters' attacks landed on them, they were negated by golden light, and they instantly relaxed. Cough, cough, cough. Li Su's coughing frequency increased. Chen frowned. It seemed that the sequence ability converted damage into a white lung side effect, which then reinforced certain attributes through health damage. Chen had already guessed Li Su's skill conversion. Those students who felt they wouldn't be harmed began to let loose, following Teacher Sun's commands to pull and attack the monsters. The cooperation of the 19 was remarkably tacit. Li Su stood in front of Su Mumu and Chen, his frail fists continuously striking the nearby skeleton soldiers. Relying on this monster-killing frequency, if they encountered an elite-level 4th-tier monster, everyone would undoubtedly be wiped out. Chen crouched down to look at the skeleton that had been smashed into pieces. The fragments were still trembling. In the next moment, the skeleton soldiers that Chen had not picked up reassembled into complete skeletons. It was evident that these skeleton soldiers were not even considered monsters, they were merely creatures controlled by necromancers. There are necromancers controlling these skeleton monsters. Teacher Sun shouted in the crowd, but it was of no use. Even with Li Su's defense against the 4th-tier skeleton soldiers, their pitiful damage could only disperse a few skeletons, which was already fortunate, they couldn't escape at all. Chen looked at the piece of skeleton bone in his hand, where black liquid flowed between the gaps. The necromancer's control methods should be somewhat similar to the plague, possessing a contagious nature. The skeleton soldiers were destroyed within a range and then reborn. Pure magical power could not support a massive skeleton army, the magic was mixed with other elements. Only pathogens had the qualities of contagion and control. This was just his speculation, he had never studied the necromancer profession. But he could give it a try. Chen attempted a pathological analysis on the black liquid. Pathological analysis, necromancer pathogen. Necromancer pathogen, a type of pathogen exclusive to necromancers, requiring only a small amount of magical power to attach to skeletons, achieving effective combat capability. It was indeed effective. Truly, death and plague were the perfect walking grounds for the plague doctor. No wonder it was the talent analysis of Sequence 001. After completing the pathological analysis, he could now reverse the treatment and directly dispel these skeleton soldiers. Chen was not in a hurry, he placed the bone in front of Su Mumu. Su Mumu was startled. What are you doing? Try using your talent to enhance control. According to Chen's speculation, this controlling type of necromancer pathogen could be considered a form of control. Su Mumu obediently used her control enhancement on the skeleton in Chen's hand. The skeleton did not undergo any special changes. Ineffective. He guessed wrong. The necromantic bacteria could not be enhanced by Su Mumu's control, being more of a plague than a control type. Chen raised his hand and clenched it. Reverse treatment. All the skeleton soldiers that had just risen instantly fell apart, and the skulls emitted a green healing light. In that moment, everyone was stunned. How did all the skeleton soldiers suddenly die? The necromancer hiding in the shadows had a mindset not much different from those students. The wrinkles on its corpse-like face revealed its bewilderment. As a 4th-tier lord-level monster, the necromancer's frail body could only allow it to hide in the dark and rely on its summons to attack the enemy. It did not understand why all its skeleton soldiers lost control in an instant, and even had a healing effect. Chen used the necromantic bacteria obtained from pathological analysis on the scattered bones of the skeleton soldiers on the ground. The necromantic bacteria was attached through magical power. The air was already filled with a large amount of plague intestinal disease. These plague intestinal diseases spread through the air, and at this moment, they were the best medium to carry the necromantic bacteria. Thus, Chen easily let the necromantic bacteria attach to these skeleton soldiers through his own plague transmissibility. He regained control over these 4th-tier skeleton soldiers. Since they were not part of the necromancer's sequence, Chen could not control these skeleton soldiers precisely. He could only give a general command and let them act freely. However, even so, these 4th-tier skeleton soldiers were a top-tier gain for Chen Chen. He had suddenly acquired quite a few 4th-tier skeleton soldier followers. The pathological analysis brought unexpected joy. Indeed, with a clever angle, abilities could be maximized. Chen Chen silently thanked the necromancer hiding in the shadows for its gift. Amidst the bewildered and panicked gazes of everyone, those skeleton soldiers that had already fallen slowly reassembled and stood up again. Teacher, what on earth is happening? These skeletons are standing up again. What should we do now, teacher? Are we going to die? I want to go back. Watching the skeleton soldiers stand up again, Teacher Sun also took a few steps back. She cursed inwardly, she wanted to go back too. She was just a chaperone teacher. It was promised that this time the principal would lead the internship team and there would be no trouble, but the principal hadn't even entered, and this dungeon wasn't an internship dungeon, making it impossible to leave forcibly. The inability to leave forcibly indicated that this dungeon was a brand new one, either death or waiting for the dungeon to end. Maybe the necromancer in the shadows cast a healing spell on this group of skeleton soldiers. Students, don't worry, with Mr. Lee's protection, these skeletons can't break through. Teacher Sun didn't even know what nonsense she was saying. She was relying on her instincts as a teacher to comfort this group of inexperienced students. Chen Chen, who was continuing to experiment with the skeleton soldiers, was in a completely different state. He commanded the standing skeleton soldiers to crowd to one side, so as not to scare these mentally fragile classmates. The necromancer hiding in the shadows could no longer hold back and finally made a move. It was, after all, a lord-level monster. A group of 4th-tier skeleton soldiers held no value to it, but being controlled was intolerable. It raised its hand and continued to summon its most capable lieutenant, War General. The ground trembled, and a heavy thud suddenly echoed. Due to the loss of control of the skeleton soldiers, the necromancer directly summoned elite-level skeleton knights. The skeleton knight, carrying a worn-out giant sword, crawled out of the graveyard, its towering figure nearly 2.5 meters tall, crushing tombstones as it appeared. Decayed rags hung from the knight's skeletal body. The worn and rusty armor only covered part of the body. Everyone could see the heart burning with flames beneath the skeletal knight. The glaring red light signified extreme danger. A flicker of eerie blue light flashed in the skeletal knight's eyes as it raised its giant sword with one skeletal hand. It swung. A terrifying sword wind swept through. Bang! The moment the elite-level monster appeared, Su quickly crouched and moved forward. His frail body stood in front of everyone, arms raised to block his head, attempting to defend. A massive shield-like phantom appeared in front of his arms, taking the blow of the sword head-on. The residual sword wind made it hard for the students to stand. The overwhelming power instilled a deep sense of despair. 4th tier, elite level. The students, already feeling the gap from the earlier appearance of the skeletal soldiers, could no longer hold back as the 4th-tier elite skeletal knight emerged. Some girls, under immense pressure, finally burst into tears. The terrifying environment and the damage from the attack were too much for their level 1 status. Facing such a 4th-tier elite undead monster was an unbearable strain. Negative emotions are contagious. When one person breaks down, others already on the brink of collapse cannot hold on any longer. Su Mumu bit her lower lip, nervously shifting her feet closer to Chen Chen. She was also a girl, and she was scared. Once she got closer to Chen Chen, she secretly pinched the corner of his clothes when he wasn't paying attention. Chen Chen sensed Su Mumu's state. He reached out and took her small hand, pulling her closer to him, speaking in a relaxed tone. What are you panicking for? I have a way to deal with this. I can take you through a hell-level hidden dungeon, it's nothing. Why do boys like to take girls to watch horror movies and visit haunted houses? As long as the atmosphere is right, the instinctive reliance will quickly deepen their feelings for each other. This intense feeling of dependence was continuously conveyed by Chen Chen to Su Mumu. Su Mumu, being actively held by his hand, did not resist and nodded seriously, suppressing her inner panic. Teacher Sun's face had already turned pale the moment the skeletal knight appeared. A 4th-tier elite skeletal knight. Except for Chen Chen, panic spread in everyone's pupils. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the elite-level skeletal knight fighting ahead. It was as if he saw new prey. The skeletal knight raised its sword again with one hand, and even Su felt the pressure. He quickly retreated. Get back! The bacteria controlling the skeletal knight in his eyes were definitely more advanced than the ones he had just analyzed from the skeletal soldiers. It could maintain its skills from when it was alive and autonomously release them. What a good find! The skeletal knight's level was not low either. Mr. Lee, protect me, I think I have a way to deal with it. Are you crazy? Even the honest Su couldn't help but curse. But he still had no choice but to raise the protection level on Chen Chen. After all, Su Yuntian had instructed him to take good care of these kids from the beginning. Chen Shen raised his hand, and under Su Mumu's gaze, he quickly donned the plague garb. In the next moment, he vanished into the plague. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind the skeletal knight. The moment the skeletal knight sensed someone approaching from behind, it swiftly turned its body, twisting the giant sword at an extremely tricky angle before swinging it down. Boom! As the sword struck down, the shield Li Su had placed on Chen Shen held the sword in midair. Chen Shen's hand naturally reached into the core of the skeletal knight's chest. Pathological analysis. Bring it on! Necromancer bacteria, super advanced especially applied bacteria that consumes vast amounts of magical power and attaches itself to dead bodies. The corpses attached with this bacteria will awaken self-awareness and possess most of their skills and combat abilities from their previous lives, and can also gain level upgrades. It's done! Looking at the advanced label behind the necromancer bacteria, it meant it was done. Chen Shen was extremely excited. This necromancer bacteria, super advanced, was displayed in deep red, indicating that he could not use it. The reason for not being able to use it was likely the vast amount of magical power required. What a loss! Reversal! Just as Li Su was about to move forward, the skeleton knight's body erupted with a terrifying green healing light. Then, the shattered remains of skeleton frames, weapons, and armor scattered everywhere. Although he couldn't use the necromancer bacteria, super advanced, the corpse of the 4th-tier skeleton knight had high research value. Moreover, he might be able to use some special items that store magical power to accumulate his reserve magical power to the level required to cast necromancer bacteria, super advanced. He could then summon the 4th-tier skeleton knight again. In that moment, he would once again possess the combat power of a 4th-tier skeleton knight. Everything around returned to calm, with only Chen Shen, who was squatting on the ground collecting the skeleton knight's bones, standing out against the petrified crowd. There were too many fragments of the skeleton knight, and since he couldn't cast necromancer bacteria, super advanced, he could only collect the bones one by one. The other students found it hard to understand Chen Shen's actions. Everyone was about to die, and he was here picking up bones? Although the skeleton knight's bones were worth some money, was it really necessary? Whether they could survive was still a question. Su Mumu glanced at her classmates and then at Chen Shen, who was picking up bones. Silently, she stepped forward, picked up a skeleton bone from the ground, and gathered it in her arms to hand it to Chen Shen. She didn't know why Chen Shen was doing this, but she knew that helping him within her means was the right thing to do. After the battle, Li Su collapsed on the ground, exhausted. As a 3rd tier, he found it quite strenuous to deal with a 4th-tier skeleton knight. Just as he caught his breath, Li Su suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, coughed a couple of times, and the coughing grew increasingly forceful, causing his body to tremble violently. A splash of blood appeared in his palm. Coughing up blood. This situation indicated that the side effects of his white lung condition had worsened, but it also meant that his strength had increased. He thought about the potions on him but ultimately decided not to drink them. Only by worsening his physical condition could he have a chance to ensure the safety of others in this instance. For now, coughing up blood hadn't reached a life-threatening level. His gaze fell on Chen Shen, and a smile appeared on his pale face. Even a 4th-tier elite skeleton knight wouldn't be an easy opponent for the guild leader, Su Yuntian. What on earth did that guy do? A student took down a 4th-tier elite monster in one hit? He couldn't understand. But now, the key to surviving and returning was this strange student. Li Su wore a fatherly smile. Looking at the girl picking up bones for Chen Shen, he was reminded of a girl from his youth who always wanted to follow him. But, let's lend the girl a hand. Life should not leave behind any regrets. Miss, Li Su called out. Su Mumu heard Li Su's call and, after handing the last bone in her hand to Chen Shen, turned around. The pale-faced Li Su was sitting on the ground. Uncle Li. Su Mumu jogged to Li Su's side. Your injuries. It's fine, not serious. Thankfully, he helped. It's just that the side effects of my ability have worsened a bit. Li Su seemed to be talking about something that had nothing to do with him. This time the dungeon is fraught with danger, and we can't leave for a while. Miss, you know that, right? Su Mumu pursed her lips and nodded. That kid is different from what the president said. What I see is bravery, fearlessness, calmness, and even absolute rationality. Li Su's praise for Chen Shen surprised Su Mumu for a moment. Uncle Li, he's a good person. My father has some biases. As a father, one always hopes for their daughter to do better. This time the dungeon might have unexpected events, so if there's anything you want to do or say, you can do it right away. Li Su paused, clearing his throat. Cough cough cough. Supporting himself on his knees, the violent coughing made his shoulders shake a couple of times before he continued. He's a good person. Sumumu hesitated. If this really was the last dungeon, she could indeed be a bit more crazy. Gathering her courage, she turned around. Chen Chen had disappeared. Where did he go? At this moment, 30 kilometers away, a death mage was lying inside a coffin. Found you, little bug. Chen Chen, cloaked in plague, slowly appeared before the coffin. Death mage, a 4th-tier being, powerful magic, and invincible control. The only pity is that the body is too fragile. Who would dare say that book knowledge is useless? Chen Chen would definitely give them a whack on the head. Mastering math and science allows one to travel the world. Mastering monster knowledge can save one's life at critical moments. Chen Chen was dressed as a plague doctor. Raising his hand, a wave of reverse healing cleared all the deathly bacteria around, effectively cutting off the death mage's means. A single person is like an army. The death mage's main ability is control. The death mage, shocked, crawled out of the coffin. The next second, a right hand clad in leather gloves grabbed the death mage's corpse-like head. A scalpel shot out from Chen Chen's sleeve. With a flick, the blade glinted coldly. The surgical blade precisely penetrated the death mage's head, then twisted and sliced. Half of the head was severed and fell to the ground. One could clearly see the half of the pulsating brain. Chen Chen made full use of the situation to perform a special operation on the death mage. Half an hour later. Ritual, field surgery successful +1. You have obtained the special sequence of the death mage's pathogenic bacteria circuit. An unexpected gain. The death mage uses magic to nurture deathly bacteria within his body. Over time, the magic can gradually nurture higher-tier bacteria, allowing control over more powerful beings. Interesting. Chen Chen never expected that the principle of the death mage's magic was also bacteria. No wonder the death mage looked so lifeless. The body is weak, and nurturing bacteria with the body ultimately damages its foundation. If this situation continues, the body would almost lose its combat ability. A 4th-tier death mage is weaker than an ordinary person, even weaker than an 80-year-old grandmother walking with a cane. How pitiful, hiding in this coffin, manipulating creatures to fight. It's no different from being a corpse. After finishing the operation, Chen Chen began to sort through the death mage's belongings. Some special crystals, a book titled Notes of the Death Mage, and a necromancer ring. Necromancer ring enhances deathly aura effect by 10%. The deathly aura must be the deathly bacteria. Not much use. So poor, but I'll take it all. Last time, the hidden hell dungeon was cleared due to the plague, and there was no chance to loot. This time is just too poor. Chen Chen glanced at the coffin. It couldn't be for nothing. This coffin. I'll take it. The death mage's body. I'll take it. Anyway, there's plenty of storage space. I'll just move my whole home. The death of the necromancer did not trigger a completion prompt, which meant that one or more other lord-level creatures needed to be dealt with before the completion message would appear. Killing the 4th-tier necromancer was a shortcut. The plague was still spreading, and within a 30-kilometer radius, Chen Chen had not discovered any other lord-level creatures apart from the necromancer. Therefore, this instance should be classified as a regional lord, not a storyline instance. Waiting in the necromancer's area for the instance to end was also a decent choice. However, Chen Chen was not one to sit idly by, especially knowing that the necromantic bacteria were cultivated through magical power. Facing his timid classmates, after dealing with the necromancer, Chen Chen appeared directly behind Su Mu. He reached out and hooked his hand around her slender waist. Then they vanished into the darkness. Li Su coughed a couple of times, and when he turned back, his young lady was gone. At this moment, Chen Chen brought Su Mu to an open area. Chen Chen, what are you going to do? An experiment. Another experiment? She recalled the previous incident where the plague had almost wiped out the entire instance. Whether we can go back depends on whether my idea can succeed. It's unrealistic to wait out this eerie instance. Su Mu nodded. What do you need me to do? Chen Chen took out the necromancer's corpse and tossed it on the ground. The dried-up corpse of the necromancer landed on the ground, and Su Mu instinctively wrinkled her brow in disgust. She didn't scream but subconsciously grabbed Chen Chen's arm. It's fine, just a corpse. His nonchalant words turned her grip into a squeeze. The necromancer's body, a lord-level monster in this area. You killed a 4th-tier lord? Su Mu turned to look at Chen Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. I took a shortcut to kill it, but the fact that the lord's death instance hasn't ended indicates there are still other lord-level creatures, so I want to experiment with converting it into my own vessel. Vessel? Exactly. Chen Chen had figured out the route of the necromantic bacteria when he dissected the necromancer. Now he just needed to make the necromancer generate magical power autonomously. But generating magical power autonomously was no longer possible because it was dead. Now, he could only create a special plague that would circulate within its body, continuously reproducing and accelerating the cultivation of the necromantic bacteria. If the necromantic bacteria and the plague were released by him, then perhaps he could achieve indirect control over this necromancer after the cultivated bacteria and plague combined. Qinshen briefly explained these theories to Su Mumu. These are just theories, but in practice, it's hard to say because this is merely my idea. What do you need me to do? Use your talent, then evolve the plague under the multiplier. I will analyze it and let you continue stacking. But, Su Mumu looked at Chun Chen with a puzzled expression. Chen Chen cupped her face with both hands. But it's hard to say what it will become after the mutation, so, there was still one more thing. Chen Chen took off the birdbeak mask from his face. Then he put it on Su Mumu's face. This mask can immunize against the plague, it's a good thing, so this way, we are foolproof. Su Mumu did not refuse, she had always agreed with everything Chen Chen decided. Perhaps this was also what Uncle Li meant when he told her not to have regrets. After all, believing in Chen Chen seemed to have truly left her without regrets. I will add an element and a plague to this corpse at the same time. You must enhance my analysis at the first opportunity, so even if something goes wrong, I can reverse the treatment. Chen Chen estimated that as long as it didn't exceed 4 times to reach a multiplier of 32,768, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. For safety's sake, 3 times is better. Chen Chen slowly injected the plague incomplete combustion into the corpse of the necromancer. Plague incomplete combustion spreads through the blood, and although the necromancer resembled a dried corpse, he still had blood within him. The side effects of plague incomplete combustion were significant, so it was paired with high-temperature toxin. Previously, they had used them to create a berserk potion. Now, injecting them simultaneously into the necromancer's corpse might yield different results. Is it time to enhance now? Wait a moment. A few minutes passed, and the necromancer's corpse began to turn red, with wisps of white steam rising from it. It's ready! Enhance! Su Mumu raised her hand. Enhance! Chen Chen immediately unleashed his talent. Pathological analysis. Pathological analysis, blood plague, a special plague that spreads through blood, simultaneously generating high temperatures that raise the surface temperature of the infected. A strange plague, but the emergence of a different plague indicated that the first step had been successful. Chen Chen controlled a large number of necromancer bacteria to begin entering the necromancer's body. Under the scorching heat, the necromancer bacteria quickly died, but with Chun Chen's continuous addition, some necromancer bacteria managed to survive in that blood. They relied on the blood plague to live. Continue to enhance. Su Mumu nodded. She raised her hand and enhanced again. Chen Chen immediately performed pathological analysis. Pathological analysis, plague body, furnace, a plague that resides within a corpse, forsaking its ability to spread. It ignites the heart of the corpse, driving the flow of blood solely for this massive furnace to function. It produces necromancer bacteria, using the bacteria as fuel for the furnace's heart. Not quite right. This wasn't what he wanted. The bacteria had turned into fuel. This seemed to be the precursor to zombies. Wrong. However, the lack of transmissibility was a good thing. If it had the ability to spread and turned the living into plague body furnace, things would become serious. That would be a definite zombie virus. Now Chen Chen hesitated about whether to continue having Su Mumu enhance. Are you hesitating? It's rare to see you hesitate. Su Mumu's voice came through. Chen Chen smiled, he was indeed being cautious. At worst, he could reverse the treatment and eliminate it. Continue to enhance. Okay. Su Mumu raised her hand once more. Chen Chen felt as if the necromancer before him was like a sun, radiating intense heat, but the temperature quickly dropped. He immediately performed pathological analysis. Plague body, necromancer, lacking transmissibility, the plague that spreads through blood is trapped within the corpse of a deceased necromancer. To survive, the plague has completely taken control of this necromancer's body. It is a unique existence. With control over the plague, Chen Chen could perfectly manipulate this plague body. He could clearly feel his consciousness settling into it. The sensation was incredibly strange. The plague body, necromancer, obeyed his commands like a puppet. Chen Chen directed the necromancer bacteria within it to operate along the previously dissected route. The necromancer bacteria successfully completed self-generation. It seemed that after a certain amount of time, once he could release necromancer bacteria, super advanced, he would replace the bacteria within it. He wouldn't need to expend excess magical power to maintain control over the skeletal creature. How is it? Although it's somewhat different from my initial idea, the effect achieved is the same. At first, Chen Chen only wanted to use the necromancer's corpse as a vessel to cultivate necromancer bacteria. Now, unexpectedly, it had become a puppet he could control at will. Stand up. Chen Chen raised his hand. The corpse of the necromancer lying on the ground suddenly sat up straight and then really stood up little by little. You controlled a 4th-tier necromancer. For now, yes, but it still needs time to produce the bacteria within its body. How is it? Su Mumu, initially hesitant to disturb Chen Chen, finally couldn't help but ask when she saw him controlling the 4th-tier necromancer. Can we still go back? Chen Chen's serious expression suddenly changed. He smiled happily. It's stable. Just give me a little time, and this dungeon has a chance to be cleared. A chance to clear a 4th-tier dungeon? Su Mumu felt she must have misheard. Clear it? She cautiously confirmed again. Yes. He had already found a way to penetrate and clear this dungeon. The second lord creature was a rotting dragon. In a cave 60 kilometers away. The plague intestinal disease sensed the aura of the 4th tier. Unlike undead creatures, the rotting dragon still had a part of its body that belonged to the animal kingdom. It was in a half-dead state, so plague intestinal disease was effective against it. As long as it received a dose of Su Mumu's control, even with thick blood, it could be easily killed under the forced control state. After the kill, regardless of whether the dungeon was cleared, the corpse would be a top-tier summoning item for Chen Chen, who already possessed the plague body necromancer. The materials for creating a bone dragon. The book had once said that bone dragons were high-tier summon creatures of necromancers. Once obtained, it would greatly enhance Chen Chen's combat power in the future. This time, Chen Chen would be the biggest winner in the dungeon. Hold on to me, I'll take you to kill monsters. Su Mumu obediently leaned beside Chen Chen. Her eyes fell on him as she slowly wrapped her arms around his waist. Unlike before, when she clung to him like an octopus, this time Su Mumu rested her head against Chen Chen's chest. Even if we don't clear it, it's fine. If we can both survive and return, I will fulfill the promise we made in the last dungeon. The promise from the last dungeon. Back then, it was a bet between her and Su Mumu about becoming his girlfriend. It'll be fine. The more dangerous the place, the more treasures there are. Chen Chen raised his hand and vanished into the plague. When he opened his eyes again, he was 60 kilometers away. At this moment, the rotting dragon's body trembled, the rotten flesh hanging on it shaking. It was clearly affected by the plague intestinal disease. Throw all control skills at it. If there's danger, I'll take you away at any time. Su Mumu raised her hand and threw out the control skills. Lightning surrounded. Poisonous mines entangled. Forbidden spell shackles. Silent abyss. Slow field. Unlike the previous control skills thrown by Su Mumu, these were all powerful skills among the level 3 control skills. It was evident that Su Mumu's father had invested heavily in buying at least 3 skill books for her. 5 control skills were thrown out simultaneously, which was the hidden passive of control spells, instant casting control skills. The rotting dragon, which had just sensed a strange aura in its cave, was hit by all 3 control skills. Then came the continuous appearance of 9,999 damage. 99,999, 99,999, 99,999, 99,999. In an instant, dozens of 99,999 damage numbers jumped up. The rotting dragon let out a mournful cry, and its massive dragon head smashed directly to the ground. Bang! Su Mumu swallowed hard. It was a second. She stared in disbelief at the already dead rotting dragon. The explosive output had instantly killed a 4th-tier lord creature. What are you standing there for? Loot the corpse. The rotting dragon could also be considered a special type of dragon creature. Their sense of territory was extremely strong, so they were not worried about other creatures appearing to disturb them while they collected the corpses in the cave. With such a large corpse, we need to. Chen Chen intended to cut up the corpse to take it back, but in the next moment, the corpse of the disappeared without a trace. Su Mumu touched the ring on her hand, then took it off and handed it to Chen Chen. This is a storage ring. It increases the basic storage space of the awakening card by 100 times, and some special items, like food, won't rot. It was clear that the special items referred to the corpse that had just been collected. Is this a token of love? What are you thinking? This is a reward for you. Chen Chen grinned as he took the ring and put it on his finger. Ring, 100-inch mountains and rivers, a special artisan-crafted item that perfectly stores its contents. Artisan attribute, enhanced mana recovery. It was also an item with special attributes, just like the bracelet on his wrist. Selling it would start at least in the tens of millions. This girl was too extravagant, giving away a ring worth over 10 million just like that. Look, what is this? Just as he was about to thank Su Mumu for her generosity, he turned around. She was already squatting on the ground, digging through the dirt. Mana crystals, a large cluster of mana crystals. Mana crystals. The mana crystal cluster was a special material that could be made into mana recovery potions. It was expensive and rare. Watching Sumumu squat down and dig out that large cluster of mana crystals, he thought that if they could return with this, they would be rich. Pack it up, take as much as you can, fill your awakening card and ring. No, I have a storage necklace, which pairs with your ring. If we fill both storage spaces, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Still claiming it wasn't a token of love. Chen Shen's gaze fixed on Sumumu, and she blushed, lowering her head to touch the mana crystals. Let's pack it up first. I'll go get some help. Get some help? Chen Shen left the spot and soon returned. He threw a pile of skeleton soldiers' bones on the ground. He summoned the plague body necromancer to control it and manipulate the 4th-tier skeleton soldiers. Mining was a laborious task, but with the help of over 100 4th-tier skeleton soldiers, they could achieve fully automated mining. Sumumu, within her capabilities, used her control skill, Toxic Vines, to lift and extract the mana crystals from the ground. Chen Shen stood aside. The death of the 4th-tier lord creature did not end the dungeon. How many more lord creatures were there? Generally, having 2 lord-level creatures in a high-level dungeon was already rare. The 3 orc leaders encountered in the previous hidden hell dungeon were actually part of a storyline. The 3 orc leaders would attack each other, giving birth to a new orc lord. So, under normal circumstances, there would only be 1 lord-level creature in a dungeon. Where will the 3rd lord creature be? It didn't matter, the plague was still spreading. As long as it covered the entire dungeon, Chen Shen believed that the 3rd lord creature would reveal itself. At this moment, in the 9 Nether dungeon, an ancient tower stood 100 kilometers away. The ancient tower had 7 stories. More than half of the floors had been destroyed. Only a dim purple flame flickered at the top of the tower. Until, when the purple flame came into contact with the spreading plague, the dim purple flame suddenly ignited as if a fierce fuel had been added. A strong purple light burst forth from the top of the tower. A pair of purple eyes suddenly brightened from the dilapidated window on the 5th floor of the tower. A deep, otherworldly whisper echoed. Captain, you have returned. 30 years. How have I spent these 30 years? These 30 years. Captain, why did you only come back now? I hate it. The bandaged arm reached out, trying to grasp at the void. But it caught nothing. The Lighthouse of Plague, Captain, I've been here. I've been here. Chen Chen frowned. An area 100 kilometers away had been lost to the plague, as if it had been purified by something. Perhaps that was where the 3rd 4th-tier Lord Monster was located. The 3rd Lord Monster. The 3rd unidentified Lord creature was at most 4th tier. Its abilities and all other information were unknown. To be on the safe side, even if it was just to hide until the instance time ended and leave, he had to gather as much information as possible about this 3rd Lord Monster. Chen Shen glanced at Su Mumu and waved her over. Mumu, come here. Squatting on the ground like a curious child, watching the skeleton soldier dig for magic crystals, Su Mumu heard Chen Shen's call. She stood up and jogged over to him. I'm going to scout other areas. Are you going to keep digging for magic crystals here or go to Uncle Lee's? I want to go with you to scout. Chen Shen reached out and patted Su Mumu's head. For this good girl, with her nice personality, good looks, and consideration for others, he really couldn't help but tease her. You promised to be my girlfriend, so you have to accompany me on this adventure. The instance isn't over yet. That doesn't count. She said this, but didn't push Chen Shen's hand away, allowing him to stroke her hair. The mining skeleton soldier was forced to witness a wave of dog food. I'll be back soon. It's safer here. The skeleton soldiers are all 4th tier, and I can sense any problems immediately. I'll be right back. Without giving Su Mumu a chance to refuse, Chen Shen flicked his cloak and vanished into the plague. He headed towards the edge of the area where the plague could not enter, 100 kilometers away. Standing at the edge of plague intestinal disease, Chen Shen didn't dare to step forward. The plague attire had almost lost its effect in the area without plague spread. He looked up ahead. A purple light flickered, and under the purple glow, he could barely make out a particularly dilapidated tower. A tower? Perhaps the 3rd Lord creature was inside. Chen Shen began to circle the area, trying to deduce some useful information from the clues. After a round, he only confirmed that the purple light was the entity purifying plague intestinal disease. Rather than purification, it was more like devouring. The purple light had visibly brightened during the time Chen Shen had been there. Using the plague as energy to illuminate the tower, the purple light, the 2 unrelated things appeared before him, leaving Chen Shen completely at a loss. In this situation, he couldn't possibly approach that tower. After all, the first 2 4th-tier Lord-level monsters had been defeated through clever means. He was only 1st tier now. Even though he was a doctor, the plague doctor of sequence 001, as Chen Shen prepared to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at the flickering purple light. Since the plague was the source of its devouring, would there be other reactions under reverse treatment? Chen Shen's thinking was quite open. In this situation, he was ready to give it a try. After all, reversing part of plague intestinal disease wouldn't incur any loss. Reverse. As Chen Shen raised his hand to use reverse treatment, an inexplicable sense of death enveloped him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Retreat! Run! Without a moment's hesitation, he interrupted the reverse treatment and tore his cloak to escape into the plague. He left the area in front of the tower at the first opportunity, in a cave where a corrupted dragon appeared. As soon as he arrived, Chen Shen knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, and the plague attire passively unraveled. The whole person was gasping for breath. The feeling of death was strikingly similar to the first time Su Mumu used the 32,768 times enhancement, that sense of helplessness. No, it was even more desperate and oppressive than that time. As soon as she saw Chen Shen squatting on the ground, breathing heavily, Su Mumu immediately stepped forward and patted his back. What happened? Is something wrong? After a while, Chen Shen realized that his forehead was already covered in beads of sweat. A tall tower, a strange purple light source above the tower. Those two things were there, and for a moment, I felt very oppressed. Chen Shen's speech became strange. Su Mumu reached out and hugged his head. With her tight embrace, Su Mumu could feel Chen Shen's body trembling, a despair that truly came from the depths of his soul. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Su Mumu kept murmuring the same phrase, softly repeating it. Chen Shen's emotions were quickly calmed down. It was the first time she had seen the usually calm and thoughtful Chen Shen so scared. Even when facing the 4th level dungeon with a wrong teleportation, he could still maintain his self-reflection when others were fearful. What exactly did you see? Time passed little by little. Chen Shen's state had stabilized. Now, he was actually asleep leaning against her. Su Mumu blushed and teased, this guy really knows how to take advantage. Sitting on the ground, Su Mumu gently rested Chen Shen's head on her thigh. This was the second time she had acted as his pillow. Poke. Su Mumu pretended to be angry and lightly poked Chen Shen's cheek with her index finger. After poking for a while, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. Looking at him from this close, he's actually quite handsome. Lost in thought, Su Mumu felt her face flush with shyness. Chen Shen slept for over 10 hours. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Mumu dozing off. He hadn't expected to fall asleep so directly. Was the pressure too much? Or was it a side effect? Taking a deep breath and smelling the fragrance on Su Mumu, he seemed to turn into a shameless person again. He stood up and moved around a bit. Su Mumu also woke up. Her numb legs could only rely on Chen Shen's support to stand up. You look much better. The magic crystal mine should be almost finished. What should we do next? We can't contact the Third Lord right now. We can only hope that it won't be an unsolvable existence. Chen Shen was no longer confident. Let's go check on the classmates. Anyway, the magic crystals have already been mined. Chen Shen knew that the textbook knowledge stated that general dungeons couldn't be completed, and if they avoided the 4th day, they could end the dungeon. But this was an undeveloped 4th level dungeon, with too many unknowns. Dragging it out was the worst option. At the same time, he believed that Principal Lu and Su Mumu's father outside wouldn't just do nothing. Let's go, Uncle Li should be anxious by now. Chen Shen naturally wrapped his arm around Su Mumu's slim waist, and with a flick of his cloak, he led Su Mumu into the plague. As soon as they appeared, Chen Shen frowned at his classmates. Everyone had a strange red glow on them, but the intensity varied. Most of the classmates were already lying down, and teacher's son was busy running around. These classmates had strange red lights appearing on them. Chen Shen, miss, stand back. There's a plague. Upon seeing Chen Shen with Su Mumu, Li Su's weak voice came through. Plague. Hearing this, Chen Shen instinctively raised his hand to take off his mask to give it to Su Mumu. But a slender hand pressed down on Chen Shen's beak mask, turning his head to look. In his eyes, Su Mumu also had a red glow appearing on her. Don't take it off. Su Mumu's voice became particularly weak. The moment Chen Shen arrived here, Su Mumu received a special alert about the plague contact. A countdown appeared. This alert manifested as a special skill, so when she saw Chen Shen about to take off his mask, she stopped him. If it weren't for Chen Shen's plague outfit, he might have fallen into the trap. Don't worry, I'm a doctor, Chen Shen reassured. He was absolutely confident it was a plague. As long as it was a plague, wasn't it just a matter of analyzing it and turning it into his own skill? Su Mumu's lips had already turned pale. Seeing this symptom, Chen Shen realized something was wrong. The intensity of this plague was a bit high. He didn't dare to delay, raising his hand to perform a pathological analysis on Su Mumu. As long as the pathology revealed the plague, a reversal treatment could easily solve it. Phew! He needed to resolve this sudden outbreak quickly. Chen Chen found it strange. Why had a plague appeared? What had his classmates done during his absence? All the questions in his mind were quickly suppressed. Solving the plague was the key now. Chen Chen felt a bit anxious, an inexplicable tension causing his hand to tremble as he performed the pathological analysis. The next second, the red exclamation mark left Chen Chen stunned. Pathological analysis. Unable to analyze and obtain. Forcefully acquire plague information. Forcefully acquire solution. Plague, blood coagulation plague, a plague that spreads rapidly through humans, with a range of 10 kilometers centered around each individual, possessing extreme lethality and infectiousness. If infected with the blood coagulation plague and no treatment is administered within a day, the blood will gradually solidify like jelly until death occurs. Any treatment from the doctor pathway can only delay the onset of the blood coagulation plague. Solution: no solution. Eliminate the source of infection and incinerate it to prevent further transmission. Special reminder, as a beacon walking within the plague, you should understand what to sacrifice, what to gain, what true guardianship is, and what a true beacon is. Make a judgment that belongs to the true plague doctor. The infallible pathological analysis lost its effect at this moment. Unable to analyze. Especially the final reminder. What does that mean? Chen Chen's heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed. No solution. The two words echoed in Chen Chen's mind, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. No solution. A plague that cannot be treated. Eliminate the source of infection. In the face of an unsolvable plague, eliminating the source of infection was indeed the only solution. But Chen Chen looked at his classmates, Uncle Li sitting on the ground, and Su Mumu, who was barely standing next to him, needing to lean on him. The words eliminate the source of infection made him question whether he could actually do it. Chen Chen had complete immunity to all plagues due to his plague outfit. Now, his desire to return to reality as the countdown for the dungeon ended had shattered completely. Bringing back those carrying the plague would inevitably cause a massive infectious shock to the real world. The terrifying infectiousness and lethality meant it was impossible to bring them back to reality to resolve this plague. It seemed there was only one path before Chen Chen. Kill them, eradicate the source of infection. What a joke! For a student of the doctor pathway to turn against his own classmates. Chen Chen had always thought of himself as rational, but in that moment, any sense of reason was crazily denied. Under constant denial, his hands began to tremble. As a doctor of the pathway, Sequence 001's plague doctor, he couldn't solve a suddenly appearing plague. Su Mumu felt her body growing weaker. She sensed Chen Chen's hand trembling. It's a disease, right? Actually, after being prompted by Su Mumu, she already knew that the countdown seemed to be the time of death. The plague, but it's okay, there will be a way to solve it. You don't need to be so nervous, you're a doctor, aren't you? Su Mumu was still comforting Chen Chen. In fact, Su Mumu was also very scared, especially with the countdown to death ticking away second by second. Chen Chen wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to respond. Using healing spells to continuously delay their return to reality, perhaps allowing the high-level doctors in reality to provide treatment could still work. But such infectiousness and lethality would be a devastating blow for ordinary people. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen raised his hand and cast a reversal treatment. The surrounding plague intestinal disease was all reversed into healing spells. But plague blood coagulation could not be analyzed, so it could not be reversed. With this large area of healing spells, the red light on everyone's bodies dimmed by a third. At this moment, everyone's spirit and energy were somewhat restored. The countdown has turned into 2 days, Su Mumu said softly, leaning against Chen Chen. She understood that if others knew that the clothes on Chen Chen were immune to the plague, the situation would reverse in a worse direction in the face of human nature. Let me lean on you. You, pervert, have fallen asleep on my legs twice before, and you slept so soundly. Su Mumu's head rested on Chen Chen's shoulder as she lightly complained. Chen Chen raised his hand to continue the reversal treatment, but after a couple of times, his magical power was nearly depleted, and recovering magic also required some time. It's been 3.5 days. By the third time, it hardly increased the time. Don't continue. Su Mumu was almost leaning on Chen Chen as she spoke. Due to the plague, she had little strength left. Silence. A long period of silence. Chen Chen did not continue using the reversal treatment. It was no longer effective. What else could he do now? Su Mumu just leaned on Chen Chen's shoulder. Li Su sat nearby, coughing violently, and after coughing, he looked up at the dim sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Everyone was dejected. A strong sense of deathly silence surrounded everyone. Teacher, are we going to die? A girl couldn't help but ask in a hoarse voice. It will be fine, Teacher's son comforted the students as always. Chen Chen clenched his fists tightly. Right now, he could do nothing. Analysis failed. The pathological solution was to eliminate the source of infection. How could he possibly watch this group of people die? I really like you. Suddenly, Su Mumu's voice made Chen Chen's body tremble. Turning to look, he saw her big, watery eyes. But I'm going to die. I'm scared. No matter how strong she pretended to be, Su Mumu ultimately couldn't hold back. Her hand gripped Chen Chen's tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably as she spoke in a trembling voice. I don't want to die. Chen Chen became her only confidant. Hearing this, Chen Chen's grip tightened even more. There will be a way, let me think, there is still plenty of time. A way? Plague incomplete combustion to fight poison with poison? But this time, the target of the plague was not those monsters, acting on humans. Any negative direction could lead to uncontrollable developments. No. Chen Chen slowly loosened his clenched fist. The immense pressure. You tried to fight the plague but failed. After all, as a plague doctor, your qualifications are still too shallow. A sudden voice entered Chen Chen's ears. Who? He immediately turned to look around. An unsolvable plague should be dealt with in the most rational way. As a doctor, you are very unqualified. Who is speaking? Su Mumu tightly grasped Chen Chen's hand, her eyes filled with concern. No one is speaking. Chen Chen, don't feel too much pressure. Chen Chen could sense that this sudden plague was related to the owner of this voice. Killing the necromancer and the corrupted dragon indeed requires skill. Come to the tower, and I will tell you what a true doctor is. By the way, you need to eliminate the source of infection. Only by resolving this plague can you come. After all, that's how you prove you are a qualified doctor. Damn it! It's definitely inside. The suddenly mentioned tower also meant that it was right there. Chen Chen squeezed Su Mumu's delicate little hand. I've found a way, just give me some time. Su Mumu quickly wiped the corner of her eye with her other hand. I believe in you. Being entrusted with such faith, especially from this girl, put a lot of pressure on Chen Chen. He walked over to Li Su's side. Uncle Li. Kid, are you okay? Looking at Chen Chen's state, Li Su now lacked even the strength to stand. Can you tell me what happened while I was away? Now that Chen Chen planned to head to the tower, he still wanted to understand what had happened during their absence. If he could gather information about that third lord monster, it would be very helpful for entering the tower. A monster, wrapped in bandages, wearing a torn cowboy hat. He said he was looking for his captain, but after looking around, he couldn't find the captain he mentioned. Captain? Is that a special profession? What happened next? That guy pulled out a scalpel and stabbed it into his chest. After the blood dripped, everyone was infected with the plague. Li Su took a deep breath. You know, that guy stood there, and we couldn't even resist. He wasn't a fourth-tier existence. After all, the probability of surviving in the chaos of the dungeon is almost zero, so Chen Chen, you don't need to feel too much pressure. Li Su comforted him. It's okay, Uncle Li, I will resolve this plague. Sounds familiar. Do doctors really have such confidence? Li Su chuckled bitterly. He looked up at Chen Chen's strange medieval bird-beak doctor outfit, which somewhat overlapped with the figure from 30 years ago. 30 years ago, Liaoning province experienced the largest plague in history, identified as being spread by the sequence 001 plague doctor. However, at that time, 5-year-old Li Su would forever remember the man in that always weary treatment garb. You look a lot like that doctor from 30 years ago. 30 years ago? Yes, but he died later. It is said he perished in the plague. Chen Chen did not continue to ask. The events from 30 years ago were likely related to the previous generation of plague doctors. However, those historical anecdotes could not solve the current problem. I will find a way. First, the Third Lord was a humanoid creature, like the necromancer, but he spread the plague and could communicate with himself. Captain. This was a term he heard from Uncle Li. It was uncertain whether it was a special title or a sequence name. Regardless, this captain was not among them. The owner of that voice came to the classmates to search for some captain. To be able to spread the plague, one must possess a strong self-awareness above the fourth tier, especially since he knew his own path and directed himself to the tower. Was it because of his doctor path or because of his sequence 001 plague doctor? After all, among all the classmates, only he had the doctor path. In the midst of intense thinking, Chen Chen felt more and more confused. He didn't understand why it had to be the tower. The tower! That place filled him with utter despair. Chen Chen endured the pain, raising his hand to slip into the plague, using its speed to arrive before the tower in an instant. He looked up at the tower, where the purple light atop the dilapidated structure grew bright. Unlike before, the brightness was now able to illuminate the ground beneath the lighthouse. Chen Chen's pupils constricted. The ground beneath the lighthouse was littered with crumbling tombstones, each radiating a red glow in his eyes. Did each tombstone represent a plague? Chen Chen looked ahead. The plague abruptly ceased less than a meter away from him. If he took a step forward, the plague attire on him would not be able to slip back into the plague and escape quickly. It would be equivalent to abandoning his most powerful life-saving skill. However, beneath the mask, Chen Chen's gaze became resolute. A doctor who hasn't resolved the plague is a quack. Only a quack would rely on others to solve problems. You do not deserve to step into the tower. You do not deserve. The voice in his ears grew increasingly sharp. Chen Chen ignored it and stepped onto the ground within the tower's range. You have discovered a special building, Dawn Tower. Dawn Tower, a tower located at the pinnacle of the world, once the aspiration of countless doctors. The legendary Mage Tower pales in comparison. It is the lighthouse in the mist. Dawn Tower, Doctor. These two instances led Chen Chen to a guess. His doctor pathway must have met some special unlocking conditions. Quack, you have sullied the tower, you should not have come to Dawn Tower. At this moment, Chen Chen realized that the voice was of no use beyond some empty rhetoric. He continued to stubbornly walk toward the tower. Passing by those glowing stone tablets, he noticed they bore strange inscriptions. These should contain useful information. He began to examine the tombstones. Most of the tombstones only had names, but 3 bore strange epitaphs, and their graves were empty, with only decayed coffins lying in the earth. Dr. Squirrel, Xiao Su. Epitaph, learned medicine at 3, entered the warrior pathway at 15 to become sequence 001 light angel, yet he still yearned to be a doctor. Even without a sequence, his surgical skills were among the best in the world. Even when faced with difficult diseases lacking effective treatments, he could still resolve them through surgery. But when a warrior cherishes his hands and does not wish to raise a shield, he represents the world's disdain. He died in a plague. In that plague, he saved 351 people, yet he could not save himself. Dr. Goathead, Luo Yon. Epitaph, the doctor who discovered the plague of blood coagulation, died after failing to create a special coagulant using himself as a reagent. He was a verbose man, not particularly clever and easily deceived, but he was a doctor with great ideas. He was a great doctor. Dr. Bandage, Sun Bei. Epitaph, he did not enjoy being a doctor saving lives, but he loved plagues. Everyone thought he was a madman, even though he did nothing but study plagues. He died on the path of plague research. Due to a sudden outbreak, he was blamed as the culprit and burned alive in his home by those engulfed in fear, including patients he had treated. Even though he had developed an effective treatment for that plague, his life was as tragic as his name. Bandage? Could it be related to the one who released the plague blood coagulation? No. There must be a connection. Chen Chen saw that the epitaph of the bandage doctor named Sun Bei mentioned an effective treatment for a plague, and the plague that the goathead doctor had killed himself with was also called blood coagulation. The 3 of them could have died in the same plague. Therefore, the one with the bandage must be the bandage doctor known as Sun Bei. The special medicine might be right on him. After analyzing the red light on these tombstones, it became even more certain that these doctors all died from the blood coagulation plague. With this thought, Chen Chen continued walking into the tower. Standing beneath the tower, a wave of oppressive emotion had already begun to cause his heart to twist in pain. You stand beneath the Dawn Tower, what a pity. Wait, you stepped on me. Chen Chen looked down and saw a buried mask on the steps of the tower being crushed underfoot. It was a strange goat-headed mask. The one speaking was this object. You've discovered something incredible. This is the work of a great doctor. Part of his soul resides within this mask, and you can learn a lot from him. Chen Chen held the mask in his hands and stared at it for a long time. He spoke, you've been the one talking, guiding me here, right? What is your purpose? No response. On the steps leading to the tower, as long as he wanted to enter, he would inevitably encounter it. At first, he thought this thing was the same monster that released the plague, but it turned out to be 2 different entities. It seems you don't want to chat with me too much, so I'll just stay here. Chen Chen casually tossed the goat-headed mask to the ground. The fact that it could use words to guide him to pick it up indicated that it had no power of its own, or its abilities were severely limited. So he wasn't worried it would do anything special. Sure enough, after Chen Chen discarded the goat-headed mask, the voice in his ear sounded again. This mask has initiated a transaction with you. It can help you resolve the blood coagulation plague, but you must deal with the madman inside the tower. Madman, are you referring to the bandaged doctor? Bandaged doctor? Is that his new name? How unpleasant, but he is indeed quite miserable. The mask suddenly spoke. The mouth of the goat-headed mask moved as if it were alive, though its hollow features shifted as it spoke. Using that kind of thought to communicate is really too draining on my magic. My limited magic can't withstand such consumption. The madman inside wants to spread the plague, you must stop him because you are. The goat-headed mask deliberately paused and spoke in a deep voice. You are a doctor, you have a duty and a mission. I just want to save my classmates. A transaction, our transaction, kill the madman inside, and you can achieve everything you desire. However, killing him might be a bit difficult, why not subdue him instead? After all, he is already out of his mind. This mask was quite verbose. Shen wanted to extract more useful information from it, so he picked it up again. Its loquaciousness reminded him of the second person named Luo Yong in the epitaph. What is your name? Shen wanted to confirm whether it could be the second Luo Yong from the tomb. Perhaps Luo Yong had attached himself to this mask after death. My name is easy to remember. I am Ranashide, the 4th deputy helmsman of the plague ship. What a ridiculous name. Tap 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 creak. The wooden stairs creaked underfoot as sounds echoed from within the tower. Shen increasingly felt the oppressive atmosphere intensifying. Who? In the next moment, before the tower, the already dilapidated door was blown open by a gust of wind. The door creaked as it swung, making a sharp, piercing sound like a worn-out violin. Captain, you finally arrived. A voice, weak to the extreme, came through. Along with it came a wave of oppressive emotion. The pressure he felt earlier in front of the tower was released by this person. Shen couldn't muster the strength to lift a finger. His body felt as if it were frozen, standing before the steps of the tower, unable to retreat into the plague and escape. He was completely crushed by sheer momentum, feeling like a true ant, facing death at any moment. A figure wrapped in bandages, wearing a frayed cowboy hat, slowly emerged from the darkness. Captain, I've waited too long for you. I just want you to set sail and take these people back. We don't want to stay in this place that is making my body gradually rot. I'm begging you, Captain. Captain. Does going back refer to returning to the instance? Does he call himself captain because of his identity as an instance trialist? Now, Shen didn't even have the strength to move, let alone fight. Killing the madman as per the requirements of the ram-headed mask was utterly absurd. I will take you back, but tell me the solution to the blood coagulation plague. Shen spoke up, still wanting to see if he could obtain a solution to the blood coagulation plague. According to the epitaph, the bandaged doctor had a special medicine. The moving body suddenly stopped. Blood coagulation plague, unsolvable, didn't you say that? No, you're not the captain, who are you? The bandaged man suddenly became alert. His weak body straightened abruptly, and the eyes beneath the bandages stared at Shen like a wolf's gaze. The mask in his hand suddenly roared. He is certainly the captain. Don't you see his clothes? Don't you see his abilities? If he weren't the captain, the Dawn Tower wouldn't be lit. What are you thinking? You're questioning the captain. You're questioning a great man. Do you want to look at the captain like those people? With this roar, the bandaged man's momentum instantly weakened. He slumped and spoke again. Yes, you are the captain. It's my problem. I can't think anymore. Captain, I feel like my brain is filled with mush. The bandaged man in front raised his hand to lift his frayed cowboy hat. It revealed half of his head, which had been slashed off. Rotting worms wriggled inside. He reached in with his hand, precisely grasped something, and pulled it out. 3 huge black worms were yanked out and crushed in his hand. These worms make it impossible for me to think too much. But I can't get rid of them. After the 3 worms died, the oppressive aura that had weighed on Shen weakened by a third. His fingers could move. Communicate with him. The voice of the ram-headed mask echoed in Shen's ears. He understood. He just needed to make him go mad and pull out the worms in his brain. Tell me your name. The bandaged man froze, his body trembling twice. After a long while, he knelt down, clutching his head and frantically digging. Handfuls of worms were pulled out and crushed. Captain, I forgot my name. You said that once a name is forgotten, it truly dies. My name? What is my name? I forgot. Name. Shen recalled the name of the bandaged doctor on the tombstone, Sun Bei. The epitaph described his life as sad as his name. But was he really the bandaged doctor? The consequences of saying the wrong name were severe. He could very well die here. You can't even remember your own name, madman. You are truly a madman. You aren't even a doctor. You don't deserve to have your own name. The ram-headed mask continued to output, and the more it spoke, the louder it became. It was clear that these 2 monsters knew each other. As 4 or 5 more black worms were pulled out and crushed by the bandaged man, his sanity cleared up a bit more. How could there be so many worms in his head? This scene was simply nauseating. Even the psychologically strong Shen felt his stomach churn. After being berated by the ram-headed mask, the bandaged man actually began to repent. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. but I really want to prove that I am a doctor. The captain will take us back, and only when the plague appears again will they remember us. 3 great doctors died in a plague, no. Remembering the grave markers clustered beneath the tower. A group of doctors perished in that plague. Now he actually wants to unleash a plague again, merely to make people remember him. Madman, you are a madman. Who would remember you, an outcast, because of a plague? You aren't even a doctor. What right do you have to spread a plague? Besides the captain, what qualifications do you have to unleash a plague? The goat-headed mask roared. The bandaged man squatted down, cradling his head, looking down at the scalpel embedded in his chest. No, I just don't want them to be buried here, with only a name, and no one remembers their faces. They all say it was just a plague, and no one wants to recall that tragic history. No one understands how much we sacrificed. The bandaged man's emotions surged, and he began to scream. Chen silently watched the bandaged man gradually break down, his hands clenching slightly. Previously, due to the sequence, he had also learned about the plague. However, the research showed that there had been no information on plagues for nearly 100 years. But recalling what Li Su had said about a plague 30 years ago, this meant that everyone had implemented an information blockade regarding that plague. The name here is Dawn Tower, and the tower's light is gradually illuminated by absorbing the plague. Everything seemed to connect. Chen Shen's heart had a rough guess about what kind of price this group of forgotten people had paid. Xiao Su. As soon as the name Xiao Su was called out, the bandaged man's body trembled violently. Everything is in the past. After Chen Shen spoke, the bandaged man slowly stood up, pulling at his bandages, gradually unwrapping the bindings around him. Yes, my name is Xiao Su. I have completed 25,331 surgeries. I saved 25,330 people, but I died on the operating table because I failed my own surgery. A plague showcased my talent. I performed surgeries 24 hours a day without rest, just to save more people. But those people heard that their savior was a warrior, and instead of gratitude, they felt disgust and contempt. They didn't understand why their family members were entrusted to a warrior for surgery. But I am unwilling. I don't want to die nameless like this. If I were a doctor, I could have done better. Why do those people curse me? Why do they think I am a born warrior? Why was I destined to be just a warrior? As Xiao Su gradually recounted his experiences, the bandages on his body began to unravel. A massive incision on his chest was exposed, and something dark seemed to writhe inside, the stench of decay hitting the senses. His skin clung to his bones like that of a mummified corpse. Half of his head was gone, and his back was riddled with black holes. There was no trace of humanity left. Captain, you remember my name now, right? The goat-headed mask fell into rare silence. I remember your name. I remember everyone's names. Xiao Su, Sun Bei, Luo Yon, and the names of others. I think bringing them back would be better than just bringing back the plague, wouldn't it? Xiao Su looked up, his murky gaze clearing slightly. Yes, Captain, you are right, but can a ship with a broken sail still sail? Just like can the dead be remembered again? Yes, as long as it is on the sea, the ship can still sail. When Chen Shen realized that Xiao Su's extremity was merely for that group of buried bones, he no longer knew how to express himself. It seemed he recalled something again. He quickly turned and ran up the tower. After Xiao Su left, the oppressive atmosphere completely vanished, and Chen Shen regained his ability to act. Are you sure you want to sail? Chen Shen didn't understand what it meant, but he wasn't foolish enough to ask, as he still couldn't fully determine the true intentions of the goat-headed mask. He could only mumble something. Yes, but I need to deal with the blood coagulation plague, just like before. I don't want to bury more doctors' bones here. The goat-headed mask unusually refrained from rambling and simply replied, "You are not the captain." This statement made Chen Shen's hands clench tightly. He wanted to tear off the goat-headed mask immediately. This guy had let something slip in front of the mad Xiao Su, and he could very well die here. What should he do to threaten a mask that only spoke? Throw it away or hide it? Bow his head. Yet, Chen Shen saw a sad expression on the goat-headed mask. But you are very similar, really similar. You and the captain are the same kind of person, that madman just can't see it. At this point, Chen Shen felt that the goat-headed mask didn't seem particularly hostile towards him. The current goat-headed mask gave him no sense of enmity at all. I can help you because you really spoke his name. It would be even better if you could know my name. There was anticipation and sadness in its tone. Chen Shen sighed. With such a long name, how could he possibly remember it? He hesitated for a moment but still prepared to ask for some information. What does sailing refer to? The goat-headed mask answered evasively. I'll ask you one last question. Are you willing to give everything to solve the blood coagulation plague? Yes. The goat-headed mask sighed, and soon its loquacious nature couldn't be suppressed any longer. and it began to speak incessantly. The cost of sailing is great, I hope you won't regret it. I was lying to you before, I can't solve the blood coagulation plague. Only Xiao Su can deal with it. You should find a way to learn surgery from him, his surgeries can easily resolve even the most intractable plagues. He is very talented, even as a warrior, he can create that kind of surgery. If fate doesn't play tricks on him, he will be a great doctor. Chen Chen murmured, he is still a great doctor now. Indeed, but he is no longer himself. Woo woo, a deep horn sounded. Standing at the top of the tower, Xiao Su held the glowing source at the tower's peak, which turned out to be a special horn. As the horn was blown, the entire tower trembled violently. Chen Chen quickly exited the tower. What is that guy doing? Sailing. Sailing? What does that mean? A phantom of a decaying ship began to coalesce above the tower. At this moment, prompts kept appearing. Loading Inheritance Authority. Sequence 001 Plague Doctor confirmed. Plague Laboratory login, Plague Operating Table login, Plague Tavern login, Resting Room login. After a series of login displays, the ship gradually began to solidify. What? What is that? The goat-headed mask explained. It's obvious that it's a ship, the captain's true ship, a tool. It's called the source of plague, sin. No. Why is it a ship? Chen Shen thought that sailing merely referred to some means of leaving this instance and returning to the real world. Yet now, a real decaying ship was hovering in mid-air. Moreover, this ship was a symbol of authority? Wasn't that something that could only be awakened after reaching the 5th tier and becoming a top-tier combat force? Authority represented the liberation of all combat power in the sequence. Some people's authority comes from a certain ability, while others derive it from special items. Authority is not singular but exists in various forms. The reason why high-ranking individuals are often favored is that the higher the rank of this authority, the more numerous and powerful it becomes. Of course, not all high ranks are well regarded. For instance, Chen Chen's Plague Doctor, Su Mumu's Control Mage, and some other rather peculiar high-ranking sequences. Their authority may be strong, but no one wants to team up with them, as a 5th-tier powerhouse is a rare existence among thousands. The authority of his sequence 001, the Plague Doctor, turns out to be a ship? That ship, already solidified for the most part, looms before Chen Chen's eyes. A ghost ship floats on the surface of the sea, its mast broken, jutting out like a withered bone into the gray sky. The hull is mottled, bearing indelible marks from the passage of time and storms, with rotting planks covered in strange moss and tattered coverings. At the top of the broken mast hang a few tattered sails, swaying in the wind, emitting a wailing sound, as if whispering of past glories and present solitude. The moonlight casts a haunting glow on the ship's body, making it even more terrifying. Source of the plague, sin. Bang! A body crashes heavily in front of Chen Chen. Xiao Su's body falls to the ground like a dead man. Black worms wriggle in the mud, and moments later, Xiao Su's body is once again slowly lifted, as if being molded like clay. Crew, squirrel in position. Xiao Su, like a desiccated corpse, clings to the bones, a smile on his face that looks more like a grotesque cry. Captain, let's board. Let's board. Chen Chen stuffed the goat-headed mask into the inside of his clothing beneath his skin. He had received a special prompt. Fragmented authority loading complete. Sinful ship docking. Loading authority at the 1st tier, was this a good thing or a bad thing? He couldn't be sure. But now he had no choice, as if a giant hand was pushing him from behind. Since arriving in this instance, he had completely lost the freedom to choose. Chen Chen forced a bitter smile. He recalled Su Yuntian's assessment of the previous generation's Plague Doctor, a beast. Now, in some respects, it seemed that his predecessor was indeed particularly beastly. After all, the emergence of authority meant that this instance was entirely a test from the previous generation's Plague Doctor. Therefore, he could only make the right choice to truly lead his classmates, including Su Mumu, to leave. No matter the cost, this was a matter of agreement. Chen Chen glanced at the tombstones surrounding the tower. As per their previous agreement, he spoke to Xiao Su. I want to take everyone away. Really? Captain. I'm sorry, Captain, I shouldn't have questioned you, but I have a condition. Chen Chen turned to Xiao Su. I want to learn your surgery to resolve the blood coagulation plague. Then I'll take them. On board. Xiao Su, who had just been in a frenzy, suddenly quieted down. His murky eyes fixed on Chen Chen. Then the dry skin on his face twitched, as if hesitating, but he still raised his hand to lift the horn he held. After a moment, he spoke. Okay, Captain. The words were said with great force. He then picked up the horn and began to blow it again. Oh! The long and eerie sound of the horn echoed. Accompanied by the sound of the horn, Chen Chen felt an inexplicable pressure weighing down on his shoulders. This feeling was incredibly oppressive. It was as if someone was riding on his back. After one step, As Chen Chen took another, the ground beneath his feet slightly sank. To bring this group of people aboard, I must first be able to carry them onto the sinful ship. The goat-headed mask in his arms spoke. You might die. Chen Chen replied indifferently, gritting his teeth. Who cares? The goat-headed mask seemed to be momentarily stunned by this statement, taking a long time before it spoke again. You're quite humorous, just don't die. At the moment Chen Chen stood before the tall tower, there was no turning back. Either they all lived, or they all died. Under the sound of the horn, the gravestones of the ruins began to tremble. One by one, ethereal blue figures slowly emerged from the gravestones. Almost transparent hands began to press down on Chen Chen's shoulders. A memory also appeared before Chen Chen's eyes. A middle-aged doctor was being blocked at the door, cursing loudly. He had forcefully ignored regulations and treated a dying patient in an improper manner. Fortunately, the patient survived, but unfortunately, he was left with irreversible aftereffects. Ignoring regulations in the real world led to the revocation of his medical license. Afterward, a plague broke out, and the middle-aged doctor continued to act according to his conscience, treating 77 people before succumbing to the plague himself. Before he died, he thought that if his skills had been just a bit better, perhaps there wouldn't have been any problems. What is this? Their memories? Chen Chen could feel that sincere heart, that relentless emotion. But as an observer, all he could think was how foolish. However, in that fleeting moment of thought, Chen Chen felt the pressure on his body suddenly increase. A flood of memories began to surge forth. Carry 17 souls, cost, pain. The impact of the memories left Chen Chen's consciousness somewhat hazy. A prompt appeared, and under the relentless assault of emotions from the dead doctors, the intense pain caused his knees to start bending. But this level of pain was still bearable. The sound of changing numbers echoed around him. Carry 217 souls, cost, pain, lung disease. Under the pressure on his back, Chen Chen's breathing became difficult. An increasing burden began to have extremely strong negative effects. His body started to cough uncontrollably, as if his lungs were on fire. With violent coughing, his legs trembled, and blood splattered from his mouth. Carry 517 souls, cost, pain, lung disease, blindness. After a fit of violent coughing, Chen Chen's vision began to rapidly decline. He could only arrange his steps and direction in his mind through quick memories. Carry 956 souls, cost, pain, lung disease, blindness, hearing loss. Completely losing his sight, a ringing filled his ears. The ringing was long, until the world fell into complete silence. The loss of hearing wasn't particularly uncomfortable for him. It was just a matter of groping in the dark. Now, Chen Chen had no choice but to keep moving forward. Even with bent knees, he had to keep walking. Carry 1766 souls, cost, pain, lung disease, blindness, hearing loss, nose severed. The number of souls increased once again. Chen Chen felt a sharp pain at the tip of his nose. Half of his nose was brutally sliced off. The pain made Chen Chen want to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. Blood dripped down the edge of the birdbeak mask. Carry 2194 souls, cost, pain, lung disease, blindness, hearing loss, nose severed, tongue severed. Crack! Chen Chen's tongue was severed. He couldn't swallow, as doing so would block his trachea with the severed tongue. Under the mask, he couldn't even stick out his tongue. Pain. There wasn't a single part of him that wasn't in pain. Carry 2917 souls, cost, pain, lung disease, blindness, hearing loss, nose severed, tongue severed, skin torn. With each step Chen Chen took, he could only rely on his memory. At this point, after the souls reached 2917, every inch of his skin suddenly felt like it was being pricked with needles. As this sensation emerged, everything he had previously noted became chaotic. The recorded route, the approximate distance, even the direction were all thrown into disarray. Walking in the darkness. That feeling is incredibly oppressive, helpless, and bewildering. Unable to discern the direction, unable to confirm whether I have gone the wrong way, unable to confirm if I am truly moving towards the sinful ship. Is this the price? No wonder that goat-headed mask said the price is something one cannot bear. I am on the verge of collapse. But I still want to resolve the blood coagulation plague. I must go back. Go to that ship. Inherit the authority. Boom! A flicker of flame ignited ahead. With Chen Chen's conviction, he found his direction amidst the darkness. Flames began to appear on both sides of his feet. Upon closer inspection, those flames were candles. The ones holding the flames were shadowy figures kneeling on the ground. Clearly unable to see anything, yet he could find direction in the darkness of consciousness. Outside, Xiao Su watched as Chen Chen, who had already walked halfway, suddenly saw the soul he had been carrying begin to fall. It pressed down little by little along his back, pushing him forward. Xiao Su's hands began to tremble, and he shouted in a low voice, "Don't you want to go back? Do you want to stay here forever? After shouting, Xiao Su could only grab the horn and quickly board the ship. In his consciousness, Qin Shen's footsteps halted. He felt the burden on him lighten. Voices began to ring in his ears. Those who are already dead have no need to go back. It's quite nice under the tower. If my talent were a bit higher, perhaps I could have avoided the tragedy. You are a born genius, you cannot kneel here. In any era, plague doctors are walking lighthouses, whether you are one or not. I can't go back, but you can. After being a doctor for 70 years, I have become a burden to others for the first time. Whispered murmurs echoed continuously in Chen Chen's ears. Woo 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 woo. The familiar sound of the horn rang out. Those souls began to move instinctively towards the sound. Standing on the sinful ship, the corpse-like Xiao Su raised the horn and blew it loudly. With each blow, Xiao Su's body crumbled a little more. When the third blow of the horn sounded, Qin Shen had already stepped onto the sinful ship. All 2,917 souls of the doctors who died here boarded the ship under the horn's guidance. To be honest, Qin Shen was still in a daze. The overwhelming influx of memories had left his mental state in shambles. He didn't even know how he got on the ship. Once aboard, all the pain and everything else had vanished completely. At this moment, those souls had entered the cabin of the sinful ship. On the deck, Xiao Su's body was as parched as a piece of dry earth that hadn't been watered for a year, devoid of any moisture, with huge cracks covering his entire body. It gave Qin Shen the feeling that he would shatter at any moment. The horn in his hand had slowly hardened into stone, cracking apart. Xiao Su weakly opened his eyes to look at Qin Shen, and the next moment, he struggled to raise his hand, inserting it into his chest and fiddling for a while, as if his body had become extremely desiccated, the action of digging into his chest producing a constant sound of friction. After fumbling for a while, he pulled out 3 rusty scalpels. His dried-up palm held the 3 scalpels out towards Qin Shen. These 3 scalpels can resolve the blood coagulation plague, and they can also help you perform some special surgeries, provided you understand them well enough. Qin Shen reached out to grab the 3 scalpels, but Xiao Su suddenly tightened his grip, preventing Qin Shen from picking them up. You are not the captain. This sentence made Qin Shen feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His entire mental state instantly wilted. But you are just as much a madman as he is. The fact that you have gained the recognition of sin means he is already dead. The 2,920 people here have always followed him as their doctor. Only you can bring them back. He is the lighthouse in the plague, and I hope you can also become a lighthouse. I have always wanted the plague to return to this world. In fact, the best proof of our existence is that the plague does not appear. After saying this, Xiao Su let go, allowing Qin Shen to take the scalpel, while his body began to disintegrate. Is this the price of using the horn? The goat-headed mask inside his clothes began to speak. He is dead, he died because of you. You really are a piece of work. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen did not retort, closing his eyes in pain, unable to bear the side effects of that group of souls as they boarded the ship. I'm lying to you, he's not dead. No one on this ship will die. Qin Shen suddenly opened his eyes, and indeed, Xiao Su's disintegrating body began to coalesce again. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse. The next moment, he realized something. Wait! He can blow the horn to bring these souls onto the ship and won't die on the ship. Why should I bear this burden? Why doesn't he just blow the horn directly? I didn't make you bear it. You chose to bear it yourself. They can board the ship, but there's no captain. What's the use of being on this ship if it can't sail? Chen Chen? You're not even pretending to soften the blow of this cruel reality? Qin Shen felt that all the suffering he had endured before was truly in vain. Moreover, the emotions he had just been cultivating were completely shattered. His mental state worsened. If he had a rationality value, it would have definitely dropped below the average line. Especially with this goat-headed mask on him, Qin Shen felt it was truly a wrong decision. Didn't you say the price is very high? It is very high. Those not recognized by the sin horn will die on the spot. Isn't that a high price? No problem there, but it still felt like this mask was not only nagging but also particularly annoying. Actually, you're doing quite well. After all, with such terrifying side effects, you haven't knelt down or screamed in pain, which is already very good. Oh right, you can't scream. The biggest feature of the sin horn is that the crew will not die on the ship, and it can appear in any place and instance. You can use it to enter some uncharted instances to fight, or you can take it to leave some instances, like this one. Of course, it has many other functions. You can treat it as your secret base or a special laboratory, or even a battle machine. The authority of the Sin Horn allows it to sail freely, but some special ship constructions require you to spend some special items to purchase. The goat-headed mask kept explaining. How do you know so much about this ship? Of course, I know a lot. I am the left deputy helmsman and fourth mate of the plague ship, Ronishide. Chen Chen ignored him again. Although this guy was annoying, he was still a good source of knowledge, especially since he didn't understand this broken authority very well yet. The most important thing now was how to use the 3 scalpels in his hand to deal with the plague. Chen Chen weighed the 3 scalpels in his hand. Each scalpel had a number, 1, 2, and 3. A prompt appeared. 3 scalpels of an ordinary person, legendary masterpiece. These 3 scalpels possess all the techniques of top surgery, accumulated through day-to-day practical experience. As long as you hold them, you don't need surgical experience, they can even perform surgery on their own. However, using them requires a little cost. Using the first scalpel, there is no external injury it cannot heal. The second scalpel can heal any internal injury. The third scalpel can extract and transfer any plague. The first scalpel requires 100 milliliters of blood, the second scalpel requires 200 milliliters of blood, and the third scalpel requires 500 milliliters of blood along with some special human tissue as a cost. Such absurd scalpels, the costs of using them are also very strange. 500 milliliters of blood. A person can donate a maximum of 400 milliliters at a time. Is the cost of using the third scalpel really that high? The ram's head mask in his arms suddenly spoke. Aren't you going to use someone else's blood? Right. Someone else's blood. How did I not think of that? You're a genius. I've always thought so myself. Then how does this ship navigate? It is your authority, communicating the cost to navigate. How would I know what your cost is? Each generation of plague doctors has a different cost. Each generation? Chen Chen said nothing and simply studied the Sin ship. Currently, all the buildings on the Sin ship are locked. To navigate and unlock them, one needs praise and denunciation. Navigation requires pain and courage. The two complement each other. Chen Chen's panel at this moment is as follows. Name, Chen Chen Path, Doctor Sequence, 001 Plague Doctor Authority, Sin Ship, Damaged Authority, Rank, First Rank, 10 levels make 1 rank, to rise 1 rank, one must complete the corresponding sequence ritual. Level 10. Life, 18 plus 10 plus 10, normal person 10, speed, 9 plus 10 plus 10, normal person 10, magic, 200 plus 10 plus 10, normal person 10, skills, plague attire, reverse healing, plague extraction, mystical potion talent, pathological analysis, mastered plagues, plague intestinal disease, plague incomplete combustion. Equipment, awakening card, bracelet, cloud sky, ring, 100-inch mountains, ring, necromancer, 3 scalpels. Authority attributes, Sin ship, source of plague, crew, none, the horn held by the previous generation of crew members has been abolished after boarding, a brand new horn needs to be made. Cabin buildings, plague laboratory, unlocked, plague operating table, unlocked, plague tavern, unlocked, lounge, unlocked, captain's room, unlocked, storage room, unlocked, plague power room, unlocked, praise energy, 0, full 100 unlocks and transforms cabin buildings, denunciation energy, 0, full 100 strengthens cabin buildings, pain, 100, full 100 allows passage in and out of a dungeon, courage, 50, full 100 allows one descent into reality once. After looking at his attributes, praise and denunciation are the keys to upgrading special buildings on the Sin ship. At the same time, making a horn requires a large amount of materials. The horn's function is to allow others, besides oneself, to summon the Sin ship. However, he cannot use it yet. After reading through it, Chen Chen glanced at the entire Sin ship. Having inherited the authority, he could board and control the ship at will. Let's navigate. Now, the longer he delays with his classmates, the more dangerous it becomes. He then controlled the Sin ship to navigate within the dungeon. The swaying Sin ship creaked, and the wobbling hull began to move. At this moment, under the plague blood coagulation, Sumumu felt her whole body start to grow cold. She curled up, hugging herself tightly. The originally dim sky suddenly turned pitch black. Sumumu struggled to open her eyes. Is this an illusion? Why is there a ship in the sky? A pale hand, devoid of color, gently patted its own head. Turning back, a figure stood at the bow of the massive ship, dressed like a medieval plague doctor, cloaked in black with a brown leather lining. In the next moment, the familiar figure embraced Sumumu. I'm back. In the next instant, Chen Chen took Sumumu back onto the Sin ship. The cure for the blood coagulation plague required the third scalpel for treatment. However, the 3 scalpels needed 500 milliliters of blood. Sumumu was so weak that Chen Chen couldn't bear to use her blood for the trade treatment. After placing Sumumu on the deck, Chen Chen began to shuttle back and forth, transporting Li Su and all the classmates and teachers onto the ship. Some students in poor health had already fainted. For those students, the trade of 500 milliliters of blood would surely cost them their lives. Use their blood, nothing will happen. After all, How can one survive without a trade? The goat-headed mask in his arms was still coming up with rotten ideas. If it were the old Chen Chen, he would definitely use their blood. After all, life and death were their own affairs, and no one would pay for them. Even a symmetrical return would be good. After all, he was very averse to the concept of a saint. Was it all about profit? But he had witnessed 2,920 nameless doctors die in a plague. He had seen their memories, seen their pure faith. Especially when facing the blood coagulation plague again, he couldn't bring himself to do anything inhumane. Forget it. On the ship, I won't die, right? The goat-headed mask was startled. What do you want to do? Are you crazy? Are you insane? 22 people, needing 22 surgeries, the scalpels require 11,000 milliliters of blood, and the human body only contains 5,000 milliliters of blood. The goat-headed mask couldn't understand Chen Chen's actions. What are you thinking? I didn't say I wanted to drain my own blood, that would be very foolish. Then what do you want to do? Standing on the deck of the Sin ship, Chen Chen looked at the group of classmates. From the outcome, it seemed he had led this group of classmates into a trap. An experiment. An experiment? The goat-headed mask was somewhat confused because the cabin of the Sin ship had not yet been unlocked. Where would the experiment take place? He slowly walked over to Xiao Su, who lay on the deck. Looking at Xiao Su, who was almost lifeless and motionless on the deck, Chen Chen needed help. If he could recruit Xiao Su as the first crew member of the Sin ship, it would be a huge gain. With strength surpassing the 4th tier, Warrior Sequence 001 Light Angel, he had still reached the pinnacle of a healer through the warrior path. In terms of perseverance, strength, and talent, he excelled in every aspect, except his physical condition was not very good. Xiao Su was still alive now because of the residual power of the previous captain, but since Chen Chen had inherited the Sin ship, he was no longer a crew member of the Sin ship. Chen Chen looked at Xiao Su lying on the ground and spoke. Help me. Xiao Su slowly lifted his head, resembling a mummified corpse. His hollow gaze fell on Chen Chen. I can't help you. Become my crew member. Xiao Su turned his head away, deeply exhaling. I want a rest. I've already given you the scalpel. You can deal with this plague. There's no need for me to become your crew member. Xiao Su, regardless of his physical state or the long time he had held on, was simply too tired. Although he had once again spread this plague in a state of confusion, he had already given Chen Chen the scalpel, and he could completely resolve the plague himself. He had no thoughts or motivation to continue living. The dissipating vitality was faster than he had imagined. Chen Chen shook his head. That's not right. This blood coagulation plague has not been resolved. From beginning to end, your solution has been isolation. Even the group of people you operated on will be isolated. Completely blocking its transmission is your method of solving this plague, which is why 2,917 doctors are here. Their bodies couldn't withstand the surgery and their physical condition couldn't be suppressed. Xiao Su turned to Chen Chen, clearly having touched a nerve, and he began to struggle to get up, shouting. This is one of the ways to solve the plague. You're not the captain, you don't understand. Necessary sacrifices are essential, and these are voluntary on our part. But I have a better way. In fact, just by being here, I might completely resolve this plague without needing to operate on these people. Don't you want to see how I can solve this plague? Do you want to die here? Or are you just not interested in such matters? It was indeed absurd that Xiao Su could create legendary masterpieces, 3 surgical knives, relying solely on the methods and experiences of ordinary people. One could say his talent was extraordinarily strong. Xiao Su's vacant gaze gained a hint of spirit. Clearly, this matter was also what sustained his obsession. How about a bet? He did not respond to Chen Chen. After I find the perfect solution to this plague, you will become my crew member. The premise is that you have to help me. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen said earnestly again, I want to give it a try, help me. This sentence clearly had a significant impact on Xiao Su, and he slowly raised his hand. I'll help you, but I hope you're not just a doctor who talks big. Chen Chen reached out and grabbed him, the hand as dry as firewood, pulling him up. I can't do much in my current state, I can only. You just need to observe and act when necessary. Chen Chen handed the 3 surgical knives back to Xiao Su. Those things are just carriers of my experience. I don't need them. Xiao Su reached into his own head and frantically stirred, pulling out some black insect corpses, while simultaneously extracting a rusty surgical knife from his brain. He wiped the rusty surgical knife on the black insect corpses. It turned back to bright silver. This is my old buddy that I've used to death. Feeling the action of Xiao Su digging into his head up close almost made Chen Chen vomit. The creaking sound echoed uncomfortably, and his rationality plummeted. All right. Putting away the 3 surgical knives, Chen Chen raised his hand and directly removed the plague protective gear. His entire body was completely exposed to the air. You are infected with the blood coagulation plague. Chen Chen smiled slightly. The blood coagulation plague was one that even pathological analysis couldn't decipher. He had to fully understand it on this ship. Raising his hands, he felt the red light slowly invade his body. This action made Xiao Su watch Chen Chen with great interest for a long time. The surrounding plague, blood coagulation plague, lost its protective gear and instantly infected him. Feeling the changes in his body, the sensation of blood gradually coagulating was extremely uncomfortable, and his physical strength was gradually fading. Is this what chronic death feels like? You have some ideas, but recklessness is not the key to solving the problem. We've done too many things like this, or else those 2,917 people wouldn't be here. Xiao Su understood that Chen Chen wanted to experiment with his body. On the ship, you won't die, the blood coagulation plague in your body will undergo strange changes. The lethal blood coagulation plague won't be fatal and will lead to unpredictable mutations. Experimenting on yourself, you will only not die on the ship. Once you reach an irreversible state, can you still get off the ship? Contributing blood and ending it with surgery is the best method. With your identity, strive to grow and become a higher existence in the future, so you can make more contributions. Xiao Su felt a sense of frustration at not being able to turn iron into steel. Chen Chen smiled faintly, his face visibly paling at an alarming rate. You are mistaken, I am a doctor now. I will truly walk amidst the plague to find a solution. This is the proper use of authority and the role of a plague doctor. No matter what happens to me in the future, at this moment, I do not want to be controlled by the plague, only I can control it. This statement left Xiao Su silent, the goat-headed mask inside his clothing displaying a look of shock. For Chen Chen, utilizing the third scalpel to address the current plague was the best choice. It was precisely because of the sinful ship's immortal trait and the third scalpel given by Xiao Su that he dared to attempt his idea. He felt he might truly be able to resolve this plague, blood coagulation plague. The second-generation blood coagulation plague. Was the second-generation mutation good or bad? The blood coagulation plague is unsolvable. I am here for an interesting experiment where I cannot die. A countdown appeared before him. 1 day. Too long. He had to find a way to accelerate the progress of this plague. He thought of Su Mumu. Her enhancement could serve as a catalyst for the plague's evolution. If the direction was controllable, strengthening might be possible. Xiao Su was merely a backup. Su Mumu was the key to his experiment. At that moment, Su Mumu was placed next to Li Su alone. Weak, she could only half sit on the deck, her gaze fixed on Chen Chen since he brought her here. Chen Chen, already infected with the plague, approached Su Mumu. He squatted down and smiled at her. Are you infected? Just a little experiment, like when I experimented with the senior, there's no need to be nervous. Su Mumu pouted, feeling a bit wronged, unsure if she was recalling how this guy had tricked her back then or if she felt uncomfortable with Chen Chen preparing to use his body for an experiment as a doctor. Chen Chen's expression turned serious as he leaned closer to Su Mumu and requested again. Mumu, I need your help. At Chen Chen's sudden statement, Su Mumu's eyes fixed on him. The cause of the blood coagulation plague had drained the color from her pretty face. Although Su Mumu had many questions, such as what this broken ship was and where they were, and even what the solution was, she didn't ask and simply nodded. A faint smile appeared. On her pale, beautiful face, that smile was as gentle as Dayu in the world. She reached out her right hand to touch Chen Chen's cheek, then gently wiped the bloodstains from his face with her slender fingers. I will always be with you. What do you need me to do? During this time, Su Mumu had no idea what Chen Chen had experienced, but she could guess a thing or two from his state. Chen Chen stood up. If he had hesitated before, Su Mumu's words now confirmed that his decision was correct. I need you to enhance my control. Just like before? Just like before. Xiao Su, with a body like a dried corpse, walked behind Chen Chen, and his appearance made both Su Mumu and the completely powerless Li Su feel a jolt in their hearts. Terrifying, like a monster, they instinctively wanted to fight. Yet, they could not muster the strength to do so. Li Su did not even recognize him with the bandages removed. Don't worry, he won't harm you. He is a doctor, just a somewhat strange-looking doctor. Upon hearing Chen Chen's introduction, Xiao Su's hands trembled uncontrollably. In a hoarse voice, he spoke to Su Mumu. I will protect his safety, I am a doctor. After saying this, Xiao Su took out the scalpel and sliced off a small part of his left pinky. The severed pinky was handed to Chen Chen. Eat it, and all pathways of the plague's spread will be sealed. Looking at the finger being offered, the thought of having to eat it. Chen Chen hesitated. Can it be juiced? It's something that's relatively hard to swallow, and I can down it in one go. Subconsciously, don't tell me what it is. I can't. Xiao Su raised her hand, pinched Chen Shen's nose, and stuffed a segment of her finger into his mouth, sliding it down his throat until it was swallowed. The motion was so quick that even Chen Shen didn't have time to react. Cough, cough, cough. The nauseating feeling made Chen Shen cough and retch continuously. It's just a finger, it's not that terrifying. Chen Shen was speechless. It was a finger, not a sausage. But, facing someone who could pull out a scalpel from his own mind, such complaints felt utterly powerless. Next to Xiao Su, he always felt his sanity plummeting wildly. The actions were completely contrary to reason. Are you feeling better? Su Mumu, the weak, still struggled to stand and gently patted Chen Shen's back. After a while, he finally felt a bit better. The feeling of nausea was suppressed. As long as he didn't remember that he had swallowed a finger, it wasn't too big of a problem. Ugh. After retching a couple more times, Chen Shen finally managed to speak to Su Mumu. When I say to use the enhancement, just enhance it. Okay. The plague isolation has been cast. Your own plague will not spread. Is this isolation? At that moment, Chen Shen seemed to understand everything. The reason Xiao Su was still alive was that he needed to use his flesh and blood to cast isolation for others. Those doctors had more or less died in that plague, but they came back to life because of the sin vessel, continuing to fight until the isolation was buried beneath the Dawn Tower in the mass grave. The horn of the sin vessel was also turned into a lighthouse. Xiao Su became the only watcher, the only person still alive atop the Dawn Tower. He became a part of the previous generation of plague doctors who made him appear here to inherit the sin vessel. Chen Shen turned back to glance at the huge gash on Xiao Su's chest, which was empty inside. The filled part was just some black insect corpses. Some things cost far more than he had imagined. He took a deep breath and looked at plague incomplete combustion. Plague incomplete combustion, transmitted through blood. After single infection, blood temperature rises, physical attributes peak within 10 minutes. If released within 10 minutes, it will lead to a state of weakness. If not released after 10 minutes, it will enter a state of frenzy and lose reason. After 15 minutes, body moisture will be evaporated. After 20 minutes, death. This plague incomplete combustion was derived from Su Mumu's portion of plague intestinal disease at a multiple of 32,768. When this unknown plague was generated, all the animals it came into contact with could instantly turn into blood water. Even as a flawed plague, its strength was still very high. Therefore, using it to combat the blood coagulation plague was the most likely option. This was also Chen Shen's initial guess, but guesses are always just guesses. One must try to know. Using plague incomplete combustion, target, Chen Shen. After silently reciting it, accompanied by the use of plague incomplete combustion, Chen Shen could clearly feel some changes occurring in his body. The body that was gradually losing strength began to recover, a scorching breath flowing through his veins. However, this feeling was rare. It's effective. The direction is right. But in the next moment, his legs trembled, and he fell heavily to the ground. His entire body temperature began to rise rapidly. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough. A large mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of flesh came out. Under the high temperature of the blood, there was actually no resistance, and it began to scorch his organs. How could this plague incomplete combustion be like this? Mumu, enhance. Su Mumu did not hesitate at all, even though her eyes were filled with heartache. There are two options for enhancement, blood coagulation and boiling blood. The two enhancements indicate that they have not fully merged. Enhance blood coagulation. Su Mumu hesitated for a moment but still recited it. Enhance. The moment the eightfold enhancement acted on his body, Chen Shen began to tremble violently. Cough. Cough, cough. Pooh. A mouthful of thick blood spewed out, this time emitting a foul, bloody stench. Black blood flowed out from his pupils. The change in blood intensified, and plague incomplete combustion began to resist. Where would a special balance be found? Chen Shen immediately conducted a pathological analysis of his condition. Pathological analysis, plague incomplete combustion unchanged. Pathological analysis, plague blood frostbite airborne transmission. The blood gradually began to freeze like water, until all the blood froze and died. Solution, none. No solution meant he could not conduct a pathological analysis to acquire skills, and Su Mumu had no way to continue enhancing. However, his physical condition seemed to improve a bit. The two plagues had begun to be forced to confront each other. His body temperature was also fluctuating continuously. Dizziness, nausea, vertigo, chest tightness, shortness of breath, floral vision. Various complications began to rapidly appear in Chen Shen's body. It's not that easy to solve. Do you need me to help you with surgery? Chen Shen's body had curled up on the ground, shaking continuously. In this situation, he still gritted his teeth and spoke. No need. I have a way. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Chen had another method. If there was no solution, he had to take drastic measures. High-temperature toxin injected. Target, Chen Chen. Accompanied by the extraction of mysterious elements being injected. Chen Chen's body began to convulse violently. His skin started to ooze blood, and in less than a minute, he had turned into a person covered in blood. Su Mumu wanted to step forward but was stopped by Xiao Su. The spread of the plague is isolated, but the premise is that you cannot touch him. He's not going to make it. Can't you see? Su Mumu's pale face and white lips conveyed all her strength. I know. Xiao Su's tone paused, and her hoarse voice continued. The captain's choice. Status, boiling blood applied status, frozen blood counteracted. The terrifying two plagues were fighting fiercely within him. Due to the sinful ship, Chen Chen could not die. All he could do was roll on the ground in agony. Too many have failed. It's not something that can be solved just by thinking. Can you really do it? The goat-headed mask hidden in the layers of clothing asked. Chen Chen said nothing, only continuing to feel the changes within himself. No human blood could withstand such torment. A new plague was born. Plague, hemolysis. This was derived from Su Mumu's eightfold enhancement. Pathological analysis. Plague, hemolysis is a plague that produces a counteracting effect with high-temperature toxins in special plagues, and its effects are extremely severe. Blood transmission will cause the infected person's blood to dissolve into water in a very short time. Solution, none. The plague hemolysis resulting from the action of blood coagulation plague is still unsolvable. No solution. No solution. Feeling the blood within his body rapidly dissolve and then recover once again due to the sinful ship. No solution. Had he tried all the ideas he could? Was it really unsolvable? No. Sinful ship. In his pain, Chen Chen seemed to grasp a key. He slowly stood up, his body drenched in blood, already hunched over from the pain. His skin continuously oozed tiny beads of blood. I understand now. The death process of blood coagulation plague is slow. The sinful ship will only complete the transformation at the moment of death. The plague hemolysis is a rapid death, a process in which one does not die, while the repairs of the sinful ship continue incessantly. This feeling of repeated painful experiences hides the solution, truly finding a way to break the unsolvable method using authority. Yes, just like that. Chen Chen's breath quickened, unsure if it was due to the torment of his ailing body or the excitement of finding a solution. A determined glint flashed in his sickly eyes. In a calm tone, he said, "Dissect me, Xiao Su." As soon as these words left his mouth, not only did Su Mumu's eyes turn red instantly, but Xiao Su also found it hard to believe. Are you crazy? Chen Chen's body swayed, blood sticking to his lips. A grim smile finally appeared on his face. I found the method. The method lies in the process of my body's transformation. Cough, cough, cough. After desperately swallowing a mouthful of blood, he continued, my body is rapidly dying while simultaneously recovering quickly. The recovery process repeats continuously in a short time, so dissect me and find the true solution. Seeing Xiao Su's hesitation, Chen Chen straightened up with effort, waved his hand, and shouted loudly, Dr. Zhao, your medical skills, please let me see. Chen Chen could no longer support himself and fell backward to the ground. Su Mumu covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He's not dead, he's just in a lot of pain. Xiao Su's tone was calm, but his skeletal body trembled for the first time. Skills? The feeling of being acknowledged. Xiao Su raised his right hand, gripping the scalpel, and glanced at it before walking towards the fallen Chen Chen. Some other classmates had noticed the commotion, but no one stepped forward. The unfamiliar environment and the deadly plague loomed over them. Despair lingered in everyone's hearts, and they all waited calmly for death. Even teacher Sun no longer comforted the students, sitting aside lost in thought. Li Su looked at the fallen Chen Chen, then at Xiao Su approaching him, and with the special silver scalpel in hand, a familiar silhouette surged in his mind. He seemed to recall something but couldn't quite grasp it. He was too young then, a segment of closed history. An emotion spread in his chest. He covered his mouth and coughed violently twice, blood soaking his pale palm. Memories flooded back. Li Su smiled bitterly. When you're about to die, the revolving lantern really is something. He remembered some things. Xiao Su crouched down, looking at Chen Chen, who was still bleeding profusely on the ground. He reached out and pulled something from his own head. His right hand grasped a handful of black worms, which he pulled out and crushed. At this point, his mind felt almost empty. The more his rationality recovered, the faster the vitality faded. Surgery needed to be performed in a perfect state of mind. The captain had also considered doing this, but the effects of the blood coagulation plague were not strong. The mortality rate was high, but the time it took to integrate with other plagues and cause mutations also required time. Everything needed time. He had only one chance for surgery in 2 days. If he failed, a large number of patients infected with the blood coagulation plague would die. By the time a solution was researched, everyone might already be dead. So, the most brutal isolation had to be used, saving as many as possible. But this guy, his ideas were truly unique. What a madman, Xiao Su commented. He had never thought that extracting his own flesh and blood to perform isolation on a doctor was not also a madman's act. He stared at Chen Chen lying on the ground. A glint flashed in his eyes. He pressed the scalpel down and made an incision in Chen Chen's abdomen. Then he slowly reached inside. What sterile environment, what painkillers, none of that was necessary on the sinful ship. His time was limited, and there was no need to create those useless things. Time passed second by second. The creaking sound of flesh being forcibly pulled echoed on the quiet deck. It was chilling and terrifying. At that moment, the desperate classmates also began to turn their heads to look over here, and upon seeing Chen Chen being dissected, fear spread across everyone's faces. To them, this monster might very well choose them as the next subject. Su Mumu closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, her fingers intertwined in silent prayer. Like family members praying outside a hospital, all she could do was continuously plead for Chen Chen's safety. Lying on the ground, Chen Chen, without anesthesia, could clearly feel his organs being taken out for examination. However, the pain from hemolysis had almost overshadowed everything. Although the sensation of his body being cut open was terrifying, he still tried to maintain his sanity and feel the changes in his body. 1 hour, 2 hours, just staring. Xiao Su's surgical knife suddenly paused, and he slowly stood up. His face, like that of a dried corpse, showed no expression. He gripped the scalpel, trembling. "It's done," he murmured softly, without a roar of release. The death riddle from 30 years ago was unraveled at this moment, with no excessive excitement, for the price had already been paid in full 30 years prior. He had successfully found the method. It was eerily calm. At this moment, case analysis, plague, hemolysis, high-temperature toxins and special plagues produce severe epidemics, with extremely adverse effects. Bloodborne transmission of infected individuals' blood will dissolve into water in a very short time. Solution: there is a solution. Analysis successful. You fully understand the principle of hemolysis, and under the circumstances of life and death, you found a solution with the help of surgery. You have mastered the skill, plague, hemolysis. Chen Chen's mind was already unable to think, but upon hearing this sentence, he instinctively raised his right hand with great difficulty and spoke. Reversal. Treatment. A rich green healing beam appeared on Chen Chen's body. The sutured abdominal wound quickly healed, and at the same time, the plague hemolysis within him dissipated completely. In that instant, Chen Chen's body rapidly recovered. However, the blood on him made him look particularly terrifying. This treatment directly brought his body to its peak state. He stood up. The first thing he did was walk to Su Mumu's side, ready to deal with the coagulation plague. The coagulation plague was far inferior to plague hemolysis. The case analysis had already deciphered plague hemolysis, so plague coagulation could be directly analyzed. Before he could speak, as he approached, Su Mumu was still clasping her hands in prayer. With a teasing thought, he slowly squatted down. He leaned in front of Su Mumu. "Are you praying for me?" Hearing his voice, Su Mumu suddenly opened her eyes, and in an instant, joy turned to panic, followed by heartache as she reached out to wipe Chen Chen's cheek, but the blood oozing out was too thick to be wiped away. "I thought you wouldn't survive." Chen Chen raised his hand while conducting the pathological analysis and spoke. "Didn't I say you could always believe in me?" After saying this, the pathological analysis began. Plague coagulation. It spreads rapidly through humans, with a range of 10 kilometers centered around the infected individual. The coagulation plague has extremely high lethality and infectivity. Moreover, if no treatment is administered within a day, the blood will gradually solidify like jelly until death occurs. Any treatment from the doctor route can only delay the onset of the coagulation plague. Solution: there is a solution, similar to hemolysis, but with a very strong transmissibility. You can easily handle it. Acquire skill, plague, coagulation plague. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of plague incomplete combustion and high-temperature toxin. Both plague hemolysis and plague coagulation plague remained as Chen Chen's skills. Reverse healing. In that moment, his magic was depleted. A vast amount of green healing light filled the entire Sin ship. Chen Chen had sacrificed too much for this healing. His obsession with perfectly unraveling this plague might have stemmed from the memories of the 2,917 doctors, or perhaps from Xiao Su's unwavering weight in the solitary tower. Or maybe it was for this one plague skill. In any case, there had to be some pursuit. Chen Chen didn't know which category he belonged to, he only knew he had succeeded. Under the reverse healing, everyone's physical condition was rapidly restored. The plague blood coagulation plague also completely dissipated. After everything was done, Chen Chen stood up and looked around. It's time to go back, this is over. Li Su, who had recovered, found that his lung disease had also been mostly cleared due to the treatment. His coughing frequency and intensity had significantly decreased. His gaze fell on Xiao Su, who was still standing motionless to the side. He stood up and slowly walked over, looking at Xiao Su with a confirming gaze. Halfway there, Li Su's steps halted, and he moved his lips, unsure of what to say. He didn't know what to do either. Xiao Su met his gaze for a moment but then walked past him, stopping behind him with a weak, hoarse voice. Recognize me? Even in this state, you can still recognize me. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, is that you? Just a dead person. Your health means the others are fine too. That's great. After saying this, Xiao Su walked towards Chen Chen. Li Su suddenly turned to look at Xiao Su's back and knelt down with a thud. He remembered everything, all of it. 30 years ago, 5-year-old Li Su's entire family was quarantined due to a plague. The first batch of infected individuals was simply isolated in a plague zone. Life in the isolated plague zone was a struggle, no one dared to enter. The lethality of this plague was severe, those infected would die within 3 days at most. When everyone thought their time was up, a man dressed as a bird-beak doctor and a lean man brought thousands of the top doctors to the quarantine zone. The memory of Dr. Zhao and his special silver scalpel overlapped in Li Su's mind. No one wanted to die. But the actions of those thousands of doctors were almost suicidal, no one understood. Li Su heavily knocked his forehead against the ground. Dr. Zhao, thank you. Xiao Su's footsteps paused for a moment but continued towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen turned to look at Xiao Su, smiling as he spoke. Are you ready to be my crew member, Dr. Zhao? But Xiao Su said nothing, his pace slowed, and the edges of his body began to turn to ash and burn. This scene felt wrong. Chen Chen realized something was off and quickly stepped forward. Don't come closer. Xiao Su raised his hand to stop Chen Chen from approaching. His dry skin was pulled into an ugly and eerie smile. I can't hold on any longer, I want a rest. Thank you for allowing me to feel my medical skills once more, and for helping me find the way to break it. Xiao Su's voice grew weaker. You are a perfect plague doctor, in my eyes, you are even stronger than any generation of plague doctors because you have someone with you. His gaze shifted to Su Mumu. This era belongs to you. As he spoke, Xiao Su's body burned away, leaving only his right hand, right leg, and half of his head to support him, while the rest turned to pitch black ash, scattering across the deck of the Sin ship. Become my crew, you promised me. Chen Chen shouted unwillingly. Now it wasn't just that Xiao Su was the warrior pathway sequence 001 light angel, but more so because Xiao Su should survive. He should see the changes in the outside world. In 30 years, the world has changed greatly, he should see those he saved. Promise me. Become my crew. Let's go out and see the world, see those. Sorry, Captain. Xiao Su interrupted Chen Chen's words. I really want to agree, but the black worms have all been pulled out by me. From the moment I helped you with the surgery, I knew my fate. This is my best outcome, to die on the sinful ship, and I'm very tired. Very tired. Chen Chen wanted to step forward, to forcefully convert Xiao Su into his crew member. At that moment, the ram-headed mask that had been silent in the layers of Chen Chen's clothing suddenly spoke. It didn't say much, only gave Chen Chen one sentence. Let him rest, he is too tired. Just as Xiao Su was about to completely dissipate, he finally extended his right hand, and that special silver surgical knife was passed over. Chen Chen caught it. In an instant, Xiao Su vanished without a trace. It was as if he had never come into this world. Xiao Su perished before him. Chen Chen's body trembled as he gripped the surgical knife he had received from Xiao Su. The sharp blade unexpectedly cut into his palm, and he was unaware, blood flowing down between his fingers. Su Mumu said nothing, gently cradling the hand that held the surgical knife. Equipment name, Xiao Su's surgical knife, white, equipment story, a surgeon's favorite surgical knife. It has no other characteristics besides being sharp, just like its owner. His owner is not of the doctor pathway, but he is still a top-notch surgeon. After a moment of silence, a smile appeared on Chen Chen's face as he wiped the blood from his face, tears serving as a lubricant to wipe away the dried and solidified stains. He was just crying, smiling in a strange way. Let's go back. Su Mumu leaned closer to Chen Chen. She asked nothing, just responding to him. The sinful ship started up. At the same time, he gained 2,918 points of praise power. This familiar number made Chen Chen's heart ache a little more. 2917 doctors and Xiao Su contributed their final strength. You can try unlocking the Plague Tavern first, It seems to have some good things when upgraded to level 3. The ram-headed mask and the layers of clothing used magic to make its voice sound only in Chen Chen's ear. I know this ship better than anyone, because I am Kali Ranashide, the left deputy helmsman of the plague ship, 4th Officer Jin. Don't keep saying that, it's a name too long to remember. Chen Chen's soft words were still heard by Su Mumu, who said nothing but tightened her grip on his arm. Chen Chen organized his emotions and began to unlock and strengthen the cabin in his mind through the power of authority. This power was used to perfect the authority. Plague Tavern, just listen to the ram-headed mask. Unlocking Plague Tavern. Accompanied by the shaking of the unlocking of the sinful ship, the last room's dark door below the deck suddenly opened, and a strange sound came from inside. Purple light shone through the crack of the door, and a pitch-black hand opened the door from within, hanging a special sign before the door was slammed shut. The sign read, Plague Tavern open for business. Next to the sign was a strange face octopus carving. 100 points of praise power. Upgrade. 600 points of praise power. Upgrade. 900 points of praise power. Upgrade. 1400 points of praise power. Remaining praise power, 21 points. 3 upgrades to the Plague Tavern just perfectly used up the remaining 21 points. The Plague Tavern, LV3, a tavern located beneath the cabin of the sinful ship, where one can see some special things and obtain unique items, provided you are willing to pay with something valuable. The initial unlocking of the sinful ship cabin allowed Chen Chen to fully control the ship, enabling him to instantly travel anywhere on board, and anyone who entered the ship could be manipulated at his will. The confused students were unaware of what had happened. After seeing the strange figures of Su Mumu and Chen Chen disappear, a group of students and teacher Sun quickly gathered to inquire about what was going on. Chen Chen raised a hand, and a swirl of black mist enveloped everyone's heads, causing everyone except Li Su to fall into a coma, including Su Mumu. The running students lost consciousness and tumbled hard onto the deck. Chen Chen ignored them, carefully placing Su Mumu on the deck and using his coat as a pillow under her head. He needed to have a private conversation with Li Su, so it was better for the others to remain unconscious. After doing all this, he approached Li Su. This time, Chen Chen put away his smile. Li Su watched Chen Chen warily. The unconscious students and the young lady made him increasingly unable to understand this young man. What do you want? Chen Chen spoke calmly. I want to talk about Uncle Li. I want to know about the plague from 30 years ago, and why this particular plague was prohibited by the Liaojing province. Li Su hesitated for a moment, rubbing his temples. He felt that Dr. Zhao's appearance and the strangely familiar symptoms all seemed to point back to 30 years ago. He struggled to recall and began to speak. The blockade of this information may be because it was too cruel. I don't know the specifics. They said that the plague was caused by the plague doctor who was researching a highly lethal strain that leaked out. But I was too young at that time to understand much, yet I knew it was a rumor. Those who showed symptoms at the time didn't care, but when people started dying the next day, panic ensued. In the midst of the panic, the infected were driven like rats into the plague zone to await death. As long as all the carriers were isolated, the plague could be resolved, but this decision overlooked human nature. Too many people, wanting to survive, began to flee, falsely reporting and even publicly spreading the disease in an attempt to infect more people to receive help, and the plague spread uncontrollably. Li Su's tone trembled slightly, as if recalling a painful memory. His voice changed. I was infected at the age of 5. I remember very little from that time, only fear, and piles of corpses stacked up. All we could do was wait to die. The plain words from Li Su painted a picture of despair for those who had not yet completely perished. However, a man dressed like you came to the plague zone with many people. I only remember the surgical knife and that birdbeak mask. Dr. Zhao performed surgery on my mother, brother, and me alone, and safely took us away. That's all I know. Chen Chen found it somewhat ridiculous. So, because too many people died, the news was blocked? Li Su nodded. I believe so. That dark history will not be recorded. Even with those doctors' help, the death toll from that plague still reached many. I don't know the exact number, but for a time, the air was filled with the strange smell of burning corpses, and the city's incinerators didn't stop for a month. Not to be recorded. The phrase made Chen Chen's fists clench tightly. Uncle Li, do you know where the 2,920 doctors from the plague zone ultimately went? Li Su shook his head. I'm not sure, there haven't been any reports about them. How do you know this number? Chen Chen pointed downwards, indicating beneath the deck. They are buried within this copy, because their bodies have been isolated by Dr. Zhao's abilities. They can only be buried here, dying silently, while the outside world hides this dark history. Xiao Su's demise further convinced Chen Chen that he wanted to reclaim what belonged to these doctors. They died here? They all died? How could it be? They all died here? Li Su momentarily felt disoriented. Uncle Li, I need your help. Chen Chen spoke calmly. Say it. I want to reclaim their history. I will speak to President Su Yuntian about this matter. He will have the ability to help you. President Su? Alright, Uncle Li, I'll wait for your news after you return. Chen Chen agreed on the surface, but internally he had his own plans. He raised his hand, and Li Su fainted on the deck. The entire deck was left with only Chen Chen standing. I have a plan. This sentence was directed at the goat-headed mask, because he could only confide in this monster he found within this copy. I want to spread a plague. No. The goat-headed mask was stunned. You're crazy. How could the idea of spreading a plague from that madman Xiao Su be contagious? As a doctor, you absolutely cannot do this. Xiao Su is right. The goat-headed mask hurriedly advised, perhaps there are other reasons for keeping the news under wraps. I know I won't spread a plague unless absolutely necessary. As Chen Chen spoke, he had already left the cabin, heading towards the plague tavern below the deck. In the dark cabin below, a chilling wind blew as soon as he stepped down. Rather than a ship, it felt more like a territory of its own. A mobile source of plague. Chen Chen continued walking, although he could teleport to the plague tavern. He wanted to see what the bottom of the cabin looked like. The locked cabins were trapped by locks emitting black gas, with strange thorns crawling on them. Not to mention unlocking them, even touching them was impossible. Continuing on, a wooden door with a sign reading Plague Tavern, now open, appeared before him. This is the Plague Tavern, said the goat-headed mask from within his clothing. There are quite a few good things inside, which will be of great help to you, and you might find something you want. Something I want? You'll know when you go in. He pushed the door open and entered the Plague Tavern. Inside the tavern, the tables and chairs were empty, with only a monster with 8 eyes and octopus tentacles cleaning a bottle of wine with its appendages. You came at just the right time. The irritable customer just left, and your appearance might spark another fight. You know, drinking and fighting are quite common in taverns. Chen Chen glanced at the bloodstains dragged across the tavern floor, a severed purple arm being pulled into the counter by a tentacle in the corner. It was evident that the bartender's claim of the customer leaving was likely a euphemism for being slaughtered. Captain, what do you need? I have all kinds of liquor here. The goat-headed mask spoke from within the layers of clothing. Let me out. I'll talk to this guy. Chen Chen reached into his clothing layers and pulled out the goat-headed mask. Oh, a rare item for the guest. It can be exchanged for quite a few good things. Paul, I need a recent inventory list. Paul's eyes sharpened. The guest knows his stuff. Saying this, a tentacle from beneath the counter lifted and shook, dropping a sticky piece of paper. Chen Chen picked it up and began to read. Most of the items listed were materials of mysterious elements, each one fetching sky-high prices in the outside world. Among them, there were more equipment and some special creatures. Black worm, attached to the body of someone on the verge of death. The person being attached can survive in a special state, but as time goes on, their sanity will decrease without limit. This is the black worm in Xiao Su's mind. This thing comes from the Plague Tavern. I need this. Chen Chen selected a piece of equipment. Staff of Norse, it has an uncertain amplification effect on low-level magic. Instantly restores 1000 mana, cooldown time 24 hours. A piece of equipment very suitable for Su Mumu. Because he was unsure of what the trade would involve, Chen Chen didn't dare to ask for too much at once. He didn't believe that his money would be useful here. Your 400 milliliters of blood. Paul stated the condition and retrieved the staff from under the cabinet with a tentacle. Can't I pay with money? Why blood right from the start? The goat-headed mask interrupted Paul's request. Alright, 30 million is a cheap price. 30 million was indeed cheap. But Chen Chen didn't have that much money on him. Pay with blood. The goat-headed mask was about to stop him. The octopus tentacle quickly swam up from under the counter. It's a deal. The guest is truly brave. Raise your arm. I will be gentle. The tentacle latched onto Chen Chen's arm. A slight sting coursed through his limb. After just a moment, the tentacle retreated, leaving a row of pinprick marks on Chen Chen's arm. Curse of Alosis Paul, in a transaction with the indescribable avatar of the deep sea, you sacrificed 500 milliliters of blood. The wound will not heal for 7 days, and you cannot engage in a second transaction. During these 7 days, your sanity will decline more rapidly over time. Let's go outside. I need to talk to you. The goat-headed mask spoke. Chen Chen took the goat-headed mask back to the deck. The Plague Tavern is a special market where you can trade and learn about some special dungeon information, and even encounter some friendly special creatures. The rule is that you should never agree to any of Paul's trades. You must firmly state your own trading methods and bargain. You didn't tell me in advance. I told you to let me come. You were so eager to agree that I had nothing to say. You act like you've never seen good equipment before. I really haven't. This is only my second time participating in a dungeon. The goat-headed mask was momentarily at a loss for words. Cover it with your sleeve, the wound will produce pus, and the yellow fluid will eventually rot and fall off. Just hold on for 7 days, the first day should be fine. You seem very familiar with this. When I was still human, I also fell for it. You were once human? Fell for it? Did I say that? Didn't you? I was never human. Then what are you? I am the 4th deputy helmsman of the plague ship, Ronashida Jindafu. With a loud bang, the sinful ship shook violently and broke through the dungeon. On the school playground, a dilapidated ancient ship fell straight from the sky, crashing onto the playground with a tremendous sound, the massive hull plowing deep furrows into the grass. Chen Chen tossed his classmates down one by one. He jumped off the sinful ship holding Su Mumu. After leaving, the sinful ship began to slowly disappear, vanishing into nothingness. Chen Chen felt it wasn't the right time to let the souls of the 2,917 doctors in the cabin leave. Until he found a home for them, he wouldn't casually let them drift alone in the real world again. Looking back at the students sprawled on the ground, Chen Chen took out his phone to restore the signal and dialed Principal Lu's number. Not long after the call, Principal Lu hurriedly came out. He glanced at all the students and the still-standing Chen Chen and spoke anxiously. You're all okay. That's great, Principal Lu. Chen Chen stared at Principal Lu for a long time before finally speaking. This time is very dangerous. That's great, luckily you're here. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened a bit. There are only the two of us standing here, so tell me your thoughts, why are you doing this? Principal Lu's panicked expression calmed down slightly. I don't quite understand what you mean. If everything is fine, then that's great. President Su and the others are very worried about you. About 2 days have passed in the instance, but when I returned, I called you immediately and only you appeared. There was no rescue from the outside at all. You know we can't get out, or we can only survive if we do. Principal Lu's expression became serious as he glanced at the traces on the playground that looked like they had been plowed by a giant object. You must have met my uncle, after all, you've gained power. Uncle? A bitter smile appeared on his face as he took a deep breath and slowly spoke. My uncle's name is Xiao Su, he's a doctor. Is he okay? Sure enough, Principal Lu, who controls the internship instance, is also part of it. He died on the sinful ship. As he said this, Chen Shan's hand tightened slightly, a sense of powerlessness spreading within him. He really died? That stubborn guy who held on for 30 years must be quite tired. Tell me everything, Principal, what exactly do you want to do? Chen Chen frowned, feeling very uncomfortable with the sensation of being controlled. His tone had grown colder. Seeing Chen Chen's attitude, who would have thought that a first-tier sequence could question a fourth-tier sequence warrior in such a manner? However, Principal Lu showed no signs of anger. Instead, he began to evaluate Chen Chen. In just 2 days, your temperament has undergone a tremendous change. That place really tests people, or perhaps you are truly a genius. I was indeed going to enter the instance with you, but I didn't expect that after 30 years, the instance would turn into an Abyss Level 1, and I ended up being the last to enter. Principal Lu continued. Others think that I, Principal Lu, became the principal because of my 4th-tier strength, but in reality, I look down on such things. Let me reintroduce myself, my proudest identity. Principal Lu straightened his back, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. If Principal Lu had previously appeared kind and approachable, now an undeniable sense of pride radiated from him. He slowly spoke. I, Lu Wei, sailor of the sinful ship, the last crew member to serve on the sinful ship. 30 years ago, at the age of 18, I personally sent my uncle and those 2,917 doctors into the mass grave, and I returned just to wait for you. Chen Chen stared at Principal Lu, unable to comprehend. How could the previous generation of plague doctors possess such charisma that 2,917 doctors would willingly march to their deaths? That the nephew would personally send his uncle into the mass grave instance and silently wait for death? That a person with world-class medical talent would cut himself to isolate the plague, guarding a solitary tower alone? That a person who waited for 30 years would still take pride in this unrecognized identity? Were these people mad? Principal Lu took out a horn that was nearly shattered from his pocket. It was the same horn that summoned the sinful ship as Xiao Su. Seeing the horn fail, I knew you succeeded, but unfortunately, my uncle still hasn't returned. Even if he is alive after eating the black worm, he is just an empty shell. Principal Lu, Chen Chen called out, not continuing to question but instead sharing a piece of news. Dr. Zhao finally found a way to solve the plague, blood coagulation plague. What? Lu Wei seemed not to have heard clearly. He took 2 steps towards Chen Shen and grabbed his shoulders with trembling hands. What? What did you just say? Chen Shen spoke slowly, word by word. Dr. Zhao found a solution to the blood coagulation plague with his talents. He cracked the blood coagulation plague. Uncle cracked the blood coagulation plague. He cracked the blood coagulation plague. Lu Wei kept murmuring. Ha ha ha. It sounded like mad laughter. Then he started to cry. The whole person was laughing and crying, as if he had gone mad. He looked nothing like an elder. It worked. It worked. It finally worked. It finally worked. It worked. I'm envious of you, Uncle. He shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm envious of you. You did it. You finally did it. Your talent, your medical talent is indeed the best in the world. No one can overshadow a doctor's talent that doesn't rely on the sequence. You can do it. I said you can do it. The boss also said, your talent is unmatched. You are a true doctor. His voice grew softer. Suddenly, he fell to his knees with a thud, resting his head against the grass and began to cry out in despair. The excited shouts gradually faded, leaving only complaints. Why? 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 Did you make me wait for 30 years? Why? Can't you come back to see me alive? Why? Why can't you fulfill the promises you made to me? The previously composed Lu Wei erupted with all his emotions at that moment. He pounded the ground with his hands in pain, looking as if he had truly gone mad. Chen Shan didn't know what to say. This group of people had done nothing wrong. They had simply made the most correct choice. After venting, Lu Wei slowly raised his head. The middle-aged man quickly wiped his face. Did my uncle say anything else? Chen Shen spread his hands, revealing a surgical knife that belonged solely to Dr. Zhao in his palm. Xiao Su's surgical knife, quite a doctor's favorite surgical knife. It has no other characteristics besides being sharp. Like its owner, it is not even a doctor in the traditional sense, yet it is still a top-notch surgeon. The specially made silver surgical knife lay in Chen Shen's palm. The moment Principal Lu saw it, he quickly got up, grabbing the surgical knife. The sharp blade cut into his palm, but he didn't care. He trembled as he held the surgical knife. Principal Lu, this time, along with me, there are 2,917 souls of doctors who have returned. Their souls have not dissipated due to isolation, so what are your plans? Principal Lu placed the surgical knife against his chest and looked at Chen Shen, asking, what are your plans? Chen Shen raised his index finger. Spread the plague. Infect the plague centered around me, entering the game myself. Chen Shen planned to emit the plague from himself, then spread it to a certain extent before appearing under special conditions to resolve the plague. A self-directed performance. Although the infected would be blood coagulation plague, those infected would only experience dizziness, discomfort, and fatigue for a few days at most. As for the aftereffects, they could all be eliminated under reversal treatment. You brat are my student, and you dare to talk about spreading the plague? What if someone hears it? I've fought for quite a few resources over the years, but still fell short. If you can get Su Yuntian to help you, I'd have a 70% chance. It's better not to spread the plague. I know you want to seek justice for those people, but it's not that easy. I've been trying for 30 years, and there are too many complications involved. Clearly, spreading the plague was too damaging. Are there other entanglements? Is there more to that plague? I've recently gotten some leads on this matter. I'll inform you when there's something. Just as Chen Shen was about to say something, a buzzing sound filled his ears. The scenery before him began to double, as if he were painfully drunk. Strange whispers repeated incessantly in his ears. A sharp pain shot through his arm. Damn it! The curse of Alosis Paul was starting to take effect. Chen Shen grasped Principal Lu's hand and struggled to speak. Take me home. As he held onto Principal Lu's hand, the rows of dark and puncture wounds on his arm were clearly visible to him. This is the curse of Alosis Paul? You just inherited the power and you're already this brave, trading curses for items. Principal Lu sighed helplessly. His own curse of weakness and plague also came from the Plague Tavern, but the items exchanged and the severity of the curses were different. The curse of Alosis Paul is not too bad. This guy inherited the power and surely knows something. Principal Lu shook his head. Wei, you've done quite well. The goat-headed mask in Chen Shen's arms spoke up. Principal Lu was taken aback. His mouth moved slightly, and that familiar voice struck a fragment of memory, leaving him speechless. Chen Shen had a long, long nightmare. It was like a ship rolling endlessly in the ocean, struggling in the dark, painful environment. Ha! He sat up abruptly. Sweat poured from his forehead, and after heavy breathing, he painfully clutched his chest, feeling suffocated. At the same time, he noticed a series of special job prompts. Curse resistance increased. Preliminary understanding of curse-type plague. You have mastered a low-level curse. Low-level curse, vomiting. You have obtained a mark, symbol of Paul. He slowly lifted his arm. At this moment, the rows of puncture wounds on his arm had scabbed over. The remaining wrinkled skin formed a strange octopus pattern. The goat-headed mask in the lining of his clothes spoke. Don't worry, this is a mark. If you digest these octopus patterns, you can randomly gain a curse ability from Tavern Paul. I didn't expect your physique to be so compatible with curses. You can actually absorb curses. You've hit the jackpot, kid. The Plague Tavern will be stripped bare. Who brought me back? How long has it been? Where's the principal? You have so many questions. First, deal with your mental state, then complete the second-tier sequence ritual. Chen only felt parched, grabbing the water on the table and gulping it down. A handwritten letter lay on the edge of the table. Chen opened it casually. Principal Lu, I've taken care of all the follow-up matters. I've altered others' perceptions of this instance, but the Su family girl still needs you. It's best if you take her into the second tier as soon as you wake up. Also, I've put 100 million on your card. Buy any equipment or potions you need first, and I'll transfer more money later. P.S. Burn this letter after reading. 100 million, Principal Lu was surprisingly wealthy. TSK. Chen hesitated about whether to find an opportunity to tell him about the side effects of the mysterious potion he had tricked the principal into. The side effects of losing rationality had mostly subsided, except for the occasional burning sensation in his arm. After burning the letter, he opened his phone and saw that it was already 8 days later. The unexpected incident during this instance had not been reported in the news. Just as Principal Lu said, he had altered others' memories except for Su Mumu and himself. Thinking of this, Chen missed Su Mumu a bit. After all, she had promised him that she would fulfill their bet once she left the instance. He needed to find a way to make her honor the bet. He began dialing Su Mumu's number. Mumu, are you free? Let's go out for a walk. I've been resting at home these past few days, waiting for your news. You wait for me, I'm coming to your house right away. On the other end of the phone, Su Mumu was very excited, and before Chen could say anything else, she had already hung up. So proactive. After hanging up, the masked sheephead said enviously, "You're really lucky to have such a little girlfriend. It's a pity I once had a sincere love right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it well. When I lost it, I regretted it too late. If I had to give this love a time limit, I would hope for 100 years. Chen cursed, crazy, and began to calculate. Indeed, entering the second tier was the primary task. The ritual for him to enter the second tier required completing the doctor's ascension and 100 field surgeries. So far, he had only done the one with the necromancer. The doctor's ascension could be completed today. The doctor's ascension was an exclusive ritual necessary for the doctor pathway, relying on illusions to pass through challenges once inside the doctor's tower. Each challenge passed represented ascending one step, and the highest number of steps currently was 172. As long as one was outstanding, their name could be permanently engraved on the ascension. Originally, Chen thought that with his strength, passing over 100 levels would be no problem. Grinding in such secret realms, finding some bugs to exploit was really easy. After all, not counting the plague, blood coagulation plague. He had a necromancer that continuously produced necromancer bacteria. A group of 4th tier skeleton soldiers could almost be crushed. But he now had another choice. Chen took out the item ordinary person's 3 surgical knives, legendary masterpiece. Perhaps instead of spreading the plague, there was another way to show your talents to people 30 years from now. Dr. Xiao, with your experience and talent, how many steps do you think you could ascend? I'll take you through the doctor's ascension. This time, he decided not to rely on the power of the sequence at all, planning to use only Dr. Xiao's 3 surgical knives, leaving Zhao Zhan's name high up in the doctor's ascension. Just as Chen was making plans and thinking about the details, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded, and without thinking, he knew it was that girl Su Mumu who had come over. Chen opened the door. Su Mumu was wearing a blue floral dress and a pair of little white shoes, standing at the door. Her pure and lovely face immediately tilted her head and smiled as she commented, "You've lost a lot of weight in just a few days. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Let's go. Accompany me to the doctor's tower, and I'll tell you everything I know along the way." Okay. Su Mumu agreed without a second thought. There was no need to hide anything from Su Mumu. Everything could only proceed with her help. She helped him obtain the plague intestinal disease and step onto the plague doctor sequence, dealt with the corrupted dragon, and resolved the blood coagulation plague as well. On the way to the doctor's tower, Chen told Su Mumu everything that had happened in the mass grave instance, including the story of 2,917 souls, Zhao Zhan, and Principal Lu. After listening, Sumumu murmured, I can't believe there was such a story 30 years ago. So what do you want to do? Give them a proper name? I support you. Looking at the energetic Sumumu, Chen held her hand down. There's no rush on this matter. With Principal Lu around, I want to go to the doctor's tower to complete the doctor's ascension first. That's good. Complete the ritual as soon as possible. The matter of authority cannot be exposed. You need enough strength to protect everything. After you finish at the doctor's tower today, I'll go see my mother. So soon to meet your parents? Chen joked. What surprised Sumumu was that she did not deny it, quickening her pace slightly, her cheeks turning a bit red as she turned away from Chen, who spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito. I said, if we survive the dungeon, you can consider me your girlfriend. Then give me a kiss to prove that you, miss, are not lying. No way. I only agreed to be friends. You think I'll kiss you? In a deserted corner, Chen cupped Sumumu's face with one hand and leaned in closer. Sumumu's frantic attempts to push Chen away grew lighter, eventually turning into her clutching his shirt. Inside the physician tower, numerous doctors and other professionals were active within. The physician tower not only had the essential ascension ritual of climbing the tower but also sold exclusive equipment for doctors and various crafted potions. The physician tower was renowned, standing alongside the mage tower as a high tower. Standing before the physician tower, Chen cited its luxury before taking Sumumu's hand and stepping inside. After Chen earlier initiative, Sumumu's face was as red as a ripe apple. As soon as they entered the physician tower, Sumumu's beauty attracted a lot of attention, with many gazes falling on Chen. If looks could kill, Chen would let them know what it meant to guard one's food. After a sweep of warning glances, he pulled Sumumu even closer. He walked straight to the window of the physician tower. The staff greeted him warmly. Sir, do you need to purchase potions or other equipment services? Climbing the tower. Chen handed over his awakening card through the window. The items on the awakening card had already been transferred to Sumumu's storage ring. The staff glanced at Chen appearance, opened the awakening card, and discovered that this young man had only awakened half a month ago and was already preparing to enter the second-tier ritual. Such strength was something that top wealthiers could not achieve. Thinking of this, the staff's fake smile became even sweeter and more natural. Sir, the climbing starts on the 7th floor of the tower. Chen continued to inquire. At what level will the synchronized records be activated? 100 levels represent entering the top 100, and 150 levels represent entering the top 70. The top 100 will be recorded, while the top 70 will display the strategy process in real time. No items are prohibited during the climb, right? Yes, but the effects of items used during the climb will be discounted. Other items would have their recovery effects discounted, but the 3 surgical knives in Chen hand were entirely Xiao Su's experience. Any skills are not prohibited, right? Yes, similarly, the higher the level, the lower the healing effect. Alright, then please register me for the climb now. My name is Xiao Su. Sir, don't joke, your name on the awakening card is not this. I just want this name for the doctor climb. Can it be done or not? Sir, it can be done. We will charge you 1 million. One trial costs 1 million. Truly, if you don't have money, there's no need to enter the physician tower. One climb wiped out 1 million. In no time, the staff had processed the awakening card and handed it back to Chen with both hands. Taking the awakening card, he turned to Sumumu and said, Mumu, wait for me in the lobby. Okay. Sumumu nodded. Chen ascended to the 7th floor alone and began the climb. The climb begins. At this moment, the display screen in the lobby showed the climb count as 1. It also displayed the climbing level. Xiao Su, level 1, time taken 0 seconds. Now please treat a patient with internal bleeding, said a doctor wearing a mask and surgical gown to Chen. Internal bleeding of this degree could be easily resolved with a single healing spell. But Chen still took out the props, 3 ordinary surgical knives, legendary masterpieces. At the same time, he donned his plague doctor outfit. Dressed as a medieval doctor, Chen held the surgical knife and walked up. He pierced through this doctor's ladder from top to bottom in a surgical manner. In the hall, Sumumu stared at Chen name for half an hour before it rose to the 3rd ladder. Little girl, is that your boyfriend climbing the ladder? A man in a red leather jacket, with a row of earrings, approached Sumumu and struck up a conversation. This kind of boyfriend is useless. The first 30 levels of the ladder are very simple. Almost anyone who takes the doctor route can clear them in half an hour. Your little boyfriend only passed 3 levels in half an hour. He's truly the waste of all wastes. As if he wasn't satisfied with just that, the man's voice grew louder, afraid others wouldn't notice. Everyone, come look at this oddball climbing the ladder. It takes half an hour for anyone to clear the first 30 levels, and this guy only managed 3, it's really laughable. Su Mumu frowned, her small face flushed with anger, her fingers clenched tightly. Someone was speaking ill of Chun Chen. The usually obedient Su Mumu instinctively raised her hand for the first time and slapped the man who was talking nonsense across the face. Slap! Shut your filthy mouth. The loud noise attracted the attention of the staff at the physician's tower, who came over. What's going on? The slap left the earring man dazed, covering his face and stammering as he pointed at Su Mumu. She hit me. Is that so, miss? The 2 staff members looked at Su Mumu with questioning eyes. Su Mumu was very angry. Normally, she would argue with this bad guy even if it meant disregarding her image as a girl. But she suddenly remembered what Chen Chen had told her back in school: if you feel even slightly wronged at any station, it's not others' fault, it must be others' fault, and you won't be able to use the great resources available. Strangely, this sentence stuck with Su Mumu until now. She blinked and immediately changed her expression. A look of grievance appeared on her face, and she pouted slightly as she spoke. Uncle, he was saying nasty things over there, and then he started shouting strange things. I'm a bit scared. Her pitiful appearance made the staff hesitate to scold her. But after all, she had hit someone. Being with Chen Chen, Su Mumu had naturally learned how to handle situations. As the staff hesitated, she immediately added fuel to the fire. Uncle, if your daughter came to the physician's tower and was harassed by a guy in a disgusting outfit with earrings, saying strange things, what would you do? Uncle, if you had a daughter and she was bullied, what would you do? Just thinking about a girl being alone outside with no one to help her, being bullied like this. Uncles, her pitiful demeanor and words began to sway the crowd. This man is harassing this girl, the physician's tower needs to manage the atmosphere here. Yeah. I see it's that man. He approached because this girl looks easy to bully. Who knows what dirty words he said? Exactly. The crowd began to support Su Mumu, as the man in the earring and red leather jacket looked more and more like a bully compared to Su Mumu's floral dress and delicate face. Su Mumu's previously weak words pierced the hearts of the 2 staff members like sharp needles. They didn't know that they actually had a daughter. Daughter, yellow hair. These 2 words were definitely a father's taboo. What family doesn't have a little cotton-padded jacket? Who wouldn't want to help if their little cotton-padded jacket was bullied outside? Whose daughter is this, and whose little cotton-padded jacket is this? Seeing the staff's faces gradually turning red, the man began to panic. He was the victim. Administrator, she hit me first, you all have to. Slap. A crisp sound. The administrator slapped the man's other cheek. The slap was so loud that even the crowd, who had been chiming in, fell silent in shock. It's you who's causing a disturbance. Hitting you is already being lenient. If it weren't for the person next to her holding him back, the other administrator would probably have kicked him a few times just to make a point. Su Mumu's mouth slightly opened. She had been listening to Chen Chen's teachings, that sometimes just leveraging one's advantages could perfectly resolve certain issues. As the school's good girl, it was her first time being so unrestrained. The effect was surprisingly good, so much so that even she was a bit shocked. The man who had been slapped was then escorted out by the security. Turning back, Su Mumu, as the one who had acted, was comforted by the administrator. Don't worry, young lady, in the physician's tower, there won't be any scum like him. If he shows up again, just call the administrator, and I'll be the first to kick him out. Thank you, uncle, Su Mumu said sweetly. Her obedient voice was very pleasant to hear, and the 2 administrators, beaming with joy, looked at Su Mumu as if they were seeing their own daughter. After the commotion, Su Mumu's gaze fell once again on the display screen showing Chen Chen's name. Xiao Su, level 6, time taken, 1H. Using a scalpel requires not only concentration but also immense physical strength. Even with the enhancement of being a professional, an hour of 6 consecutive surgeries still left Chen Chen's back feeling cold. Standing there for that hour, the continuous fine-tuning of operations was a bit too much for his body to handle. Having just recovered from a serious illness and still not fully digesting the curse, the burning sensation in his arm made him feel quite uncomfortable. It took him an hour to clear 6 levels. He couldn't help but think of Xiao Su's completion of 25,331 surgeries. What a terrifying achievement that was. Almost half of his life spent doing surgeries, which is also why he had the ordinary person's 3 surgical knives, legendary masterpiece. At this speed, it would take him until tomorrow to reach 100 levels. Chen Chen immediately rotated his wrist. The burning sensation from the curse had made it impossible for his other hand to hold the scalpel. He had to find a way to shorten the surgery time. Chen Chen sat down on the ground, deciding to rest for a while before thinking. The ordinary person's 3 surgical knives, legendary masterpiece, were indeed powerful with Xiao Su's experience, but the only downside was that both minor and major ailments required surgery, and these surgeries were all performed on the operating table. Even if he operated personally, it wouldn't increase the ritual progress. 100 field surgeries. Field surgeries had to be performed in harsh environments. Since doing it himself was too exhausting, then, what if he didn't do the surgery himself? He thought of the necromancer bacteria he had collected in the mass grave and those skeletal soldiers. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment before taking out 3 4th-tier skeletal soldiers. The skeletal soldiers, infected by the necromancer bacteria, exhibited absolute obedience. He only needed to release the necromancer bacteria once to control the actions of these skeletal soldiers. The more intricate operations would be handled by the ordinary person's 3 surgical knives, legendary masterpiece. The skeletons wouldn't feel tired. The skeletons wouldn't have any sensations. He just needed to rest. Perfect. Chen Chen began to attempt to have the 3 skeletal soldiers perform surgical operations. The bones of the skeletal soldiers glowed, a sign of the necromancer bacteria growing. Once on the operating table, the hands of the 4th-tier skeletal soldiers flew about like a chaotic dance. Unlike controlling Chen Chen's body, which was not only weak but also had subconscious resistance, the ordinary person's 3 surgical knives, legendary masterpiece, could not exert their full power. Watching the scalpel move so quickly it seemed to leave afterimages, Chen Chen slowly stood up. He just wanted to take it easy with 3 skeleton soldiers, but unexpectedly, the ordinary person's 3 surgical knives, legendary masterpiece, in the hands of the skeleton soldiers erupted with unprecedented surgical speed. So fast, really so fast. Incise, excise the lesion, suture. All in one go. Completed. In just a short while, a surgery was already finished. In the hall, Su Mumu noticed that Chen Chen's levels began to show a step-like progression. Xiao Su, level 7, time taken 1 hour 15 minutes. Xiao Su, level 8, time taken 1 hour 17 minutes. Xiao Su, level 9, time taken 1 hour 19 minutes. Xiao Su, level 10, time taken 1 hour 21 minutes. Xiao Su, level 11, time taken 1 hour 23 minutes. Xiao Su, level 31, time taken 2 hours 6 minutes. Xiao Su, level 32, time taken 2 hours 7 minutes. Xiao Su, level 33, time taken 2 hours 8 minutes. Xiao Su, level 60, time taken 2 hours 27 minutes. Xiao Su, level 62, time taken 2 hours 28 minutes. Xiao Su, level 63, time taken 2 hours 29 minutes. Xiao Su, level 64, time taken 2 hours 30 minutes. The earlier levels still maintained an increase every 2 minutes, but after reaching 30 levels, it was almost 1 level per minute. The terrifying efficiency made all the doctors in the physician tower take notice. Wasn't this Xiao Su only able to clear 6 levels in an hour? How is it so fast now? Damn! 1 level per minute after 30 levels. That's a bit ridiculous. Something's off. After 60 levels, the difficulty of the lesions has risen beyond simple treatment. It requires certain pathological knowledge. How is this guy so fast? I've never heard of this Xiao Su character. The speed of increasing 1 level per minute had already surpassed all previous challengers' speedrun records. This speed was still increasing. Among the doctors climbing the tower, the 3 skeleton soldiers had already reached level 63. The speed of the 3 skeleton soldiers became increasingly fast, so fast it was almost blurred. Even as the doctor in the illusion just mentioned the patient's symptoms, the skeleton soldiers had already completed the suturing. For others, the difficulty of the lesions after 60 levels had risen by more than 1 level, and even treatment techniques couldn't eradicate them. But for the genius Xiao Su, relying on the surgical experience accumulated by ordinary people was hardly worth mentioning. Under the high-speed operation of the skeleton soldiers, it was like a ruthless surgical machine, all actions simplified. Raise hand, excise, suture. Once one skeleton finished, another skeleton's actions instantly filled in. The speed of threading the needle was extremely fast. Chen Chen silently watched the seamless cooperation of the skeleton soldiers. Their 3 figures seemed to gradually overlap with that monster resembling a dried corpse. Deeply remembering the surgery done on himself, Xiao Su had emptied the bugs from his mind. For him, compared to being alive, a perfect surgery before dying was the most correct choice. Chen Chen didn't understand at the time, but now watching these 3 skeletons crazily performing surgeries on the operating table with Xiao Su's accumulated talents, radiating brilliance in a different posture, he understood. Sometimes, the full release of talent is more important than anything else. The surface of the 3 skeleton soldiers' bones began to glow. This glow was deepening. Skeleton soldiers are evolving. Skeleton soldiers are evolving. Skeleton soldiers are evolving. A purple light appeared above the heads of the 3 skeleton soldiers. The reason for this change was still unknown, but Chen Shen simply appreciated the perfect cooperation of the three skeleton soldiers as they performed one surgery after another. At 2 hours and 10 minutes, the level count had reached 100. On the display screen of the physician tower, after completing 100 levels, a special name was announced. 100 levels achieved, Xiao Su. The number of people staying at the physician's tower began to increase, not only because of the achievements at the 100th level but also because someone was still able to maintain a speed of nearly 1 level per minute after reaching the 100th level. This speed made people realize that the one climbing the ladder was undoubtedly a genius. Some powerful consortiums also noticed that an extraordinary doctor had emerged at the physician's tower and began to investigate the origins of the name Xiao Su. The rare writing of Xiao Su is seldom duplicated. Let's check his identity. In front of a large database, just a name could yield a person's complete information in less than 3 minutes. Boss, we didn't find anything. Only a warrior from 30 years ago, a practitioner named Xiao Su with pathway sequence 001. Is it a fake name? That would be a violation. I wonder how the physician's tower will handle it? This method shouldn't be against the rules. A small number of the physician's tower like to use strange aliases to climb the ladder. I know, but using a dead person's name can be useful. Understood. Sometimes, winning over a practitioner doesn't require spending a lot of money, just a few means can bind them tightly. I'll contact the higher-ups of the physician's tower to help me set a trap for him. We can assist later, just like before. A talent who could still ascend at a speed of 1 level per minute after the 100th level, how could they let him go? Perhaps he could even serve as a signboard. With the backing of the higher-ups at the physician's tower, the Lu family consortium almost controlled half of the high-level doctor pathway practitioners. This is also why the Lu consortium could tear off a piece of meat from the Sequence Guild. Their team had the capability to conquer 100-person dungeons. They used various despicable means to force a large number of doctors to sign black labor contracts, which had become their basic recruitment method. Every potential practitioner could bring tens of millions in profits to the Lu consortium. It was precisely because of the new helmsman Lu Qing's series of operations that the Lu consortium reached its peak glory. Xiao Su, level 139, time taken 3 hours 43 minutes, 130 levels. Is this guy really a doctor? 30 minutes to leap from the 100th to the 130th level, and the speed hasn't decreased. He's about to reach the 150th level. How long has it been since anyone reached the 150th level? Another monster has appeared. Practitioners of the doctor pathway who could reach the 150th level were all exceptional talents. The hall of the physician's tower was already crowded and starting to feel cramped. Su Mumu stood in the corner, her eyes fixed on the numbers jumping on the display screen. She exerted herself. Look, half a minute per level. A gasp came from the crowd. After reaching the 135th level, the string of numbers began to jump wildly, refreshing every half minute. Xiao Su, level 134, time taken 3 hours 40 minutes. Xiao Su, level 135, time taken 3 hours 41 minutes. Xiao Su, level 136, time taken 3 hours 41 minutes. Xiao Su, level 137, time taken 3 hours 42 minutes. Xiao Su, level 138, time taken 3 hours 42 minutes. Xiao Su, level 139, time taken 3 hours 43 minutes. Xiao Su, level 140, time taken 3 hours 43 minutes. Xiao Su, level 150, time taken 3 hours 48 minutes. Everyone in the entire hall of the physician's tower gasped in shock. He really reached the 150th level, and he only took 3 hours 48 minutes to reach the 150th level. The scene at the 150th level began to be recorded in real time. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person could ascend a level in half a minute with what kind of means. The hall of the physician's tower suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared intently at the display screen above. Anticipating the appearance of the scene, such a scenario of climbing over 150 levels is something one encounters only once in several years. Not to mention whether one can learn some skills from it, just watching a new star of a new era rise is a stroke of luck. The next moment, the scene appeared in the hall. In the image, Chen Chen, dressed as a medieval plague doctor, stood to one side. On the operating table, 3 skeletal soldiers radiating a glowing green light wielded scalpels, performing their actions with a flourish. This scene instantly brought the expectations of the onlookers to a low point. A tremendous uproar erupted in the hall. No! Is this still the doctor's ascent? Why are there summoned creatures? Isn't this supposed to test medical skills? What does this mean? What the hell is going on? Is this still the physician's tower? It's a mage tower, right? Isn't this cheating? They had originally thought that relying on strength to climb was the way to go, but it turned out to be someone who relied entirely on summoned creatures to ascend. Everyone was greatly disappointed and even began to curse. The real-time display of climbing to the 150th level made everyone feel that the person challenging the doctor's ascent was not putting in any effort at all. It was all summoned beings performing the surgery. Equipment effects weakened, but they are using legendary level items. Isn't he too shameless? Money can make the devil push the mill. It was considered normal to use equipment to climb. However, someone using summon creatures to refresh the leaderboard every half minute was something that most doctors could not accept. Half an hour passed. The cursing in the entire hall grew louder. Xiao Su, level 200, time taken 4 hours 13 minutes. Level 200, the highest level in decades was only 240. At this rate of half a minute per level, it would take at most another 20 minutes to break the record for the doctor's ascent. Chen Shen stood quietly watching the 3 skeletal soldiers perform their frenzied surgeries. Level 200. In the midst of the ascent, Chen Shen understood that reaching the top in this way would certainly invite skepticism, but what he feared the least was doubt. Right now, he just wanted Xiao Su's talent to shine before this group of doctors. He wanted them to know that doctors could achieve great heights relying solely on their own talent and passion, without depending on a sequence. As for why he was doing this, was it merely out of indignation? Or for other reasons that Chen Shen did not know? He just wanted to do it, that was all. The voices of doubt in the physician's tower grew stronger, and no one paid attention to why those 3 skeletal soldiers possessed such advanced surgical skills. To them, Chen Shen, who was climbing the doctor's ascent, was merely standing there. Such methods could easily allow even a dog to reach the top. The insults from others grew increasingly harsh. Su Mumu watched as the number of levels climbed increased again. Everything was as Chen Shen had said. With Xiao Su's talent, reaching the top was still reliant on external factors, something anyone would envy. She was somewhat worried about Chen Shen, who was at the center of public opinion. The protests around them grew louder. The management of the physician's tower had to report this matter. Once this issue arose, the high-level officials of the physician's tower immediately began discussions. Previously, to eliminate this kind of cheating in climbing, we restricted the effects of equipment and weakened healing techniques. Now, however, a blatant cheater has appeared. Some high-level officials had different opinions. He is still within the rules of the physician's tower. If we rashly adjust things, it might have a significant impact on the reputation of the physician's tower. We cannot interrupt his ascent, we can punish him after it ends. No, if this guy breaks the record, his name will be forever etched in the physician's tower. This won't work, that won't work. Meetings aren't for you to veto things. You need to come up with a solution. Let's increase the difficulty of the latter, add some special requirements for each surgery. This is the best we can do. As long as we don't let him exceed 240 levels, everything else is negotiable. Yes, let's do it this way for now. At this moment, after reaching the 220th level, Chen Shen found that the difficulty of the surgery had suddenly increased. Compared to before, when he could solve a skeleton soldier in half a minute, now it took over 10 minutes to cross just one level. Clearly, someone had tampered with it. However, even with the difficulty adjusted, the skeleton soldiers were still rushing towards the record of 240 levels at a terrifying speed. It seemed nothing could stop him, nor could anything hinder Xiao Su's unparalleled talent. After an hour and a half had passed, Chen Shen also reached the 240th level. At this moment, everyone's hearts had changed. Relying on props to break the record, they seemed to witness a piece of history. The previous shouts and curses in the hall diminished, and everyone was staring at the screen. However, Chen Shen on the screen did not immediately take action. Instead, he let the skeleton soldier come to a halt. Now that he had reached the top, what he needed was for everyone to remember Xiao Su's talent. Sometimes, Chen Shen felt he was going crazy, standing in the physician tower provoking everyone for a dead person, but recalling how Xiao Su had sacrificed his body to save 2,919 people, hollowing out the black bugs to complete his final surgery, he found reasons he couldn't ignore. Turning around, Chen Shen stood in front of the screen, facing everyone. He knocked on the cold birdbeak mask on his face. How far do you think an ordinary person can go on the path of a doctor? No, how can an ordinary person who isn't even a doctor walk the path of doctor? He asked and answered himself, denying his own words. A moment of empty dialogue. Everyone was puzzled about what this challenger was trying to do. Show off? Or was it arrogance? Or perhaps to provoke the entire physician tower? Only Su Mumu knew what Chen Shen intended to do. Before performing the surgery, I want to introduce the props I am using this time. This arrogant attitude, shamelessly introducing his cheating tools, made the people in the physician tower hall curse while straining to listen. Legendary level props cost at least 80 to 90 million. Listening to it was also worthwhile. It comes from a guy who is neither a doctor nor not a doctor. I haven't even seen his true appearance. The prop used this time has a special name, the 3 surgical knives of an ordinary person, a legendary masterpiece. Legendary masterpiece. The name was just strange. The 3 surgical knives of an ordinary person. You should be very interested in this prop. After all, what kind of person could create a tool that can quickly clear the entire physician ladder? A group of people began to whisper. Each legendary masterpiece prop was extremely precious, and revealing its attributes and uses was of no benefit to the user. The person who made it is called Xiao Su, who completed 25,331 surgeries in his lifetime. He saved 25,330 people. From the day he awakened, he was destined for a life of tragedy. Warrior Path Sequence 001, representing the highest sequence of warrior levels, but he did not want to be a warrior, all he wanted was to be a doctor. Isn't it ridiculous to hear that he gave up being Sequence 001 warrior to become a doctor? However, everyone compromises due to changes in life, and he did not. He picked up the scalpel with the hands of a born warrior. The existence of the envied warrior Sequence 001 was more of a curse for him, because he only wanted to be a doctor. This thought had given birth to this legendary masterpiece. Talent. His talent can be said to be unparalleled. With the experience of performing tens of thousands of surgeries, he can almost solve any ailment, even plagues. His abilities can crush everything you have. However, innate talent and being a born warrior are inherently contradictory. Chen Chen's tone grew heavier. A plague proved his talent. For him, showcasing his abilities, even in the face of death, brought no fear. But just like his unfortunate life, the news of that plague was suppressed, and in the end, no one knew of his talent. No one knew that his medical skills were hundreds of times stronger than that so-called warrior pathway Sequence 001. His choice was correct. He is a born doctor. This legendary masterpiece item has no special effects. Its only function is to allow its holder to possess the terrifying surgical experience of its owner in life, and nothing more. A story about a legendary masterpiece item. Everyone in the hall fell silent. A contradictory life, a contradictory individual, and in the end, they had never even heard the name Xiao Su. So, no matter the outcome, I will choose to continue climbing to the top. Su Mumu pursed her lips, staring at Chen Chen on the screen. At that moment, Chen Chen's image radiated a burning light in her heart. Doing this brought him no benefits, yet he still chose to do it. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. The things he encountered would never let him be buried, no matter the cost. As she watched a large number of management personnel appear around, some began to whisper. People from the Lu Consortium are probably up to something again. This little guy is in trouble with the legendary masterpiece item. It's over, he's been targeted. Many doctors who climbed the ladder before have been taken away by the Lu Consortium and the administrators. Su Mumu heard those conversations, and an unnamed anger surged within her. Her fingers turned white from gripping tightly. Her pure white teeth clenched, and without a moment's hesitation, Su Mumu took out her phone and made a call. The call connected. Mom! Su Mumu called out. A lazy female voice came from the other end. Sweetie, that old bastard is bullying you again? No, Mom, I want you to come to the doctor's tower. Doctor's tower? Aren't you a control mage? Oh, I see, I'm nearby and will come right over. Su Mama immediately agreed in a tone that said she understood. After hanging up, Su Mumu picked up her phone again and dialed Principal Lu's number. Principal, Chen Chen is in trouble climbing the ladder at the doctor's tower, can you come? On my way. After hanging up, Su Mumu looked at her father's number but chose not to call. Her father already had issues with Chen Chen, and having him come might just complicate things. At that moment, in Chen Chen's home, Principal Lu pushed open his room door, walked to the drawer, hung up the phone, and slowly opened the drawer to take out the ram's head mask. You finally came. I was about to suffocate. He went to clear Xiao Su's name, climbing the ladder with his scalpel. The features on the ram's head mask suddenly became serious for a moment, then it started to laugh again. Of course, he's always been that kind of person, hasn't he? Isn't that exactly what your uncle wanted? Listening to the ram's head mask's playful tone, Principal Lu couldn't help but shout. I don't know why you've become like this, but why are you still alive? My uncle died there. Why? The ram's head mask fell silent. He could have lived. So, was the plague you spread back then? My captain. Shen Qi. The moment the name Chen Qi was shouted, the brown on the ram's head mask dimmed by 3 points. Lu Wei shouted heavily, gripping the ram's head mask tightly. Tell me the truth. You are indeed brave. After I went to find the source of the plague, your actions were indeed the best solution, completing the isolation and preventing 2,920 doctors who could not endure his surgery from continuing to spread the plague in this world. Coward! Why did you disappear? If you had analyzed the blood coagulation plague, they wouldn't have to die. Now you tell me you think they are brave? Why didn't you say anything when you disappeared? I'm sorry. The ram-headed mask could only say this. What are you coming back for? To take my student's authority and come back to life? Or to become a crew member and enter the realm of the undead? Principal Lu's body trembled. For the first time in 30 years, he was this impulsive. I'm sorry. The ram-headed mask could only repeat this phrase. After a long while, the ram-headed mask spoke again. I have my own mission. Please trust me one last time. Lu Wei, sailor. The tone of the ram-headed mask weakened when he called out Lu Wei's name. Captain. Lu Wei's tone softened. I will trust you one last time, but you can't stay by his side anymore. Let me take you, just like you pulled me out from the pile of corpses back then. Lu Wei, thank you for your trust. The ram-headed mask was picked up by Lu Wei and tucked into his clothing. He turned and headed towards the physician's tower. Inside the physician's tower, Chen Chen continued to ascend. Chen Chen waved his hand, and the three skeletons behind him moved with incredible speed. At the same time, the fluorescent green light on these three skeletons intensified. Are you crazy? The difficulty after the 240th floor is at the plague level, and after the 260th floor, it becomes an almost unsolvable legendary plague. To clear it relying solely on props and summons is simply a pipe dream. The later levels are all theoretical, no one has tried them. Could this guy really reach the top? What kind of person can create a legendary masterpiece of a prop just by relying on experience? The discussions in the hall grew louder, with more doubts about whether that guy who relied entirely on props could really reach the top. While climbing the ladder, Chen Chen suddenly heard a special prompt. The skeleton soldier has completed 240 surgeries, resonating with the legendary masterpiece prop, and has advanced to become a dry medical corpse. The skeleton soldier on the skeleton frame began to show signs of dried meat filling, with a body state of only dried meat and no skin, resembling a walking corpse. A strange cross pattern appeared on their chests, and red eyeballs filled the hollow eye sockets of the skeletons. The skeleton soldiers were actually undergoing a transformation. The necromancer bacteria within them did not transform into advanced necromancer bacteria. This strange transformation was entirely due to the influence of the ordinary person's three surgical knives, legendary masterpiece. After becoming dry medical corpses, their surgical movements became faster. Their coordination with each other reached a level where they could insert needles into seams. Chen Shen stood aside watching. This coordination was now for performing surgery on one person, but what if they faced a living person in battle? The fourth-tier skeleton soldiers were characterized by their strong attack, with the main drawbacks being slow movements and weak defenses. Now, with this coordination speed and the filling of dried meat, these three skeleton soldiers would become Chen Shen's formidable fighting force. The physician's ladder had a total of 300 floors. Chen Shen believed that as long as he had enough time, he could reach the top. At this moment, the surface of the dried meat on the skeleton's body began to glow red. This meant that continuing the surgery would lead to further transformation. At this time, the three dry medical corpses, after their transformation, had extremely fast hand speeds, breaking through the 241st floor in just 3 minutes. At this moment, within the physician's tower, the rankings that hadn't changed for decades finally changed. Xiao Su, 241st floor, time taken 5 hours 23 minutes. 5 hours and 23 minutes to break the record for the physician's ladder. Compared to the previous record of 20 hours and 32 minutes set by the 240th layer conqueror, Xiao Su's record of 5 hours and 23 minutes was even more striking. And this number was still changing. Everyone gasped in shock. The record had been broken. Silence fell over the crowd. Just a legendary masterpiece item had shattered the record of the physician's tower. How terrifying must Xiao Su's innate surgical talent be, given her experience? Perhaps, as the young man dressed in a medieval beak doctor's outfit said, this young man named Xiao Su might possess a talent even more formidable than his own warrior path sequence 001. Not to mention whether their experience could pass down an item to become a legendary masterpiece, even the items passed down after experience might struggle to break through 10 layers in the physician's ascent. At that moment, Shen Shen made everyone in the physician's tower see the vast gap in talent between himself and the unseen Dr. Zhao. Just how terrifying is innate talent? What kind of monster could possess such horrifying surgical experience to create this legendary masterpiece item? Everyone's attitude shifted. Previously, they had felt jealousy and resentment towards Chen Shen for breaking the record solely relying on an item. But now, knowing the origin of the three surgical knives of ordinary people, legendary masterpiece, everyone subconsciously wanted to witness the limits of a doctor. Could the item, carrying a doctor's lifetime of surgical experience, reach the top? They wanted to see if anyone could truly achieve such heights through their own talent. After all, this was a moment to witness history. Xiao Su, Layer 242, time, 5 hours and 37 minutes. It took 15 minutes for Layer 242, half an hour for Layer 243, an hour for Layer 244. With this increasing speed, everyone could feel that the legendary masterpiece item was becoming increasingly strained after handling Layer 241. Chen Shen chose not to help the three medical corpses ascend together but let them continue their surgery on their own. As everyone focused intently on the screen in the physician's tower, more and more people dressed in standard black attire began to enter. A young man in a purple coat with purple hair was being surrounded as he moved forward. With an arrogant demeanor and a disdainful gaze, he shouted as soon as he entered the physician's tower. "Everyone, sorry, but there has been an incident in the physician's tower, and we need to take away that troublemaker." Lu Qing, the current head of the Lu family, pushed up his glasses with his index finger, and under the reflected light of the lenses, his cunning gaze swept around the room. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone instinctively avoided eye contact. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lu Qing chuckled in boredom. He then fixed his gaze on Chen Shen, who was wearing the beaked outfit on the screen. The legendary masterpiece item. He, Lu Qing, wanted it. Lu Qing pulled out a piece of paper. According to the regulations of the physician's tower, Xiao Su's disruption of the coordination and specificity of the physician's ascent requires a temporary suspension of her ascent. Everyone, step aside. This is a detention order issued by the physician's tower. So now, Lu Corporation is at work, and unrelated persons, step aside. The standard black-clad individuals began to prepare to move forward, and the surrounding doctors avoided them as much as possible. No one dared to provoke the Lu Corporation. Everyone automatically made way. Lu Qing squinted his eyes and smiled. Everyone is quite perceptive, rare, very rare. This statement made those around feel an overwhelming sense of shame. A frail figure stood in front of everyone, arms outstretched to block the way. Su Mumu raised her stubborn little face, her eyes filled with anger. "Don't disturb him. Oh, there's someone daring enough to stick their neck out, and it's a pretty little girl." Lu Qing pointed with his finger and burst into laughter. "This young lady, if you're sick, go see a doctor, don't block the way here." The staff of the physician tower hesitated whether to step forward to help the girl. "Little girl, how old are you to dare?" Bang! A loud explosion echoed. A man nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a raging bear, radiated golden light as he rushed to Lu Qing's back with crushing speed. Lu Qing didn't even have time to react before he felt a tremendous force pressing down on the back of his head. The man in a black suit, towering at 3 meters, pressed Lu Qing's head into the floor of the physician tower, shattering it completely. With one hand, the man lifted Lu Qing's head as if he were picking up a chick, the golden light dimming. The massive bear-like figure slowly shrank down to about 1 meter 80. The familiar silhouette of Principal Lu appeared. "Principal. Mumu, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Principal Lu casually tossed Lu Qing aside and glanced at the name recorded on the screen. Xiao Su, level 244, time taken, 7 hours 18 minutes. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Principal Lu's mouth. He then turned and stood in front of Su Mumu. "I stand here today, let's see who dares." The aura of a fourth-tier powerhouse erupted within the physician tower. Principal Lu was among the top 10 fourth-tier powerhouses in Jiangbei City, who would dare to step forward when he stood there. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks were useless. Lu Qing was thrown aside. Lu Wei knew that the reason for his curse could not sustain a prolonged battle, which was why he chose the most extreme method to suppress the Lu family consortium. If his face had no effect, the situation would only become more serious. As for some people, offending them was just part of it. With Lu Principal standing there, those Lu Qing had brought along did not dare to approach. The 4 tower masters of the physician tower slowly descended from the top floor. A tense atmosphere spread throughout the physician tower. The 4 high-ranking members of the physician tower were elderly men, dressed in white robes and holding staffs, each adorned with valuable golden glowing items on their bodies, chests, and wrists. As they descended the stairs to the ground, the aura they emitted made the surrounding physicians instinctively part ways. The 4 of them shouted at Principal Lu, who stood in front of Su Mumu. "Lu Wei, you have quite the authority." "Of course I do, old man. A powerful figure has been taking advantage of my student. Disrupting coordination, disrupting balance?" Principal Lu picked up the arrest warrant from the ground. "Has the physician tower forgotten that ascending the ladder is a right for the sequencers? I've never seen anyone arrested for completing the rite by any means. If you old men don't give me an explanation today, let's go outside and fight." Principal Lu called the 4 old man repeatedly in front of so many people, causing their faces to flush red and pale. However, the strength of a 4th-tier sequencer was undeniable. Even though the 4 high-ranking members of the physician tower were also 4th tier, they were slightly at a disadvantage in direct combat compared to Lu Wei, who followed the warrior path. This is the Physician Tower. All decisions are made by the Physician Tower. Principal Lu smiled. Alright, how do I remember that after a doctor ascends to the top, the Physician Tower is supposed to establish a Tower Master? I wonder if my understanding of this rule is correct. The 4 high-ranking members of the Physician Tower fell silent in response to Lu Wei's words. Because it was true. Since no one had reached the top of the doctor's ladder for decades, the Physician Tower had become a private property of their senior council. They even colluded with the Lu family consortium to create black market doctors, profiting immensely from it. Now, being openly called out, they lost even more face. What does it mean to be caught in a difficult situation? The 4 high-ranking physicians of the Physician Tower harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Qing, who lay unconscious on the ground. Of all the people to provoke, he had kicked a metal plate. Once this hidden rule was mentioned, the crowd erupted into intense discussions. Everyone began to talk, especially about the display screen in the hall, where a figure dressed in a medieval beak doctor's outfit was challenging the summit. Just as they spoke, that ranking rose again. Xiao Su, level 246, time, 7 hours 38 minutes. Xiao Su, level 247, time, 7 hours 39 minutes. The steadily rising levels made the high-ranking physicians of the tower uneasy. What does it matter if there's this rule? Relying on props to reach the top. The Physician Tower cannot fall into the hands of this person. The Physician Tower won't agree to that. And neither will the thousands of physicians from Jiangbei City. The 4 high-ranking physicians watched as Xiao Su's ranking climbed another level, realizing they could no longer allow Chun Shen to ascend. Because he truly had the potential to reach the top. You don't need their approval, nor mine, this is the rule. This was part of the rules established when the Physician Tower was created. Once my student becomes the Tower Master, the first thing I'll do is sweep you 4 out the door. I'm standing here, and you 4 can come at me together. So fierce. The other physicians gaped in shock at Lu Wei, a 4th-tier powerhouse causing a ruckus in the Physician Tower. Unheard of. Alright then, today we 4 old bones will see if you, Lu Wei, can walk out of here alive. The 4 slowly approached, various props clenched in their hands, ready for battle. Cold sweat appeared on Lu Wei's forehead. This was bad. If it really came to blows, he wasn't afraid of this group, but his own curse. He immediately thought of the mysterious potion Chun Shen had given him. That potion that promised a 300% boost in strength. Frenzy potion. After consumption, the user will fall into an immunity to toxins and a frenzy for 10 minutes, with a 300% increase in strength. Hidden, undetectable side effect. After 10 minutes, there is a 90% chance of a toxin in frenzy outbreak, causing the user to mistakenly believe they are a special kind of animal. A 300% strength surge, even if it only lasted 10 minutes, would be enough to punch these old geezers to death and wait for his student to reach the top and inherit the Physician Tower. An extreme plan rapidly formed in Lu Wei's mind, regardless of the consequences. He believed in Chen Shen, but even more in his uncle's abilities to successfully reach the top. Facing the approaching 4 high-ranking physicians, Lu Wei quietly took out the potion, a fierce killing intent spreading. As long as they took one more step forward, he would strike down this group. Don't say that Jiangbei's Physician Tower has this rule. Every province's Physician Tower has such a rule. A lazy yet dignified voice rang out. A woman in an exquisite qipao appeared in everyone's sight, the dress tailored to fit perfectly outlining her graceful figure, making it hard for anyone to look away. The qipao was a deep, dark green, embroidered with delicate golden peonies, the flowers vividly lifelike. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, her hair styled in a high bun, with a jade hairpin inserted among her locks. She held a small fan, gently swaying it as she walked gracefully into the Physician Tower. The license plate number 0000 of the car at the entrance caught people's attention. Anyone who glanced at it would know that the visitor had a terrifying background from the capital. Was the Physician Tower this lively today? A crowd watched, their heads spinning. On one side were the 4th-tier powerhouses nearly ready to fight, and on the other emerged someone with a background from the capital. Mom! Su Mumu, standing behind Principal Lu, whispered. Hearing Su Mumu's soft call, the woman's frosty face broke into a faint smile as she took small steps toward Su Mumu, completely ignoring the 4 high-ranking physicians. A middle-aged man in a white suit leisurely followed behind the woman. With each step he took, his imposing aura climbed a level. After 4 or 5 steps, everyone felt a crushing pain in their hearts as if a heavy stone had been placed upon them. A 5th-tier powerhouse. That was a professional who had already awakened their authority. A 5th-tier powerhouse as a subordinate, combined with a background from the capital, either of these alone could allow one to walk unimpeded in Jiangbei City. How impressive. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Sun. My name is Sun Yuan, from the Sun family in the capital, and this is my daughter. The Sun family. The moment this name was mentioned, everyone gasped in shock. The Sun family from the capital was one of the 5 powerful families, ranked 4th among them. That little girl was actually the daughter of the Sun family. Sun Yuan gently patted his daughter's hand, staring at her for a moment before a helpless smile appeared on his face. My Mumu is even getting angry for other men now. And she isn't the slightest bit afraid standing in front of so many people, really impressive. A fond compliment, a teasing remark from her mother. Su Mumu's face turned red to the roots of her ears as she stammered, and no. Not at all. Sun Yuan wore a faint smile, his peripheral vision secretly glancing at the screen displaying the continuously rising names. Xiao Su, level 248, time taken, 7 hours 42 minutes. Using a fake name and pure props to reach the top, either a fool or a madman. That's not it, Mom, it's because he is. Even before anything has happened, you're already defending him. Sun Yuan turned to look around. I won't interfere with what you want to do, but, first and foremost, you cannot bully my daughter. I am naturally soft-hearted and cannot bear to see my girl suffer even a little grievance. Even if it's just a scratch, I will have that guy's skin peeled off. Since she is standing here, you all want to pass by her? Absolutely not. With those 2 words, Sun Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man in the white suit and slightly nodded in acknowledgement. The aura of a 5th-tier powerhouse was ruthlessly unleashed. The terrifying pressure caused the already elderly 4 high-ranking members of the Physician Tower to kneel down directly. Everyone clearly heard the heavy sound of their knees hitting the ground. The sound of bones cracking could even be heard if one listened closely. These 4 legs were basically rendered useless. The wrinkled skin on the faces of the 4 high-ranking members of the Physician Tower was almost sticking together, their faces masked in pain. They could still handle Principal Lu, who was only a 4th-tier sequence, even if he had some influence in Jiangbei City, but a Sun family from the capital, and a 5th-tier powerhouse, they couldn't afford to provoke. All previous elegance was gone. They spoke in a lowly manner. Lady of the Sun family, we are also high-ranking members of the Physician Tower, figures of some standing in Jiangbei City. Why must you force us so hard? Sun Yuan seemed not to hear, his arms crossed, outlining his perfect figure, and spoke in an undeniable tone. No one leaves today, watch my son-in-law reach the top. The word son-in-law made Su Mumu's face turn completely red. Under a 5th-tier powerhouse, no one dared to question his authority. Who would dare to question? The 4 high-ranking members of the Physician Tower could do nothing but kneel on the ground. Now they could only pray that the little guy challenging the levels wouldn't reach the top. After all, the difficulty of the doctor's ladder was the lowest, and no one had reached the top yet. They had previously adjusted the doctor's ladder to the hardest level. This was their only hope. Now they had nothing but their pride. Once he reached the top, they would lose everything. Principal Lu never expected that Su Mumu's mother was Sun Yuan, from the Sun family in the capital. After being a principal for so many years, he only knew that Su Mumu was Su Yuntian's daughter, with a divorced ex-wife living in the capital. He couldn't help but sigh that Su Yuntian, being a 4th tier, could sit as the president of the Jiangbei City Sequence Union, thinking it was all due to his extraordinary luck, nearly living off his wife's success. The identity of the ex-wife is so extraordinary. At this moment, the numbers on the screen moved again. Xiao Su, level 249, time taken 7 hours 50 minutes. Xiao Su, level 250, time taken 7 hours 55 minutes. The speed of clearing levels had turned into just a few minutes per level. It was already at level 250. Chen Shan stood aside watching the 3 dry medical corpses perform surgery. The entire hall of the medical tower was extremely quiet. One could even hear the sound of sweat droplets falling from the foreheads of the 4 high-ranking members of the medical tower. With each level Chen Shen climbed, their heartbeats slowed a beat. Xiao Su, level 253. Time taken 8 hours 5 minutes. Xiao Su, level 257, time taken 8 hours 15 minutes. Xiao Su, level 260, time taken 8 hours 35 minutes. Xiao Su, level 280, time taken 9 hours 15 minutes. Level 280. Less than 20 levels left to reach the top. The high-ranking members of the medical tower kneeling on the ground began to have red eyes. The gradually rising levels felt like an invisible hand squeezing their hearts. The atmosphere in the air grew increasingly heated. Xiao Su, level 285, time taken 9 hours 50 minutes. Xiao Su, level 294, time taken 11 hours 15 minutes. Another hour passed, and everyone stood still, not just the 5th-tier powerhouses, but more so because the number 294 was infinitely close to 300. The summit was within reach. No one in Jiangbei City had ever seen the top of the medical tower. Everyone's breathing began to quicken. The summit was right in front of them. Xiao Su, level 297, time taken 12 hours 15 minutes. Another hour passed, and this time only 3 levels remained. In the screen, Chen Chen just stood there. Even as they were about to reach the top, he showed no intention of making a move. From the beginning to the end, as he had said, perhaps it was not him who would reach the top, but that legendary masterpiece. He had said it from the start. He wanted this group of people to see the chasm between himself and Xiao Su's talent. Xiao Su, level 299, time taken 14 hours 20 minutes. Another 2 hours passed. No one could leave, and no one could enter. There were already people in the hall of the medical tower sweating from their foreheads. Level 299 was just a step away from the summit. Su Mumu's palms were already sweating. He was also somewhat eager to see if they could reach the top. Sun Yuan was watching the big screen with great interest, because she felt that the time was almost up. Xiao Su, level 300, time taken 15 hours 20 minutes. There was no cheering in the hall, only the 4 high-ranking members of the medical tower slowly lowering their heads, their faces filled with expressions of pain. Chen Chen did not leave. Instead, he retracted the 3 dry medical corpses into his storage space. In the screen, there was no ecstatic joy, no jubilant cheers. He calmly walked up. He picked up the 3 scalpels from the operating table. At this moment, the 3 scalpels in his hand were already glowing red, and even the blades were starting to show cracks. Chen Chen felt no heartache at all. His gaze lingered on the now unusable, legendary masterpiece. Item description. Its introduction had changed. 3 scalpels of an ordinary person, legendary masterpiece, extreme damage, unusable. This is a scalpel for reaching the summit of the doctor's ladder. It inherits its owner's surgical experience, talent, and part of their consciousness. In this ascent, it accomplished the ritual that its owner could never perform due to their identity, and it reached the highest level, achieving the highest accomplishment belonging to doctors. Message: it was truly a thrilling surgery. Thank you, Captain. Sorry, this time it's really goodbye. Chen Chen looked at the final message that appeared. He knew this was a response from Xiao Su's consciousness within the scalpel. With human strength, pulling back over 20,000 lives from the hands of death, isolating a plague with his own flesh and blood, waiting for a new captain at the cost of 30 years of solitude, completing a surgery that could be called perfect with a broken body, cracking the plague of blood coagulation. With the experience and awareness inherited from 3 surgical knives, the entire doctor's ladder was set ablaze. This is you, Xiao Su. Chen Shen's hands trembled slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on the face beneath the mask. In novels, emperors suppress the talented, yet you can merely rely on the remnants of experience and awareness to utterly crush them. It seemed to respond to Chen Chen as the surgical knife began to crack. It couldn't hold on any longer. Like an apology, it truly was goodbye. All the strength that had supported it had dissipated. Chen Chen slowly tightened his grip on the surgical knife, listening to the sound of shattering in his palm. In a trembling voice, he said, "You have reached the top, completely relying on your own talent." This sentence was meant to tell Xiao Su that even if she was not a warrior, she was still a great doctor. A legendary masterpiece of a tool was entirely used by Chen Chen to prove that there existed a warrior named Xiao Su in the world who became a top doctor relying on her own talent. It made all the physicians in Jiangbei City hear the name of the genius doctor who was 30 years late, Xiao Su, a recognition that was 30 years overdue. Chen Chen retracted his hand, placing the shards of the 3 surgical knives into the pocket of his inner lining. He took a deep breath. The time Chen Chen spent with Xiao Su was very short, and even the time he spent communicating with himself was shorter. But this time, he truly felt a sincere gratitude from the soul. Next were the souls of 2,917 doctors. It was time to leave this place. After spending so long at the top, Chen Chen felt that Su Mumu must be waiting anxiously outside. After tidying up, he exited the doctor's ladder. Dressed in a medieval beak doctor's outfit, Chen Chen walked down from the 7th floor of the physician tower. As soon as he descended the stairs, he felt an unusual silence in the hall, with all eyes turned towards him. What happened? This thought popped into Chen Chen's mind. Scanning the crowd, he saw Su Mumu standing next to Principal Lu. Beside her was a beautiful woman in a qipao, and in front of them were 4 old men kneeling on the ground. These old men were dressed extravagantly, adorned with numerous props. Even the least impressive props were worth over $1 million, and their clothing symbolized their high status in the physician tower, making their identities self-evident. This strange scene bombarded Chen Chen's brain with so much information that it felt like it was about to crash. What happened? At that moment, Chen Chen noticed a middle-aged man in a white suit exuding a terrifying aura on the other side. That aura surpassed the 4th tier. Chen Chen felt it was most likely 5th tier. There wasn't a single 5th tier expert in Jiangbei City. A 5th tier powerhouse appeared in the physician tower? All eyes were on Chen Chen. His pressure suddenly increased. His mind quickly filled in what had happened. "Chen Chen, come here quickly." Su Mumu waved her hand and called out to Chen Chen. At this moment, the beautiful woman standing next to Su Mumu looked at Chen Chen with great interest. "She is my mother." Su Mumu quickly introduced the woman beside her, Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan shot a glance at her little girl. The girl's elbow had turned outward. She still wanted to tease this little boy. Chen Chen was somewhat shocked. This beautiful woman in a qipao was Su Mumu's mother. What kind of power did Su Mumu have? Her father, Su Yuntian, was the president of the Sequence Union in Jianbei City, and her mother had a fifth-tier powerhouse as a bodyguard. This identity was simply outrageous. "Little guy, are you still using your ability to hide your appearance? Isn't it a bit impolite to meet your elders like this? Here, no one dares to do anything to you." Chen Chen immediately raised his hand and waved in front of himself, his plague attire transforming into black mist that dissipated and vanished. Revealing a blue casual outfit, with tousled hair paired with a fair complexion, he looked exceptionally comfortable. His appearance could definitely be described as handsome. "You do look fair and pleasant." Sun Yuan's first impression of Chen Chen was not bad. His own girl had never taken her eyes off this little boy. Even when Su Mumu leaned closer to Sun Yuan, she hooked her hand with her mother's. At that moment, Su Mumu softly reminded, "Chen Chen hasn't called anyone yet." Chen Chen nodded and immediately bent down to greet Sun Yuan. "Hello, mother-in-law." This address made Principal Lu gasp in shock. Su Mumu's mouth slightly opened. "Isn't it customary to call her aunt?" The nearby fifth-tier sequence holder shifted slightly. Sun Yuan's fierce gaze fell on the slightly furrowed brow of the fifth-tier powerhouse, who immediately lowered his head and withdrew his raised hand. Principal Lu was sweating profusely, having cursed Chen Chen in his heart 800 times already. However, Sun Yuan gently laughed behind his small fan. "This is really interesting. Who greets someone by bowing and calling them mother-in-law? Because when Mumu's father meets someone, he calls him father-in-law. Calling her aunt would seem a bit distant." Mentioning Su Yuntian, a flicker of emotion passed through Sun Yuan's eyes, and his tone softened a bit. "You really treat everyone equally. This title is well-deserved. It's not easy for you to reach the top, but don't you feel it's a pity for that legendary masterpiece? As a doctor, you should know the value of a legendary masterpiece and the benefits it can bring, right? If it were used to save lives, wouldn't it be more valuable? Don't you think it's a waste?" Chen Chen straightened up and replied, "Neither humble nor arrogant, its existence is merely to prove." He raised his hand to point at the screen, and following his direction, one could see, Xiao Su, level 300, time taken, 15 hours 20 minutes. To prove that its owner's talent is unparalleled, that is enough. This answer surprised Sun Yuan and made him even more interested in the young man. "Interesting, it's been a long time since I've met such an interesting young person." A physician from the high levels of the tower, kneeling on the ground, shouted frantically, using props to reach the top. "And the props are damaged. Even if he reached the top, he doesn't qualify to be the tower master." "I won't acknowledge it. The Jianbei City Physician Tower definitely won't acknowledge it." Sun Yuan's expression instantly turned icy. His sharp gaze fell on the speaker. The next second, a fifth-tier powerhouse grabbed the old man's head, and a scream erupted. A fourth-tier powerhouse was engulfed in flames, turning to charcoal in mere seconds, carelessly tossed aside. Complete suppression. Ruthless methods. Sun Yuan glanced at Chen Chen and found no expression on his face, just a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Aren't you surprised at all?" "Not surprised. Whatever mother-in-law does is calculated." "You are finally wrong. I do whatever I want." "Do you want to be the tower master? The tower master of Jianbei City Physician Tower? If you want, I can make you sit there." In conversation with Sun Yuan, Chen Chen felt an immense pressure, even more than when facing Su Mumu's father, Su Yuntian. "I want to, but can you give me a chance?" "A chance?" Sun Yuan looked puzzled. Chen Chen slowly walked in front of the three old men still kneeling on the ground. "Do you still think my method of reaching the top is against the rules?" No one spoke, no one dared to speak. The recently burned fourth-tier sequence holder was the answer. Sun Yuan looked at Chen Chen, wanting to see what he intended to do. That legendary masterpiece inherits less than 1/10 of its owner's strength. Relying solely on it can easily reach the top. In fact, I think reaching the top is not difficult. If possible, I could reach level 299 in an hour and a half. Would you have any objections to me sitting firmly in the position of Tower Master? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone thought it was too arrogant. Level 299 in an hour and a half? 5 levels a minute. Reaching the 40th floor in an hour and a half is quite an achievement, isn't it? Chen Chen's goal was simple, to become the Tower Master of the Physician Tower in Jianbei City, and he would immediately vindicate the 2,917 doctors. Chen Chen's tone was unwavering, and that intense confidence even stirred something in Sun Yuan. The old man kneeling on the ground gritted his teeth and spoke. An hour and a half. 299 floors. If you can do it, we will acknowledge you as the Tower Master. Very well. But I don't need your acknowledgement, what I need is their acknowledgement. Shen Shen pointed to all the physicians in the hall. Sun Yuan found it hard to understand this young man. An hour and a half for 299 floors sounded absurd. Are you sure you can do it? Shen Shen had his hands in his pockets. Some things cannot be thought of from a normal perspective, and some people cannot be viewed from a special angle. This matter is not difficult. He walked to the window, and everyone instinctively made way. Shen Shen handed the awakening card to the attendant. Name, Shen Shen, Sequence 002, Mystic. Sequence 002, one of the top 5 high-sequence professions. This young man was actually a mystic of 002. Mystics study various mysterious existences, so it was normal for him to wear the protective garb of a medieval doctor. Registration complete. The attendant's hand trembled slightly as she returned the awakening card. After putting away the awakening card, Shen Shen stepped back onto the stairs. The moment his left foot touched the step, his body was enveloped in black mist. As he ascended the second step, the black mist slowly dissipated, and Shen Shen was now dressed as a medieval beak doctor. Watching Shen Shen's departing figure, Su Mumu's gaze never left him. Being this confident isn't necessarily a good thing. Mom, he can do it. Su Mumu added emphatically. He has never gone back on his word. Sun Yuan sighed as he looked at his daughter, who was already showing signs of a budding crush. But then he thought, wasn't she just like that at one time? Sun Yuan glanced at Principal Lu standing nearby, his eyes sharp. Lu Wei was startled and instinctively took 2 or 3 steps back. Sun Yuan quietly spoke to his daughter, Su Mumu. This time, a disaster will occur in Jiangbei City, according to the Mage Pathway Sequence 003 Prophet. The Prophet mentioned a key word. Su Mumu leaned in to listen. Plague, there will be an outbreak of a plague, which is why I came to Jiangbei City, to see you and to check the records to see if there has been a recent rebirth of a Doctor Pathway Sequence 001 Plague Doctor. Upon hearing about the Sequence 001 Plague Doctor, Su Mumu's face instantly paled. The Plague Doctor is the key to solving the problem. If there is a plague, the appearance of the Plague Doctor will be a prerequisite for resolving the disaster. Su Mumu hesitated but did not reveal Chen Shen's true sequence. A gasp echoed in the hall of the physician tower. Chen Shen's name appeared on the screen as he began to ascend the stairs. The numbers on the screen began to change wildly in an instant. Chen Shen, Step 1, 0 hours 0 minutes. Chen Shen, Step 2, 0 hours 1 minute. Chen Shen, Step 5, 0 hours 1 minute. In just 1 minute, he had crossed 5 floors. Chen Shen, Step 6, 0 hours 1 minute. Chen Shen, Step 7, 0 hours 1 minute. Chen Shen, Step 10, 0 hours 1 minute. In less than a minute, the number of floors had already reached 10. At this moment, Chen Shen was climbing the stairs. Upon entering each floor, he immediately released the blood coagulation plague and then reversed the treatment. Any fever, discomfort, blood disease, or heart disease was trivial under the blood coagulation plague. Once covered by the plague, the reversal treatment could restore health in an instant. Chen Shen, Stair 50, 0h 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, he had reached the 50th floor. Since he hadn't reached the designated floor, no one knew how Chen Shen had done it. He can't possibly have a legendary masterpiece item, right? Unlikely. Legendary masterpieces are basically priceless. How could a first-tier kid possess 2? Amidst everyone's discussions, the floor number changed once again. Chen Shen, Stair 70, 0h 8 minutes. 8 minutes for 70 floors. Such speed. Even listening to the doctor explain the condition wouldn't take 8 minutes for 70 floors. Chen Shen, Stair 80, 0h 10 minutes. Chen Shen, Stair 85, 0h 12 minutes. Chen Shen, Stair 90, 0h 14 minutes. Chen Shen, Stair 100, 0h 17 minutes. 100 floors. Chen Shen's figure appeared on the screen. As the medical condition was announced, Chen Shen rushed up, extending his hand to insert his fingers into the patient's chest. Then, accompanied by the patient's convulsions, a surge of green light emerged, completing the first layer. Each layer involved this action, and no one could understand what was happening as he performed the treatment. Chen Shen, Stair 110, 0h 20 minutes. Chen Shen, Stair 120, 0h 22 minutes. Chen Shen, Stair 130, 0h 25 minutes. Even though Chen Shen's speed was fast enough, it took 25 minutes to reach the 130th floor, and he hadn't even reached halfway in half an hour. The subsequent difficulty would only increase. and everyone still doubted that Chen Chen could complete 299 floors in an hour and a half. However, this speed still amazed everyone. Chen Chen, stair 140, 0h 27 minutes. Chen Chen, stair 150, 0h 30 minutes. Chen Chen, stair 160, 0h 33 minutes. 3 minutes for 10 floors is indeed fast, but it still doesn't meet the 1.5 hours he mentioned for 299 floors. Sun Yuan truly felt that this young boy was something special. His expression became serious. This speed of reaching the top was something that even in Zhangbei City, or even in the capital where monsters roamed, was terrifyingly fast. In fact, what Sun Yuan didn't mention was that the prophet had spoken of a certain figure appearing. However, the prophet's definition of a genius was only a few sentences. Absolute charisma, absolute talent, absolute dedication. So Sun Yuan wondered if Chen Chen could be the person the prophet referred to. At this moment, the speed of climbing began to rise. Chen Chen, stair 170, 0h 38 minutes. Chen Chen, stair 180, 0h 40 minutes. Chen Chen, stair 190, 0h 42 minutes. Chen Chen, stair 200, 0h 44 minutes. With only 48 minutes left and 119 floors remaining, everyone felt a bit of danger. The further up the floors, the more visibly difficult it became. Chen Chen's hands had begun to tremble. After continuously using the plague blood coagulation plague for the 190th floor and then performing reverse treatment, his magic power was depleted. He was relying on his equipment to sustain his recovery. Chen Chen raised his hand. 3 dry doctors appeared. To everyone's shock, the 3 dry corpses dragged the patient and threw him to the ground, then quickly sliced open the patient's chest, and Chen Chen performed a field surgery right in front of everyone. The field surgery had to be completed within 3 minutes. The greatest advantage of field surgery was its wild approach and speed, but Chen Chen's own hand speed was currently insufficient. The 3 dry corpses seemed to have received some kind of influence and began to cooperate with Chen Chen's movements. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, he broke through 200 floors. Chen Chen, stair 201, 0h 49 minutes. This was almost the longest time taken for a single floor. After that, Chen Chen became more adept, and the movements of the dry corpses were extremely fast. Throwing the patient, cutting open the abdomen, waiting for Chen Chen to excise and stitch up, all in one go. So many actions were compressed back to 2 minutes. Chen Chen, level 222, 0 hours 51 minutes. Not enough, there's absolutely not enough time, he won't be able to finish. Sun Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Overconfidence is just arrogance. Even with strong talent, arrogance would hinder his growth. Clearing level 77 in 40 minutes is too difficult. Originally, relying on her influence could easily make Chen Chen the Tower Master, but now if he fails, she wouldn't be able to push him into that position. He can do it. Su Mumu beside her spoke firmly. Sun Yuan shook her head at her daughter. Love struck, love struck. Chen Chen, level 232, 0 hours 53 minutes. The speed picked up again. Chen Chen's surgical speed began to increase. With the assistance of the dry medical corps, the skill, field surgery experience skyrocketed. Field surgery, as a skill of the plague doctor, is powerful beyond words. A single field surgery can completely restore you. Whether it's a fever, headache, or even a simple cold, it can be treated through surgery. Unreasoned treatment. Chen Chen, level 235, 0 hours 56 minutes. The rankings changed once more. There are still 64 levels left, and everyone felt that with only 34 minutes remaining, it should be completely insufficient. The 3 old men kneeling on the ground showed excited expressions. They had bet right. This young guy simply couldn't withstand the provocation, and now as long as he didn't reach level 299 within an hour and a half, everything would still belong to them. At this moment, Chen Chen stopped his actions. He had completed 45 field surgeries. Among those 45 field surgeries, he finally found a special way to clear the level, a key to quickly ascending the doctor's tower ceremony. From level 190 onwards, each level was no longer a separate illness but a special plague corresponding to organs. The next level begins. Chen Chen did not move, slowly turning his body to face the dry medical corpse. Everyone was puzzled as to why Chen Chen suddenly stopped moving. Then the dry medical corpse suddenly exploded into action. Its hand shot out at an incredible speed, piercing through Chen Chen's chest. The sound of flesh being stirred echoed. The sudden attack made everyone in the physician tower hall gasp in shock. The intense pain of the piercing chest made Chen Chen's lips begin to turn pale. This is the feeling of having one's heart dug out. The dry medical corpse quickly withdrew its hand. It pulled its hand out of Chen Chen's chest, still holding that bloody heart. This action stunned everyone. On the screen, everyone watched as Chen Shen's heart was taken out, that still beating heart. The red veins were still pulsating. Chen Shen was in agony, but this pain was still far less than bearing the souls of 2,917 people boarding the ship. He could even feel the sensation of his heart being hollowed out. The special plague conditions after level 190 all came from a single organ. When he performed surgery, that person's body was already completely terminally ill, requiring special means for treatment. The simplest method was to analyze and then reverse the treatment, but that was too slow. Moreover, these plagues were too low level. Chen Shen directly had the dry medical corpse remove organ parts from his own body to replace the patient on the operating table with a healthy heart. Digging out the heart. Replacing the heart. This series of operations left the people in the physician tower hall in shock. What kind of devilish treatment method is this? Digging out the heart and replacing it. What does this mean? Only Principal Lu's pupils were filled with shock. Because it was somewhat similar to his uncle's unique ability isolation, completing the isolation of the plague with flesh and blood. But it was merely a similarity, there was actually no connection between the two. Being able to reach the level of digging out hearts, this little guy's transformation speed is simply astonishing. The voice of the sheep-headed mask echoed in Principal Lu's mind. You should leave quickly, time is almost up. We need to accomplish something very important. Principal Lu glanced around the hall, where everyone was intently watching the screen, and seized the opportunity to leave. The time had reached 56 minutes. Only 34 minutes left. Chen Shen, level 234, 0 hours 57 minutes. Chen Shen, level 235, 0 hours 57 minutes. Chen Shen, level 244, 0 hours 57 minutes. Chen Shen, level 253, 0 hours 57 minutes. Taking a heart to replace the patient's heart, after the next level, the heart belonging to Chen Shen would still end up in the hands of the corpse doctor. Thus, the corpse doctor only needed to cut open the patient's body, replace the heart, and casually stitch it up to complete the level. The speed was astonishing. The devilish skill in operation. This maneuver even left Sun Yuan dumbfounded. This was simply ruthless, a quick heart swap to clear the level. Immediately after, the corpse doctor casually tossed Chen Shen's heart aside, and starting from level 254, it was no longer about the heart. He began to extract other organs from Chen Shen's chest. The order was liver, spleen, stomach, and even the small intestine was pulled out. The number of levels skyrocketed in these 6 minutes. Chen Shen, level 254, 1 hour 4 minutes. Chen Shen, level 267, 1 hour 8 minutes. Chen Shen, level 278, 1 hour 18 minutes. Chen Shen, level 288, 1 hour 22 minutes. The levels increased 4 times in a row. This rate and method of growth left everyone in silence. Too ruthless. Only the last 11 levels remained. Chen Shen unfastened his plague outfit, his hands trembling, and under the extreme pain, apart from his body's reaction, his spirit had gone numb. His fingers slowly reached for his eyes, then delved in, bending to scoop out his own eyes. The brutal act of pulling out his eyeballs, stained with blood, made everyone gasp in shock, and as the eyeballs were removed, the corpse doctor began to replace the parts. The level jumped to 299, just behind Zhao Zhan's ranking. Chen Shen, level 299, 1 hour 28 minutes. After witnessing Chen Shen's frenzied way of clearing levels, everyone's heartbeat slowed for a moment. No, there's such a high-speed way to clear levels. Ordinary doctors, after having their organs removed, could not possibly move on their own. They needed to be like Chen Shen, a puppet skilled in surgery, and with such extreme actions, no one dared to attempt this method of clearing levels. It was terrifying. After completing level 299, Chen Shen exited the illusion of the doctor's ascent ceremony. The organs that had been removed restored themselves upon leaving, and the pain of the extraction was also eliminated. When he walked down from the 7th floor of the tower, everyone's expressions had changed. A young man cleared 299 levels in this manner, and what was even more remarkable was that he truly completed the 299 levels in an hour and a half. Facing Chen Shen as he descended, Sun Yuan spoke, "Did you know about this method of clearing levels in advance?" "No." "Then how are you so sure you could clear 299 levels in an hour and a half?" Chen Shen shrugged. "Because of arrogance." The moment he uttered this self-deprecating word, Sun Yuan felt a threefold increase in his fondness for the young man. "So interesting. You're really impressive, at least you have guts." Sun Yuan turned to the 3 old doctors kneeling on the ground and said, "Since the conditions have been met, do you have any objections?" The 3 old men lowered their heads, their foreheads touching the ground. They said nothing. The 3 knew that what awaited them was only expulsion. "In a week, you will complete the power transfer of the Tower Master." As for the documents, they will be synchronized in the next few days. There's no need for you to apply slowly. Sun Yuan's words shattered all their fantasies. The Tower Master was confirmed to be a young man. A young man who dared to change hearts, spleens, stomachs, and organs while climbing the ladder of doctors. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and after this matter concluded, all the physicians began to leave the physician tower one after another. Lu Wei also walked out of the physician tower with the crowd. Chen Chen noticed Principal Lu leaving and wanted to catch up but was called back by Sun Yuan. It's getting late, Auntie, let's go out for dinner together. Chen Chen quickly agreed to Sun Yuan's invitation. As Lu Wei walked out of the physician tower, he asked the goat-headed mask tucked in his chest pocket, Captain, where are we going? To the monument. Monument? Monument. The monument is where all the professionals who contributed to Zhongbei City are buried. Principal Lu felt a slight pain in his head after uttering the word monument. Listening to the request of the goat-headed mask, he began to walk towards the warrior monument. Don't you want to know how that plague happened 30 years ago? Perhaps they had been walking for too long, or perhaps it was too quiet. On an empty street, the goat-headed mask suddenly brought up this topic. I've been searching for 30 years and still. Isn't the answer obvious? You just need to look seriously to find it. Because I spread the plague. Lu Wei's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his face darkened instantly. He seemed to have heard something hard to accept. It really was you. The goat-headed mask hesitated for a moment but still spoke. It was me. Why? Silence. Did everyone else know about this except me? Yes, they knew, and they also knew they were destined not to survive. Principal Lu's mind became increasingly chaotic, and more painful. It didn't make sense. How could it possibly be the captain? What right do you have to let so many people die for you? Just for your disgusting research. I am sorry to them. I only tell you this today to give you some relief. Relief? What nonsense are you talking about? 3 days is the longest time you can stay in the real world. There are many things you need to do within these 3 days. Even if just one thing goes wrong, Zhongbei City will face the same disaster as 30 years ago. What do you want to do? You madman! Lu Wei yanked the goat-headed mask from his clothing and threw it to the ground. His head hurt even more. No. What do you mean I only have 3 days left? I don't understand. Lu Wei's head throbbed more and more, and he was becoming somewhat delirious. He began to curse. Do you want me to die for you? Like those people? Like my uncle? I tell you, you are wrong. I am not my uncle. I am not those 2,920 people. I am not your crew anymore. I will not listen to your lies and go to my death. In the dark, empty alley, Lu Wei's painful curses echoed as he held his head. Why? Why should I? Lu Wei broke down. Because you are my crew, you do not belong to this era. Luo Yong, haven't you remembered yet? How long will you wear this identity? With that shout, Lu Wei felt a pain in his head that was about to split open. Under the pain, his expression began to twist, and he crouched down holding his head. I really want you to continue living as Lu Wei, but I'm sorry, their era has already ended. Everything must conclude within 3 days. It seemed to trigger a key phrase. Lu Wei slowly raised his head, and his pupils began to emit a red glow. A dark beetle struggled to crawl out from beneath the flesh at the back of his head. My name is Luo Yong. I am the goat-head doctor. He had never taken the path of a warrior. His ability to alter others' memories came from the path of a doctor. He modified the fact that Chen Chen was Dr. Path Sequence 001 in others' memories. He altered the memories of those internship classmates' copies. He even changed his own memories to partially obscure the Dr. Path ability, creating a brand new warrior Path Sequence 065, the Light Warrior, Lu Wei, in the eyes of outsiders. After all, 30 years ago, it was too easy to replace an identity among a pile of corpses. The weak and powerless curse on him also came from a special item in the Plague Tavern. He had never been a warrior. The power of the potions he provided during battles could only last so long, and he couldn't fight like a warrior. Thus, the curse in the Plague Tavern was the best disguise, the best way to masquerade a doctor as a warrior. He was very successful. Everything was very successful. Lu Wei stood up once again, his gaze having completely changed. Perhaps the one standing now was not Lu Wei, but Luo Yong. The goat-head doctor among 2,920 doctors, Luo Yong. The goat-head mask on the ground emitted a breath of black particles. Luo Yong crouched down to pick up the goat-head mask, slowly putting it on his face. As the mask conformed to his skin, it began to gradually merge into Luo Yong's face. All memories perfectly aligned and fit together. The captain had long been dead. There had never been a living captain, otherwise how could the authority have been inherited? The goat-head mask was merely a vessel for his memories. He even altered his own and the mask's memories to set up a special identity. He set Lu Wei as the identity of his best friend, Xiao Su, living in this world for 30 years. The goat head mask was set to the memories of the former plague captain. The purpose was to trigger keywords when they met, allowing Luo Yong's true memories to be awakened. And the reason he did this was to survive, to live through the great cleansing of the plague. Luo Yong's eyes were slightly red. Captain Xiao Su, Sun Bei. The painful memories felt like they were from yesterday. It was time for him to do his thing. Light the candle buried 30 years ago. Luo Yong reached out and took out his phone, looking at the wallpaper on the screen. It showed a happy family of 3 smiling. As the memory vessel of Lu Wei's identity, he had also built a perfect family over the 30 years, with a wife and a cute 5-year-old daughter. If he hadn't triggered the keywords, perhaps he would have spent a perfect life with his wife and daughter, living and dying as a principal. But now it was different. He was no longer living as Lu Wei. Luo Yong made a video call to his wife. "Honey, why are you coming home so late today? The dish will be ready soon. I stewed some trotters for you. Little Do Ding is clamoring to eat Zhu Beiji's feet with daddy." The woman on the other end of the phone was wearing an apron and cooking. A little girl's head suddenly appeared, accompanied by the shaking of the screen. The little girl's aggrieved voice came through. "Daddy, come back quickly. Don't be busy. Don't go to work." Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Yong smiled. "Daddy will be back soon. You and Mommy eat first. Let Mommy answer the phone." "Mommy! Mommy! The phone!" Little Do Ding grabbed the phone and awkwardly placed it on the table. "What's wrong today? You seem a bit off." The woman wiped her hands with her apron. "It's nothing, honey, I love you." After saying this, Luo Yong hung up the phone. His eyes were moist, and Luo Yong hurriedly looked up. From the copy to the return of 2,917 friends' souls to reality, even the ram's head mask was a trap he set 30 years ago. As long as any one of them went wrong, he could continue to live on as Principal Lu with his memories and identity. But, what a pity, he, once scolded by the captain as a phoenix chick, had the most ridiculous suggestions. After a lifetime of failed schemes, everything was surprisingly smooth at this moment. It was as if fate was deliberately trying to ruin Principal Lu's happy life. Everything was too smooth. He became Luo Yong, returning as the ram's head doctor. At the same time, at the moment he became the ram's head doctor Luo Yong, he had only 3 days left to live. There was no turning back. This was the dead end he set for himself 30 years ago. The ram's head doctor would not live alone, nor could he sink into the role born from fictional memories. The moment the trigger word was activated, he had no way back. He took out his phone and sent a love emoji to his wife. His silhouette grew longer and longer under the streetlights. Luo Yong crushed his phone and walked towards the group monument. Group monument, the largest monument for professionals in Jiangbei City, is called a monument, but it is actually a graveyard. Here lie a large number of so-called great people, but there is not a single spot for the doctor from 30 years ago. Even his friends and teachers could only rest in peace under the Tower of Dawn. Luo Yong looked at the locked iron gate, pulled it open effortlessly with one hand, and pushed his way in. Entering the group monument, rows of stone tablets were orderly inserted into the ground. Luo Yong walked along the main road, continuing on and on. Finally, he stopped in front of a tombstone. Tomb of the great man of the Situ family, Situ Qingji. Seeing the words on the tombstone and the numerous flowers in front of it, a surge of unnamed anger rose in Luo Yong's heart. Situ Qingji was the first crew member of the sinful ship, a lookout, and the most beloved apprentice of the plague doctor. He was also a doctor in the pathway sequence 002, a mystic. Damn it! Luo Yong cursed fiercely, took a shovel from the props, swept away all the flowers, and then struck the tombstone of Situ Qingji with the shovel, breaking it. He dug out the coffin, pried open the lid, and took away his bones. Situ Qingji, you traitorous scoundrel, you never thought I could still be alive, did you? Your bones will make the perfect material for a gift to someone else. With red eyes, Luo Yong began to cry, wrapping each of the dug-up bones tightly in cloth. He casually picked up a stone covered in moss, knelt on one knee, and with both hands, smashed it down onto the bones. You betrayed your captain, ungrateful, a traitor. Because of you, the captain had to spread the plague and become a sinner. Because of you, 2,920 people were exiled to another world. Because of you, Zhaoxun had to cut flesh to sever ties. Luo Yong raised his hand faster and smashed down again, accompanied by the sound of the wrapped bones being crushed. You owe an apology to Zhao, to Sun Bei. You owe an apology to the 2,917 people who lost their lives for you. You owe an apology to over 3.7 million people in Jiangbei City. Luo Yong smashed down in a cathartic frenzy, again and again, until all the bones of Situ Qingji that had been dug out were reduced to powder. Bone dust. After finishing, Luo Yong slowly stood up straight. Your bones make the best gift. It's a pity that the mystery of your identity remains so intact within them. He did not store them in his storage ring, but instead, he tore the cloth and slung the bag of ashes over his shoulder as he left the group monument. Downstairs in the dormitory building, Chen Chen felt exhausted as he got out of the taxi. Originally planning to have a meal, after receiving a phone call, Sun Yuan left with Su Mumu. It is truly a pity to lose the opportunity to get close to my mother-in-law. He could only take a taxi back. For Chen Chen, there are many benefits to becoming the Tower Master. However, becoming a Tower Master through the first-tier doctor pathway is not entirely a good thing, but for Chen Chen, it doesn't matter, he only wants to consider what he wants to do. Right now, he is still figuring out how to complete the remaining field surgeries and how to find a way to get through the ceremony with Su Mumu, which is currently the most important thing. The unfinished ceremony is stuck at the first tier, and the experience points accumulated in the dungeon cannot be maximized. As he went upstairs, Chen Chen's hand suddenly stopped above the doorknob. The door was half open. Come in, it's me. Principal Lu's voice came from inside the room. Chen Chen opened the door and saw Principal Lu sitting under the window. In the moonlight outside, Principal Lu was backlit, making it hard to see his face, and Chen Chen instinctively reached out to turn on the light. Don't turn on the light, I have a few things to say and then I'll leave. Principal Lu interrupted his action of turning on the light. In the dim light, those red eyes made Chen Chen feel a bit dazed. Chen Chen sensed something strange about Principal Lu but still complied. A bottle of mysterious potion was placed on the table by Principal Lu. This kind of potion has too many side effects, you can give it to others, but don't drink it yourself. Chen Chen recognized it in the moonlight as the mysterious potion Rage Potion he had given to Principal Lu. Has it been discovered? Is he back to ask for money? Who knows? Principal Lu continued to speak. As my student, I don't have much to give you. This bottle of potion is my gift to you. Another bottle of mysterious potion was taken out by Principal Lu and tossed to Chen Chen. Chen Chen raised his right hand and caught the bottle steadily. Take a look. Listening to Principal Lu's words, Chen Chen picked up the bottle. Dual sequence potion. After drinking, you will additionally have a Doctor Pathway Sequence Profession 003, delusional, as the only sequence. You will inherit half of the delusional sequence abilities. You can only fully obtain all the abilities and promotion of the delusional sequence after the death of another true delusional sequence. This, delusional, principle. This is too precious. Chen Chen felt that this potion was terrifying. Just from its effects, this potion is simply outrageous. If converted to money, it would even be worth hundreds of billions. A completely new sequence enhancement, allowing one to possess two sequences simultaneously. It's just a small gift, drink it as soon as I leave. Its efficacy time is very short, the sooner you drink it, the better the effect. The main ability of the delusional is thinking. Its thinking ability even surpasses the power brought by any pathway. What is thought is real, what is believed is truth, but the cost is very high, so you must use its abilities cautiously. What happened to the principal? Listening to the principal talk about the abilities of the delusional sequence, Chen Chen had a strange illusion. That is, the principal is the delusional mentioned in the potion, but he immediately shattered that thought. The principal's pathway is warrior. However, he always felt that suddenly receiving such a big gift was like being given a last will. Chen Chen, you are the contemporary plague doctor and also the inheritor of authority. You have seen those 2,917 innocent wandering souls in Xiao Su's talent. What I want to say is that they should be remembered in this world, right? They definitely will. Chen Chen did not understand why Principal Lu said these words. If you think I am a competent principal, would you be willing to listen to me once? Chen Chen nodded immediately. Do not use your identity as Tower Master to erect a monument for the 2,917 doctors. Do not let them return here, let them stay on the Sin ship. After saying this, Principal Lu stood up. Repeated once more. Remember what I said. Do not use your identity as the Tower Master to erect a monument, do not let them return. 30 years. Even 3 years, they will not remember them. Even if they come back, they will only be cold gravestones. Principal. Hearing Principal Lu's voice grow fainter, Chen Chen called out to him. They should come back, I promise Dr. Zhao. Principal Lu stopped in his tracks. Since you refuse to listen to me, do as you wish, I've said all I can. After saying this, Principal Lu left the room. What Chen Chen didn't notice was that the cuff of Principal Lu's right sleeve was already empty. Chen Chen couldn't understand why Principal Lu seemed like a different person. With Principal Lu gone, an inexplicable sense of loss surged in Chen Chen's heart, and he chased after him, but as soon as he stepped outside, he couldn't see Principal Lu's figure. He could only return to the room and fumble for the switch on the wall to turn on the light. Snap! The moment the light turned on, he saw an unbelievable scene. The entire wall, floor, and even the table were covered with dense, mysterious formulas written in marker, as if someone had been calculating something here. These formulas were written by the principal? Just staring at these formulas made Chen Chen feel his head swell, a reaction stemming from a decline in rationality. In a daze, Chen Chen grabbed the bottle of dual sequence potion from the table. A prompt appeared in his hand indicating that the potion was weakening. Dual sequence potion. The mysterious power of this potion is weakening and will completely lose its effect in 3 minutes. Note, this potion, which should not exist, was constructed at a special cost, and it is now failing. Without hesitation, Chen Chen took the bottle of dual sequence potion and drank it in one gulp. Leaving Chen Chen's room, Principal Lu, no. He should be called Luo Yong, who has awakened his memories and become the goat-head doctor. On the cold street, Luo Yong painfully leaned against the wall, gradually sitting down on the ground, his left hand reaching out to grasp the already empty right sleeve. His right hand had completely vanished. The price of delusion is truly great. I have to say, the ashes of situ are really hard to swallow. The pain in his head stemmed more from the side effects of diminished rationality. The delusionist became the sequence 002 mystic, accelerating his own transformation by deducing his mysterious formulas. To better deduce the path to becoming a doctor as sequence 002 mystic, Luo Yong even consumed all of Situ Qingji's ashes, all for the sake of perfect delusion. He successfully created the only bottle of dual sequence potion in the world, inheriting the sequence of delusionist. As long as he died 3 days later, the delusionist paired with the plague doctor, this new captain might be able to go further. This gift was jointly sent to Chen Chen by Zhao Zhan and 2,917 doctors, especially since he had reached the pinnacle of the physician tower, fulfilling Zhao Zhan's lifelong wish to prove his talent. Luo Yong took a moment to rest, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He had no time to rest, he still had many things to do. In the room, Chen Chen, who had drunk the bottle of dual sequence potion, was curled up on the ground, struggling in pain. His forehead was bulging with veins, his eyes bloodshot, and despite the discomfort, he still tried to get up. Principal Lu is such a scammer. He never said drinking the potion would hurt this much. A flood of strange knowledge surged into his mind in a terrifying manner. At the same time, unfamiliar memories began to wash over Chen Chen's consciousness. He tried to digest those memories as much as possible. They were memories from someone named Luo Yong. The term Luo Yong reminded Chen Chen of the goat-head doctor, who was renowned alongside Dr. Li Shu, Xiao Su, and bandage doctor, Sun Bei. At the age of 3, Luo Yong, born in a small town, loved to create peculiar inventions, mixing alcohol with some strange tree branch liquids to concoct useless scraps. He liked to call himself the alchemy master, claiming he was a born alchemist. At 18, he awakened the doctor pathway, becoming a delusional 003, and leaped into the spotlight as a hot new star. A high-ranking sequence practitioner represented hope for a small town. At 19, Luo Yong discovered that the delusional sequence was utterly useless. Every delusion came with a price, and even learning to be a doctor to save lives required sacrificing his own blood. At 20, Luo Yong arrived in Zhangbei City, participating in various dungeons for training. During one dungeon, he encountered 3 people, a warrior who only healed others from the back while pretending to be a doctor, and a madman obsessed with secretly studying plagues. Luo Yong was delighted, believing that his high-ranking delusional status was also a useless waste. After all, being with a group of misfits made it easier to feel a sense of belonging. The 3 of you quickly formed a team of misfits, a group no one wanted to accept, a non-combatant warrior, a plague-obsessed doctor, and a delusional who had to pay a price. To anyone, this combination seemed insane. Thus, you were given even crazier codenames: Bandage Dr. Sun Bei, Goat-head Dr. Luo Yong, and Squirrel Dr. Xiao Su. However, you soon realized that spreading plagues, healing, and delusional combat formed a system. You didn't need anyone else's help. Thus began your rapid dungeon clearing rhythm, which lasted for 10 years until a man dressed in a medieval beaked doctor outfit appeared before you, bringing along an 18-year-old boy who wanted to join your team. By then, the 3 of you had already formed a team, making it hard to accept a stranger, until Sun Bei accidentally spilled plague medicine on a street full of people. In the real world, that would land you in jail. The man in the medieval beaked doctor outfit took the initiative to resolve that small-scale plague and bore the blame for it, ending up in jail for a month. You learned his name, Plague Doctor Chen Shi, and the boy beside him was named Situ Qingji. After all, he took the fall for you, and the 3 of you had no choice but to become subordinates of Plague Doctor Chen Shi, expanding your team from 3 to 5. As the team grew, more and more strange doctors joined because of Chen Shi. He even arrogantly gave your group a special name, Dawn Tower. He said Dawn Tower was a tower walking in darkness, a guide amidst the plague. In 3 years, the number of people in Dawn Tower expanded to 1,520. In 4 years, Shenxi somehow inherited a dilapidated ship, which contained various research cabins and even a strange tavern. That ship became the base for Dawn Tower, and at that time, the number of people in Dawn Tower, aside from Situ Qingji and Shenxi, grew to 2,920. Until that day, Situ Qingji, the youngest and most harmless among them, the 002 mystic, was discovered to have been conducting human experiments in secret. After being found out, Situ Qingji was expelled from Dawn Tower. Thus, the greatest misfortune struck. Situ Qingji began contacting neighboring countries, preparing to unleash a core disaster point plague on the entire Jiangbei city. In one day, over 100,000 people died in Jiangbei city. The transmission and fatality rate of the instant death virus were terrifying. Once infected, death was guaranteed within half a day to a day. To save Jiangbei city, Shenxi began to analyze and create a weakened version of the instant death virus, spreading a blood coagulation plague to replace the instant death virus. Although the blood coagulation plague is equally deadly, it can prolong the time until death through treatment, extending it up to 4 days. 4 days is the time they need to treat all those infected with the blood coagulation plague, which is almost impossible for a city of over 1 million. 2920 doctors from the Tower of Dawn devoted themselves to the treatment of the blood coagulation plague without hesitation. To better complete the treatment, Luo Yong used his delusional abilities to sacrifice a pair of eyes, providing each of the 2,920 doctors with a surgical knife, a knife that could be used by anyone as long as it consumed blood. At this point, Luo Yong began to exert his abilities as a delusional, and Zhao Ji replaced his eyes with the red rabbit eyes from the copy, turning the world he saw red. However, Luo Yong felt it was worth it, because without this sacrifice, that great feat could not have been accomplished. But the social condemnation grew increasingly intense. The spread of the blood coagulation plague plunged everyone into extreme panic, and the plague doctors became the rats everyone wanted to exterminate. Sometimes, even after completing a surgery, what you face is not gratitude but a mouthful of phlegm spat in your face. As a delusional, Luo Yong began to understand that everything was in vain. Something had to be done. For 73 days, all members of the Tower of Dawn had no complaints. For them, saving lives was the most important thing. Even with the power of the plague doctors, after more than 2 months, everyone could perform surgeries tirelessly to heal patients, but the bodies belonging to humanity had long since collapsed. They could no longer be human. What lay before them was the choice to become the immortal outcasts on the ship or to be buried in another world. But what was left for them was not a choice but expulsion. This group of doctors was no longer human bodies capable of surgical treatment. Everyone was a walking pathogen. Like demons, they could only rely on Xiao Su's flesh and blood for isolation, preventing the plague within them from spreading. After isolation, they were no longer human. Luo Yong, Xiao Su, and Sun Bei, along with 2,917 doctors from the Tower of Dawn, saw their leader kneeling on the ground, pleading with that group of people, desperately explaining the reasons for releasing the plague, even justifying that his companions would not infect them with their humble appearance. But everything was in vain. The fear of the plague had driven them to madness. Situ Qingji fanned the flames behind all the popular sentiments, and they only wanted to cleanse the last remnants of the plague, awaiting only the outcome of cleansing and exile for everyone. Because Situ Qingji knew that this group of people absolutely could not survive here, there are many ways to kill a person, and lies and incitement are the most effective. Luo Yong saw the crowd's size, and among them were those who had been treated and healed, standing there not wanting to be infected again, not wanting to endure that suffering. In the crowd, he saw Situ Qingji with a smile on his face, and his inner fury reached its peak. Luo Yong used his delusional abilities to set 2 key memory triggers, then, using his delusional powers, replicated an 18-year-old youth named Lu Wei to live again in this world. The other was something called a goat-headed mask, with the cost being that after triggering the return, Luo Yong could only resurrect for 3 days. Suddenly, the face of Luo Yong in the scene turned, as if he were speaking to Qin Chen. Kill Situ Qingji. Kill their descendants. Cleanse their bloodline. As if recalling something, Luo Yong's tone softened again. Forget it, I'll handle this myself later. In the scene, Xiao Su, looking like a dried corpse, forced a grim smile, one hand resting on Luo Yong's shoulder. What are you mumbling about? After going to another world, we established our own Dawn Tower. I've long had enough of their disdainful looks at my inhuman, ghostly appearance. After these casual words, Xiao Su let out a slight sigh. Despite all he had done, his talents still went unrecognized. This group of people. What a pity. As if it had been agreed upon, none of the members of the Dawn Tower offered any rebuttal. they simply turned silently and boarded the Sin ship in an orderly fashion. 20 people boarded the Sin ship, with Chun-Chi slowly rising from his knees behind them. That was a place where sunlight could not reach. Like the Sin ship itself, it forever bore sins in exile, regardless of right or wrong, of sacrifice or otherwise. Among the crowd, a small boy tried to rush forward but was pulled back by a hand gripping his collar, tears and snot mingling as he seemed to shout something. But the images of memory began to fade and ultimately came to a halt. This is the ability of a delusional person. What is imagined becomes reality, but it requires a sufficient price. Just like an alchemist, it needs enough cost to fulfill your delusion, to survive with my sequence. Chen Chen was awakened by the sunlight. The intense impact of memories left him still feeling groggy. He rubbed his swollen head. You have obtained the second sequence. You have become a dual sequence practitioner. You have become the Dr. Pathway Sequence 003 Delusional. The former delusional has not died, you have gained part of the delusional's abilities. Delusional moment, think of something, and you can pay a multiplied price to materialize it, double. Cognition, you have gained a temporary ability to modify others' cognition. Each use requires you to sacrifice some of your own memories, double. Chen Chen looked at the dense mysterious symbols on the ground and understood that the delusional was Principal Lu, who was Luo Yong, the true mastermind behind everything, the doctor with the sheep's head. Chen Chen still couldn't fully recover from the digestion of those memories. He staggered to his feet and walked toward his bedroom, opening the drawer to find that the sheep's head mask had long since disappeared. The Situ family. Luo Yong must have gone to seek revenge on the Situ family. Even without investigating, Chen Chen knew that they controlled resources across various industries in Jiangbei City. They were integrated into the daily lives of ordinary people, especially since they had a massive building located in the center of Jiangbei City, called the Situ Building. Looking back at the clock on his desk from the Situ group, Chen Chen grabbed it and smashed it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. No matter what he could do, Chen Chen had to help Luo Yong. The reputation of the plague doctor was already tarnished, he didn't care. After standing for a while, the side effects of the memory shock had dissipated significantly. He raised his right index finger and pointed forward. Delusional, he said slowly, word by word. Delusion. Temporary tracking technique to lock onto Luo Yong. Chen Chen's face instantly turned pale. This simple one-time skill of delusion cost him 1,000 milliliters of blood under the double price. Supporting himself on the table, he released the plague upon himself and reversed the treatment, regaining some vitality. In his mind appeared a vast panoramic map, with a slowly moving blue dot in the center, representing the target of the tracking, Luo Yong. Not far from him was the Situ building. Chen Chen didn't know what Luo Yong wanted to do, nor did he understand what he could do in such a short time, or what methods he could use to take revenge on the Situ family. But Luo Yong must have his help. Suddenly, Chen Chen had a bold idea. He took out his phone, ready to dial the Situ family's potion hotline. The Situ family had always set up a dedicated hotline for mysterious potions. Now it seems that these hotlines serve not only to request mysterious potions from society but perhaps also to facilitate the use of other illegal substances from the black market. Before dialing the number, Chen Chen tapped his fingers on the table. His eyes were filled with strange golden magical arrays. Delusion. The prophet in 3 minutes. He envisioned all the dialogues, predicting 100% that he could enter the Situ building. A flood of fragmented memories surged into Chen Chen's mind. Just 3 minutes meant tens of thousands of conversations. Chen Chen covered his head with his left hand, bowing it in pain. At the same time, his right hand seemed to be lifted and straightened by something. Terrifying bloodstains began to swirl around his right hand, and in an instant, his sleeve burst open, blood splattering everywhere, his right hand a mangled mess, all 5 fingers twisted and dislocated. The intense pain made him grimace as he pressed his left hand against his right, taking deep breaths to ease the suffering. After several minutes of silence, Chen Chen stared at the time on his watch. At 8:31 and 25 seconds, he dialed the number with his still functioning left hand. Hello, my sequence is 002, the Mystic. I have a brand new berserk potion for sale, you will definitely be interested. The effect is, within 10 minutes, you will fall into an immunity to toxins and a frenzy, with a power increase of 300%. I'm not joking. You want me to go to the Situ building? I'm free right now. Many people have contacted me about the potion, and I want to see the Situ family's offer today. Chen Chen hung up the phone. His left hand trembled as it grasped the bottle of berserk potion left on the table by Principal Lu. His gaze became resolute. The opportunity has come. If Luo Yong could see his student using the delusionist's abilities like this, he would surely be shocked. After putting away the berserk potion, Chen Chen took out a scalpel and performed a field surgery on his twisted fingers. He needed to brutally cut through the flesh on his fingers, straightening each one with his left hand. Then he scraped off all the blood from his mangled arm. The more painful it was, the higher the success rate and effectiveness of the field surgery. The entire process was excruciating. Just 3 minutes of delusion as the prophet had nearly ruined his entire right hand. The cost was too great. But it must be said that the compatibility between the delusionist and the plague doctor sequences was very high. As long as he wasn't dead and his arm could still be used, a field surgery could restore it to its original state. Half an hour later, Chen Chen changed into a new outfit, though his face was as pale as paper. His previously twisted right hand had recovered after the field surgery. He stretched out his left hand to grasp his right shoulder and squeezed, loosening it up a bit. Aside from occasional phantom pain, there were no side effects. This phantom pain would last at most half a day before completely disappearing. After finishing everything, Chen Chen headed straight out the door towards the situ building. As soon as Chen Chen got out of the car, a staff member at the entrance of the situ building compared the photo in hand and immediately approached him warmly. "You must be Mr. Chen." Chen Chen remained expressionless as he got out of the car, his eyes slightly glancing at the photo the person held, which was his own. Noticing Chen Chen's gaze, the staff member covered the photo with his hand. "Mr. Chen Chen, this is the rule of the situ building. We need to confirm your identity after the call comes in. Don't worry, it's just a photo." During the phone conversation, he hadn't specified his identity, and now they not only knew his name but had even dug up his photo. The Situ family's influence in Jianbei City was already overwhelming. Chen Chen speculated that everything about him from birth until now must have become data, placed on the desk of some leader in the Situ building. "The discussion about the price of the potion is on the 72nd floor, sir. You brought the potion, right?" "I did." Just as Chen Chen was about to take out the potion, a waiter hurriedly stopped him. "Mr. Chen, I am not responsible for checking the potion. I am only here to receive you and guide you. Please follow me, Mr. Chen. Lead the way." The waiter stepped forward and closed the car door. Bang! Bang! Inside the Situ building, Situ Yunluo looked at the documents in his hand. Chen Chen, sequence 002 Mystic, and he reached the top of the physician tower yesterday, setting a record of 1.5 hours to ascend to the 299th level of the physician ladder. What a talent! Is he not here yet? Situ Yunluo was getting a bit anxious. The secretary in front lowered his head and said, "He has arrived, he is already at the building." "All right, let those underground pests stop their experiments and come up to meet this mystic. It would be a shame if such a talent doesn't join the Situ family. If he can't, then he will be cut off." A flash of red light crossed Situ Yunluo's eyes. He was on the lucky path. A strange path that does not exist in the world. A mysterious potion concocted by his grandfather, Situ Qingji, transformed this path into the lucky path. The lucky path, sequence 00F Coward. The Situ family was able to develop such a large influence and even build this building in just a few decades precisely because of this lucky path. The strongest ability of Coward is to attract good fortune and avoid misfortune. It has a strong premonition about certain events. Originally, Situ Yunluo felt an intense unease from that phone call, but that unease surprisingly disappeared on its own. At that moment, the time was exactly 8:31 and 25 seconds. This was a situation Situ Yunluo had never encountered, to the point where he personally answered the call. On the other end of the line was someone who claimed to be a mystic. Hearing the word mystic, Situ Yunluo's hand holding the phone trembled. He didn't care about any violent potions. What he cared about was only the sequence of the mystic. Just thinking about the mystic sequence nearly drove Situ Yunluo to madness. For the first time in his life, Situ Yunluo suppressed his inner warning and invited this mystic to the Situ building. He made a decision that went against his coward ability. After all, his grandfather had once been a sequence 002 mystic. A mystic. It didn't matter whether this mystic would work for him. Situ Yunluo had many ways to make him make the most of his resources. Situ Yunluo anxiously stood up and paced back and forth in the corridor. On the other side, after entering the Situ building, Chen Chen felt a faint chill. He paused, looking towards the hallway of the lobby, where a very faint black plague flowed out from the stairwell, stopping at the entrance of the Situ building before disappearing. This scene, invisible to others, made Chen Chen notice many clues. The building here could isolate the plague, and the presence of plague residue in the stairwell indicated that something must be there. "Mr. Chen, let's take the elevator. The stairwell is basically deserted." The waiter interrupted Chen Chen's thoughts. He responded. This Situ building was indeed strange. The plague emanating from the stairwell clearly indicated that the Situ family had some actions going on. Everything could only be known once he met the Situ family members. He continued to follow, but Chen Chen's hand inadvertently lifted. Suddenly, a foul smell emanated from the fish tank next to the front desk, and all the fish flipped over. The pet cat in the storage room began to scream. Chen Chen's lips curled into a smile. After entering the elevator, the waiter swiped a card. The elevator shot up rapidly, directly reaching the 72nd floor. As soon as he reached the 72nd floor, a man in a blue suit, wearing glasses and slicked back hair, excitedly greeted him in the hallway. He walked while shouting, "Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen, you finally arrived." The attendant raised his hand to introduce, "This is our boss, Situ Yunluo." After saying that, the attendant retreated back to the elevator and left, as if he couldn't stay on this floor for even a second longer. Situ Yunluo suddenly stopped halfway, his previously excited expression freezing as he felt a strong sense of alertness towards the mysterious scholar before him. The coward from the lucky path was going crazy with warnings. Situ Yunluo had to stop and maintain a 2-meter distance from Chen Chen. "Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Situ." Chen Chen calmly walked over. Situ Yunluo instinctively took 2 or 3 steps back and waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Chen, just stay there, no need to come closer. Let's go inside to discuss matters. There will be many experts here later to introduce you." "All right." Chen Chen showed no sign of concern. Situ Yunluo walked ahead but always kept a 2-meter distance from Chen Chen. He led Chen Chen into a huge conference room, over 200 square meters in size, with a massive white table, all white chairs, and even the floor was white. The eerie whiteness made Chen Chen feel an immense mental pressure from the moment he entered. Something was off. That inexplicable sense of vigilance from Situ Yunluo, had he discovered something about himself? No, the excitement on Situ Yunluo's face when he first saw him was definitely not feigned. After taking their seats, Situ Yunluo sat far away from Chen Chen, maintaining a special distance between them. It was then that Chen Chen realized this conference room had not been invaded by the plague intestinal disease that he had just released downstairs. The Situ building had devices to isolate external plagues. This enormous conference room surprisingly also had a separate device to isolate the plague. Not good. With the plague isolated, his plague attire couldn't achieve instant movement. "Mr. Chen, please wait here for a moment, others will arrive soon. Did you bring that violent potion?" Chen Chen took out a bottle of potion and placed it on the table. Situ Yunluo, sitting far away, did not come over to take it but continued speaking. "I've heard about the effects of the violent potion from you, it's quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. Mr. Chen, would you like to work at the Situ building? Here, anyone who contributes has a minimum annual salary in the tens of millions. And for you, Mr. Chen, I could even offer a price of 1 billion a year. How does that sound? Interested?" "Of course. I'm very interested." Chen Chen replied with a smile, but his fingers kept tapping on the table, his pupils flashing with a glimmer. Dreamer. Fragmented foresight. The previous prophet's 3 minutes, thousands of conversations, nearly shattered one of Chen Chen's arms. This time, he only dared to use his disposable foresight ability to extract key information. Fragmenting the information would suffice. The cost should not be too high. If something abnormal occurred in the conference room, it would easily alert that guy, Situ Yunluo. During the brief interaction, Chen Chen discovered that Situ Yunluo was quite extraordinary. He always kept himself in an absolutely complete position, and that unusual sense of vigilance might be his sequence ability. As the delusion began, 3 images started to materialize in his mind. The first image was a group of doctors in white coats surrounding him, all emitting a strong red light. The second image showed the entire conference room's door sealed with iron walls, turning it into a massive iron box. The red light above flickered, casting an eerie glow on Situ Yunluo's excited face, while lying on the ground was none other than himself. The third scene was set in a dim underground room, where Situ Yunluo held a scalpel with a frenzied expression, and he was bound by chains to a blood-stained wooden cross, the floor and walls covered in dense, mysterious symbols. Confronted with these memories, Chen Chen quickly extracted several pieces of information. First, he would be besieged by a group of people. Second, it was clear that Situ Yunluo wanted to do something to him. Those mysterious symbols represented a kind of ritual. However, with the incomplete images, Chen Chen could not determine what kind of ritual it was. From Situ Yunluo's behavior upon entering the conference room, Chen Chen understood that he might already be in danger. After these 3 scenes, Chen Chen's left thumb emitted a cracking sound. In that instant, Chen Chen knew the price had come. He quickly placed his left hand under the table to avoid arousing Situ Yunluo's suspicion. Crack! The thumb bent backward at a 150 degrees angle and twisted around. The intense pain in his finger made Chen Chen break into a sweat, but on the surface, he showed no signs of abnormality. Just to foresee 3 scenes, he had sacrificed a finger. The ability of a delusional person was strong, but under the double cost, Chen Chen could not use this series of abilities at will. Chen Chen gripped his left hand's twisted thumb tightly and forcefully twisted it back into place while simply reversing the treatment. The thumb would be unusable for a short time, but at least it was preserved. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, Situ Yunluo called out twice. I'm here. Is it hot in here? I see sweat on your forehead. Despite the distance, Situ Yunluo still noticed Chen Chen's abnormality. It is a bit. Don't worry, our professional team will be here soon. Once they arrive, it will be a commercial assessment, and after the assessment, no matter what your choice is, the Situ building will always welcome you. A professional team. This guy talks better than he sings. Situ Yunluo must think he has me in the bag. Chen Chen slowly stood up, a smile on his face as he spoke to Situ Yunluo. Mr. Situ, actually, I have more than just this mysterious potion. I also have a special bone that you should like. A special bone and a particularly intact corpse of a necromancer. Chen Chen began to pour out the bones of the skeletal knight from the ring, 100-inch mountains and rivers, bit by bit. Bones? And a corpse? These 2 words made Situ Yunluo's premonition from the coward grow stronger. Just as he was about to stop it, the plague-body necromancer was taken out by Chen Chen from the ring, 100-inch mountains and rivers. Mr. Situ, has your team arrived? These 2 treasures are just right for them to see. Situ Yunluo glanced outside the door. His people had not yet arrived. The premonition grew stronger. Without his people, he couldn't seal the conference room. It seems they haven't arrived yet, Mr. Situ, why don't you take a look at this item? Chen Chen slowly raised his hand. The plague-body necromancer in front of him also slowly stood up, mimicking Chen Chen's movements as it raised its right hand. The same movement. Over these days, the plague-body necromancer had successfully nurtured the necromancer bacteria, advanced, which meant that the 4th-tier elite skeletal knight could be summoned and controlled. So this was Chen Chen's trump card. Stand up, skeletal knight. Chen Chen whispered, and more skeletal knight bones on the ground began to rise slowly under the influence of the necromancer bacteria, advanced. The necromancer bacteria, advanced, did not possess contagious properties, so the isolation effect of the plague in this conference room was ineffective against them. The skeleton knight stood up in just a few seconds. Situ Yunlu's face turned pale. The unprecedented death warning caused him to lose his judgment in an instant. 3 seconds later, an excited expression appeared on Situ Yunlu's face, the excitement becoming increasingly exaggerated until his entire face began to twist. You found the correct way to use the mystic. This corpse, this skeleton. You are the same kind of person as us, the Situ family, join us. You can even take the surname Situ. Chen Chen remained unmoved. Stop pretending, a mystic controlling the undead, you're worse than my grandfather. Chen Chen stared at Situ Yunlu as if he were a fool for a while. Without explanation, he raised his right hand and swung it down heavily. The 4th-tier skeleton knight made the same motion at the same time, raising its massive one-handed sword with one hand. It swung down. The terrifying power wielded that one-handed sword. The sword wind swept past, and Situ Yunlu did not dodge, allowing the great sword to slice through his body. Even as Situ Yunlu was cut in half, his face still maintained that twisted smile. Chen Chen did not approach but sent a 4th-tier skeleton soldier forward to check Situ Yunlu's corpse, intending to chop off his head and limbs first if there were no issues. This was the safest way to prevent any further tricks from the opponent. After all, compared to the monsters in the dungeon, humans had too many hidden cards. At that moment, the hurried footsteps in the corridor approached from afar. Hearing the footsteps, Chen Chen's heart sank. It must be that group of doctors in white coats. Chen Chen knew that confronting this strange group of doctors was the most unwise choice. Now in the Situ building, any choice could put him back in danger. Once imprisoned, any action would be futile. Thinking of Situ Yunlu, who had been cut in half, Chen Chen decided to temporarily use one finger as a cost to quickly foresee the future with the ability of a delusional. He wanted to glimpse the future scenes. Getting some information about those doctors' abilities would be enough. Now he had 10 fingers, so temporarily losing 2 wouldn't matter. Listening to the increasingly near footsteps, Chen Chen immediately used his delusion to gain a temporary foresight of the future. The second use of the foresight was clearer than before. The first image was of the skeleton knight charging into the corridor to fight. From the image, those so-called doctors began to grow strange tentacles and spikes, their mouths sprouted octopus tentacles, and a pair of tattered bat wings appeared on their backs. Their twisted limbs no longer allowed them to stand like humans but instead crawled on the ground, twisting their limbs in irregular directions. This image was just a glance. It made Chen Chen's head ache, and his mental state began to destabilize, with double images appearing in his mind. If it weren't for the burning sensation in his arm, he might have been trapped. The curse of Alozzi's Paul actually helped him. Just looking at those doctor's forms made his sanity plummet. He quickly switched to the next foresight image. The second image showed that group of people surrounding him again, with his right hand grabbing Situ Yunlu's head, his face filled with terror, and his left hand holding a still beating heart. The third image was pitch black. Pitch black. Dead? This is death. Damn it! Chen Chen knew that guy wasn't dead. He immediately ordered the skeleton knight to charge out of the corridor, temporarily blocking that group of doctors. Now, to survive under those strange doctors, he had to find out what those things were on Situ Yunlu. This was the only way to survive. At that moment, Chen Chen's left pinky began to twist, and in an instant, the pinky was twisted into a spiral. Chen Chen inhaled sharply, and after using a healing spell to suppress the pain, he thought to himself, the Situ building was too bizarre. The Situ family was indeed not good people. At this moment, recalling the images, those doctors had transformed into inhuman beings, just like Paul from his plague tavern, equally disgusting. Yes, very much like something unspeakable from the deep sea. If Situ Qingji had once been a crew member who betrayed the captain, that guy must have obtained something from the tavern of the sinful ship. Now, Situ Yunluo had become Chen Chen's only lifeline. The skeleton soldier had already walked over, swinging its rusty blade. One slash. Crack. The blade, full of nicks, failed to sever Situ Yunluo's head. It chopped through flesh and bone halfway. Then came another slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The head was finally chopped off by the skeleton soldier with the nicked blade. Under Chen Chen's command, the skeleton soldier kicked Situ Yunluo's rolling head like a ball, while its other hand continued to slice at Situ Yunluo's limbs. The head that rolled to Chen Chen's feet suddenly shouted, "Madman! Madman! What do you want to do?" Situ Yunluo began to scream. Chen Chen reached out and grabbed a handful of hair from Situ Yunluo's head, lifting it up. Sure enough, he was not dead. What kind of path and sequence was this guy on, that he could survive being bisected and decapitated? The doctors outside are about to come in. I probably won't survive, so I want to drag someone down with me, and you are quite suitable. The doctors outside are under my command. We have no grievances or grudges. You don't need to kill me completely. I can give you an extra 10 billion. Chen Chen did not respond. Without instilling enough fear in this guy, he would definitely not cooperate. Your sequence is not simple. You haven't died even after this. But actually, my sequence is not that of a mystic. You should have heard of my sequence's name. Plague. Doctor. The words plague doctor left Situ Yunluo's mouth, and his face showed nothing but terror. You are not a mystic. His voice suddenly rose. I know that the transmission of the plague has been cut off here, so the plague I released as soon as I entered was blocked, but the ways of plague transmission are never just one. A severed hand was thrown over by the skeleton soldier. Chen Chen didn't even look up. He extended his left hand and caught the severed hand. At the same time, black mist began to swirl around his body. In Situ Yunluo's shocked gaze, Chen Chen had already donned a set of medieval beaked doctor attire. This outfit, the attire from his grandfather's portrait. This guy was truly a plague doctor. Holding onto Situ Yunluo's severed hand, plague hemolysis was released. In Chen Chen's hand, that arm melted like a candle, dripping red blood onto the floor within seconds. The terrifying red warning made Situ Yunluo realize that if he didn't do something soon, he would undoubtedly die. Wait. I'll tell you. My path is luck, and my sequence is coward. Those doctors are experimental products of our Situ family. A special path they call old ones, their sequence is called Raya, but they are all unfinished products. Situ Yunluo looked genuinely frightened. Old ones? Raya? What I'm saying is true. Although these guys are unfinished products, you absolutely cannot make eye contact. I have the ability of coward, they won't harm me. You just need to gouge out your own eyes and not look at them. Gouge out my eyes? Let's die together. Chen Chen's hand grasped Situ Yunluo's head. Wait, there's another way. Don't kill me. They are the old one sequence, but in reality, they are just half-finished products. As long as specific trigger words are spoken, they will die, and only I know the trigger words. You don't believe you can take my heart and carry my head over? My heart is the key to my immortality. As long as my heart is still beating, I won't die. If I just say those words, they will definitely die. I've told you everything. Carrying a head and holding a heart? This is not a scene from the second picture. This guy is still not being honest. As soon as Situ Yunluo spoke, the warning of death became even more intense. He half-truthfully revealed everything, but this guy's killing intent only grew stronger. You want to die, right? Chen Chen's other hand grabbed Situ Yunluo's face. I really don't want to die. The scene where that arm turned into blood had already scared Situ Yunluo to the point of losing control. If he still had a body, he had never seen a plague that could turn a person into blood in an instant. How catastrophic must this plague be? The sounds of fighting outside were getting closer. The skeletal knight couldn't hold on much longer. The skeletal knight could resist this so-called Old One's path because it was itself undead, unaffected by negative states, so it could hold on for a while. This kind of thing, he absolutely must not encounter. Not even once. Just the foreseen image had already put his mental state into an extremely unstable condition. I'll count down the last 3 numbers. If you don't say the solution, I really can only send you on your way. Not far away, the skeletal soldier had already plunged a rusty blade into Situ Yunluo's chest. The brutal method forcibly tore out his still beating heart. Violently ripping, the blood vessels that had been pulled out of Situ Yunluo's heart were still spraying red blood everywhere. It looked extremely disgusting. 1, 2, Chen Chen counted twice. Situ Yunluo finally closed his eyes and began to speak at a rapid pace. Just say the words, "The Lord of Lalea who sleeps awakens, he is watching you. They will die. They are half-finished products." The name of the master under the Old Ones is not something they can hear. Just saying this will make them end themselves. Situ Yunluo said it all in one breath. The ability of the coward sequence gave Situ Yunluo the perfect ability to avoid danger, but once he entered a perilous situation, all resources would become his means of survival. This was an influence from the sequence he could not avoid. If Situ Yunluo hadn't answered that phone call in the first place. In fact, there is no if. At the cost of one of Chen Chen's arms nearly being disabled, he foresaw that at that moment, saying the word mystic would definitely lead to Situ Yunluo's encounter. From the moment he answered the call, he had already violated the warning of the coward sequence, and Situ Yunluo had completely embarked on a path of no return. I hope what you said is true, otherwise, you won't survive. Chen Chen's hand patted Situ Yunluo's cheek. The smile that had just appeared on Situ Yunluo's face instantly froze. Because he had contracted the plague blood coagulation. A countdown of 1 day appeared before him. Others might not know about the plague blood coagulation, but as a member of the Situ family, Situ Yunluo was all too clear. An incurable disease. Are you crazy? I tell you everything about myself, and you still want to kill me. Under air infection, with blood transmission, I will also have contact transmission. What you just said was so nice, so cooperative that I was a bit moved. Here's a little gift for you. Don't worry, you won't die within a day as long as I'm still alive. No! Situ Yunluo's mindset exploded. He had never been so manipulated by someone before. Now I'll throw you out. Remember to say your secret words to deal with the things outside that are neither human nor ghost. Otherwise, you won't be able to come back. That infectious plague can take your life in just 1 day. Chen Chen yanked his hair and tossed him out through the conference room door. The flying head hit the wall, bounced off the floor, rolled twice, and landed behind the skeleton knight. Inside the conference room, Chen Chen took the heart from the skeleton soldier's hand and glanced at the necromancer, who was standing stiffly. The necromancer was too wooden now, completely a puppet controlled by himself. He needed a bit of self-awareness. Come here, Chen Chen called out to the necromancer. The wooden necromancer walked stiffly to Chen Chen's front. Looking at the necromancer so close, Chen Chen reached out and directly plunged a scalpel into his chest, making a large incision. Retrieving the scalpel, his right hand plunged into the necromancer's chest, stirring around for a moment before successfully grasping the heart that was still beating due to the necromancer's plague. Let's give you a new heart. The necromancer, temporarily without his heart, would not immediately lose control over the skeleton knight. The plague body necromancer flowed with a non-contagious plague. Holding the necromancer's heart, Chen Chen could feel its warmth. With each beat, black blood oozed from the torn blood vessels. Chen Chen held the necromancer's heart in his hand. A special prompt popped up. Delusional moment cost item obtained. Necromancer's heart, a heart derived from the delusional plague. It holds high value and seems to be usable to repair a delusionist's authority power for 1 delusional moment. Alternatively, it can withstand a significant delusional cost. The necromancer's heart actually had such great use. If continuously replacing its heart, could he mass-produce delusionist cost items? He wouldn't have to foolishly break his fingers or use blood as a cost anymore. However, before Chen Chen could put that heart away, it began to fade slowly, and finally disappeared right before his eyes. Gone? Chen Chen clenched his fist. The sensation he had just felt was completely gone. No, it was just there. Chen Chen searched around but still couldn't find that heart. Where did it go? Outside the stairwell, a loud crunching sound of meat being squeezed began to echo. Chen Chen dared not peek outside. Instead, he quietly waited while placing Situ Yunluo's heart into the necromancer's chest. The still beating heart was grafted onto the necromancer. As the heart gradually fused, the bacteria began to infect Situ Yunluo's heart. If Situ Yunluo really dealt with whatever was outside, he could give him a great gift. The crunching sound of meat outside grew louder. Soon, Situ Yunluo's voice came through. It's all dead, really dead. Shen Shen didn't rush out but turned to Situ Yunluo, whose body was left with only a torso, and began a wild surgery. The wild surgery was underway. Outside the stairs, Situ Yunluo began to shout. It's over. What did you do? Why did my heart disappear? Wait. You're dissecting my body. I did everything you asked. Don't do this, please. My sequence ability isn't innate. You can't dissect anything out of me. The 7 lucky paths my grandfather exchanged for the lives of 112,021 people 30 years ago. I'm just a defective product. Let me go. Chen Shen's hands, performing the wild surgery, paused. 30 years ago? Chen Shen stood up, not walking out into the corridor but instead conversing with Situ Yunluo from a distance. What happened 30 years ago? Situ Yunluo was taken aback. 30 years ago? How would he know? He wasn't even born then. I don't know. I just heard my grandfather mention it casually while I was undergoing the lucky process. He said the materials for creating luck cost the lives of 110,000 people. But my older brother knows. He is the heir. I can take you to find my brother. He is on the 300th underground floor of the C2 building. Underground. 300 floors? The C2 building actually has 300 underground floors? C2 Yulu had sold almost everything to survive. This was the passive sequence of a coward, completely unavoidable. However, Shen Shen couldn't fully trust what he said. It's over outside, right? Yes. Shen Shen kicked the ground where C2 Yulu's arm had turned into pus and blood. Not long after, the skeletal knight returned to the conference room, holding C2 Yunlu's head. The skeletal knight, a 4th-tier elite, had almost no intact bones left. The battle damage was severe. It was evident that those experimental subjects, even as unfinished products, still possessed considerable power. After temporarily not needing the skeletal knight, Shen Shen released its control and stored all the bones in the ring, 100-inch mountains and rivers. My heart is infected with something. C2 Yunlu began to scream. Shen Shen grabbed his hair. Stop barking. Tell me what the 7 types of luck are and their abilities. I don't know. The luck types don't communicate with each other. These are the foundation for every member of the C2 family and the key to their inheritance. Then tell me what's going on with the 300 underground floors of the C2 family. What are you researching? I don't know. How can you not know anything? What use do I have for you? I really don't know. I only handle the surface work of the C2 family. I'm the lowest luck type, and they all mock me. What can I do? The old path is your new research. How many of these Dr. Monsters are there? I don't know. I only have the rights to use those monsters. Hiss. Shen Shen really wanted to kill C2 Yulu right now. This useless person knew nothing and was of no use at all. How can you not know anything? Of course, I don't know anything, but I know you're dead. I'm not that fool. C2 Yunlu. The head of C2 Yunlu, being held up, suddenly changed its expression. A wild laugh appeared on his face, and his expression turned sinister in an instant. Just wait to die. The entire conference room began to flicker with red light, and the iron wall crashed down. The whole conference room was sealed. Ha, what a fool, can't even tell the difference between me and my brother. The head of C2 Yunlu and Shen Shen's hand began to turn into a thick liquid. A strange gray octopus twisted in the viscous liquid. Accompanied by a screeching scream, the octopus sprayed out the thick liquid. Shen Shen felt his head start to spin, and his rationality began to plummet. He had been tricked. He could only close his eyes and wildly raise the scalpel, stabbing continuously. Stab! 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 After dozens of stabs, feeling the octopus pinned to the ground no longer moving, he slowly opened his eyes. The burning sensation on his arm brought Shen Shen back to his senses a bit. At that moment, among the corpses in the corridor, a young man who looked about 70% like C2 Yunlu crawled out, covered in slime. He grabbed Shen Shen's hair. If I hadn't sensed that these experimental subjects had died, do you think I would come to save you, you waste? 4th brother, you are the best. My trickster ability can only last for a while, staff will be here soon, and my body is about to collapse. Let me take you to hide first. No need, the iron wall of the conference room is already closed. Can he still come out? C2 Yunluo's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible, his pupils trembling violently. He came out. Shen Shen suddenly appeared behind him, reaching out to grab that person's head. In the next second, C2 Yunluo saw his 4th brother's temporary body rapidly decay, turning into blood within mere seconds. Chen Shen reached out with his other hand to grab Situ Yunluo, who was left with only a head. Pulling his hair, he lifted him up to his face. I told you before, your conference room has cut off the air transmission route, but you can't stop blood transmission. At that moment, Situ Yunluo noticed a large pool of splattered blood in the corridor. It was the blood-containing plague hemolysis that Chen Shen had kicked out earlier. That blood was connecting through the gaps in the iron wall to the corridor. I never believed you would listen well and not leave yourself a way out, so from the moment I entered this conference room, you had already doomed yourself. Chen Shen had heard their previous conversation clearly. Situ Yunluo's fourth brother also had the lucky pathway sequence named Trickster. A substitute ability? The substitute Chen Shen had just killed was indeed using plague hemolysis. The plague attire would not be infected by the plague, so his left palm was covered in the blood that previously had plague hemolysis. That was how he could achieve instant kills. Using the plague in the C2 building really required some brains. Everything was isolated. Big brother. You are my big brother. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you about 30 years of events. I'll tell you the sequence of their lucky pathways. Chen Shen shook his head, regretfully saying, sorry, once trust collapses, it's hard to rebuild, do you understand? I gave you a chance. Situ Yunluo was truly panicking. I can take you to the 300th floor. You need a card to get in. You can't do it without me. No need, I will find a way to get what I want. Chen Shen brought Situ Yunluo's head to the necromancer. Your heart has already been absorbed by it, infected with advanced necromantic bacteria. Next, your head will be used to infect this bacteria. I really hope your luck can protect you. Situ Yunluo let out a sharp scream. Don't do this. Really, don't do this. I'm begging you. I know some things. I can trick my big brother to come over. You can kill him. Kill him. My big brother is about to come out. He has a huge plan. This time, Situ Yunluo felt he was really done for. But Chen Shen would no longer believe his words. Chen Shen pressed down on the necromancer, raised his hand to remove the necromancer's head, and then placed Situ Yunluo's head on it. Situ Yunluo, pressed onto the unfamiliar body, began to scream wildly. His face gradually turned pale, and black spiderweb-like cracks spread across his face. That was the process of necromantic bacteria infection. Use your luck, let me see what it turns into. As the necromantic bacteria gradually infected him, Situ Yunluo's screams gradually diminished. The entire process lasted less than 10 minutes. A prompt appeared. Plague Body Necromancer has gained the special pathway Luck. Luck and Necromancer create a paradox. Plague Body Necromancer enters a brand new pathway. Disaster. Behind Luck lies a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The breath of death ignites the negative side of Luck, becoming a disaster that runs counter to it. The Path of Disaster, Sequence 00D Evil Spirit. The evil spirit possesses a dual existence. Its body and spirit exist separately. Its body can serve as a vessel for cultivating special bacteria, while its spirit is bound within shadows. The spirit cannot betray, it can only survive by clinging to the bacteria of the body, and it can move through all physical barriers. It cannot attack, nor can it be attacked. You have researched the Plague Body, Evil Spirit. Plague Body, Evil Spirit, absorbing disaster, absorbing suffering, it will grow stronger. Chen Shen discovers that the Plague Body, Evil Spirit he can control has transformed into two units. One is the body of the evil spirit, and the other is its spirit within the shadow. The spirit can move freely within a certain range and even provide vision. Wherever the spirit reaches, the body of the evil spirit can also synchronize and follow. This is truly terrifying. Paired with the plague, it is simply an unlimited poison nuclear explosion artifact. The current flexibility of the Plague Body, Evil Spirit is still very low, but the advantage is that it will continue to evolve. Such a mutation surprises Chen Shen. This time, he merely wanted to see if, under the influence of high-level necromantic bacteria, Situ Yunlu would turn into a necromantic being and thus be controlled by him. Instead, it has transformed the Plague Body Necromancer into the Plague Body Evil Spirit. At the same time, it has derived the Disaster Path. These paths are unheard of. Even Situ Yunlu's luck can actually be built upon human lives. He slowly raises his left hand, the thumb and little finger, previously twisted like a braid, can now move slightly, and the dreamer can actually inherit. But why is the dreamer part of the doctor path? Shouldn't this transcendent ability belong to a mage? What do you hear the most in the hospital? Luo Yan's voice suddenly echoes. Principal. Chen Shen quickly turns to look around, only to find that the voice comes from within his mind. What you hear the most in the hospital is prayer, the most common is delusion. Patients delude themselves into thinking their suffering is just a dream, doctors delude themselves into believing no ailment can challenge them, and family members delude themselves into thinking their loved one's illnesses are misdiagnosed. So, the dreamer is part of the doctor path. Principal, where are you? But the voice in his mind only explains and does not respond. After several inquiries, he still receives no reply. The previous delusional tracking has not disappeared. The principal's blue dot has already overlapped with his, indicating that he has also arrived in this building. Now, the tricky part is not the remaining 6 luck paths of the Situ family, but the unfinished old ones sequence. Just a glance would cause one's sanity to plummet and lose combat effectiveness. A way to cope must be found. Chen Chen looks at the brand on his arm. He searches and grabs all the corpses on the corridor floor. He must go to the Sin ship to inquire about what this thing really is. Entering the Sin ship only requires slipping into the plague, but his number of entries each day is not unlimited. With Chen Chen's current first stage status, entering the Sin ship once a day is already the limit. This is his most powerful escape method, to be used only in dire situations. But today, he must enter the Plague Tavern to inquire about these things. Chen Chen steps on the blood stained with plague hemolysis and quickly transforms into black mist, slipping into the plague. At this moment, in the highest conference room of Jiangbei City, a heated discussion about the Situ building is underway. News about the illegal experiments of the Situ family cannot serve as key evidence. Sun Yuan, I know you came to the capital, and you have a mage who is a prophet of Route 003. However, the Situ family is the backbone of the entire Jiangbei City. Without evidence, I cannot move against them. Relying solely on your so-called prophet for restricted investigations is absolutely not feasible. In the conference room, Sun Yuan and several influential figures from Jiangbei City were discussing. At this moment, Su Yuntian suddenly stood up. I think we should take our time with this matter. The leader is right, it involves too many factors to be decided in just a few words. Hearing Su Yuntian, her ex-husband, speak up for others, Sun Yuan instantly felt like a powder keg ready to explode. Good. Very good. Very good indeed. Su Yuntian, have you lost your mind staying here? Can't you tell friend from foe anymore? Facing Su Yuntian, Sun Yuan showed no trace of femininity. Let me make this clear today, I brought 4 fifth-tier professionals with me. Whether you agree or disagree, I will investigate. If there are any parasites among you helping the Situ family, I am not afraid. My great-grandfather said the Situ family must be destroyed. He has waited 30 years for this day, and now that his time is near, your pathetic rules cannot restrain me. With that, Sun Yuan left the conference room without looking back. Bang! The door slammed shut. Su Yuntian hesitated for a moment but still chased after her. Sun Yuan, don't be willful. Slap. Just as Su Yuntian caught up, Sun Yuan slapped him across the face. Su Yuntian, are you still a man? If it weren't for your interference 10 years ago, the Situ family would have been cleared out by now. Yuan-er, things are not as simple as you think. Even if you have 4 fifth-tier professionals, you can't do anything to the Situ family, they are too terrifying. This is not something that can be accomplished with just these few people. Listen to me and wait another day or two. I will give you an answer in just a day or two. Pa! I've waited 10 years, how dare you ask me to wait again? This time, whether it succeeds or not, Mumu must return to the Sun family with me. How can my daughter achieve anything with a useless man like you? You waste. I was blind to follow you back then. With that, Sun Yuan left without looking back. Su Yuntian watched her retreating figure, his hands clenched tightly, then slowly relaxed, as if deflated. He then murmured, just one more day, at most one day. Buzz. The phone in Su Yuntian's pocket vibrated. He answered the call. Situ Yunluo is dead. Dead? Su Yuntian was shocked by the news. There's no mistake. We have been monitoring the life signs of the Situ family. 3 minutes ago, his life signs disappeared. Will the president take action? Without that guy, the success rate of everything will increase by at least 30%. Situ Yunluo's ability to avert disaster was terrifying. Any unfavorable action against him would be resolved at minimal cost. But no matter how terrifying the ability, it ultimately becomes useless under greed. After 10 years, Su Yuntian had become somewhat numb. He had no way to deal with Situ Yunluo's ability to avert disaster. Su Yuntian remained silent for a moment, taking a deep breath. He didn't know if the sudden disappearance of Situ Yunluo's life signs truly indicated his death or if it was a trap. But he couldn't wait any longer. Even if it was a trap, he had to take the risk. Everyone, prepare to take action. Chen Chen entered the sinful ship. He went straight to the Plague Tavern. As soon as he walked in, Paul was still wiping glasses behind the counter. Finally, we have a customer again. It's the captain. There haven't been any new customers for days. Captain, aren't you going into the dungeons? Paul's octopus tentacles set down the glass, and the pair of eyes on the octopus head stared at Chen Chen. "Captain, you have a strange smell about you." Chen Chen casually sat down on a stool at the bar. "Indeed, I've just received some interesting information. Would you like to know?" "The information from you humans is of no use to me. I just feel a certain familiarity with the aura around you." After saying this, Paul continued to wipe the wine glass. "Captain, would you like a drink?" "No need, the information I have is about that very aura. You must have heard the term Old Ones before." The moment Paul entered, it was clear he had come to the right place. The goat-headed mask had once said that Paul could negotiate, so piquing the other party's interest might yield unexpected rewards. After the term Old Ones was mentioned, Paul's tentacles twitched twice. Old Ones, such an obscure term. Where did you hear it? Mr. Paul, can I take that as you asking me a question? What the captain wants, I can help you select something. As he spoke, a tentacle from under the counter reached for a list to bring it up. Those monsters beneath the Old Ones, the moment I see them, I almost lose the ability to move. They are very much like you, Mr. Paul, but they are not as close to me as you are. Is that so? Then I think you might like this. Paul lifted another tentacle, pushing a goo-covered pair of goggles toward Chen Chen. Rational goggles, equipment of an observer, it attempted to observe an indescribable entity named Aloysius Paul, and ultimately perished at its hands. Wearing the goggles, one can avoid any mental pollution, and sanity will not decline. It's a good item. Are you satisfied with this? Chen Chen smiled. He took out a piece of a corpse from the ring, which was from the situ building. Some semi-finished products, they call it Lelea. These things don't even deserve to be called Lelea, not even one of its tentacles compares. Let's make a deal. Bring me 100 of these corpses, and I can give you a special potion, a true path of the Old Ones. Chen Chen grabbed the rational goggles from the counter and put them away without paying. Situ Qingji has made a deal with you, hasn't he? That's right. He asked me for the recipe for a lucky potion. You should know about potions, right? They allow one to modify themselves and step onto a new path. So, what do you want? I want the list of lucky, 7 names of luck. In exchange, I can give you 4 of these corpses. Besides the one that Chen Chen melted into a decoy with plague in the corridor, there were a total of 7 corpses. 4 is not enough. 5. Not enough. At most 6. Not enough. You have 7, and these things are of no use to you, Captain. Chen Chen's eyes narrowed. How did this guy know there were 7 corpses? You are the captain. As a bartender, I won't harm you. It's precisely because you are the captain that you can communicate with me. All my tools, while they have some pollution, depend on the user. Xiao Su relied on the black worm to live for 30 years, and Situ Qingji used luck to harm tens of thousands. Everyone's choices are just different. So, Captain, don't hold back with me. 7 corpses for the 7 paths of luck in their names. He threw all 7 dismembered limbs onto the bar. Paul's tentacles extended, dragging all the corpses under the counter. After a while, a yellowed piece of parchment was handed to Chen Chen. This is the name and ability of the luck paths. I must say, Situ Qingji is truly a madman. He actually managed to do it. Captain, let me add a word. If this luck is not handled properly, it will lead to greater disasters. Chen Chen took the parchment, which had 9 lines of text on it. Luck is not constant. Its opposite is disaster. Only by creating enough disaster can one find the ultimate path to luck hidden beneath it. Within the vastness of luck, there is always misfortune, even disaster. 0G Fortune Weaver, creating specific events, luck will enhance based on the suffering itself. 00A Fortune and Wealth, financial luck and blessings reach the peak of human potential. 00C Luck Thief, stealing the luck of others for one's own use. 00J Troublemaker, can attach to any unfortunate person and do anything. 00P Fate Reversal, transforming misfortune into luck, with powerful control over fortune. 00H Error, the disaster among the 7 lucky ones, it must live while the other 6 can fully utilize the luck sequence's abilities. 00F Coward, seeking good fortune and avoiding bad luck, providing warnings. Error. Everything has a price, luck is constant. Therefore, the error is the key to your breakthrough. Killing it will render all luck ineffective. They could think of these things, and the Situ family could too. They must have protected the error well enough. Captain, the familiar scent I mentioned on you is not from the past or these corpses, but from disaster. Disaster cannot be perceived by luck. At that moment, Chen Chen realized that the aura Paul spoke of was actually plague body, evil spirit. I think I know what to do. Just as Chen Chen was about to leave, Paul called out to him. Captain, a single corpse is worth 5 million. You can come back anytime to exchange for money or equipment. The scent of this corpse is very rich, I love it. Chen Chen ignored Paul's last words, closed the door of the plague tavern, and put on the rational goggles. The goggles were small, only the size of 2 thumbs, and once worn, they fit tightly in the eye sockets. Besides the pressure on his eyes, which felt like they were about to pop out, and the mucus on the goggles slightly obstructing his vision, there were no other drawbacks. The compact goggles fit perfectly under the bird mask without any conflict. Leaving the sinful ship, returning to the corridor of the situ building, Chen Chen found himself surrounded by doctors in white coats. Am I just waiting here? The moment they saw Chen Chen, their bodies began to twist, rapidly transforming into those indescribable entities as before. However, this time, due to the influence of the rational goggles, Chen Chen did not experience a decline in sanity. Chen Chen immediately recited the trigger words spoken by Situ Yunlu when begging for mercy. The sleeping Lord Lalai awakens, it is watching you. After saying this, the group of monsters hesitated for a moment but did not exhibit any suicidal behavior. That kid really tricked me again, killing him was indeed the right choice. There is a trigger for suicide, but this phrase is not the trigger word for that, there are other keywords. But now, forget it, just kill them all. Chen Chen stepped on the blood on the ground, plague hemolysis spreading. Stepping in blood splattered. His right hand extended, the plague doctor's glove soaked in the splattered blood containing plague hemolysis. As the monsters lunged at him, Chen Chen's body transformed into black mist and dissipated, reappearing behind the monsters. One hand grasped the monster's head. The monster barely had time to struggle, twitching twice before melting like a candle, turning into blood that flowed on the ground. Under plague hemolysis, these monsters would die as soon as they were contaminated. Other monsters surged forward. I can only kill them all. This time, Chen Chen truly walked unreservedly in the plague. 3 minutes later, the walls and ceiling of the 70th floor of the situ building were splattered with blood. Chen Chen was covered in dirt. These monsters are dead, they should be anxious and come back up, but I need to take the initiative to find the wrongdoer among the 7 of them and kill them. Chen Chen's killing intent reached its peak. Although the rational goggles wouldn't let his sanity decline, killing so many monsters from the old ones at once still had some emotional impact on him. He took out the plague body, evil spirit. Under the shadow of the plague body, evil spirit, a transparent spirit began to appear, which was almost invisible unless looked at closely. Find the anomaly in this building at the fastest speed. As the wrongdoer, it would definitely be well protected. Chen Chen even guessed it would be located at the very bottom of the building. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the building shook slightly. Chen Chen slowly felt the plague intestinal disease he had set up on the first floor beginning to flow outward. Someone has broken into the C2 building. The corridor lights flickered instantly. At the same time, the iron wall of the conference room slowly opened, and Chen Chen could feel that the device controlling the flow of the plague in this building had been damaged. The blood coagulation plague in the conference room also began to spread rapidly, but this time Chen Chen did not clear it. Other than hemolysis, the other plagues were not fatal, especially the plague intestinal disease, which only targeted animals, but it spread through the air. Given a little time, the plague intestinal disease could spread to every corner of the C2 building. After that, Chen Chen could appear anywhere in the C2 building at any time. However, it would once again harm the animals of the entire Jiangbei city. Chen Chen moved his fingers and found that 2 of them could already move. So he used delusion once more. Don't use it. A familiar voice came. This time he really saw the principle. Chen Chen immediately reversed the plague hemolysis in the entire corridor. Downstairs, Sun Yuan, accompanied by 4 fifth-tier professionals, charged directly into the C2 building. This incident caused turmoil throughout Jiangbei City. At the same time, 300 floors underground in the C2 building, as the Lucky Pathway Sequence 0G Fortune Fabricator, C2 Long was in a special secret room. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. His face was filled with wild laughter as he excitedly dialed a phone number. I spent 2 years and 7 months finally completing the fabrication of this incident. As long as this happens, the C2 family will be completely cleared of suspicion. In my plan, that woman should have already broken in. Check if that's right. However, what greeted him on the other end of the line was a brief silence. Boss, that woman did break in, but old 7. He's dead. C2 Long's expression froze, and then his eyes began to bloodshot. I wove this for 2 years and 7 months. You tell me old 7 is dead. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? What were you doing? Do you know this could very well lead to the downfall of the C2 family? I know, but a man dressed as a plague doctor turned those half-finished products into blood in an instant. Big brother, what? What should I do? A plague doctor's outfit, the plague doctor? Forget it, everything will proceed according to the original plan. The overall content has been woven, I can only pray there won't be any more slip-ups. Old 7 is dead, Now I only have a 50% chance. What about the other side? I sent a lot of people there. No need to send anyone, no one knows the wrongdoer, and no one will care about her. Sending people deliberately will only raise suspicions. Okay, boss, what should I do next? Release the instant death plague and unleash all the old one's half-finished products. As long as enough people die, its replicas will emerge. Grandfather has been plotting for so long, our generation must succeed. That plague doctor. The previous generation of plague doctors all fell into grandfather's hands. Do you think the new doctor of this generation can unravel the instant death plague? So don't think too much, we have no way back now. We can only move forward. After hanging up the phone, Situ slowly stood up, a mad smile spreading across his face. Weaving luck, creating major events. This time, if 100,000 people die, his sequence luck weaver might even have the chance to directly break through to the 6th tier. If 1,000,000 people die, breaking through to the 7th tier would be no problem. If the instant death plague spreads worldwide, he could even become the true god of the 10th tier luck pathway all by himself. As for helping the entire Situ family clear their name, what is that? Situ Long wants to become the god of luck. Principle. At this moment, Luo Yang leaned against the wall of the corridor, his eyes covered with blood-soaked white cloth, fresh blood still trickling down his cheeks. His whole body was trembling. Chen, the cost of using the delusionist will accumulate. Before you awaken your authority, you cannot use it more than 3 times in a day, or the cost will be very high. Chen rushed forward and grabbed Luo Yang's hand. Principal, your eyes. Luo Yang slowly turned his face towards Chen's voice, a pale smile stretching across his face as he uttered 2 words. The cost. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Saying this, Luo Yang pulled out a note from his pocket, which had 3 time points and 3 locations written on it. This contains the key to solving this matter. Remember, it is the only key. The 3 time points and locations were: time, 11:32. Location, Physician's Tower. Time, 11:42. Location, Situ Building, 200th floor medical room. Time, 1:10. Location, Zhongbei City Square. It was clear that these were 3 times and locations that Luo Yang had exchanged for with his own eyes. Delusion. Luo Yang shook his head, a grim smile on his face. Principal, let me take you back. In the next moment, Luo Yang's expression changed, his pale face contorting. It hurts. It hurts so much. I am Ranashide, the left deputy helmsman of the plague ship, 4th Officer Jin. Why can't I see anything? What kind of place is this? I will sail. I want to sail. I, Ranashide, the left deputy helmsman of the plague ship, will sail. Luo Yang trembled, one hand tugging at his hair as he shouted. Principal. After shouting 3 times in a row, Luo Yang finally calmed down. However, he became restless again. It hurts. My head hurts so much. He extended his only left hand, helplessly reaching forward. Chen, is that you, Chen? I can't see anything. I followed the captain out. Did you see the captain? That ram's head mask. That ram's head mask is the captain. He came back and told me that the plague 30 years ago was released by him. He should die. I should have told you earlier. But I got lost in the alley. What bad thing does he want to do again? Principal, I'm here. Chen understood that the ram's head mask was Luo Yang, and Luo Yang was also Principal Lu Wei. But from another perspective, they were both independent, each with their own memories. Chen shed the plague attire and firmly grasped Luo Yang's outstretched hand. As if recalling something, Luo Yang lowered his head, his body starting to tremble. Blood tears flowed down his cheeks even faster. Chen, you are a good child. He opened his mouth, his lips trembling. I want to go home, I don't want to die. I miss Xiaodouting and Chen. I don't want to become Luo Yang. In that moment, Chen couldn't tell whether the current Luo Yang was Principal Lu or the masked sheep. Principal, I'll take you home. Chen prepared to stand up and help Luo Yang back home. At that moment, Luo Yang's body trembled. Over the past 3 days, Luo Yang's memories, along with Lu Wei's and the masked sheep's, began to clash more intensely. His mental state started to become unstable. Chen, did I just say something strange? Hearing Luo Yang's confused tone, Chen shook his head in denial. He knew it was Luo Yang again. No, you didn't say anything strange. Then why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Time. Location. Not a single mistake can be made. Do you know this is the only outcome I can imagine? Do you understand? There is hope. 30 years ago, I couldn't imagine any way to save them. Any possibility. I can't save them. I fantasize about saving them. Luo Yan's mental state fell back into instability, tears of blood flowing faster. He let out a self-deprecating laugh and asked Chen Chen. Alright, Chen Chen, let me ask you. If you were the captain 30 years ago, what would you do? Would you choose to save people or not? Tell me, Chen Chen, tell me. Luo Yan's emotions grew more agitated. Having seen the memories, Chen Chen hesitated. If he were the captain and knew the future, would he choose to release the blood coagulation plague to save people? The answer was, I wouldn't. Bearing such a burden was too heavy for him, especially when faced with a group of healed people being cleansed, watching his 2,920 colleagues die, even those who died with their eyes wide open. Chen Chen asked himself if he could do it. Luo Yan's manic smile grew even wider. Good, good, good. This is my good student, this is my good student, this is my good student, ah. He repeated it 3 times. Luo Yan's state became somewhat off again. He shook off Chen Chen and stumbled against the wall, slowly sitting down. If you were the captain, everyone in the Dawn Tower wouldn't have to die. If you were Captain Xiao Su wouldn't have to become something neither human nor ghost. Unfortunately, you are not the captain, and I can't go back. His words were filled with pain, his memories starting to clash chaotically. Why aren't you leaving yet? I can't die. Time. Location. I said it. Time and location. This is your only chance. You can try to save everything, you have the opportunity. I don't. I'm just deluding myself. Ha ha ha. Luo Yang screamed with all his might, crying and laughing at the same time. Chen Chen gritted his teeth and glanced at him, leaving the plague body, evil spirit and the skeleton knight behind before turning and kicking the window, leaping down from the 70th floor. The entire situ building was surrounded by plague intestinal disease, the air turning into black mist. Once again, he appeared standing downstairs. At that moment, the main door of the situ building was torn down by 4 5th-tier sequence holders. Just as Chen Chen was about to leave, he paused as he saw a terrifying red light erupting from the situ building. That was the plague. Pathological analysis. Instant death plague, a highly lethal plague that spreads biologically, with a high transmission rate. Ordinary people will die instantly upon contact, while ability users will be delayed in death for up to an hour. Solution: release a lower tier, highly transmissible blood coagulation plague to replace the instant death plague. Once the blood coagulation plague has fully infected, treatment can be reversed. Instant death plague. The Situ family wants to reenact what happened 30 years ago. They want to give birth to a new luck? Chen Chen raised his hand. Just as he was about to release the blood coagulation plague, the question Luo Yang had just asked floated into his mind. If he had been the captain 30 years ago, would he have released the blood coagulation plague to take the blame? He took a deep breath. This time was different. He had a solution for the blood coagulation plague, and everyone could survive. Everyone could live. Moreover, there was no one else behind him, he had only himself. Even if he had to take the blame, it was just him, which wasn't a problem. After all, there were people in this city he wanted to protect. A charming figure. To be honest, if I really face it, do I have a choice? Chen Chen still chose to release the blood coagulation plague. After finishing everything, he, dressed in a medieval beaked costume, slipped into the plague intestinal disease and hurried towards the physician's tower. An extra update: there will be 3 more today. Please support for free love, urge for updates. Please support. The physician's tower was exceptionally busy. 2 types of plagues suddenly broke out in Jiangbei City. One was the plague that had previously caused animals to go mad with diarrhea, and the other was the blood coagulation plague released by the plague doctor 30 years ago. The plague from 30 years ago, the blood coagulation plague. Blood coagulation plague? What does 30 years ago mean? Some newcomers were confused by the physician's tower's explanation of the blood coagulation plague. Blood coagulation plague. That bastard is still alive. Some middle-aged physicians knew some inside information about the plague from 30 years ago and began to recount. 30 years ago, Jiangbei City experienced the largest plague, killing hundreds of thousands. The source of that plague was the plague doctor of sequence 001 who spread it. It is said that over 2,000 people involved in creating the blood coagulation plague were captured, but in the end, they were all cleared out and fled. Why did they do that? I heard it was just for fun. For fun? They were a bunch of madmen, a group of lunatics researching the plague. I can't quite remember the term. What was it? Called the Tower of Dawn. Anyway, that plague doctor was a pure demon, killing so many people just for fun. What are these people if not demons? The leading plague doctor was even worse, begging for mercy in the end. How was that plague from 30 years ago resolved? I don't know, it just seemed to disappear suddenly. Could there be some special hidden truth? After the plague doctor disappeared, the plague vanished. What hidden truth could there be? What did the plague doctor look like? No one has seen him. His most notable feature is wearing a beaked mask. Is he the one wearing a beaked mask, dressed in medieval doctor attire with a black cloak? I don't know if he still has the cloak, but it was indeed medieval attire. You know that very well, why are you asking me? One person trembled, pointing at the entrance of the physician's tower. Because he is standing at the door. Ah! The physician's tower erupted in a wave of agitation, all the physicians staring at the entrance. Chen Shan stood at the door, not removing his plague attire. He heard everything clearly. He stood at the entrance of the physician's tower, motionless. Plague doctor! Plague doctor! I said he came back to release the plague. Wait, what does this guy want to do? Chen Shan stepped into the physician's tower. Just this one action. All the physicians instinctively took a step back, a terrifying emotion spreading rapidly as if they had seen a ghost. They could talk big, but seeing the legendary figure in person truly frightened them. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Psychological pressure reached its peak. The top figure of 30 years ago, the plague doctor, was enough to kill everyone in this physician's tower by himself. That demon had returned. Some timid ones were already trembling. What? What do you want? What do you want to do by releasing the plague again this time? A bold physician pointed his index finger at Chen Shan, questioning him. His fingers, however, could not stop trembling. Chen Shan did not explain but glanced at the time. It was now 11:32. Location, the physician tower. He needed to head to the next location. He had already understood what he was meant to do at the physician tower. Chen Shan slowly turned around, casually tilting his head to speak. The plague was released by me. If you don't want the entire Jiangbei city to be in ruins, then go save people. The source of the plague's release is at the situ building. Whether you can control it depends on the capabilities of your physician tower. Chen Shen did not explain that releasing the blood coagulation plague was to cover the instant death plague, nor did he have time to explain. Even if he did, they might not believe him. Everyone only trusts what they see. He needed to hurry to the building once more, following the timeline. This matter had reached this point, and Chen Shen could only act according to Luo Yang's foresight. The spread of the plague was becoming increasingly severe. It was not just the blood coagulation plague, which was equivalent to a nuclear bomb in the city. The plague intestinal disease was also spreading rapidly. He calculated that within 3 hours, the entire Jiangbei city would completely descend into a frenzy of plague. As the plague doctor, he would bear the same infamy as the previous generation. However, at this point, he no longer cared. As Chen Shen stepped out, just as he was about to vanish into the black mist, Su Mumu's call came through. Chen Shen answered the phone. Chen Shen, something seems to have gone wrong at the situ building, and now there's a nationwide manhunt for you. All the physicians are rushing to the situ building. Did you release the blood coagulation plague? Chen Shen was taken aback. The news spread so quickly? He soon understood. After all, that was the physician tower. He admitted it openly. Yes, I did. Wait, I know you might have your reasons, but I really want to say one thing. You must be very careful. If you need my help, call me anytime. I'll come right away. Chen Shen thought Su Mumu would try to persuade him to turn back, but unexpectedly, the call was filled with concern. To be honest, at this point, he felt like a grain of sand in a great wave, only able to go with the flow. Silly girl, if something happens, I will trouble you. He hung up the phone. Looking into the distance, in Chen Shen's eyes, the plague had already begun to spread like a dark cloud covering the sky over the entire Jiangbei city. He transformed into black mist and vanished into the plague. The situ building. The 5 brothers of the situ family were already standing at the entrance of the building. The eldest, Situ Lon, the creator of good fortune; the second, Situ Shiqin, fortune and wealth; the third, Situ Jun, the thief of luck; the fourth, Situ Fengzhao, the troublemaker; and the sixth, Situ Huifeng, the fate turner. They watched as tens of thousands of old days series half-finished products surged out of the building like a floodgate being opened. The smiles appeared on the faces of the 5 brothers. Situ Fengzhao excitedly spread his arms and shouted, "What about the 5th tier series? They are just a group of hastily trained warriors, without even inheriting any authority. This time, the Situ family will achieve great things." The 5th tier series became entangled in battle. The plague was only a part of it. The indescribable Lalea half-finished products posed a more terrifying threat to humanity than the plague itself. As long as they were 3rd tier or below series, seeing these half-finished products would lead to mental pollution, driving them mad. Sun Yuan originally thought that bringing 4 forcibly promoted 5th tier series would ensure the Situ family's downfall was a done deal. But she did not expect things to evolve like this. How could this happen? Watching the monsters scatter and surge into the city, she felt a deep sense of helplessness. For a moment, she wondered if she had truly made a mistake, as Su Yuntian had said. At the same time, she was also infected with the blood coagulation plague, and her condition rapidly deteriorated. As a third tier, she was already exhausted. In a moment of distraction, a monster lunged at Sun Yuan. A powerful hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the monster's head that was pouncing towards Sun Yuan, and with a terrifying grip, the monster's head was crushed like a watermelon. Another hand caught the almost falling Sun Yuan. I told you to wait a moment, why do you never listen to me? If you had just waited a little longer, it would have been fine. Although it was a reprimand, Su Yuntian spoke to Sun Yuan in the gentlest tone. Mind your own business. Sun Yuan looked at Su Yuntian with grievance, shouting back like a little girl who was unconvinced. It was only then that she noticed Su Yuntian was covered in blood, with a huge wound on his chest, exposing visible white bones. The words she wanted to scold him with were choked back. Unable to suppress her feeling of grievance, she asked, "What happened to you?" Sun Yuan trembled as she reached out to touch the wound on Su Yuntian's chest. "I cleared 3 dungeons just to reach the 5th tier to help you, sorry for making you wait for me. I should have come earlier." Su Yuntian turned his head foolishly, smiling to reveal his blood-stained teeth. At this moment, Su Yuntian was still blaming himself, and Sun Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. "Are you an idiot? Can't you treat yourself?" He slowly set Sun Yuan down. "There's no time. Some things I can handle. 10 years ago, it was my fault, but this time I arrived just in time." Su Yuntian stepped forward, his heavy, bear-like figure suddenly towering over Sun Yuan. He bent his right arm and raised it. With a roar, heavy crossbow, fire, his hand swung down. The sound was immense, and a terrifying wave of air spread out from Su Yuntian. With that shout, centered around the situ building, hundreds of meters around, thousands of massive heavy crossbows were launched, and over 1,000 giant arrows, as tall as a person, were shot out. The terrifying giant arrows whistled as they flew. All the monsters still charging were blown apart by the thick giant arrows. Situ Long wore a constant smile. All the arrows were shot at extremely tricky angles, avoiding the Situ brothers. By sheer luck, they couldn't break through. Even shooting at close range wouldn't harm them. "President Su!" Situ Fengzhao laughed wildly, shouting from a distance. "President Su! It must have been tough enduring all these years, pulling out so much equipment for large-scale dungeon raids. Do you really think our Situ family is just a bunch of monsters in a dungeon, ready to be farmed?" The monsters that had become corpses struggled to piece themselves together, and more monsters continued to pour out from the Situ building. "We have tens of thousands of these half-finished products. Can you kill them all?" Situ Long's face remained calm. If nothing changed, their Situ family would become the biggest winner in Jianbei City. Su Yuntian raised his left hand to press down on his right arm, and a burst of golden light exploded. 5th tier. His power surged. He cleared dungeons to reach the 5th tier for himself. Inheriting the authority and power from the warrior path, the sequence 059 Soya Knight. The shadow of a knight in black armor riding a black horse slowly solidified behind Su Yuntian. A true 5th tier warrior. Soya Knight. The knight pulled the reins with his right hand, his body leaning forward as he swung a massive spear with his left hand. The black, frenzied aura quickly spread out. This aura directly overturned hundreds of monsters that were neither human nor ghost around them. Seeing that massive night shadow, Situ Fengzhao felt fear for the first time. He took half a step back, looking at his older brother with a worried expression. "Brother, this is too fierce. President Su has been the president of the Sequence Association for so many years, he should have this level of strength. Brother, let me handle it." Situ Jun, the thief, stepped forward. Situ Long instead stopped him. "This matter, you solve it. 4th. Eldest brother, don't joke around, that's a 5th tier. I haven't even unlocked the authority. I didn't say to confront it head-on, some things need to be thought through." A look of excitement appeared on Situ Fengzhao's face. The troublemaker's ability can attach itself to an unfortunate person. What is misfortune? His gaze turned to Sun Yuan, and a twisted expression gradually emerged on his face. "Little lady, 3rd tier, plague, so many negative states, this is truly an opportunity." Su Yuntian, a seasoned 4th tier sequencer, inherited authority after being promoted to 5th tier. One person alone was basically a half-finished product that Situ Mansion could not push into the city. Coupled with the continuous shooting of massive arrows around, killing monsters, a horn formation was formed in that instant. Sun Yuan, who had originally been exhausted, slowly stood up, her face pale, her eyes hollow. She picked up the dagger on the ground and plunged it directly into her chest. Suddenly, Chen Chen appeared from the black mist. One hand caught the dagger that Sun Yuan had stabbed into her chest. Sun Yuan's body trembled, she released the dagger, and one hand continued to swing, her fingers slicing towards her own throat like a sharp blade. In the distance, Situ Junwan, the thief of fate, glanced at Chen Shen. Chen Shen felt a chill run through him, and his movements slowed by half a beat. He grabbed nothing. That sharp finger grazed Sun Yuan's throat, cutting it open. Blood sprayed out. It splattered onto Chen Shen's bird-beaked mask. His vision turned blood red. Watching Su Mumu's mother commit suicide by cutting her throat right in front of him, Chen Shen's anger reached its peak. He shouted with all his might, "Situ!" He quickly pressed down on Sun Yuan's body, and his right-hand scalpel shot out at lightning speed. A rapid field surgery began. At the same time, hundreds of fourth-tier skeleton soldiers and 3 mutated medical corpses were released from the storage ring. Situ Fengzhao woke up, trembling as he pointed at Chen Shen, who was controlling Sun Yuan. Eldest brother. Plague doctor. He is the plague doctor. Su Yuntian, like a god of war, was killing wildly, blood starting to spray from his mouth, severely injured from the dungeon, his organs displaced, and with the plague blood coagulating, his combat power was plummeting. Chen Shen's shout alerted him to Sun Yuan's condition. He cried out in despair, "Yuaner!" Chen Shen was still in surgery, but time was passing second by second. There were less than 2 minutes left until the 11:42 arranged by Luo Yong. Now he had to either give up saving his mother-in-law or give up the price of Luo Yong's eyes for his time and place. Forced to choose, he opted for a compromise. Field surgery to save Sun Yuan's life. The medical corps continued the surgery, while he had to leave. As for the 5 brothers, under the lucky protection, even relying on plague hemolysis might not guarantee a one-hit kill. They stood confidently at the entrance of Situ Mansion, relying on that lucky path. There was no time left. Chen Shen's body turned into black mist and disappeared from the spot. The medical corps took over Chen Shen's surgery. He arrived at the 200th floor medical room at 11:41 at the fastest speed. In the Situ Mansion's 200th floor medical room, the evil wandering spirit had already seen through the shared vision, and Chen Shen learned that there was nothing there except for an old woman covered in tubes. There were no guards, not even medical staff. At this moment, in the Situ Mansion's 200th floor medical room, a surge of black mist rolled. Chen Shen's body anxiously walked out from the black mist. He looked at the old woman lying on the hospital bed. This old woman must have something special. He immediately grabbed the medical record at the head of the bed and flipped through it. Symptoms of dry syndrome, must consume specific moisture daily. The lungs were failing, sustained by an artificial lung. Stomach cancer, lung cancer, esophageal cancer. Various cancers along with over 30 special conditions all gathered in the body of an old woman. The medical record was closed. These conditions were recorded in great detail, with meticulous notes on medication and observation for each ailment. It was like a forced extension of life. An old woman still alive with over 30 conditions was something hard to imagine happening to the same person. The probability was too low. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Chen Shen understood why Luo Yong had brought him here. This old woman was the errant one. The errant one was not any of the brothers among them. Previously, Chen Shen thought that Situ was one of the 7 brothers, and that the errant one was one of the Situ brothers. Now it seemed, it was her. An old woman could not have become like this without some connection to the Situ brothers. Chen Shen felt that given the Situ family's nature, it was highly likely that this old woman was their mother. A close relative bearing the calamity was truly insane. This was also the reason Luo Yong had come here himself, so, why this specific time? Time, 11:42. Location, medical room on the 200th floor of Situ Tower. The old woman slowly opened her eyes on the hospital bed. For the first time in decades, she saw a different face. She struggled to say something, but the breathing mask and the tube inserted into her throat prevented her from speaking. Her finger slowly lifted, and Chen Shen followed her gaze. The old woman's trembling finger rose and fell. Chen Shen did not move but continued to stare at her. The errant one, only a mother would be willing to bear the side effects of luck for her sons. The old woman on the hospital bed was only awake for a few minutes each day, and during those moments of consciousness, she had to endure immense suffering. After decades, she could no longer hold on. Tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Her trembling hand on the bed was making a crooked gesture for the word death. Chen Shen drew out the scalpel. Only by resolving the luck of the errant one, the Situ brothers, could it become ineffective, so, Chen Shen raised the scalpel, but in the end, he did not bring it down. Too saintly. No! He thought of something else. The plague body evil spirit had swapped positions with its spiritual form and arrived in the medical room. Calamity is your food, eat her, slowly, from her feet to her head, bit by bit. The terrifying figure of the plague body, evil spirit, slowly approached the old woman. Woo woo! The old woman on the bed struggled violently. She wanted to die, but she did not want to be eaten alive. At that moment, the 5 Situ brothers in Situ Tower suddenly sensed something, especially Situ Long, whose pupils contracted sharply. With a wave of his hand, "Go back! Someone has gone to the medical room. Mother! Hurry! Here! What does it matter here? If mother dies, what use are we?" Chen Shen looked at the struggling old woman on the bed, and he unfastened the plague attire. With his left hand, he drew out the scalpel, gripping it tightly with his right hand. As the scalpel was pulled out, blood spilled from Chen Shen's palm onto the ground. Blood splattered across the ceiling of the entire medical room. After doing all this, he donned the beaked mask and medieval doctor's attire, spreading the plague hemolysis, and then slowly sat down on the ground. The only thing that brought him to this moment was the old woman's awakening. He could kill the errant one at any time, even without her being awake. Asking her if she wanted to die was unnecessary. But it was clear that Luo Yong insisted on this specific moment for a reason, and it was evidently not just to kill. Therefore, the only possibility was to lure back that group of bastards. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, the door to the medical room was opened once again. Situ Long saw Chen Shen sitting on the ground instinctively take 2 steps back, retreating behind the other brothers. The second brother, Situ Shiqin, Fortune and Wealth, suddenly fixed his sharp gaze. "Plague Doctor, how did you get here? What do you want to do?" The third brother, Situ Jun, Fortune Thief, locked his eyes on Chen Shen, trying to steal his luck. The fourth brother, Situ Fengzhao, Troublemaker, was at a loss. The sixth brother, Situ Huifeng, Fate Turner, crossed his arms and stared thoughtfully at Chen Shen. The reactions of the 5 brothers were all different. Situ Long couldn't understand why the fate he had woven was deviating more and more. Under the luck pathway 0G Fortune Weaver, 00A Fortune and Wealth, 00C Fortune Thief, 00J Troublemaker, 00P Fate Turner, 00H Error, 00F Coward, these sequences are really special. Chen Shen spoke all their sequence names and even code names in one breath. In that moment, the 5 brothers of C2 were simultaneously shocked. How could he possibly know such things? "I not only know all your sequence names, abilities, but even your grandfather's bastard, if he saw me, would have to call me father. No, he can't give birth to that bastard, right? My fertility is fine," Chen Shen said to himself. The 5 brothers of C2 were more confused upon hearing this. "Just come out, we can hire you as the C2 family's offering, and you can be the first to enjoy the research results of the old sequence." Chen Shen smiled and shook his head. "The tricks you brothers used to recruit are all so similar. That coward C2 Yunlu used this trick on me until he died." The second brother, C2 Shiqin, Fortune and Wealth, immediately stepped forward, completely unaware, continuing to walk as blood droplets hung from the ceiling fell one by one. The blood droplets containing plague hemolysis dripped onto C2 Shiqin's face, and he slowly looked up. He wiped the blood off his face with his hand. "I feel so uncomfortable." Sensing something was wrong, C2 Shiqin quickly turned to leave. But his movements grew slower, and his body began to dissolve like a candle melting away. His hand reached out, continuously pleading for his 4 brothers to save him. The remaining 4 brothers of the C2 family all retreated, especially C2 Fengzhao, Troublemaker, who ran the fastest, the most terrified, because he had experienced this disease before. Bang! In front of the medical room, Chen Shen's figure vanished in place. The next moment, a sharp stabbing sensation struck C2 Fengzhao's back. He didn't even have time to turn around before feeling a familiar grabbing sensation at the back of his head. A whisper like that of a demon came from behind. "This time it's not a substitute, right?" Chen Shen's hands were covered in blood containing plague hemolysis. The moment C2 Fengzhao's scalp came into contact with the blood, the terrifying plague instantly acted on his body. His body began to convulse rapidly. This time he truly experienced the invasion of this plague. Seeing all this, C2 Long turned and ran without looking back, without a moment's hesitation. Like a gust of wind, he vanished in an instant. C2 Huifeng raised his hand, wanting to use his ability, when a massive greatsword suddenly sliced through the air. The enormous greatsword whistled as it bisected the bodies of C2 Huifeng and C2 Jun. A 4th-tier skeletal knight appeared, wielding a giant sword that cleaved the 2 brothers in half. Blood and entrails spilled out like a burst water bag. "Don't leave! Die here!" The skeletal knight stomped down heavily. After being cut in half, C2 Huifeng, still gasping for breath, had his head explode like a watermelon. Everything happened too quickly, almost completed in a matter of seconds. Have you not realized that your lucky abilities cannot unfold near the wrongdoers, rather than just killing them? Indeed, you are merely here to appreciate how your mother endures the calamity for you, feeling grateful for your own luck, Qinshan spoke calmly. His initial purpose was to wipe out the situ family. The plague trap, actively allowing situ Fengzhou to be infected and die, even the unexpected slaying by the skeletal knight, were all part of Qinshan's calculations from the very beginning. All of this was completed in just a few seconds. After the towering figure of the skeletal knight, Qinshan slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed on the brother who had abandoned him, Situ Long. Beneath the lenses, his eyes grew increasingly red, whether from the pressure of the protective goggles or Qinshan's fury was unclear. Situ Long's body suddenly halted. Qinshan's gaze locked onto him. It's just you left. Situ Long slowly turned around, his body began to tremble, then he burst into wild laughter. They're finally all dead. They're finally all dead. This feeling is too wonderful. Situ Long spread his arms wide, taking a deep breath, greedily savoring the unreality of this moment. He shouted, "Do you know how many years I've waited for this day? How much effort I've put in? When I heard you killed Situ Yunluo, do you know how much excitement I had to suppress? I still had to talk to those fools." Situ Long seemed to truly be reminiscing about the moment he heard the dreadful news of the seventh brother's death from Situ Hui Fengzhou. A pained expression appeared on his face, as if he were genuinely mourning a dead brother. Situ Yunluo, the seventh brother, actually died. His death reduced my plan's success rate by 30%, my brother. How could he die? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Situ Long's expression suddenly turned frenzied. I can't hold it in anymore. You know, as long as I fabricate something slightly unfavorable for these people, that waste will sense it like a bug smelling something foul, immediately reacting. His lucky ability is the weakest yet the most troublesome. Thank you so much. Because of your appearance, I changed my fabrication. Luck truly favors me. I have the chance to become the true god of luck beneath the old days. As he spoke, Situ Long took out a syringe, unhesitatingly inserting it into the artery on his neck to inject. The special potion from the old days flowed in. The elderly woman on the hospital bed convulsed violently, the heartbeat monitor suddenly went flat, emitting a long, irritating beep. The wrongdoer was dead. This guy has completely gone mad. Qinshan watched Situ Long's reaction. The fact that he could say all this meant he had already entered his web. Luck! Favor me! Let me feel the true power beneath the old days. This half-finished injection would undoubtedly lead to a fatal outcome for an ordinary person, or even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would become a monster, neither human nor ghost. But Situ Long was different. Until now, everything was within his weaving. Everything was part of his plan, and in this major event, he would steal enough luck. After injecting the potion, Situ Long's voice suddenly deepened. Great Lord Lalai, your servant asks you for luck beneath the calamity. I am willing to forever be your follower. I am willing to sacrifice the souls of everyone beneath a city. Calamity descends. Among millions I will only ask for their luck. Protect me. Situ Long's body began to change. His mouth exploded, sharp barbs growing from the bloody, mangled flesh of his wounds. Twisted, writhing, slimy tentacles began to sprout from his face. His hair started to fall out bit by bit, and scales grew from beneath his skin. A massive bat suddenly spread its wings. Unlike those half-finished products from the old days pathways before. At that moment, the lenses of the rational goggles made a cracking sound, and a tiny crack appeared on the lens. Qinshan quickly left the situ building. He swiftly vanished into the plague. He returned to the square once again. At this moment, in front of the situ building square, all the half-finished experimental subjects from the old days pathways were dead. In the center of the square, the solidified knight of Suya knelt on the ground, while Su Yuntian held the motionless Sun Yuan in one arm. The surrounding bloody atmosphere made Qinshan's head start to spin. Dead. All dead? What have I done? If I hadn't left, they wouldn't have died. How did it come to this? Qinshan's mental state began to spiral out of control. Not only Su Yuntian but also Su Mumu's mother was dead. In the distance, thousands of professionals were being twisted and shaken by strange tentacles, and the ground began to tremble. Qinshan's body started to shake. No! No! How could this be? Qinshan, save me! Su Mumu's scream rang out. He turned around to see Su Mumu's corpse hanging high. The entire situ building vanished, and beneath a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a gigantic head emerged. It was a bizarre octopus monster, with red eyes and a face covered in octopus tentacles. Qinshan looked down. His legs were already submerged in blood, and he struggled continuously. No! 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 This isn't real. A burning sensation came from his right arm. Captain! This call brought Qinshan back to his senses a bit. Captain! Xiao Su's voice suddenly rang out. His figure stood right behind Qinshan. Qinshan turned sharply. A handsome young man stood there. Although his appearance had completely changed, in his subconscious, Qinshan slowly called out his name. Xiao Su, Captain. Are you running here to learn surgery from me? I have nothing to teach you. This isn't a place for you, Captain. They need you. Xiao Su gently pushed on Qinshan's chest. Captain, go back. A strong feeling of drowning filled him. Unable to breathe, Qinshan suddenly opened his crimson eyes. You have broken free from the mental pollution of the Lord of Laya. When Qinshan opened his eyes again, his rational goggles, which prevented his sanity from declining, made a cracking sound, and cracks spread across the goggles. He immediately grabbed the goggles and tore them off. In his hand, the goggles shattered. Was everything just an illusion? No, it was contamination. Mental pollution. What kind of existence had that guy Situlong become? That injection was definitely not something those half-finished monsters could compare to. Even the rational goggles couldn't withstand it. Qinshan looked up at his surroundings. He was no longer near the Situ building but had instead run not far from the center of Jiangbei City. He must have been affected by the mental pollution after slipping into the plague intestinal disease. Thus, he encountered problems. A line of special prompts appeared. The ritual is in progress. From the depths of disaster, countless misfortunes will descend. Madness and sanity will be thoroughly polluted. All skills and talents are temporarily sealed. You are immune to the mental pollution of the Lord of Laya. Death toll reaches 21,379 people. The death toll continued to rise. 32,479 people, 33,195 people, 34,873 people. The death toll was increasing every second. The speed was extremely fast. The ritual. Remembering what Situlong said after injecting the potion, Qinshan seemed to think of something, but before he could ponder it further, the plague attire on his body transformed into black mist and vanished. Skills cannot be used, and the rational glasses have shattered. Although I cannot be mentally contaminated, judging by the number of ritual deaths, in less than an hour, the entire Jiangbei city will turn into a dead city. His mind raced wildly as he thought of everything he could still do. Think. Finally, it seemed he had thought of something. Time. He immediately looked down at the time. Time, 12:43. So much time has passed. Remembering the last time and place of Luoyong. Time, 1:10. Place, Jiangbei City Square. Only 27 minutes left. Time, place. Running over is still possible. There must be a solution left by the principal at Jiangbei City Square. Qinshan began to sprint towards Jiangbei City Square. At 1 o'clock, Qinshan arrived at Jiangbei City Square. At this moment, the square was empty, and he quickly searched for his target. Finally, Qinshan noticed a familiar figure sitting next to the fountain in the city center square. He rushed over. Luo Yang was sitting there with one leg missing. Missing another leg. What delusion had he conjured up? Now he had only one foot and one hand, the only hand tremblingly supporting a stick to prevent his body from tilting. Principal. Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Yang suddenly looked up towards the source of the sound. You're very punctual. Principal. The situation. It can't be salvaged. The death toll had reached 73,197. Qinshan dared not think about whether among those who died from mental contamination there would be Su Mumu, or classmates he knew, or... He couldn't think too deeply, his mind was a mess, seemingly unable to do anything. Qinshan, you need to calm down. You can't let the number of deaths affect your judgment. You are the plague doctor. Luo Yang's heavy tone seemed to carry a reprimand. You are the tower under the plague, you are the lighthouse. What you need to do is find a solution. Find all the conditions for recovery. I don't know. I really don't know how to do it. Principal. For the first time, Qinshan's mental state was so poor, he couldn't think of a solution. You did well the last 2 times, but it still couldn't change the layout of the Situ family. Luo Yang slowly stood up, supporting himself with the stick. Qinshan calmed down. He wanted to help, but Luo Yang stopped him and spoke to himself. Time always passes quickly, half of the 3 days have already gone by, and for me, Luo Yang, those events from 30 years ago feel like yesterday. And for Principal Lu, those 30 years of happiness are very real. For the sheep-headed mask, it has been waiting to be triggered for 30 years, in fact, they all truly exist. The solution to this matter is very simple. Everything has a turning point, and the turning point needs a bridge to connect. Principal, what do you need me to do? I said you only need to witness. For you, remembering us is enough. Memory is always the most real existence, so there is no need to prove anything for us. We. That word. After Luo Yang stood up, Qinshan suddenly realized something. He turned his head sharply, and at that moment, Jiangbei City Square was no longer empty as before. Instead, thousands of figures appeared, standing in doctor uniforms. Their transparent forms slowly changed, approaching reality. Dots of golden light fell from the sky, continuously solidifying them. 2,917 doctors. The figures of 2,917 doctors. At this moment, the time was 1:10. Location, Jiangbei City Square. As he looked around, a voice called out, "Captain." A familiar title, the only one who would call him that. "Chen Shen, my student, this is the last time I teach you. Now is the moment of delusion." Luo Yong slowly loosened his grip on the wooden stick, but he did not fall. His body was supported by hands on either side. Sun Bei, Xiao Su. Under the golden light, their bodies gradually solidified, and this was the first time Chen Chen truly saw the three of them. At that moment, he clearly saw their appearances young, handsome. That was Xiao Su's appearance when the spiritual pollution pushed him back. Chen Chen wanted to say something, his mouth opened slightly, but he couldn't find his voice. You, how did you come back? I'm still in the spiritual pollution, right? Luo Yong's right hand reached out, and his left hand slowly returned to its original state, while a beating heart gradually appeared in his palm. "Chen Chen, I must thank you. Without you, I might not have been able to complete this final lesson." That was the heart of the necromancer. Luo Yong reached out to take it, covering his eyes with the blood-stained white cloth. The missing hand, the lost foot, the eyes he had lost, all returned. In the moment of delusion, the power that belongs solely to the authority of delusion, it is with this thing that I can use it for the one and only time at this cost. Luo Yong raised the heart of the necromancer high above his head. "Everyone, come with me, let us take one last look at Jiangbei City, and become the lighthouse?" In the square, 2,917 people turned to look at Luo Yong. "Under the Dawn Tower. I wish. Under the Dawn Tower. I wish. Under the Dawn Tower. I wish." The resounding voices fell into Luo Yong's ears. His red eyes slowly closed, tears streaming down, and with force, he crushed the heart in his palm. The moment of delusion fell. Time arrived at 11:42, outside the Situ building. At 11:42, Chen Chen, as agreed, gave up on treating Sun Yuan, leaving alone to enter the medical room on the 200th underground floor of the Situ building. At this moment, in front of the Situ building, Sun Yuan's life force gradually dissipated on the ground. In the distance, Su Yuntian, exhausted and covered in wounds, was on the brink of death. Thousands of sequence-skilled warriors, having pulled heavy crossbows countless times, were nearly drained of their energy. Everything was too late. All 4234 doctors from the physician tower were still on their way to the Situ building. The result was that beneath the Situ building, Sun Yuan died, Su Yuntian fell in battle, and thousands of sequence members perished. The arriving doctors could do nothing and died at the hands of those monsters. Everything seemed to happen too quickly. They were merely missing a bridge among them. When the dry doctors desperately tried to save Sun Yuan, a beam of golden light was projected down. A figure slowly crouched down, taking over the surgery while speaking softly, seemingly afraid of disturbing Sun Yuan. "Dawn Tower, Dr. Xiao Su, performing surgery for you." The dying Sun Yuan's eyelashes trembled slightly. It seemed that the name Xiao Su was particularly familiar. In the moment of delusion, streams of golden light were projected down along the timeline, one after another. Under the projection, voices began to sound. "Dawn Tower, Dr. Zhang Chenxi. Dawn Tower, Dr. Li Yuran. Dawn Tower, Dr. Lu Xian. Dawn Tower, Dr. Huang Haoran. Dawn Tower, Dr. Sun Yu. Dawn Tower, Dr. Luo Wenhao. Dawn Tower, Dr. Tang Jie. Dawn Tower, Dr. Yuan Xiaojun. Dawn Tower, Dr. Koei Juan." All 2920 doctors appeared here. Chen Chen also appeared. He looked at the golden light drifting down in the distance, and he finally understood how exaggerated the moment of delusion was. The true moment of delusion, the true power belonging to the delusionist. Retracing time, bridging the gap. All 2920 people from the Dawn Tower, 30 years later. At this very moment, because Luo Yong's delusions have arrived, they have returned to their familiar yet strange city, returned to the city they have longed for. Dawn Tower, Dr. Sun Bei. Sun Bei looked at Sun Yuan lying on the ground, and after just one glance, he rushed to Su Yuntian's side to treat him. Chen Chen watched as the 2,920 people returned to this moment, and he finally understood what the 3 time points represented. Everything formed a closed loop at this moment. He truly witnessed it all. Chen Chen slowly raised his hand. Reverse treatment. A massive wave of healing descended upon Jiangbei City. All the plagues were cleared in an instant. The instant death plague would no longer be released due to the departure of Brother Situlong. No one would die in this war because Dawn Tower has arrived. Shen Shen stood at the end, watching the figures turned away from him. Under that golden light, they charged forward without hesitation. Even though they had died once, they once again descended upon this city that had abandoned them, still throwing themselves in without reservation. Just like before, they adhered to the glory from beneath the Dawn Tower. Who? A figure dressed in a bird-beaked doctor's outfit stood quietly in a distant corner, watching the 2,920 people. He dared not approach, only able to murmur softly, "Dawn Tower, Captain, Chen Qi." With the arrival of 2,920 doctors from Dawn Tower, everyone received effective treatment. Su Yuntian's body was also being treated synchronously, and the Knight of Sovereignty, under the power of authority, was unstoppable. Tens of thousands of semi-finished monsters, suppressed. At this moment, everyone from the Doctor's Tower also arrived at this moment, seeing a large group of unfamiliar doctors joining the battlefield to treat. How did so many doctors appear in Zhangbei City? Maybe it's external aid from other cities. The plague has disappeared. Don't worry about that, can't you see the fighting over there? Now that we're here, hurry up and treat them. Yes, hurry up. The bridge's grafting was successful. The deaths of these semi-finished products also meant that the potion injected by Situ Long would have no effect. No luck, no sacrifices, no death. Situ Long would not succeed. His weaving had gone out of control. In the underground 200th floor, Situ Long injected that vial of potion, excitedly becoming an indescribable existence. At this moment, Chen Shen slipped away into the plague. Situ Long began to laugh maniacally. His weaving had succeeded. Outside, tens of thousands should have died, the luck of tens of thousands. Even without the blessing of the error maker, he still perfectly consumed this semi-finished potion from the old days pathway. But, the next second, Situ Long's face, now covered in octopus tentacles, suddenly twisted, his whole body began to contort. The bat wings that had spread behind him were twisted and torn at this moment. Situ Long began to scream madly, howling in agony. He did not understand. What on earth had happened? Impossible. How could this be? The death toll must be in the tens of thousands. Where did that luck go? How could it go wrong? He did not understand who had stolen his luck. Could it be that Situ Jun was still alive? Impossible. They are all dead, only I am alive. I won't make a mistake. I won't be wrong. I won't be wrong. With each declaration of not being wrong, Situ Long's body began to twist into a large mass of flesh. In the end, that voice became very strange. He began to repent. I was wrong. I was wrong. He did not just realize he was wrong, he truly knew that this time he was doomed. In the end, that mass of flesh kept shrinking, until it completely disappeared from sight. In front of the Sameo building, Xiao Su, who was performing surgery, Sun Bei, who was undergoing treatment, and all the doctors from the Dawn Tower bandaging and treating the injured. Their bodies emit particles that float up. It seems as if an invisible hand is pulling at them. Xiao Su still holds the scalpel, treating Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan has regained some consciousness, her gaze fixed on Xiao Su. A beautiful girl, there can't be any scars on her throat. Give me some time. Luo Yong. Did you hear me, Luo Yong? I'm not done yet, Luo Yong. Luo Yong. I have one more person, just a bandage, give me some time. Let me save one more. At this moment, Luo Yong, whom all the doctors at Dawn Tower are calling, slowly kneels on the ground, his pupils beginning to dilate and contract repeatedly. The limit of his delusional moment has been reached. He holds on as best as he can, his body starting to tremble. His mental state deteriorates further, his right hand gradually decaying and rotting until the bone is exposed and falls to the ground. His eyes begin to shrink, dark red blood flowing down from his eye sockets. He just wants the delusional moment to last a little longer. Listening to the final requests from all the doctors at Dawn Tower, Luo Yong grits his teeth, trying everything he can to maintain the delusional moment. But everything comes at a cost, and the cost is growing larger. Watching Luo Yong's leg gradually rot away, Chen Shen can no longer hold back. Principal, it's over. It's all over, don't hold on any longer. I'm not Luo Yong. I'm Lu Wei. I don't want to die. Luo Yong even begins to lose his memories. Principal. Chen Shen murmurs, and at that sound, Luo Yong's movements come to a halt. Principal, don't let anyone look down on you. I am Lu Wei. I am the 4th deputy helmsman of the plague ship, Jan Daifu. I am also Luo Yong. I am a dead person. I am delusional. I can't hold on any longer. I really can't hold on. A figure dressed in a bird-beaked doctor's outfit stands beside Chen Shen. Approaching Luo Yong, he extends his hand and presses it on Luo Yong's shoulder. Luo Yong, you have always been the best deputy helmsman. The moment the voice appears, Luo Yong's body trembles slightly. Blind in both eyes, he calls out uncertainly, "Captain!" The figure of Chun Shi appears. All the Dawn doctors quicken their movements. The doctors who have finished treatment begin to stand up one after another. 2,919 doctors start to rise, their gazes directed at the figure behind Luo Yong, the one dressed in the birdbeak doctor's outfit. "The cost should not be borne by you alone. I'm sorry, I really came late." The plague attire on Chen Shi begins to slowly dissipate, as he starts to bear the cost in place of Luo Yong. "You are wrong." Chen Chen speaks. "The mistake is in apologizing to them." Chen Shi turns back in disbelief, staring at Chen Chen. "Since you and they have once again descended upon this city, it says it all. Your apology is completely unnecessary." Chen Chen raises his hand, pointing ahead. At this moment, Xiao Su, Sun Bei, and 2017 doctors from Dawn Tower are all standing, looking at Chen Shi. They harbor no blame or resentment. "This time, go with them. You are their captain. You coward. And principal, I don't want to be the only witness. You said that one cannot have more than 3 delusions in a day, but this thing is really addictive. I can't help but use it. You said it was the last lesson." Chen Chen takes a deep breath and speaks softly. "Help me see if what I did is right." Chen Chen. Luo Yong, kneeling on the ground in pain, screams out Chen Chen's name, as if he realizes something. "Chen Chen, there's no need. Really no need." This time, Chen Chen refuses. "Principal, I don't want to. I don't want to be the only one witnessing this. You said that memories are the most important thing. I'm so worthless, I'm really afraid that one day I'll die early and won't be able to tell your stories, so I want to be willful just this once." As Chen Chen spoke, his pupils began to emit a golden light. Dreamer. At that moment, all the scenes of the situ building were projected into the minds of millions in the city. The cost of multiple overloads of delusion within a day turned into tenfold, so Chen Chen used one of his arms as the price. Chen Shen's left hand twisted in the air and then exploded. The skin and flesh on the back of his hand dissolved in an instant, as if stirred by blood. The intense pain did not stop him from continuing to dream. The sky darkened, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly black, while everyone at the Dawn Tower radiated golden light like lighthouses. The flickering lights were ignited. More and more doctors from the Physician Tower gathered here. At this moment, millions in the city felt a different emotion. They saw the sacrifices of the Dawn Tower and the true lighthouse that belonged to this world. Perhaps they truly saw the existence of the Dawn Tower from 30 years away. An existence to look up to. At this point in the delusion, just one arm was not enough as the price. Without hesitation, Chen Chen raised his right hand, ready to use his second arm when 3 dry doctors stepped forward at that moment, their withered bodies exploding. Emotions were transmitted. The sky grew darker, yet the lights of thousands of households in the city lit up, and more residents raised their lights to look here, gathering towards this lighthouse. Under the golden light, the figures of the 3 dry doctors began to dissipate. However, this price was quickly halted. The scene of the 3 dry doctors exploding restored itself like a reversal. Chen Shen's left hand, now reduced to bones, began to show veins and flesh. At this moment, the price of the dreamer was cancelled. Beneath the darkness before Chen Chen, sparks burned, and thousands of doctors from the Physician Tower stood there, just dozens of meters away from the Dawn Tower of 30 years ago. The price of the delusion was actively borne by the millions in the city behind him. Luo Yong's pain also began to lessen, he felt dazed. At this moment, it was no longer just Luo Yong bearing the cost of the delusion. Millions and the doctors of the Physician Tower took on the price of the delusion. Under the myriad lights, the consciousness of the tower began to flicker like fireflies in the dark, spreading. Everything under the memory of delusion was seen by this new generation of doctors 30 years later. All grievances were known to the people. Chen Shi seemed to realize something. He dissipated half of his plague attire, revealing half of his face, which bore a striking resemblance to Chen Chen. He reached out and removed the birdbeak doctor's mask. The other half of his face revealed burned scars. "You really are a madman, you know? Fate brought us together. Fate made us witness all of this. Chen Chen, your arrival in this world was all destined. As fate, I see more. Remember, you need to find your true crew. Your first crew member is a sickly guy. I can't see him clearly. Maybe we will meet again." Chen Shi's vague yet familiar face was etched in Chen Chen's mind. "You." Chen Shi slowly retreated, not giving Chen Chen a chance to ask. Turning to face all the doctors from the Physician Tower who had already arrived, he spread his arms wide. With the loudest voice, he shouted his title. "Dawn Tower, Plague Dr. Chen Shi. Dawn Tower, Glory Everlasting." This time he stood before all the doctors of the Dawn Tower. The voices of the members behind the Dawn Tower rang out. "Dawn Tower, Dr. Zhang Chenxi. Dawn Tower, Dr. Li Yuran. Dawn Tower, Dr. Lu Xian. Dawn Tower, Dr. Huang Haoran. Tower of Dawn, Dr. Sun Yu. Tower of Dawn, Dr. Luo Wenhao. Tower of Dawn, Dr. Tang Jie. All the members of the tower stepped forward one by one, for the first time without reservation, shouting their names with all their might. This time, however, they were prouder than ever. Each member of the Tower of Dawn who shouted their name began to fade away. In the last rays of twilight, they called out their names. Luo Yong also slowly stood up. Xiao Su and Sun Bei stepped forward. Tower of Dawn, Sun Bei. Tower of Dawn, Xiao Su. Tower of Dawn, Luo Yong. They began to dissipate even more intensely, and Xiao Su shouted, "Captain, let's go!" Chen Shi turned around, tossing aside the plague doctor's cloak, and turned back, his left hand hooking Xiao Su and Luo Yong's shoulders. At that moment, the remaining people turned around in unison. Xiao Su turned her head and grinned. "Captain, I'm really leaving." Watching the four gradually fade away, Chen Shen couldn't help but shout. Ronishida, left deputy helmsman of the plague ship, 4th Officer Jian. "You see, I still remember such a long name, right? Principal. Luo Yong." Luo Yong paused but still did not turn around. He raised his right hand high and waved it without looking back. The figures of 2,920 doctors and the previous generation of plague doctors began to grow increasingly transparent and blurred, until they completely vanished. The delusional has died. You have inherited the path of the doctor, sequence 003 delusional. Your delusional cost has decreased. You can clearly see the delusional cost. Your delusional sequence is fully inherited. Your plague doctor has received blessings from the previous generation. You have gained the plague black light. You have acquired the skill, death extraction. You have received the blessings of 2,920 doctors. All your healing effects are increased by 200%. You have obtained the title under the Tower of Dawn. The title has been replaced. The effect of the title Butcher has disappeared. Title under the Tower of Dawn, a tower of 2,921 people. Their experiences are enough for you to learn for a lifetime. Any difficult disease in front of you will automatically decrease by 1 level, and your healing ability is further increased by 200%. You have received 2,921 praises. Countless pop-ups appeared. Shen Shen looked at the empty doorway. The moment of delusion had ended, and they had truly left. They are gone? Are they really the doctors from 30 years ago? Tower of Dawn, 30 years ago. I need to go back and kick my old man a couple of times to vent. I'm going to dig up my grandfather's grave. That's unnecessary. Among the crowd, the young doctors began to discuss. Suddenly, a young doctor raised his right hand and shouted, "Tower of Dawn." The entire square fell silent. Tower of Dawn. The young doctor shouted again. The surrounding young doctors also raised their hands and began to shout, "Tower of Dawn. Tower of Dawn." More and more people raised their arms and shouted, "Tower of Dawn. Tower of Dawn. Tower of Dawn." The resounding voices echoed in this city that had experienced life and death. At this moment, they truly remembered. The spirit of the Tower of Dawn was truly remembered, and they would also remember this day when 2,920 doctors returned once more to save everything. Chen Shen listened to the increasingly fervent shouts, his hands clenched tightly. He was not the only one witnessing this. He had truly sent them home. Why hasn't Dad come back yet? Just now, there was an uncle who looked a lot like Dad who left. Did Dad leave too? Dad hasn't left. Dad he just did what he was supposed to do. The woman held the little girl, crying more and more fiercely, unable to speak through her tears. "Mom, don't cry, Dad will come back, right?" Little Do Ding gently wiped her mother's eyes with her small hands. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. The woman wiped her tears and took a few deep breaths. She stood up and opened the door. What she saw was the most incredible scene to date. A familiar figure, Lu Wei, stood at the door. "Sorry, I was really busy yesterday and couldn't celebrate your birthday. I just rushed back today, but I have to leave again later." Husband, you're not." Lu Wei walked into the room. Dad really came back." Little Do Ding was so excited she almost jumped up, running around the room. Then she suddenly threw herself into Lu Wei's arms. Lu Wei spun the little girl around. "Honey, wait for me to heat up some food for you. Then Little Do Ding, you go help your mom, okay?" "Okay, wait a minute." Lu Wei called out, a smile on his face. "Wife, Little Do Ding, I love you both." "So cheesy. Close the door, I'm going to heat the dishes." "Okay." As the wife turned around, Lu Wei, who stood in place, completely vanished. He was merely a figment of her imagination. This was Luo Yang's explanation to Lu Wei, a complete account of Lu Wei's memories using one of his legs. When Sun Yuan woke up, she found a special letter. A letter addressed to Sun Xian Duan, with unfilial son, Mad Sun Bei written on the envelope. Her great-grandfather was named Sun Xian Duan. Sun Bei, Dawn Tower, great-uncle. Is this why my great-grandfather always wanted to remove the Situ family? Is this the ideal you have been pursuing all along? Sun Yuan did not open the envelope but kept it safe. Su Yuntian, covered in blood, timidly walked over to Sun Yuan. Yuaner, are you okay? Sun Yuan shot a fierce sideways glance at Su Yuntian, and seeing the big guy covered in blood, her expression softened suddenly. You, look at yourself. Sun Yuan's tone softened. Don't do this next time, I won't scold you again, look at your silly self. Su Yuntian secretly hooked his hand around Sun Yuan's slim waist. She did not resist. You, get ready to go back to the capital with me. Me, of course. And bring my son-in-law along. Son-in-law? Su Yuntian looked in the direction Sun Yuan pointed. He instantly blushed. Chen Chen's figure appeared. Not that kid. Hey, Yuaner, don't pull my ear. I know. He is my son Yuan's son-in-law, you're barking. I didn't bark. You say it is, then it is. In a moment of delusion, crossing time, building bridges over water, burning oneself, and reshaping dawn. They came and left just like 30 years ago, but this time everyone remembered them. Even the term Dawn Tower became the most coveted catchphrase among all young physicians. After everything ended, Chen Chen returned to his room and fell asleep immediately. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights, during which he began to have nightmares continuously. He dreamed of himself going to a dim dungeon. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling of the dungeon were covered in filth, various insects scuttled across the ground, and rats covered in excrement ran around chaotically. He kept walking forward in the dungeon, and at the end, he saw a disgusting flesh tumor, with various weapons, scepters, and even jewels stuck in it. The tumor seemed to be alive, writhing. Just as he was about to approach, he suddenly woke up, eyes wide open. It seemed that due to the previous mental pollution, he was in a dazed state. When Chen Chen woke up again, he saw a familiar figure sitting at his desk folding paper cranes. Hearing the movement, Su Mumu, who was at the desk, paused her actions. Chen Chen propped himself up. How long did I sleep? Su Mumu thoughtfully poured a glass of cool boiled water and handed it over. 2 days. I thought you were going to sleep as long as last time, and you've been running a fever these 2 days. Chen Chen looked at the desk, where 3 or 4 bottles filled with paper cranes sat. You've been here the whole time? My mom asked me to wait for you here. She wanted to talk to you when you woke up, so I stayed to take care of you. You folded these? I had nothing to do, so I folded some paper cranes for you. Chen Chen rubbed his temples. Sorry for worrying you again. I saw it. Su Mumu suddenly spoke up. I saw everything you did. This time, even though I couldn't help, I want to be your crew member, is that okay? Become my crew member? Yes. I want to be your crew member. Chen Chen nodded. All right. In his mind, he recalled Chen Qi saying that his first crew member was a sick person. Now it seemed that guy was talking nonsense. How could someone who had already died, due to delusions of returning, know about future events? He decided not to think about it anymore. Chen Chen slowly sat up and took a deep breath. He looked back at the paper cranes on the desk, feeling a bit moved. He began to try to communicate with the sinful ship. A brand new instance coordinate appeared for the sinful ship. Special world instance, newa dance exorcism, divine authority, do you wish to set sail? Just as Chen Chen was preparing to take Su Mumu aboard the sinful ship, he suddenly noticed the special prompt. What's wrong? Su Mumu asked cautiously. The sinful ship has a brand new instance prompt. Instances were too common, even with the sinful ship appearing, Chen Chen wasn't very surprised. The sinful ship had the ability to traverse between reality and instances. Moreover, undeveloped instances were too dangerous, not to mention the inability to return at any time, and the dangers inside were completely unpredictable. After experiencing the last instance, Chen Chen had developed a shadow of fear. He noticed the words divine authority in the sinful ship instance prompt, which surprised him a bit. The term authority was very sensitive for sequencers. Instance? Could it be like the last internship instance? Not considering it for now. Chen Chen closed the prompt. Give me your hand. Su Mumu wanted to bind herself as his crew member, a thought that had crossed Chen Chen's mind countless times. He had never known how to bring it up, but now that she had taken the initiative, Chen Chen wanted to take Su Mumu aboard the sinful ship immediately. Su Mumu grasped Chen Chen's hand. Chen Chen gently pulled her into his embrace. The beaked mask and medieval doctor's attire were donned amidst the black mist. Plague attire, retreating into the plague, dispelling the plague. After doing all this, when Su Mumu opened her eyes again, she found herself on the familiar deck of the sinful ship. Mumu, let's go check out the tavern. Su Mumu took small steps to follow Chen Chen as they walked along the deck towards the plague tavern below the cabin. After the previous battle, Chen Chen had collected nearly 10,000 monster corpses. Dealing with these corpses was a major problem for Zhangbei City, seeing too many would lead to mental pollution. But for Chen Chen, they were treasures. Paul had offered a high price in the plague tavern. At that time, Chen Shen's rational glasses had already shattered, but having broken through the mental pollution of the Lord of Lalea, he had become completely immune to the mental pollution from those corpses in a short time. Thousands of monster corpses were taken away by Chen Chen. So this time, Chen Chen was able to exchange quite a few good things with Paul while also inquiring about the crew members. After all, having inherited the authority of the sinful ship, there was still much he did not understand. This was the first time Su Mumu followed Chen Chen down to the deck, and feeling nervous, she instinctively grabbed Chen Chen's hand. The environment was dark and damp, with a dilapidated wooden door. Sounds came from the plague tavern. Just as Chen Chen stood at the door, about to push it open, he heard a conversation from inside. Mr. Paul, you truly are a great evil god. May I paint your likeness and sing your praises every night when I return? Of course, but you'll need to pay for the drinks. Your mask isn't worth much, just your blood will do. 2,000 milliliters will suffice. 2,000 cubic centimeters? Isn't that asking for my life? I only had a little bit to drink. Chen Chen pushed the door open and entered the tavern. As soon as he stepped inside, Paul's open body quickly shrank back under the counter. Captain, you've arrived. Chen Chen glanced at a lean man with a pale face, wearing a red headscarf, holding a mask that resembled a fierce ghost. That ghostly mask was what he referred to as his newa mask. Paul, what's going on here? With thousands of monster corpses stored in his storage ring, he felt much bolder speaking to Paul. A freeloader. Captain, what should I do about someone eating a free meal? The man spoke defiantly. I said I'd pay with my newa mask. It's definitely a genuine good. Chen Chen remained silent and looked at Paul. Previously, during his interactions with the bartender Paul on the sinful ship, he learned that outsiders could appear in his tavern. It was unclear how or why these people came to the plague tavern. However, the term newa mask seems similar to the hint given by the sinful ship about the newa dance to exterminate evil quest. This person might have come from that quest. Su Mumu curiously stared at Paul's octopus-like appearance. Charming lady, I've prepared a special tequila for you. Please try it. It's on the house. Paul's tentacles moved skillfully, pushing a glass of bright red drink toward Su Mumu on the counter. Su Mumu glanced at Chen Chen but did not reach for the glass. Paul, how much does he need to pay? I mean, in terms of corpses. For ordinary ones, 1,000 corpses. The monsters you had before only required 10. I can already sense, Captain, the vast number of corpses in your storage ring. Are you looking to exchange for something? Items, information, strategies, or even recruiting crew members? Recruiting crew members. Yes, Captain, this is the Plague Tavern. Crew members can certainly be recruited, though I can't guarantee they're human. However, Paul's octopus eyes slightly shifted to the man who had just eaten a free meal. That guy might make a decent lookout. Chen Chen did not take Paul's suggestion but continued to inquire. I want to know all the information about the sinful ship, including the Plague Tavern. How many corpses do I need? You want to know how to make others your crew, right? Paul's gaze fell on Su Mumu. That's just one aspect. He came to the Plague Tavern to learn some information about the sinful ship from Paul. After all, aside from this ship, the only thing older than the seaweed stuck to the sides of the ship was Paul himself. He couldn't possibly know nothing. For 1,000 corpses, I can tell you all the hidden information and the true way to use your authority. 1,000 corpses, equivalent to 5 billion. That's a bit pricey, at most 500, and your information better be worth that many corpses. The stingy captain, those corpses are of no use to you, so let's say 500 corpses. Chen Chen felt a bit at a loss. First of all, that guy's origin is naturally because of the copy coordinates you received. He comes from that copy. Of course, he comes from that copy, and he is someone recognized by both the authority and me, which is why he appears in the tavern. Anyone who comes to the tavern has the qualifications of a cultist of the evil god, and their mental strength is quite poor. By the way, you can also pay a price for me to help you select suitable crew members from various copies. A copy. Doesn't it reset every so often? Who told you that copies reset every so often? Those are real existing worlds. Only after the world's origin is stolen and absorbed by the authority can it reset. Aren't you a sequencer? Don't you know this? Chen Chen and Su Mumu exchanged glances. They really didn't know this. You sequencers complete copies, steal the origin of the copy to make it your own, and then transform them into your own world. Don't you all do this? Chen finally understood why undeveloped copies couldn't be exited and would lead to death, while ordinary copies could be exited at any time, even if it meant death without any cost. Add money. 100 corpses, and you don't even know this. Alright, Paul, I'll give you 600 corpses, you keep talking. He really didn't know this piece of information. Wait, you said what happens when the origin of the copy is stolen? I'm not too clear on that either. You humans are better at this than the evil gods. Don't you humans usually transform it into a trial ground for people to enter and collect some fees? A terrifying thought was born in Shen's mind. An idea of reconstructing the Dawn Tower emerged. How to steal the origin. Complete the copy and obtain the origin artifacts within the copy, but you're only at the first level. Relying on the authority, you can at most absorb one copy for your own use, but for you, this will become a huge burden. The power of the world will gradually pollute your mental strength, your condition will gradually worsen, and you will have to expend a lot of energy managing the copy, which is still too difficult for you right now. Shen thought that if he could make the 9 Netherland his exclusive copy, then the 2,920 doctors of the Dawn Tower who died inside could also be resurrected. Don't even think about it. The 9 Netherland is a 7th level copy, and the origin power inside is not something you can handle. Even if you could, your first level mental strength wouldn't be able to bear it. You would at least have to wait until you're at the 5th level. Paul's voice became strange. So, do you think the previous generation of plague doctors didn't go there with them? Why did they die alone in the real world? Because the 9 Netherland copy was a gift prepared for you, and also the last chance for all of them. At that moment, Shen finally understood that Chun-Chi had been waiting for him here. The 2920 doctors of the Dawn Tower died within the 9 Netherland copy, and he would bring them to witness the spirit of the Dawn Tower, so he would definitely reclaim the 9 Netherland as his own copy, thus reconstructing the Dawn Tower. The previous generation of plague doctors was terrifying. He had calculated everything. A flash of inspiration struck Chen. Was it luck that Chen-Chi let you ask situ Qingji? Of course not. That guy suddenly discovered the instant death plague and came to ask me. I told him about the ritual of luck. His schemes run deep. He even considered the ritual 30 years later. He even guessed the delusions of Luo Yong's moment. So that guy gave everyone a way to live again, using his own life to design the next generation of plague doctors. That is, himself. He designed all of this with his own life. Because he does not die, new plague doctors will not appear. As long as new plague doctors emerge, everything will proceed according to his design. No wonder Chen felt a great hand pulling at him from behind all along. He is a great captain, and of course, you will become such a person too. As for the sinful ship, I suggest you unlock the captain's cabin. It contains all the information. For just this one sentence, I need 600 corpses. Of course, the captain's cabin has the insights of all past plague doctors on how to accept crew members and how to navigate the dungeons. I won't provide the details from there. Also, are you willing to pay that guy's bar tab? 100 corpses. Shen was taken aback. Wasn't it just 10 corpses? Because he is dying soon, the price has to go up. Shen turned to look. The man with the red scarf was starting to show dark spots on his face. He gripped the mask tightly in his hands, praying with great difficulty. I want to live, I don't want to die. Shen walked over and saw his name. Name, Shiluo. Sequence, Evil God Pathway 0732 Mask Dancer Status, Evil God Invasion, Sanity Lost. Note, he has been tainted by a hint of fate, making him more susceptible to the favor of the evil god. His gaze is quite good, suitable for being a lookout. He recalled what Chen-Chi had said about his first crew member being a patient. He felt a bit moved. Captain, do you still want him? If not, I'll drag him away. If he dies in the tavern later, I'll have to clean up. I want him, and also, heal him. Alright, a total of 700 corpses. Chen poured out 700 corpses from his storage ring. Paul's tentacles wrapped around the corpses and entered the cabinet, making creaking sounds. With each corpse rolled down, the minute hand of the clock behind Paul, which had already stopped, would move one notch. However, in the dim tavern, Chen did not notice that insignificant clock. Thank you for the 700 corpses. Do you need any props? I have many suitable items for this lady. At that moment, Chen remembered that he had not found an opportunity to give the staff he bought earlier to Sumumu. Lady, take a look at the list and see if there's anything you want. Paul's tentacles unfurled a list covered in slime from under the counter. Sumumu was still a bit unaccustomed. She looked at the list. There weren't many items on the list. Props, black blood, a special spider blood. After injection, it enhances oneself, but there is a chance of partially transforming into a spider, thus entering the evil god pathway. A good mysterious material. Purple sandworm, a special worm taken from a dead body. It can be used in medicine or eaten raw when hungry. A good mysterious material. Equipment, blood-stained boots. They allow for perfect movement. A tool for escape. Note, ultimate running. Its owner is left with only 2 legs in the end. Su Mumu shook her head. I don't need anything for now. Paul's tentacles slapped the counter. Lady, embracing darkness and gaining power is key. You need to recognize yourself. Although these items have some background, they are all good things. They might save your life. Then I'll choose this. Su Mumu seemed to have adapted a bit. Her finger landed on an equipment name. Equipment, Cooing Bird Gun. Quality, Evil Masterpiece. The Cooing Bird Gun, when filled with special materials, will shoot out special attacks. Note, a weapon made from the bones of 1,000 cooing birds, unsealed. Blood, potions, and even water, any liquid can be used as ammunition. However, it prefers the saliva of pure maidens. This item, although also quite perverse, was the only one Su Mumu found somewhat reasonable. An evil masterpiece, it's quite a mischievous little thing, but its power is formidable. Paul's tentacles moved for a long time, seemingly searching beneath the counter. Sorry for the wait, this thing is too cunning. Finally, a bird gun made of bones was placed on the counter. Oh, my lady, I apologize for the slime, let me clean it up. Paul skillfully rolled a cloth and began to wipe. I've always been responsible for my goods. After that, the cleaned, gurgling bird gun was placed on the table. 1,000 corpses at a discount, and I'll throw in something extra. A pair of blood-stained boots was tossed onto the table by Paul. This is a bonus, and that guy over there ate my curse. He probably won't wake up for a while. Captain, that guy is already yours. You can take him whenever you want. 1,000 corpses were dumped out. At this rate of consumption, 10,000 corpses wouldn't last through a few purchases. Paul always seemed to hint at his own spending, intentionally or not. By the way, Captain, you should have seen the dance of the exorcism. The authority of that instance belongs to the sinful ship. The broken mast of the sinful ship, the dilapidated hull, and other places have all lost their authority. Collecting the complete authority will make you stronger. The sinful ship can capture the instance best if logged in within 7 days. Additionally, I suggest you log in as the evil god. That guy is a loyal follower of the evil god, and this information is free. Paul provided Chen Chen with quite a bit of information. The appearance of the instance was not without reason. Going to the dance of the exorcism instance was already a done deal. With 7 days left, there were only a few surgical tools left in the wild, and he aimed to reach the second tier before entering the dance of the exorcism. Chen Chen glanced at the motionless figure in the tavern, walked over, and picked up the fallen mask. Mask, evil spirit. Note, a low-level painting of the evil god. The dance can summon evil spirits and gain their power. Evil spirit, an existence born from the void, extremely weak in combat, with no other means of fighting except to escape into the void. It likes to devour the soft bodies of women, and summoning it requires some cost. Paul's voice sounded from behind. I told you it was garbage, right? Just having it here for sale feels like it would clutter the warehouse. Chen Chen smiled. Mr. Paul, don't you sell things that are stripped from the dead? Killing him, wouldn't this thing just appear on your list? Paul said nothing, only making creaking sounds. He'll be thrown to you first. I'm going to the captain's room. I've paid, so keep an eye on him for me. Welcome back, Captain. Paul continued to use his octopus tentacles to wipe the wine glass. Chen Chen turned and walked toward the captain's room. He currently had 2932 likes, enough to unlock the captain's room. Chen Chen planned to unlock 3, the plague operating table, the captain's room, and the storage room. Unlocking the storage room required 700, the captain's room needed 1000, and the plague operating table needed 1100. After unlocking these 3 cabins, Chen Chen would have only 132 likes left. Accompanied by the unlocking prompt, the sinful ship began to tremble. The locks on the doors at both ends of the cabin were opened. The nautical wheel symbol of the captain's room appeared. The storage room had a wooden sign hanging with a food package. Click, click, click. The plague operating table was unlocked in the lower deck. Captain's room, a resting place for past captains. You can gain some special knowledge. Remember, it's knowledge. Plague operating table, a surgical room specifically for extracting evil artifacts. You might be able to create some special plague equipment. Storage room, an enormous dimensional space where anything can be stored, even living evil gods or creatures. Alright, it's more like a dungeon. 3 unlocked cabins, each with a special function. But they all involve one thing, and that is the evil god. Is the evil god something like the monster, Paul? Or is it something like the unfinished product seen back at the Situ mansion? Just looking at it too long can lead to mental pollution. The more I look at this sin ship, the more it resembles a place for dissecting and studying evil gods. Thinking too much makes my brain feel a bit insufficient. Chen Chen chose to walk towards the captain's room, as he was eager to see what the requirements were to become a crew member of the sin ship. Sumumu had been following closely behind Chen Chen. The cold, damp environment of the cabin made Sumumu's palms sweat with tension. In the dim light, they could barely make out the path. "We're here." At the end of the first cabin, the door to the captain's room was closed. Chen Chen turned the doorknob, and a strong smell of seawater hit him. Upon entering the captain's room, he found only a broken bed, a table, and 3 strange boxes on the table. The small room was adorned with 3 peculiar black portraits. Chen Chen approached and touched one of the boxes, opening it. Once he discovered it could be opened, he pried it open with his fingers. Inside the box lay a piece of parchment. Chen Chen picked it up. Parchment, plague artifact, material, skin of the truth sheep, evil god. Function, to store and understand some knowledge. Note, knowledge does not lie. Words began to appear on the previously blank parchment. Speak your question. Chen Chen asked his first question. How to become a crew member. Create a horn. The materials for the horn require something from each crew member, and that something must be given sincerely to you. The specific item varies for each person. Sometimes it's a hair, sometimes a nail, and sometimes even blood. How do I know specifically? As Chen Chen continued to ask questions, he received a string of prompts. You have obtained the method to create horn, plague artifact. After that, no more words appeared on the parchment, no matter how he continued to inquire. He tried to open the other boxes, but they wouldn't budge. Parchment, plague artifact. These 2 items reminded Chen Chen of the recently unlocked plague operating table. The note there mentioned using evil gods to create some plague artifacts. After looking around the captain's room and finding nothing useful, he recalled the parchment's requirement that the horn's creation needed something sincere from the other party. Chen Chen turned to look at Sumumu, who was blinking at him with a cute, confused expression. They stared at each other for a while, and finally, Chen Chen spoke. If I need something sincere from you, what would you give me? Sumumu was even more puzzled. She understood every word, but together they felt strange. Chen Chen's silly, dazed look made Sumumu finally burst into laughter. Forget it, let's go. Chen Chen also decided not to dwell on it. Such things should have a pattern. Boom! The entire Sin ship suddenly shook. At this moment, on the deck of the Sin ship, Shi Luo was moving slowly like a marionette. His face was pale. His eyes were hollow. In a dazed state, he murmured softly. Killer, Luo Jiang Water Evil Spirit Believer, Shi Luo, deeply sinful, unworthy of death, died by the dance of the evil spirit. Shi Luo slowly put the mask of the evil spirit on his face. Once the mask was fully on, his entire demeanor changed drastically. A terrifying evil aura emanated from him. His body suddenly stiffened, and he began to tremble at the shoulders. Completely controlled, Shi Luo spoke. Evil spirit dance, summon the spirit. Killer Shi Luo. Incorrigible. Unworthy of death. Killer Shi Luo. Repeatedly taught but unrepentant. Shi Luo's voice grew increasingly high-pitched. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Suddenly, his voice changed. The whole person seemed to go mad, his hands gripping the mask on his face tightly. He wanted to tear it off. With an angry roar, he shouted, Murderer Shi Luo. Unrepentant. 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 I will not change. Not even in death. Murderer. No mistake. Beneath the mask, Shi Luo's pupils were crimson, and he struggled wildly. Originally, under the newa dance, his legs crashed heavily to the ground. He continued to roar. Behind him, the phantom of the evil spirit emanated. Just as that phantom had not yet fully coalesced, a gigantic octopus tentacle shot out rapidly from the deck's exit, piercing the evil god's phantom. Sharp claws appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the evil spirit's phantom was torn to shreds. The mask on Shi Luo's face began to crack, and then, crack! It shattered. Shi Luo's body fell heavily onto the deck, and the octopus's tentacle wrapped around Shi Luo's body, dragging him back down beneath the deck once more. Chen Chen, through the captain's cabin window, barely saw Paul's enormous octopus tentacle, wrapping Shi Luo back to the plague tavern in the dimly lit corridor. He did not stop it, because he had paid. Paul, from the looks of it, was a competent trading evil god. Moreover, the guy named Shi Luo had many secrets. Although Paul claimed to be a qualified lookout, Chen Chen still needed to carefully consider the specific crew selection. Mumu, we are going back. It was no longer the time to stay on the sinful ship. It was best to enter the second tier as soon as possible and head to the Newa Dance evil slaying dungeon within 7 days. But the next second, A red prompt box appeared. Chen Shen found himself unable to leave the sinful ship. The sinful ship has been drawn by the evil spirit and has proceeded to the newa dance evil-slaying dungeon. Chen Shen was startled and immediately pulled Su Mumu to quickly cross the corridor and rush into the plague tavern. Paul. Everything was definitely related to that Shiluo. Bang! Chen Shen pushed the door open. At this moment, Paul was still wiping the table behind the counter. Shiluo, covered in slime, was thrown onto the tavern floor. Paul, tell me what happened. Paul set down the cup in his hand and spoke calmly. Captain, this guy danced the newa dance. You must head to the newa dance evil-slaying dungeon now. I'm only at the first tier. This guy came out of your tavern. I told you to keep an eye on him. Paul spoke. I know, Captain, this is my mistake. I didn't expect that little thing to be so powerful, allowing you to choose an item from the list while I would grant you the protection of the evil god. You have received the protection of Aloysius Paul. You temporarily become a walking evil god. At the same time, a list flowed out. It was completely different from the previous list. This was a list full of pathways. Old Days Pathway, Great Magician Pathway, Ranger Pathway, Evil God Pathway, Fortune Pathway. Chen Shen did not expect that Paul would directly offer the choice of any item and protection just because he casually mentioned it. Something unusual must be afoot, and sure enough, Paul continued to speak. I recalled some not-so-good memories, and I would like the captain to help me with a favor. A painful expression unexpectedly appeared on Paul's octopus face. Very strange. Paul in the Plague Tavern was also an evil god, and an evil god asking for help. Chen Shen still inquired. What favor? Paul's tone became somewhat strange, seemingly containing a more special emotion. I can't remember clearly, I only know one name, called Tiger Leap Gorge. I would like to ask, Captain, if you could help me find that place in the dungeon, or any clues would be fine. These potion formulas, I have given you the dual sequence formulas. If you want to enhance this lady's combat power, the Archmage path is the best. Although the Archmage and Mage paths seem similar, there are significant differences. Moreover, the dual sequence is only perfectly inherited at the first level. Captain, you won't suffer any loss. With your strength, what's the difference between the first and fourth levels? Paul was right, his current combat power mainly relied on the skeleton soldiers and skeleton knights produced by the necromantic bacteria. Shudder! The entire sinful ship began to tremble again. Time is running out. This guy, Captain, you should take him with you. His memories may be fragmented, but he can be a good guide in that instance. As Paul spoke, he handed a potion formula to Chen Shen. Captain, that group of people is already calling for you. Remember, you are the walking evil god, there's no need to be polite to them. Paul's voice grew weaker. Finally, the octopus struck, wrapping Chen Shen, Su Mumu, and Shiluo quickly onto the deck of the sinful ship. Bang! The door of the Plague Tavern closed. The ship was still swaying. The swaying grew more intense. Glasses in the cabinet behind the counter clinked together. Amidst the clinking, a bottle of wine slipped from the cabinet behind Paul, and the octopus's tentacle securely wrapped around it. In the gap where the glass fell, a mask painted with a purple octopus was clearly visible behind the cabinet, its pupils flashing with a dark glow. Chen Shen still didn't understand what Paul meant by entering the instance in the guise of an evil god. Accompanied by the swaying of the sinful ship, a massive world curtain was drawn open. The prompt to enter the instance appeared. Logging into instance, newa dance exorcism, divine authority, you have received the protection of the evil god Aloysius Paul, you are immune to unviewable mental pollution. Su Mumu received the same prompt. However, the symbol of Paul on Chen Shen's arm began to glow red, and his body seemed to have received some special enhancement. The enormous sinful ship crashed to the ground, crushing the trees of the jungle as it advanced, plowing a deep trench in the earth, causing the ship to tremble violently. Once it stabilized, Chen Shen glanced at Shiluo lying at his feet. The guy from this instance hadn't woken up yet. He raised his hand and directly grabbed Shiluo, throwing him off the ship. The dual sequence potion formula of the Archmage path was something he truly couldn't refuse. But at the same time, the high rewards might mean this instance was not much simpler than the 9 Nether. However, Chen Shen was not too worried. Holding the terrifying plagues of hemolysis and black light, this move would likely result in death without injury. The main purpose of this instance was to find the divine authority and the clues to the Tiger Leap Gorge that Paul wanted. After landing, Chen Shen summoned the Skeleton Knight and 30 skeleton soldiers. Since the last battle, the Skeleton Knight's broken bones had fully recovered under the cultivation of the necromantic bacteria. The plague body evil spirit was also thrown out by Chen Shen to survey the surroundings. After doing all this, Chen Shen kicked Shiluo at his feet twice. Stop playing dead, I know you're awake. Shiluo, having taken 2 kicks to the waist, painfully opened his eyes, slowly sitting up, his expression very strange, staring blankly ahead and mumbling, "I should be dead." "You're not dead. I'll ask, you answer. Why were you in the tavern?" I don't know, I only remember being in the village." "No! Mother! I need to find my mother." Shiluo suddenly struggled to get up, wanting to leave quickly. Chen extended his foot, tripping him, and he fell flat on his face. "I can help you. I don't need it. I want to find my mother. I want to find my mother. Moo moo." Chen raised his hand. Sumumu understood immediately and nodded, continuously controlling 10 different attacks without interruption, all directed at Shiluo. This guy was really tricky. He wouldn't listen to advice, couldn't be communicated with, and was even stubborn as a dead axle. I had never seen someone so obstinate. "Can you talk to me now?" A cold light flashed in Chen eyes, his body shrouded in black mist, transforming into the garb of a medieval doctor with a bird's beak. At that moment, Shiluo truly looked at Chen for the first time. In his eyes, Chen radiated a terrifying red light, a bizarre figure writhing. You are an evil god." "I am an evil god," Chen admitted, casually inventing a name for the evil god. "Father of plague, the evil god of filth, a being that walks among humans." As he spoke, he placed his hand on a large tree, and in an instant, that tree withered away. A terrifying aura of death spread. Shiluo stared in shock at the tree that had been drained of life in an instant. "Just arrived in this world, tell me everything about this world. Offer your honesty to the evil god, and you will gain the evil god's help, for example, to help you find your mother." Shiluo indeed fell silent, his confusion replaced by excitement. The fact that this being appeared before him and could unleash such power meant he was undoubtedly an evil god. No wonder that Octopus treated him with such respect. An evil god capable of easily tearing apart evil spirits must have them as subordinates. Shiluo trembled, struggling to kneel. After a couple of attempts, he hurriedly said, "Evil god, my name is Shiluo, a water person from Luo River. We worship the gods, carve the newa masks, and perform the newa dance to pray for the gods' descent. You, such a powerful evil god, please allow me to carve a newa mask for you." "Don't interrupt, continue speaking about this world. I need to understand to help you, child." I understand. We Luo River people, for generations, have sought the gods to enter the newa masks, fighting with the newa dance, awakening spirits with the newa dance. Do you still remember where your home is?" "I don't remember. My head hurts so much." The word home made Shiluo's expression pained, looking genuinely distressed. Paul had also mentioned that this guy had some memory issues. "Child, it's hard for me to help you like this, you can't even find your home. I know a place whose name has been calling me." "What place?" "Hu Jian." Chen raised his hand, and Sumumu released her control over Shiluo. "Take me there." "Hu Jian, the place Paul had told me to find any clues. Please, let me carve a newa mask for the evil god first," Shiluo pleaded. After breaking free from control, he knelt on the ground, crawling quickly towards Chen feet, hands in a pleading gesture, his head pressed against the ground. "Humble as dirt. The Luo River people need newa masks, my newa mask. My previous newa mask. I beg you, evil god, let me carve you, I implore you." Shiluo opened his mouth, recalling that mentioning another evil god's existence in front of one was a significant taboo, causing him to stutter halfway through his words. Chen also wanted to see what the so-called newa mask would look like, especially what it would be like to carve his own newa mask. "How long will it take?" "Not long. I just need an hour. Please wait a moment while I gather materials." Shiluo frantically stood up and ran off to collect materials to carve the newa mask. Chen was somewhat speechless. This guy really wasn't very bright. However, since he knew about Hu Jian, it indicated that what Paul wanted to know was still somewhat connected to him. With the blessing of Paul Aloysius, Chen also wanted to see what his evil god form would look like. Half an hour passed, and Shiluo sat excitedly on the ground with a piece of wood. With a carving knife in hand, he lowered his head and began to create a newa mask. In a nearly frenzied state, his carving movements became increasingly rapid. In less than 20 minutes, Shiluo had carved a strange newa mask. This mask had 3 faces. One face was a human visage, covered in drooping flesh, flanked by swords and unique ornaments. Another face resembled an octopus, while the third looked like a crow. Upon seeing this scene, Chen felt as if his skull had been struck heavily. He felt nauseous and nearly vomited. If it weren't for the blessing of Aloysius, he feared he would have succumbed to mental pollution. Sumumu also turned her head away, unable to bear it. A strong sense of pollution emanated from the newa mask, as what Shiluo had carved was simply too disgusting. Chen Shen glanced over, and the central face of the mask resembled the monsters he encountered in his nightmares, with the octopus resembling Alosi's Paul, and the crow representing his plague doctor. Chen Shen couldn't understand how the things from his dreams could appear in his carving. After finishing the carving, Shilua mixed various plant juices to create paint and smeared it on the newa mask. In that moment, Chen Shen seemed to form a subtle connection with the mask. Great evil god, the newa mask is ready. You truly are a powerful evil god, with three different shadows. You are really strong, Shilua exclaimed as he put the ugly newa mask on his face. Great evil god, you have three forms, but I could only carve the one where you look the most handsome. Chen Shen caught a glimpse of the carved mask out of the corner of his eye. The newa mask was exceptionally lifelike, but just that one glance made Chen Shen feel extremely nauseous. He called that handsome? The three eerie faces of the newa mask were thus worn by Shilua. Take it off, and take me to Tiger Leap Gorge. Wearing the mask, Shilua jumped up excitedly, shouting, Memory! Memory! Great evil god, your power has allowed me to see more of my own memories. I am a warrior, a newa drama warrior. Shilua stared blankly at his hands. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air came. Several terrifying arrows fell like rain. Plague intestinal disease had already been unleashed. Chen Shen tapped his toes to the ground, grabbing Su Mumu's hand, and quickly led her into the plague. Within the plague, Chen Shen watched as arrows fell. Shilua's body twisted in a bizarre manner. With his right hand pressed to the ground and his legs contorted, he hung upside down, evading the arrows in an extremely tricky posture. Shilua, you are dead meat. Whoosh! With a sharp female roar, several more powerful arrows shot forth. This time, Shilua turned slightly, tilting his head as the arrows grazed past the newa mask, leaving a long scratch on the still wet paint of the mask. The frail figure moved quickly among the trees in the jungle, and in an instant, 3 more arrows were shot. Shilua stomped on the ground, twisting and dancing the newa dance, kicking away all the incoming arrows with the movements of his dance. Shilua, you are dead meat. The figure had already reached Shilua, kicking him in the chest and stepping on him to prevent him from getting up. With a longbow drawn to its full length, the arrowhead trembled, ready to be shot. The person wore a colorful Rakshasa newa mask on their face. Shilua, why are you still alive? Do you know how many people have died because of you? Who are you? Shilua asked in a dazed tone, feeling a strange familiarity with the Rakshasa mask before him. You! What are you pretending for? Go to hell and repent to your evil god. Chen Shen slowly walked out from the plague. Evil god, are you talking about me? A sudden voice emerged, causing the attacker to raise his bow and aim at Chen Shen. In the next moment, a 4th-tier skeleton soldier swung its longsword. The longbow in the man's hands was instantly shattered. The arrow flew out. The skeleton knight blocked the arrow with its heavy sword, firmly standing in front of Chen Shen. Shiluo, you are communicating with the evil god again. You scoundrel! The woman who had fallen to the ground struggled to get up, but the heavy blow from the skeleton soldier had injured her significantly. In the next moment, Chen Shen, who had slipped into the plague, reappeared, grabbing the Rakshasa mask on his face. When the mask was removed, a beautiful girl with a high nose bridge appeared. Chen Shen did not examine her features closely but instead looked at the mask in his hand. Rakshasa mask, Rakshasa, note, Rakshasas are the lowest level deities. They can grant summoners extremely high agility and warrior genes. They are not evil gods, but deities. Before Chen Shen could finish examining the Rakshasa mask, a cloud of black smoke emanated from his hand. The Rakshasa mask instantly petrified and then exploded. You have stolen a trace of divine power. The protection of Alosi's Paul has been strengthened. Are deities and evil gods the standards of combat power in this world? You! The woman, who had just opened her mouth to speak after seeing Chen Shen destroy her mask, closed it again. In her eyes, Chen Shen's posture was a bizarre amalgamation of 3 different evil gods. High-level evil gods. What is your name? Chen Shen wanted to apologize for blowing up her mask, but the words turned into a question instead. My name is. I remember now, Tu Yi. You are Tu Yi. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in Tiger Leap Gorge? No, you can't leave Tiger Leap Gorge. Shiluo seemed to recall something and clutched her head in pain. In that moment, Tu Yi's eyes glinted with ferocity. Biting her lip, she drew a dagger from her waist and charged at Shiluo. Su Mumu was quick. With a firm control of her power, Tu Yi's body was swiftly immobilized. Tu Yi threw away the dagger, struggling and roaring like a madwoman. 2201 lives from the Luo River, all dead because of you, you dog. How can you still mention Tiger Leap Gorge? You beast. Over 3,000 people from Luo River who raised you, all dead. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. This woman also came from Tiger Leap Gorge. It seemed that the clues about Tiger Leap Gorge were easier to find. Don't be too hasty, he has died once, and his memories are a bit confused. Children, perhaps there is some misunderstanding between you. Chen Shen's conciliatory words turned into a clear threat in Tuye's eyes. If you want to kill, then kill. There is no misunderstanding. He has already sided with the evil god. Tuye bit her lip, looking as if she was ready to die heroically. Chen Shen glanced back at Shiluo, who was crouching on the ground. What exactly had this guy done? Evil gods are not necessarily bad. For example, I am a benevolent evil god. The use of power depends on the person. Chen Shen did not know that, in the eyes of others, his image was no longer that of a bird-beaked doctor but rather a bizarre amalgamation of three evil gods. Tuye merely glanced at him, searching for the source of benevolence, when the immobilized Tuye directly spat it out. Ugh! Sumumu was somewhat shocked. Chen Shen made her vomit. Chen Shen was also bewildered. Dressed as a bird-beaked doctor, though somewhat strange, there was no need to vomit. Two guys ready to fight at any moment. Sigh. Knight, take her. He commanded the skeleton knight to do the heavy lifting. Sumumu watched from the side. Chen Shen could not possibly grab her himself. The skeleton knight effortlessly hoisted Tuye onto its shoulder. As for Shiluo, there were too many issues with her. First of all, why was she appearing in the tavern in the first place? In the past, those who caused trouble in the tavern without paying for their drinks had long been dealt with by Paul. This guy not only stirred up a big mess, but Paul also provided himself with a potion formula for the Great Mage Dual Sequence path. Although he had only met Paul no more than 3 times, it was clear that this was not his style. Could it be that this guy had some connection with Paul? Or perhaps the evil god Paul in the tavern was once a part of this instance, and for some reason became the evil god bartender of the Plague Tavern. It seemed that finding clues about the Tiger Leap Gorge still depended on Shiluo. Miss, I came here with one purpose, to help you. Would you like to make a mask for me? After all, your mask has already shattered in my hands, so consider it my compensation to you. Tuye slowly closed his eyes, as if looking any longer would make him nauseous. Soft words were useless, it was time for some harsh talk. Do you know what the evil god likes the most? I love to slowly extract the bones of disobedient trophies and turn them into skeletons, to see that they were once the greatest warriors in life. The remaining flesh and blood are used for special material research. Of course, if the trophy has some value, and is even willing to belong to me, I might offer a little help. Tuye trembled a couple of times. Chen Shen observed that Tuye's reaction was not intense enough. Meanwhile, Shiluo, who had been walking beside them, had an expression that suggested he wanted to speak but dared not. This guy still remembered some things. Chen Shen realized that as an evil god, he would not reveal any inner thoughts here. Tuye, you are a good seed. If you need my help, call for me. My name is the Plague Father, the evil god of filth. The skeleton knight Shiluo will be your support here. I must take my leave. After saying this, Chen Shen put away the remaining skeleton soldiers and the plague body, evil spirit before taking Sumumu's hand and vanishing into the plague. Now, Chen Shen had perfect control over the spread and containment of the plague. This came from the hidden effect of the title Under the Dawn Tower. After vanishing into the plague, Chen Shen silently followed behind the two. Dog of the evil god. Dog of the evil god. Tuye, are they okay? Chen Shen's eyes flashed with a sharp light in the plague. This guy really knew something. Okay? The gate to Tiger Leap Gorge has already opened. The monsters inside have come out. You better explain the situation with Luojiang water, or I will definitely kill you. Shiluo continued walking. He shook his head, his hand constantly tapping his temple. I remember I went to find my mother. My mother is still waiting for me there. Shiluo appeared exceptionally pained. I want to go back to Luojiang water and take a look. Tuye said nothing more, letting the skeleton knight carry him. The two of them seem very familiar, and I feel that Luojiang water and Tiger Leap Gorge are related. Sumumu spoke up beside them. Chen Shen nodded. Now, the two places mentioned by these two were likely the villages where they were born. Tiger Leap Gorge was a place of guardianship. Chen Shen followed the two for less than 2 hours when a surging river appeared, and in the distance, smoke was rising from a village, indicating that people were still active. Tuye looked at the distant village, where people were faintly walking, and she was stunned. No, isn't there no living person in Luojiang water? Shiluo's eyes lit up, and he took off his mask, hiding it against his chest. The whole person quickly began to run. Mom! 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 As Shiluo ran, he called out. The woman slowly turned around and saw her son's figure. At that moment, it seemed as if the mother had been waiting for a long time, revealing the happiest smile. Sierra! Shiluo rushed into the embrace of the woman. In the midst of the plague, Sumumu and Shen Shen's pupils contracted, and Sumumu clenched her fists tighter. Mom! Mom! Son, I miss you. The woman slowly held her son tighter. Mom has been waiting for you. Always waiting for you, you finally came back. Tears streamed down her face as she held Shiluo. Mom! I really miss you so much, I had a nightmare. Upon mentioning the nightmare, the woman patted Shiluo's back. Child, don't think too much, dreams are just dreams. Today, I'll make you pancakes. Are you going back to Tiger Leap Gorge this time? I'm not going. I'll stay here with you. I miss you so much. Shiluo clung to the woman like a spoiled child as they slowly walked into the village. At that moment, outside the village, the skeleton knight stopped, and the incredulous Tuyi was slung over its shoulder. I clearly saw everyone dead. Why is the village still here? Why? Does it still exist? Chen Chen emerged from the plague. The plague intestinal disease was kept within a very small range for movement. The scene he saw was different from what Tuyi and Shiluo saw. A familiar feeling surged within him. He didn't explain but instructed the skeleton knight to put down Tuyi. You also grew up by the Luo River, right? You should go take a look. Maybe there's someone you want to see. No. They're all dead. Chen Chen spoke up. Maybe that's just a dream of yours. Dream? After saying this, Chen Chen once again slipped into the plague. To find clues, he just needed to look, and the clues would naturally appear. Tuyi watched as Chen Chen and Sumumu disappeared. Her first reaction was to leave this place. But when she turned back to look at the Luo River village, the villagers she remembered as dead were still alive and well. She began to doubt whether she was really just having a strange dream. After hesitating for a moment, she entered the village. Upon entering, Tuyi felt an indescribable sense of incongruity around her. Uncle Lu! Uncle Lu stopped, glanced at Tuyi, shook his head, and continued walking. It feels so strange. Mom! Don't busy yourself. I'll be back for a long time this time. I'll always be at home. No, what if you leave? You need to take enough pancakes with you. Mom doesn't know anything else, just how to make pancakes. I'll make you some to take. You'll have enough to eat later. Okay. Shiluo sat at home with an excited smile on his face. He turned his head to look around and suddenly noticed the painting on the wall. A sudden pain shot through his head. Some memories began to resurface. Flashbacks of bloody scenes kept appearing. Here's a piece, you eat first. Just as Shiluo was about to take the pancake, his mind flashed back to the images again. His hands suddenly became covered in blood. Ah! Shiluo stumbled back a few steps, looking around at the ruins and the corpses scattered everywhere. Child, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. The mother in front of Shiluo had turned into a bloody, mangled corpse, her ears and nose severed from her head. Mom! Child, I'll go make some more pancakes. Mom! Shiluo called out twice. His mother seemed not to hear and turned away. Mom! With a cry tinged with tears, his mother's footsteps halted. I'll go make pancakes. Shiluo stared painfully at his mother's back. Everything seemed to become extraordinarily bizarre. He couldn't remember anything. Why had it turned out like this? Shiluo grabbed his hair with one hand and kept patting his temple with the other. Slap, slap, slap. He hoped that what he saw was just an illusion. After several forceful strikes, in an instant, the surrounding scene seemed to revert to its original form. It was as if an old object had been slapped a few times and was fine again. He didn't know what problem he had encountered, why he had seen the scene just now. What is real? Why was there that scene just now? No, Memories kept flashing back. The scene before him changed, as if everything was void. The clash between blurred memories and reality left Shiluo momentarily unable to distinguish. Fake. Everything is fake. No. It's fake. It's fake. Shiluo tightly closed his eyes and then opened them again, afraid that the scene before him would revert to its ruined state. He cautiously spoke. Mom, you're okay, right? You're still alive, right? I'll go make a pancake. His mother's footsteps moved again, repeating that same phrase. Mom, tell me, you're still alive, right? You're still alive. I'll go make you a pancake, just wait a moment, you really just need to wait a moment. Fake. It's fake. Shiluo's mind felt like a lump of mush, shaking constantly. The woman's eerie figure stood before Shiluo. Looking at Shiluo crouched on the ground, she reached out her hand to her right eyeball with a pained expression. Blood splattered, and after gouging out the eyeball, the woman put it in her mouth and swallowed. The shaking, ruined scene switched again. She looked at her blood-stained hands and wiped them on her apron. Then she slowly crouched down and touched her son's head. In a soft voice, she said, "Silly child, Mom is alive, what are you thinking? Look around, are you having a nightmare?" The trembling, soothing words came. This time, Shilua opened his eyes, and everything around him returned to normal. It seemed he had really seen it wrong. He told himself in his heart that maybe there really was a problem. Mom is alive, has always been alive. Chen Chen was also walking through the plague, seeing the village in complete ruin, with eerie corpses wandering in the village. The people of the entire village existed in the world in another strange way. Won't they harm people? Chen Chen looked at the familiar cursed glow. No, don't you feel this aura is very familiar? Sumumu stared at the village for a long time, and finally, she discovered the problem. She exclaimed, "This is Mr. Paul's protection." Yes, that's why I didn't stop them from entering the village. Paul's protection covers the entire village. Chen Chen slowly raised his arm, the curse mark of Alosis on his arm radiating a burning pain. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as they entered the village, Chen Chen saw a blood-soaked corpse with its features completely removed, holding Shilua. Even more terrifying was that the skin on the corpse had been completely peeled off. Shilua was crying and laughing while holding that corpse. It was as if he had gone mad. Tuyi wandered around the village in a daze. Are they really okay like this? Under Paul's protection, they won't be harmed. The people in the village are all dead. Because of Paul's protection, they are still alive, but Paul is not a philanthropist. In Chen Chen's view, Paul, who liked to trade everything, could not simply protect this village for no reason, making the village still appear to be living in the eyes of the living. It was like a special hallucinogen, making people feel alive when, in reality, the people here were as dead as could be. But maintaining all of this always required a price. And what is the price? Chen Chen murmured. Then he looked around at everything. The protection is about to collapse and will disappear. Son, stop thinking wildly. Mom is still alive. Mom will make you pancakes. When you go back to Tiger Leap Gorge, bring them something too. Mom! I can't go back. I've come to believe in an evil god. The mask can carve deities, but the evil god is the most disgusting and polluted existence. The evil god is a taboo in the waters of Luojiang. The waters of Luojiang have always been very hostile to the evil god. They hate the evil god, and any existence related to the evil god is not allowed. And Shilua knows that the fact he believes in the evil god must never be revealed. Once the villagers of Luojiang find out, they will definitely not spare him and his mother. Hearing Shilua's words, the woman was not surprised, nor did she blame him. Instead, she smiled and spoke. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't stay in Tiger Leap Gorge, it doesn't matter if you believe in the evil god, as long as you keep doing what you think is right. Shilua's head began to ache again. His memories seemed to be gradually returning. He always felt that something was off. The mask on his chest began to emit a series of red lights. The woman released Shilua's hand and hurriedly walked outside, but her steps paused again. In fact, it had already been very difficult for her to hold on until now. Why was she still running? Watching her son was good enough. The woman retracted her raised foot, slowly turned around, and looked at Shilua with a gaze full of affection. At that moment, in the distance, birds flew in the forest. The cawing of crows echoed through the heavens and the earth. Chen Chen gathered the plague and looked into the distance. The strange Tuyi in the village turned his head. Shilua also looked up. A terrifying blue flame shot up into the sky. It burst forth from the mountain. This sudden flame interrupted everything, like a chasm splitting the forest and the river. A chaotic and dark aura rolled out from within. Under the burning flames, terrifying phantoms flickered. Countless bizarre third-tier creatures surged out from inside. Shilua, hesitating. Go on, Mom is still alive, she hasn't died. You don't have to worry about me like a child. Mom, I'm no longer from Tiger Leap Gorge. Tiger Leap Gorge prides itself on the divine mask dance. What are they killing? Now tell Mom, what are they protecting? As long as they are still killing these monsters, it's right, as long as they are still guarding. Mom will wait for you at home, you go? Shilua hesitated for a moment and turned to walk towards the village exit. Tuyi also hurriedly ran out. After everyone left, Chen Chen slowly walked out of the plague. He looked at the old woman standing in front of the house. Once Chen Chen completely stepped out of the plague, everything here changed. The dilapidated village, the slowly walking corpses. Chen Chen did not intend to personally deal with those third-tier monsters. He only arranged for the plague body, evil spirit, to follow. He looked at the old woman in front of him and slowly spoke. Can we talk? Paul. Chen Chen stared at the corpse in front of him, which slowly grew octopus tentacles, its body twisting until it became indistinguishable from Paul in the Plague Tavern. Captain, my performance was pretty good, right? I played the role of a mother perfectly. Why? This is a transaction. A transaction. In this world, some people pray to the evil god, and I agreed to the transaction. On April 3rd, 3 months ago, the The people here have been exchanging with the evil god using the bodies of the elderly. This ritual has lasted for 30 years. The reason they do this is simply to trade with the evil god to make the children born in Luojiang more gifted in carving the mask. A child with the talent to carve the mask, such a child can earn 70 gold here in Tiger Leap Gorge. 70 gold is enough for the village to do nothing for a whole year. But, unfortunately, on April 3rd, the ceremony was initiated by a woman whose age did not meet the requirements. There were no elders left in the village, so they had no choice but to force her to be sacrificed to the evil god. After all, this was related to the harvest of the village for the coming year. Compared to the deal with the evil god, working hard truly felt unbearable. Her son did not return from Tiger Leap Gorge, and he too had been a beneficiary for 30 years, born with an extraordinary talent. It goes without saying that the child Paul mentioned was Shiluo. Chen Chen added, "The old woman reversed the ceremony and made a deal with you?" Paul squirmed. "Wrong. It was Shiluo, who just happened to return and killed everyone in the village, and with his mother's corpse and his own life, completed the deal with me. That was his wish." Chen Chen did not understand why, if Paul could appear here, he still wanted her to go to Tiger Leap Gorge to search for clues. "So all of this is just a transaction, then why do you want me to investigate Tiger Leap Gorge using the potion formula of the great magician?" Paul slowly moved his body into the room. "I'm not entirely acting, right now, I am both Paul and that woman. Her memories are influencing me, so sometimes I don't even know why I make unfair deals. To be honest, I regret it a bit. The potion formula from the great magician is indeed too much of a loss. The situation was simple. Shiluo killed everyone in the village and made a deal with the evil god, and the evil god he dealt with was Paul from the Plague Tavern. That was why he was brought to the Plague Tavern. Is there a direction regarding the matter of authority? Captain, haven't you already found it? Obtain all the masks engraved with the deities, 37,128 masks. You are now the evil god and can trade with them at will, or walk the world as a plague, killing everything here." Paul's octopus-like tentacles reached out to grasp the doorknob and slowly closed the door. "You're right, the plague doctor can save lives and also take them. That Tuye's mask was the key." Chen Chen found her direction. No longer suppressing plague intestinal disease, she began to let the plague spread at an extremely fast rate, while plague intestinal disease also carried plague blood coagulation disease to spread through the air. However, Chen Chen was never short on time. Let the plague cover the entire instance. Walking amidst the plague to obtain 37,128 masks. Acquire complete divine authority and perfect the sinful ship. Su Mumu pursed her lips, watching Chen Chen spread the plague beside her. She did not speak to stop him. It seemed to her that Chen Chen had his own plan, and she only needed to act when she could help him. "What are you thinking about?" Noticing Su Mumu's silence, Chen Chen couldn't help but ask. "Nothing. Spreading the plague is to explore this world, and only through the emergence of a disaster can some unseen things be revealed. Blood coagulation disease is, on one hand, a chronic plague, but on the other hand, under reverse treatment, as long as one does not die, they can basically recover fully. A double-edged sword." At this moment, Tiger Leap Gorge. Tiger Leap Gorge is formed by two towering mountains creating a cliff. The cliff walls are carved with numerous statues of ghostly leaps and divine dances. The 1,000-meter cliff is engraved with no less than 10,000 statues. Among them, on the largest statue, a frail body moves swiftly in a vigorous posture, holding up a horn as large as a person. In a strange stance, it stands steadily in the palm of the giant deity statue, raising its hands and blowing the horn. A loud horn sound echoed. From the cliff cave, a group of warriors wearing ghostly masks slowly emerged. "Everyone over 20, come with me, those under 15 and the girls stay in Tiger Leap Gorge." "Old Pan, what's going on?" "Spirit fire of Ghost Mountain, the monsters are coming out again." "The monsters are climbing the mountain again, is everyone in the cliff gorge going?" "That's quite a show." "Indeed." After blowing the horn, the frail Old Pan took off the mask from his waist and put it on. The moment he donned the mask, Old Pan raised his right hand high. He shouted, "Faith in the gods. The gods protect us." The slogan echoed through the mountain gorge. The young man in front, who had been questioning, immediately took off his mask and put it on. Those who emerged from the cliff cave all donned masks of various expressions. They raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "Faith in the gods. The gods protect us." With each repeated shout, Old Pan leaped. Everyone moved at the same time. Thousands of warriors wearing masks leaped up the cliff gorge towards the mountain. "Tu Yi, you don't even have a mask. What are you doing here?" Seemingly recalling the little girl chasing after him, Shi Luo couldn't help but shout to stop her. Without a mask, fighting monsters was no different from seeking death. The spirit fire of Ghost Mountain was not just the monsters that kept emerging, the flames were so hot that one could be consumed in an instant. Even without a mask, I won't believe in an evil god like you. The little girl, Tu-yi, frowned and couldn't help but speak up. What I believe in is none of your business. Don't come here to stir up trouble. Tu-yi pouted, unable to hold back her words. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I always thought you killed everyone in Luo Jiangshui. Don't talk. Shi Luo dashed behind Tu-yi and hugged her tightly, quickly retreating. The spirit fire of Ghost Mountain surged around them like a tidal wave. Amidst the flames, 3 humanoid red wolf monsters charged out, their bone spikes instantly thrusting towards Tu-yi's chest. Shi Luo, wearing a mask, emanated a thick black smoke. A pitch-black spear appeared in his palm. In an instant of concentration, Shi Luo exerted force with one arm. With a flick, the bone spike shattered. After the flick, Shi Luo held onto Tu-yi and continued to retreat rapidly. Third stage. So strong. Tu-yi felt her face flush as she sensed Shi Luo's grip around her waist. Put me down, I can draw my bow. Shut up. We can't get out. At some point, they were already surrounded by writhing fire snakes within a few meters. Monsters kept emerging from the flames to attack. More and more monsters surged forth. Attacks came from all directions, overwhelming them. With one hand holding Tu-yi and the other wielding the heavy spear, Shi Luo managed for a short time, but as time passed, even with the blessing of the evil god's mask, he began to struggle. The flames scorched him, and the rising temperature around made his head spin. Put me down. Tu-yi struggled a couple of times, and Shi Luo's hands were already straining. In a moment of instinct, he lost his grip, and she landed, quickly drawing a bow and arrow, knocking it and shooting. One arrow pierced through a monster's skull. Without the mask, Tu-yi's bow's power had decreased by more than 70%, but her aim remained precise. In quick succession, she drew and shot at the monsters that just peeked out from the flames, forcing them back. This provoked a roar from the flames. A massive monster struggled to emerge. Under the wave of monsters, Shi Luo didn't think of retreating any further, he stopped in his tracks. With both hands supporting the spear, he danced it beneath the mask, shaking it with force. The spearhead quivered, the air swirled, and the flames were whipped up. With a thrust, the flames exploded. Within the flames, another monster was impaled by the long spear. The black spear was entwined with the aura of death, and the monster's body withered. The mask on his face became even more vivid. With this thrust, Shi Luo's breathing began to quicken. The most terrifying aspect of the spirit fire of Ghost Mountain was its endless flames and the monsters that leaped out from within. After 3 or 4 thrusts, the mask on Shi Luo's face became even more vivid, but his clothes had completely burned away. Without the mask, Tu-yi blushed, straining to draw her bow. Stop wasting your effort. I'll unleash the flames of my gun to carve a path. You charge out and leave. I won't. Like a completely disobedient teammate, Tu-yi refused to listen at all. The next moment, what Tu-yi said left Shi Luo stunned. I still have the strength to draw my bow. Even if I die, it will be for a purpose. This is the rule of Tiger Leap Gorge. When facing the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire, one must die here. This makes no sense. You don't even have a mask. You believe in an evil god. Shi Luo's black gun trembled in her hand, and another monster was pierced and killed. Believing in an evil god isn't wrong. Just kill them. Can't you see what's right and what's wrong even now? Tu-yi was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. After a brief pause, she stubbornly continued to draw her bow, shooting at the monsters that sprang forth from the flames. Seeing that reasoning was futile, Shi Luo could only focus on killing monsters herself. However, the flames were growing larger, and it was no longer something she could hold back alone with her strength. Under the flames, the air around them was becoming increasingly scarce, making it difficult for Tu-yi to breathe. Realizing that continuing like this would be a burden, she finally spoke up. If I die, I can stand in the monument of Tiger Leap Gorge. If you believe in an evil god and die, then you'll lose everything, so please don't die. She was starting to struggle, blood seeping from her fingertips. Warriors with masks faced the Ghost Mountain spiritual fire and had a slim chance of survival, how much more so for a girl without a mask? In truth, she had understood from the very beginning that the appearance of the Ghost Mountain spiritual fire was her opportunity. Without a mask, returning to Tiger Leap Gorge would mean she could never become a warrior again. She would either remain forever in Tiger Leap Gorge as a teacher, guiding students, or believe in an evil god to carve out a new mask. But she didn't want either of those paths. Dying in the Ghost Mountain spiritual fire, she could at least die as a masked warrior. This was also Tu-yi's most genuine thought at that moment. When she could no longer draw the bow, death was the closest thing to her. Beams of light shot forth. Thousands of warriors wearing masks surged into view. You're so slow to arrive. Just as Tu-yi finished her lament, her strength was nearly spent. In the next moment, she felt her collar being yanked from behind, and in an instant, Tui opened her eyes and cursed. Luo, you bastard! Before her voice could finish, her whole body was thrown into the air. Luo had directly flung her away. After doing all this, Luo's black gun erupted with black gas, thrusting forward. It plunged into the flames. Within the flames, Luo focused all his strength. The force of his entire being made the gun's tip tremble and bloom. With a loud shout, "Open!" a path was forcibly torn open in the flames. Watching Tui fly away, Luo took a deep breath, murmuring as he inhaled the scorching air. Why die? Surviving is what matters. Images flashed again in Luo's mind, as if he remembered something. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, severed limbs and broken arms. Long spears pierced through throats, and hundreds of villagers were nailed to the ground in a bizarre posture, performing a special ritual, as if they were trading with an evil god. Luo, feeling sick, released his grip on the black gun, staring blankly at his hands. In the flashback, beneath his eyes, his hands seemed to be covered in blood. Was the brutal slaughter him? He couldn't help but start to scream. Ah! What have I done? Flames surged up, a tidal wave of fire rushing toward Luo, who had let go of the black gun. Bang! An old man wearing a pink ghost mask descended from the sky, and with a single swing of his pink wolf-tooth club, he split the flames that were covering Luo. The monsters within the flames were smashed to pieces by that blow. In Tiger Leap Gorge, Pan Long, the little old man, stood about 1.30 meters tall, lifting the pink wolf-tooth club higher than others with one hand. He swung down. A frail body, muscles bursting forth, inhuman biceps and pectorals, trapezius all bulging. A terrifying force surged through the thick arms, charging forward. The pink wolf-tooth club came crashing down. The swirling wind easily tore through the flames. No technique whatsoever, just pure strength. The old man Pan Long slightly turned to glance at the dazed Luo, instantly recognizing the mask of the evil god. He slowly turned his back to Luo, and a voice, aged yet powerful, came through. Luo, pick up your gun. I've taught you for 15 years, you haven't forgotten, have you? Luo looked at his blood-stained hands, startled awake by that voice. His whole body jolted, reflexively using his toes to hook the black gun on the ground. He gripped it with both hands. A terrifying black aura emanated. The gaze beneath the mask became exceptionally sharp. Pan Long laughed maniacally. One hand raised the pink wolf-tooth club high once more. Just moments ago, Luo had saved Tui, and this scene was vividly imprinted in Pan Long's mind. He thought this rascal was still worth saving. Down it came. A monster that had just emerged was smashed into a pulp by the wolf-tooth club. He shouted excitedly, "Good, good, good. You die here. My monument spot will be given to you. The condition is that you kill enough. Enough, enough, enough." A terrifying force radiated from Pan Long. Luo gripped the black gun. The power suddenly erupted. Waist and horse united. The black gun thrust upward, the gun's power exploded, sweeping horizontally. The figure over there by Pan is so familiar. That mask? Is it the evil god's mask? How could the evil god's masked warrior come here to kill monsters? Killing monsters. Are you tired of living, talking nonsense about the coach? A shout broke through, and over 1,000 people began to charge at the monsters and the flames. Old Pan, you can't touch things like the evil god, don't make the wrong choice. After murmuring, the lean old man also charged into the flames. The pink wolf-tooth club kept landing critical hits. Pan Long wielded the pink wolf-tooth club with one hand, cutting through a sea of fire. Although Luo wasn't as fierce as Pan Long, his black gun was agile, able to strike down monsters as soon as they appeared. The two worked together, unleashing unparalleled might. They tore open a clear path, which became the route for the subsequent masked warriors' battles. Thousands began to spread out, killing monsters. In an instant, the pressure of the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire lessened by a third. However, like a tide, the flames crazily surged, feeding on all the plants in the mountains, rampaging forward. As long as the core area's flame core continued to burn with the help of plants, the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire would never cease. A massive number of monsters continued to roar within the flames. The sky had darkened. The flames illuminated the mountains, and at this moment, under the blockade of 1,000 masked warriors, the trend of the flames had significantly diminished. However, without eliminating the core, this Ghost Mountain spiritual fire could not be completely extinguished. Hours of continuous battle. Most of the masked warriors were already battered and bruised. Their combat power against the flames had greatly weakened. This had turned into a war of attrition. The outcome was already determined. Either a group of masked warriors would be exhausted to death, or the core of the Ghost Mountain spiritual fire would continue to burn with the plants that could not be consumed. Chen Chen watched all of this. He too had two choices: wait for these warriors to die and then pick up the mask, gradually collecting divine authority, or choose to unleash a plague to reverse the treatment and help them. Now Chen Shen was also conflicted. For a moment, the task of completing the instance clashed with a person's basic conscience. This choice left Su Mumu unable to offer any advice. Far above in the mountains, Chen Shan and Su Mumu saw two different figures beginning to charge through the flames. A black long gun, a pink wolf-tooth club. Pan Long and Shi Luo. Two highly distinctive weapons cleaved a twisted path, directly reaching the core area of the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire in a crooked manner. However, under the lead of Pan Long, they too found themselves isolated and unsupported. The thousands of masked warriors had already reached their limit in preventing the spread of the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire. Shi Luo and Pan Long had delved deep into the heart of the flames. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and the flames roared like a tide. Pan Long swung his wolf-tooth club to carve a path, but within seconds, the flames surged back to fill the gap. The intensity of the flames and the monsters emerging from them had risen by more than one level. The two, fighting alone, had become bloodthirsty. Damn it, how ruthless. Can't kill them all. That bunch of brats hasn't caught up yet. Forget it. They won't catch up. Unlike Shi Luo, Pan Long kept cursing. His breathing began to quicken, and his right hand started to tremble. Gripping the pink wolf-tooth club passed to him by his left hand, blood oozed through his fingers. The muscles in his right arm had begun to twitch. The limit of one-handed combat had been reached. Shi Luo's breathing was also rapid. He used both hands to stab at the monsters with his black gun, relying solely on his strength. At this moment, his legs felt weak, and blood began to seep from his fingertips. Beneath the mask, his condition was much better than Pan Long's. The evil god's mask had 3 faces, each with special enhancements. It seemed that Pan Long noticed that Shi Luo still had some strength to squeeze out. Pan Long shouted, "Hey, go chop trees, I'll clear the mountain." Now that they had delved deep into the core, the only way to end this was to crush the fiery plants still growing within the flames. Pan Long took a deep breath, the scorching air filling his lungs, like a coiled dragon lying in wait. His left arm's muscles instantly swelled, and with a roar, beneath the pink ghostly mask, Pan Long's eyes turned bloodshot. He raised the wolf-tooth club and swung it down. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 strikes, an area ahead cleared out. Shi Luo stepped forward, holding the black gun, leaning his body forward, leaving a dark shadow as he sliced through a large area of trees at a terrifying speed. However, after taking just 1 step, he sensed something was wrong. The flames had once again covered his back. Shi Luo halted. He hesitated for just 3 seconds. His whole body turned around, the black gun in his hand. He thrust the gun through the flames. At that moment, Pan Long was half squatting on the ground, propping himself up with the wolf-tooth club, breathing heavily. Shi Luo's gaze sharpened. A monster in the flames raised a bone knife to strike down. Shi Luo's body flashed. He appeared behind old Pan. With both hands raised, he held the black gun above his head as a massive monster swung down with a knife. Clang! This blow was firmly blocked by Shi Luo. Finally, Shi Luo spoke. "Old Pan." The familiar voice made Pan Long open his eyes. He swung the wolf-tooth club with his left hand, smashing the monster that had burst forth from the flames. Pan Long slowly straightened his body, weakly saying, "I'm so tired, almost fell asleep." "Wasn't it you who said to chop trees? We're already here. If it really doesn't work, you stay here and guard while I go chop." Shi Luo said nothing. He stared intently at Pan Long. The next second, Pan Long's body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Old Pan. Teacher, I know you too well. Do you really still have the strength to fight your way out?" Pan Long deflated, sitting down and breathing heavily, the scorching air swirling in his lungs, making them feel fiery. "Is there a possibility that I, Old Pan, don't want to give this brat my position on the monument?" Shi Luo remained silent, continuing to stab at a monster that had not fully emerged from the flames, killing it. "You rest, I'll guard. Don't waste your strength, I'll clear a path for you to kill the core to end this. You've always been like this, letting emotions dictate your actions." About the matter in Luojiang Water Village. "Actually, I've always known." The 3 words Luojiang Water made Shi Luo's steps a bit frantic. Some things, if not said, will never have a chance. Pan Long slowly stood up, his left hand picking up a pink wolf-tooth club, and with 1 strike, a monster was torn apart. Too many warriors have died in Tiger Leap Gorge, and there are too few with the talent to carve the newa mask, so we have long known about their deal with the evil god. It's just that, for the continuation of Tiger Leap Gorge, we have reached a certain balance. As Pan Long spoke, the wolf-tooth club in his hand swung with increasing force. "Stop talking," Shi Luo said in a deep voice. The black gun in his hand twitched, and blood began to drip from his hands along the black gun. I will fight my way out. Even if I can't extinguish the Ghost Mountain's spiritual fire, I can still protect your life. Xiao shook the black gun in his hand. Take you away. Pan Long silently removed the newa mask from his face and hung it at his waist. If I die, you can take the newa mask. Just don't use the evil god anymore. Teacher, don't you understand? Xiao's spear struck down, tearing a monster in half. What I pursue has never changed, whether it's a deity or an evil god, I don't care. Xiao planted the black gun into the ground. The flames around roared. Monsters surged forward. In my moment of despair, it wasn't the deity that responded to me, it was the evil god, the evil god. Xiao swung his spear. With this strike, he swept through a crowd, and all the newly appeared monsters were cut in half. Do you think praying to the deities will get a response now? Do you think praying to the deities will solve your current disaster? Do you think praying to the deities will help you? No. They can only give you a little power in return for your faith, nothing else. Pan Long was momentarily speechless, his hands were already weakly struggling to lift the Wolftooth Club. He had failed to penetrate the core, he was destined to die here. But what he was most worried about was Xiao, this disciple he had once taught. A disciple who had taken the wrong path and walked into evil. He knew he could no longer persuade him. He just wanted this disciple to survive. At this moment, a black aura emanated from Xiao, and the three faces of the newa mask flickered, becoming even more vibrant. Now the flames were growing larger, and the feeling of being so close to death did not frighten Xiao. When he became a newa mask warrior in Tiger Leap Gorge, he had already accepted that dying in battle was the highest honor. He glanced at Pan Long, whose aura was beginning to scatter, his eyes flashing. You can try praying to your evil god to extinguish this fire. We are willing to bear any cost. You can give it a try. Pan Long's voice rang out. Pray, then. Xiao shouted with the gun raised. I, Xiao, in my life, have killed and taken lives. My sins are unforgivable. Xiao's steps began to move, accompanied by the newa dance, and the black gun in his hand began to spin. Falling into hell after death, without regrets, I only seek the response of the great evil god. Extinguish this disaster, save my fellow countrymen from Tiger Leap Gorge. I pray for the evil god to respond. Extinguish this disaster. Xiao's voice was loud, but still, there was no response. Pan Long's voice, slightly mocking and weak, rang out. The evil god you seek is just as unreliable, isn't it? No. You don't understand, the great evil god has always been watching me. Xiao shouted while swinging. Pray to extinguish this disaster. Pray to extinguish this disaster. With each shout, there was no response. On the hill, Shen Shen could feel Xiao's cries, but he did not respond. A guide who wanted to trade his life at any moment was not yet worthy of becoming his crew, as Paul had said. If this disaster allows this guy to grow, there might still be a chance, otherwise, Shen Shen has no intention of considering this guy as his crew member. Whether in character or other aspects, he is not outstanding. This time, he is a thorough observer. Chen Shen's gaze sharpened as he witnessed something incredible. Thousands of masked warriors, originally just holding back the advancing flames, suddenly all charged into the fire. Chen Shen tapped his index finger, and the golden light flickered in his eyes beneath the birdbeak mask. Suddenly, the flames rolled. The cries instead produced a strange reaction. Figures emerged from the fire. They tore off their burned clothes. One of them roared, Luo, do you even consider yourself a warrior? Chasing after this half-baked thing? Praying to the evil god, that pitiful sight is truly nauseating. But it was your voice that led us to the right direction. With a sneer, he added, your evil god still has a bit of effect. 10 masked warriors supported each other, making their way here. More and more masked warriors charged out of the flames, not using weapons to clear a path, but relying solely on their bodies to push through the fire. The only opponents they faced were endless monsters. Only by delaying death could they reach the core. Luo raised his hand and stabbed the black gun into the ground. He watched as those people bypassed him and rushed toward the core. In Luo's eyes, this suicidal behavior was simply dying for the sake of dying. It held no meaning. You are crazy. You are the cowards who are content with the status quo. Your deaths hold no meaning. Is it your glory to die here? I tell you, you have always been wrong. Wrong. Luo felt the scorching air around him. He was just a step too slow, and the flames encircled him, blocking his path. A few masked warriors behind him who hadn't caught up were instantly pierced and killed by the monsters emerging from the flames. After they died, the masked warriors behind stepped on their bodies to catch up. Thus, thousands relied on this formation to preserve as much strength as possible, fiercely protecting over 100 people to get here. Their own stamina had already reached its limit outside. Once they became enamored with battle, there was only the risk of total annihilation. They knew this was a fight they would inevitably lose, they couldn't outlast it. That's why they had the operation of going all out. Destroying the core still held a chance. Continuing to drag it out offered no opportunity at all. Over 100 masked warriors glanced at Shiluo, then at Pan Long on his back. Without saying a word, they charged straight in. The temperature around them rose higher and higher. Shiluo turned around, he still decided to follow. He split the flames with a shot, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Just a step too late, dozens of corpses lay on the ground, burned alive, their bodies torn apart by monsters. The other masked warriors didn't even look back and continued to move deeper. Shiluo was never afraid of death, he only feared meaningless sacrifice. Old Pan, this is what you see. They died without any meaning. The people of Tiger Leap Gorge will eventually die out. This is destined to be a battle without results. Pan Long on his back said nothing, only slowly closed his eyes. Shiluo questioned again, isn't living good? Isn't living good? The sounds of battle erupted. Shiluo gritted his teeth and followed. Over 100 masked warriors charged into the core, chopping down trees. They paid no attention to the monsters leaping out of the flames. They allowed countless monsters to rush out from the fire, tearing at their bodies, chopping off their heads, devouring their flesh and blood. As long as they had a bit of strength, they were cutting down those trees to complete the destruction of the core. Such a brutal battle momentarily left Shiluo in a daze. He knew that the masked warriors should not fear death. But why were they doing this? He didn't understand. Kill the monsters! Kill the monsters! You all kill the monsters! Shiluo's eyes were red, screaming, his black gun still wildly swinging in his hands. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Old Pan closed his eyes, his body could no longer move, relying solely on Shiluo's back. He said nothing. The outcome was already obvious, there was no need for explanation. The numbers were dwindling, and Shiluo found that for every monster he killed, 3 more would leap out from the flames. It took him a while to realize why these people weren't killing monsters. Monsters were endless, at least with the remaining strength they had, it was futile to kill monsters instead of heading straight for the core. The muscles in Shiluo's arms had begun to ache and tremble, and his body's functions were rapidly declining. The effect of the mask was also diminishing. His own strength was plummeting. Can't kill them all. Can't kill them all. More and more people were dying here. Shiluo instinctively looked towards the core of the trees. Looking at that group of people, more than half had been injured or killed. His black gun trembled once more. Even if he couldn't kill them all, he had to keep killing. This time, the mask on his face emitted a strange black aura, and the breath of the black gun surged fiercely. A long spear shot out, releasing his blood energy, steaming red blood like a red mist dispersing. With one shot, the flames 100 meters away were instantly suppressed. The terrifying momentum made the weak old Pan instinctively open his eyes. He roared, "What is right? What is wrong? What I do is right. Even if I can't kill them all, I must kill." Shiluo bit his tongue, the release of blood energy signifying the rapid depletion of his strength. But he still retracted the gun and swept it again. This time, the area of 100 meters was cleared once more. Hundreds of masked warriors had a chance to catch their breath, starting to frantically clear the core trees. It's just that the paths of perseverance are different. I will walk this path to the end. Turn back? There is no turning back. No turning back. I am not wrong. A fierce energy radiated from Shiluo, and the long spear in his hand moved wildly. It seemed he was speaking about the current situation, yet it also felt like he was recounting his past. He had always believed he was right. The terrifying momentum suddenly reduced the number of monsters emerging from the flames. Some masked warriors were also shocked. At this point, in this place, to still maintain such combat power, the terrifying flames were still trying to counterattack. This time, thousands of masked warriors suffered heavy casualties. The number of people following behind dwindled until no more masked warriors came up from the back. The trees were almost entirely cleared, the flames no longer burning, and the monsters in the flames began to dissipate. The temperature of the flames started to drop, and the number of monsters appearing grew fewer and fewer. Like a deflating flood, the flames grew smaller until the 1,000-mile blaze completely vanished. Shiluo's strength was completely exhausted, his knees heavily kneeling on the scorching ground. When he knelt down, there were no living people around anymore. Even old Pan behind him was roasted alive by the flames after removing his mask. This war seemed to have no victors. Shiluo's blood energy was depleted, and he was barely hanging on by the mask. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him seemed to trigger memories in Shiluo's mind. He seemed to recall some things again, but it no longer mattered. It's meaningless, everything is meaningless. Everything around emitted creaking sounds. The crackling of the charred trees echoed in his ears. but it grew weaker and weaker. It's over, I just won't see my mother again. Shilua didn't even know why he was so preoccupied with his mother. He had never been like this before. His memories were somewhat fragmented, yet he seemed to remember some things. When did he start believing in the evil god? He couldn't quite remember. Forget it. Like a revolving lantern, Chen Shen's figure slowly emerged from the plague, appearing before Shiluo. At that moment, Shiluo was severely burned, his tattered clothes and flesh stuck together, indistinguishable from skin or fabric. Your willpower is astonishing, you're still alive after all this. In Shiluo's dying eyes, Chen Shen appeared like an evil god. As soon as Chen Shen appeared, he collected all the masks, a total of 1,232. There was still a long way to go to reach 37,128 divine masks. However, after absorbing those masks, Chen Shen felt a special connection between this instance of the world and himself. The moment Shiluo saw Chen Shen, he struggled to muster all his strength to say something. A weak voice emerged. Lord Evil God, you heard my plea, right? You're helping me, aren't you? Chen Shen remained silent, just looking at Shiluo. You're dying, and you're still thinking the evil god can help you? I haven't intervened in any of this. If you had given up from the start, perhaps this war wouldn't have ended like this, at least you wouldn't have become what you are now. Chen Shen raised his hand, and the surrounding plague reversed and healed. He treated Shiluo. His body healed at a visible speed. This dual enhancement under the talent and title. The intense healing instantly favored Shiluo. The healed Shiluo immediately knelt on the ground and began to pray. Lord Evil God, you have a way, right? We can make a deal. They can live. I want them to come back to life, can't we? Deal, another deal. What else could this guy do besides believing in the evil god? Chen Shen felt a surge of anger in his chest. He had originally decided not to intervene in this war, but now that it had turned out this way, he couldn't turn back. Even though he had laid the groundwork with the dreamer from the very beginning. But the dreamer requires a price, and the cost for this group of already dead people was too terrifying. Deal. You only know about deals. If you had given up on that old man the moment you were engulfed in flames, after he split the fire, you would have entered the core consumption and wouldn't have ended up like this. You've been living in your own world. You're not wrong, but your actions require a greater price to be accounted for. In fact, Shiluo had done nothing wrong. It was just that Chen Shen felt this guy was really not suitable to be the lookout on this sinful ship. Chen Shen looked at the surrounding dead masks warriors. This was yet another incomprehensible war. As the last surviving mask warrior, he was still a believer in the evil god. I can bring him back to life, but the cost must be borne by you. Chen Shen pointed his finger at Shiluo's back, where Pan Long was carried. I'm willing. I'll do anything. Any price is fine. Chen Shen frowned. Shiluo was like a gambler, indifferent to anything he could offer in exchange. This feeling made Chen Shen very disgusted. The dreamer's ability had already reset the state of these people from the very beginning. So the cost was not as severe as requiring the dead to be resurrected, but rather a state rollback. Comparatively, it was much smaller. The cost is small, but the outcome may not be good. Are you still willing? I can give anything. Half a palm, be prepared, it will hurt a lot. The reason why the dreamer's ability cost could be borne by Shiluo was that he wore a mask belonging to Chen Shen on his face. This mask was like a bond connecting the two, a kind of superior-subordinate relationship. Chen Shen's pupils turned golden. Shiluo's recently restored body suddenly felt his right hand begin to break. The sound of cracking echoed as the entire palm bent back 180 degrees, the back of his fingers pressed against the back of his hand. The intense pain made Shiluo's face turn pale, he couldn't even scream. The breaking of his palm was just the beginning, as the fingers, except for the thumb, began to twist, contorting like twisted dough. This was merely the cost of resetting a person's state. If it were over 1,200 people, this price would likely cost Shiluo his life. As the fingers twisted into spirals, each finger began to melt like a candle. Drip! Shiluo watched helplessly as his palm transformed, the excruciating pain causing his lips to turn white, yet he still did not cry out. Under these circumstances, Chen Shen's perception of him changed slightly. At the very least, in terms of willpower, Shiluo was impeccable. 4 fingers melted into blood before his eyes. With the fingers completely gone, even if Chen Shen wanted to heal him, he would be powerless, he could not regrow severed limbs. This meant that Shiluo would no longer be able to use his weapon, that black gun. After the delusional conditions were triggered, the state of Pan Long, which Shiluo carried on his back, began to recover. The heart that had stopped beating at that moment was infused with vitality and began to thump again. Within a few breaths, all of Pan Long's states returned to their original form, including memories. His sharp eyes suddenly opened wide. Struggling, he got off Shilua's back, and the first thing he saw was Chen Shen's face. In his eyes, the bizarre appearance of the three-faced evil god heightened Pan Long's vigilance to the maximum. Evil god! Pan Long instinctively reached for his waist, but when he touched it, he found nothing. His mask was gone. When did this happen? Wait! Pan Long sensed something was wrong. Wasn't he gathering 1,000 warriors from the Tiger Leap Gorge to ambush the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire? Where were they? The Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire? How did he end up here? At that moment, Pan Long noticed a familiar silhouette. Shilua. Pan Long saw the evil god mask that Shilua wore, the engraved mask identical to Chen Shen's before him. Shilua, what have you done? No, wait. Pan Long noticed that the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire had actually been extinguished, and around were all the burnt masks of the warriors. What happened? Beneath the mask with half a palm broken off, Shilua's face had lost all color, and he had no strength left to speak, only able to shout one phrase. Old Pan, what did you call me? Do you have any shame? Shilua, it's you again. You destroyed the village, and this time it's you again, right? I always wanted to persuade you. Pan Long painfully closed his eyes. They were killed by you, right? Shilua shook his head, trying to speak. Chen Shen then stepped forward and spoke. Hello, let me introduce myself. The walking evil god, the father of plague, Nago. Chen Shen was very fond of this name. Nago, father. Not bad, in this world, he would be called this. Pan Long took a step back, his face contorted in a strange expression. A living, walking evil god. You believe in the evil god, you summon such a disgusting thing? Old Pan raised his hand and took out a pink wolf-tooth club. It was hard to believe that the guy who had fought alongside him and even begged Chen Shen to save him was now wielding a weapon to fight. We value harmony, our evil gods are never bad. What we care about is trade, some special trades. You standing here is already a loss for him, he used half a palm's worth of cost to bring you back to life. Ha! Evil god! Pan Long did not believe it at all. In his view, evil gods had always relied on false lies to deceive others, thus bringing about chaos and disaster. Do you think I would believe it? Pan Long looked at the dead warrior on the ground, his hand tightly gripping the pink wolf-tooth club. I always thought you could be saved, that as long as you were willing to stand on our side, I wouldn't care if you believed in an evil god. At worst, I would let you inherit my divine mask. I won't live that long, but you have disappointed me too much. Shiluo clutched his wrist, the intense pain still not subsiding, and he couldn't explain it at all. He could only anxiously utter, no. Do you want to believe in an evil god? The sudden words interrupted everything. Chen Shen looked at Pan Long and spoke. Believe in an evil god? These people can live with just a little cost, just like your disciple believes in me to help you resurrect. No way. Their lives are in my hands. The longer it takes, the lower the probability they can come back. Do you really want your warriors to lie here? Young warriors taken back to be buried in a graveyard? Chen Shen felt he had a talent for being an evil god, and he also had high hopes for this old man. His old friend was smart and powerful, especially the pink wolf-tooth club, it was quite distinctive. Hearing Chen Shen's words, Pan Long rarely fell silent. He didn't curse but truly pondered Chen Shen's words. If they believe in you, can they live? They can live. The notion of only one being able to live was retracted by Chen Shen. However, it could be layered down. These people would have to pay some price, more or less, just like Shilua with half a hand. They would never be able to use guns again. The cost was random. Can they really live? He asked twice in succession, revealing Pan Long's hesitation. Shiluo, I am your master, can they really live? Shiluo raised his left hand, half a palm folded, the blood from his melted fingers sliding across the back and palm of his hand. This action explained everything. At this moment, Pan Long seemed to acquiesce to everything. That severed hand was the so-called price. Pan Long's steps were unsteady, and he staggered twice before barely standing firm. So, I really died, and you resurrected me? You could say that. So, if I truly believe in you, I can save these children? Yes, that's right. The phrase only one can be saved still echoed slowly in Chen Shen's heart.